Gonko City Emergency Notice. Dear citizens, emergency broadcast announcement. Emergency broadcast announcement. Our city is experiencing sudden extreme acid rain. Please cooperate with community arrangements, immediately return home, and lock doors and windows tightly. Citizens outdoors, please seek shelter in nearby buildings. National emergency notice to all residents. Due to unknown factors, most regions worldwide are experiencing extreme severe weather. Affected residents, do not panic. Follow orders, cooperate with national arrangements, and do not go out. The highest level emergency response has been activated. Supply drop points will cover all affected areas. Please believe the nation will not abandon any life. Stay home, wait patiently for rescue, and obey community distribution. National emergency notice to all residents. Here is the latest news. We are deeply saddened to inform you of unfortunate news. The disaster has now erupted globally. Catastrophic extreme weather has struck all regions of our country. These disasters have caused large-scale paralysis. Expert teams are fully researching countermeasures and seeking the source of the disaster. We call on residents to actively respond, follow safety regulations, help each other unite, and overcome. Believe that under the strong leadership of the nation and the joint efforts of the people, we will overcome this disaster and rebuild our beautiful homeland. Global Emergency Notice. Global Disaster Broadcast. This broadcast will loop. This is the United Nations Doomsday Emergency Command, calling survivors worldwide. The global extreme weather phenomenon has reached an irreversible point. Unknown viruses, solar storms, extreme blizzards, tsunamis, poisonous miasma. These are no longer textbook terms, but disasters we face every day. The apocalypse is truly here. Our planet has suffered a devastating blow. Expert teams have yet to find the source of the calamity, and there are no countermeasures. The United Nations calls on survivors worldwide to actively take self-rescue actions, stockpile food, water, and other necessities as much as possible. At the same time, all of humanity stay calm, do not panic, preserve the flame of civilization. The disaster will pass. Victory will belong to humanity. December 26, 2166. Radio broadcast. Is anyone still alive? Reply if you receive. Is anyone still alive? Please reply. Radio broadcast. There are elderly and children here, need help. Water, food, medicine. Damn. Has the whole city died out? Long silence. Global notice to survivors worldwide. God has not abandoned us. In Dragon Kingdom, Divine Envoy Zhang Yuhao has received God's guidance and opened a new world. There are no disasters there, spring-like all year round. There are also inexhaustible resources. Hereby I beg survivors worldwide to gather in Dragon Kingdom. Here there is hot water, food, clean clothes, unpolluted air. Here you can not only find shelter, but also join the great divine organization to pioneer the new world. What are you waiting for? Come dedicate to the great cause of human revival. February 6, 2170. Global notice. Victory ultimately belongs to humanity. The new world has been fully colonized. Hereby we announce that humanity has regained its foothold. Praise God. In the future, the divine organization will fully prepare for post-disaster reconstruction and dispatch teams to return to Earth, retrieve technological data, and search for survivors. April 6, 2175. Divine Organization Emergency Notice. All survivors, today, we regretfully inform you of sad news. Our respected divine envoy Zhang Yuhao has chosen to betray humanity. Zhang Yuhao, whose faith collapsed, secretly conducted research on new species in an attempt to overthrow human rule. Fortunately, divine organization elder Huang Jingjing discovered the clue in time, stepped forward in the crisis, and successfully prevented this disaster. The traitor Zhang Yuhao, seeing his plan exposed and the situation lost, chose suicide by gunshot. Hereby we strongly condemn this betrayal and call on everyone to stay united, safeguarding human interests and dignity. Currently, Elder Huang Jingjing has taken over management of the divine organization. We believe under Elder Huang's leadership, we will restore the organization's image and reputation. System prompt. Host Zhang Yuhao confirmed dead. Beep. Detecting a resurrection scroll in the backpack passively activated. Ding. You are about to be reborn. Ding. Rebirth successful. Zhang Yuhao abruptly sat up from his bed, fine cold sweat beating on his forehead, his heart pounding like a drum. He touched his forehead, feeling a cool sensation at his fingertips, a trace of lingering fear flashing in his eyes, as if the whistling of bullets still echoed in his ears. The feeling of being shot in the head was not something ordinary people could experience. Lucky I kept a backup. Without the Rebirth scroll, I'd be finished. In his previous life, the apocalypse suddenly descended upon the world and Zhang Yuhao awakened the apocalypse system. Relying on the Rebirth scroll gifted by the system, he had no worries and chose to go all out, attempting to save all of humanity. After some time, he publicly revealed his abilities to the world, striving to save every human only to end up with a clown ending. He saved the world but died miserably in his own headquarters. After this tribulation, Zhang Yuhao had a thorough awakening. In the apocalypse, the most unworthy thing to test is human nature. In the face of life and death, the boundary between good and evil often blurs. Let whoever wants to be a saint do it. By the way, what time is it now? Suddenly thinking of something, Zhang Yuhao quickly glanced at his wristwatch and let out a sigh of relief. There are still half a month before the city's disaster strikes. That's enough. He got out of bed and strode out the door. Time seemed ample, but every minute was precious. Early preparation would provide more security when the apocalypse came. Food purified water power generation equipment, water purifiers, gasoline, crop seeds. One thing at a time. Zhang Yuhao calculated his shopping list, while quickly operating his phone, downloading loan apps. Since the apocalypse was near, the money borrowed was like getting it for free. The more the better. The top priority now was to max out all online loans first. No matter what app, as long as it could be withdrawn immediately, he would blindly apply without considering interest rates or legality. Borrow what you can, mortgage what you can, raise all the funds you can. Borrowing is just one side. I also need to know how to spend money. Zhang Yuhao watched the funds continuously flowing in his mind, racing. After the disaster, money would lose its meaning. It was nice not to have to repay loans, but holding money was like holding waste paper. Therefore, spending money became a technical task. Before the apocalypse, he not only had to spend all the money but also spend it wisely. Thanks to his rebirth, Zhang Yuhao had summarized the experiences of his past life and knew exactly what to buy based on the pain points of the early apocalypse. Arriving downstairs, Zhang Yuhao looked at the lively and peaceful street, feeling like he was in a different world. I never thought I could relive this atmosphere again. Zhang Yuhao closed his eyes, feeling the breeze on his face, enjoying the rare tranquility. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared beside him. Zhang Yuhao, it's this late and you haven't gone to work. The speaker was a tall, seductively dressed woman, with exquisite makeup and fashionable attire attracting attention. However, her eyes revealed a hint of acerbity. This woman was like a colorful, poisonous snake. Ostensibly glamorous, but the closer one got, the more uneasy one felt. Huang Jingjing. Zhang Yuhao's pupils contracted, and an extreme disgust and hatred flashed in his eyes. Huang Jingjing was his colleague and neighbor. Although they lived close, they had little personal interaction. Compared to the obscure Zhang Yuhao, Huang Jingjing was usually high-profile, beautiful, the company's face, and had countless suitors. Before the apocalypse, Zhang Yuhao was one of her many admirers hoping to get along with her. But she looked down on this poor kid. Although they lived next door and were colleagues, they were merely nodding acquaintances. However, after the disaster broke out, Huang Jingjing's attitude toward Zhang Yuhao, who now possessed the system, suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Naturally, the two came together. In the past life, Zhang Yuhao chose to believe in humanity's goodness. He actively revealed the system to save humanity and promoted his bedmate Huang Jingjing to the position of elder. Unexpectedly, after everything settled, Huang Jingjing colluded with all his trusted aides to betray him. Not only did they frame him with false charges, but she also personally shot Zhang Yuhao to death. She took everything from him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhao wished he could pick up a brick and crush Huang Jingjing on the spot. Calm down. It's not worth it for someone like her. It's a harmonious society now. All hatred will be settled after the apocalypse. Zhang Yuhao suppressed the urge to act, turned around, and left without saying a word. Huh. Watching Zhang Yuhao completely ignore her, Huang Jingjing showed a puzzled look. This simp was usually so enthusiastic. What was up with him today? Weirdo. Huang Jingjing didn't mind, tossed her hair, and swayed away. Zhang Yuhao, this backup was unimportant in her eyes. Poor, powerless, an orphan whose occasional generosity couldn't even buy her a designer handbag. She would rather spend time fishing for rich second-generation online than bother with him. Ring. Just after escaping Huang Jingjing, Zhang Yuhao's phone rang. The screen showed 2 words: boss. Good, another beast. Ding. As soon as the call connected, a harsh scolding came from the receiver. Where the hell have you been? Zhang Yuhao. It's this late and you're not at your post. Do you even want to work anymore? Forget this month's perfect attendance bonus. Zhang Yuhao listened to the familiar voice and anger surged within him. This caller was named Peng Gao, the company boss. He didn't pay much but had an enormous temper, often scolding employees over trivial matters and docking pay as routine. In the previous life, after the apocalypse, Zhang Yuhao put aside past grievances to save him, but it turned into the tale of the farmer and the snake. When he was shot, the fat man was sneering on the side, clearly also a participant. Zhang Yuhao, why aren't you answering? Are you deaf or mute? I give you 10 minutes to get your ass in front of me. If you can't, I'll deduct $200. Did you hear me, you mother? Hearing Peng Gao still cursing non-stop, Zhang Yuhao could no longer suppress his fury. You mother. Listen up, Peng Gao. I F your mother. Stick your whatever up your. Go to hell. Zhang Yuhao transformed into a telegraph machine, venting his rage through the phone, wishing he could electrocute Peng Gao across the internet. Wait, what did you say? Peng Gao had the phone on speaker, stunned to hear the usually meek Zhang Yuhao suddenly become a hunter. He froze on the spot. Unbelievable, the soft persimmon had bitten back. He never imagined that Zhang Yuhao's personality had undergone a dramatic change. Having been the supreme leader of an organization for years, Zhang Yuhao was no longer the timid little employee he once was. Peng Gao, are your ears blocked by a tumor? Listen clearly. I want to implant you a title of respect as an organ. Peng Gao saw darkness. Now he heard clearly. Because of the speakerphone, the entire office heard it too. The employees all lit up with gossip. Good lord, a takedown of the boss. Drama of the year. Zhang Yuhao, you're fired. You mother. You're fired. Do you hear me? Peng Gao broke down, spitting in excitement as he shouted. He looked at the employee's gloating expressions, his blood rushing to his head, and cursed again into the phone. What status do you have? How dare you talk back to me? Get the hell out today. Don't even think about this month's pay. I'll have you blacklisted by every other company. Unable to stand the employees' watching eyes, Peng Gao escaped the office while still cursing. Oh! As soon as the boss left the office, exploded employees howling with excitement. So thrilling. This was the juiciest gossip for working folks. In the hallway, hearing the strange noises from the office, Peng Gao turned red-hot instantly. Zhang Yuhao, mark my words. I want rest until I destroy you. If I don't, I'll change my surname. Fine, please come destroy me. Zhang Yuhao laughed bitterly. Mr. Peng, you'll be visiting the tax bureau shortly. Let's see how your fake invoices in the safe hold up under scrutiny. Also, I'll send a text to your wife. I'm sure she'd be very interested in a certain beauty in Building 3 of Iju District. Humph, Peng Gao, you're a kept man. How dare you play so dirty? By the way, according to the new law, adultery can get you stripped clean. Congratulations, President Peng. You'll be sweeping streets soon. What are you talking about? Peng Gao, full of pent-up anger, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He instantly cooled down. He even felt a chill on his back. An immense panic enveloped Peng Gao. Damn it! How does that kid Zhang Yuhao know about my tax fraud and my mistress? What was even more terrifying was that the other party knew exactly where he hid the evidence and where his mistress lived. These secrets were buried deep in Peng Gao's heart, never shared with anyone. Still playing dumb. Then just wait. Zhang Yuhao chuckled and hung up. The next second, Peng Gao called back. Zhang Yuhao hung up again. Enjoy the agony. Seeing Peng Gao's relentless messages, Zhang Yuhao simply blocked him. Speaking of which, Peng Gao had brought this upon himself. These secrets were actually revealed from his own mouth. In the previous life, after social order collapsed, the world reset and past crimes were no longer investigated. After the disaster, there were few entertainment activities in the camp, and chatting to pass the time became common. Peng Gao loved to brag about his glorious past, boring Zhang Yuhao to the point of memorizing them all. Unexpectedly, after Rebirth, this information came in handy. Ring. The phone rang again. This guy is persistent, blocking doesn't even work. Seeing new unknown numbers calling, Zhang Yuhao simply turned off the phone. Let Peng Gao stew first. I'll deal with him later. Before the apocalypse, this small boss still had some use as a resource. Now let's go scavenge supplies. Arriving at the large supermarket, Zhang Yuhao put on a mask, glasses, and a cap. Accomplish in secret, failure stems from loose lips. To be safe, he should keep a low profile. Better if no one knew he was hoarding supplies. I'll buy fresh ingredients closer to the apocalypse. For now, snacks and drinks. Zhang Yuhao began sweeping the snack shelves, grabbing everything he liked. After the system upgrades, the shop function will unlock. So I don't need to stockpile too many snacks or worry about shelf life. Just enough to last until the shop is available. Soon 4 or 5 shopping carts were full of supplies. This should be enough. At checkout, he chose home delivery and set the delivery time to midnight. As the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. Sir, are you sure you want delivery at 3 a.m.? Yes. The supermarket staff found it odd, but didn't care to dwell on it. With today's technology, robot delivery at any hour was no issue. Walking out of the supermarket, Zhang Yuhao glanced at the pharmacy next door. I'll buy medicine online instead. Going to the pharmacy in person would attract too much attention and risk being followed. Zhang Yuhao opened the shopping app and ordered essential medicines and emergency drugs one by one. Next, Zhang Yuhao went to the agricultural market and bought a large quantity of seeds covering almost all common vegetables and fruits on the market. In the future, the system would unlock supporting farmland, and these seeds would be the guarantee of their future. After all, the system store sold mostly processed food. For long-term development, growing crops oneself was more reliable. Besides, he'd have a lot of free time during the apocalypse. Farming could also cultivate his mind. Carrying several large bags of seeds home, Zhang Yuhao also ran to the library to order a large number of books covering basic textbooks across various fields, as well as novels and magazines to kill time. Again, choosing midnight delivery. On his way home, he also grabbed 2 buckets of gasoline. After carrying them upstairs, he was already panting from exhaustion. There was no choice. The system wouldn't activate until the apocalypse began. For now, Zhang Yuhao was just an ordinary man. Suffer now for a vacation-like life later. After organizing everything, Zhang Yuhao curled up on the sofa and opened the shopping app again. Next, I need to buy some self-defense supplies. For self-defense, I need both close-range and long-range weapons. Zhang Yuhao muttered to himself as he frantically searched the shopping mall, his mind flashing with memories of popular gear from his past life. The Dragon Kingdom's weapon control regulations stood like an insurmountable wall, completely blocking the path to firearms. Zhang Yuhao frowned deeply, weighing his options repeatedly, and finally placed an order for a pile of equipment: a chainsaw, a hand crossbow, a baseball bat, a fire axe, a sledgehammer, a woodcutter's knife, a military shovel, and a sharp dagger. For defense, Zhang Yuhao racked his brains. After countless screenings and comparisons, he finally set his sights on a set of nanoscale soft armor custom-made for the wealthy. This soft armor was form-fitting and low-key worn under his clothes with no trace visible from the outside. Its concealment was top-notch. Moreover, it utilized cutting-edge nanotechnology capable of resisting cuts from any sharp object and providing decent cushioning against heavy blunt strikes and small-caliber bullets. Not bad, it should handle all kinds of emergencies in the apocalypse. Zhang Yuhao waved his hand and placed the order for the soft armor. Then he declared himself bankrupt on the spot. High-tech stuff is good, but the price is outrageous, Zhang Yuhao said with a bitter smile. Scraping together all I had, I only got 200,000 in funds, and the soft armor cost 150,000. But this was just the beginning. A long list of necessities awaited him, like the latest water purification systems, medical equipment, power generators. With these I can truly have no worries in the apocalypse. Zhang Yuhao calculated in his mind. Reborn, his ambition went far beyond mere survival. Having food and clothes is easy, but that's far from enough for me. What I want is a paradise life in the apocalypse. No more talk. Vacation, I must go on vacation. But these high-tech gadgets cost hundreds of thousands each, way beyond my financial means. One can't make bricks without straw. Zhang Yuhao had no capital to mortgage. That 200,000 was the absolute limit he could muster. He could only get such a large loan thanks to his excellent credit record. Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but think of a popular meme. All those years of building up my credit score, wasn't it just for the day I could cash out? Unfortunately, his current achievements were far from satisfying Zhang Yuhao's appetite. Time to reel in the net. Zhang Yuhao gritted his teeth and prepared to head out for a taxi. Before leaving, he connected all the electronic devices at home to the internet and set up various download tasks: educational videos, TV series, anime, games, movies, novels, music. He selected them all in one go. The apocalypse will be boring, and these are treasures to pass the time. The boss office. At that moment, Peng Gao was staring at his phone, breathing rapidly with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He dialed Zhang Yuhao's number over and over. The number you dialed is powered off. The cold voice on the other end made Peng Gao's heartbeat accelerate sharply. Why won't he turn it on? Peng Gao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, feeling the shadow of despair enveloping him. Now he just wanted to get in touch with Zhang Yuhao and find out what was going on. That bastard, he wouldn't really report me, would he? The thought of cold handcuffs made Peng Gao feel like he was in a state of ice and fire. Sweating on his forehead, yet his hands and feet were as cold as ice. This feeling of knowing his doom was near, but being powerless to do anything was driving him mad. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! The sudden knock on the door startled Peng Gao so much that he jumped out of his chair and landed on the floor, his crotch soaked. Oh, what's wrong, boss Peng? At your age, you like sitting on the floor to play? Zhang Yuhao pushed the door open and walked in leisurely. He glanced at Peng Gao's wet crotch and smiled without saying a word. Zhang Yuhao, what do you want? Peng Gao forced himself to stay calm, supporting himself on the desk as he slowly stood up, trying to muster his usual authority. I may be a bit harsh when I speak, but it's all for your own good. I don't know what rumors you've heard, but I'm telling you clearly they're all baseless. Still being stubborn when death is at your door. Zhang Yuhao cut Peng Gao off, ruthlessly pointing at the empty employee area outside the door. Weren't you rushing me to come to work? Why is there no one at their desks? I gave them the day off, of course. You too. Peng Gao's eyes darted around wildly, his heart racing with panic, not even knowing what he was saying. Well, seeing that you're in a bad mood, I reflected on myself. I've been too hard on you, also everyone gets a break today. Really? Zhang Yuhao revealed a meaningful smile. The stingy miser, who wouldn't give a dime, is suddenly giving his employees a day off. Won't that cost you a lot of money? Haha, money, you can't earn it all. I found my conscience, that's all. Peng Gao laughed, dryly, sweat continuously dripping down his face. He felt the pressure Zhang Yuhao exerted was like a mountain, making him sit on pins and needles. Hard to believe boss Peng finally has a conscience. Zhang Yuhao had had enough of the teasing and didn't want to drag it out any longer. His face darkened and he slammed his hand heavily on the desk. He shouted at Peng Gao, how dare you? Trying to secretly move the evidence, huh? No, no. Peng Gao trembled in fear and quickly raised his hands. That's absolutely not true. Everything needs evidence. I don't know what rumors you've heard, but I definitely haven't done any of those things you mentioned. Saying this, Peng Gao frantically opened the safe. Look, if you don't believe me, it's all company seals and important documents here, nothing like what you said. Stop acting. Zhang Yuhao had no patience left to spar with Peng Gao and cut to the chase. After hearing my exposé today, you must have been scared out of your wits, so you gave all the employees the day off and took the chance to move the fake accounts from the safe. I didn't. Shut up. Let me finish. Peng Gao was startled by the shout and quickly closed his mouth. Let me guess, you wouldn't dare keep the stuff in the company anymore, so where did you hide it? A smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Yuhao's mouth. Probably outside, right? Peng Gao didn't dare to respond, but his eyes were full of terror. Too bad in this society surveillance cameras are everywhere, so it won't be hard to find. With the devil's whisper, Peng Gao's body grew colder and colder. But I don't need to go to that trouble. I'll just report you directly. When the authorities come, how will you handle the inspection? Even if they can't find the fake invoices you hid, not having the receipts is illegal in itself. Then the tax bureau will follow the trail and dig up everything you've done. Listening to Zhang Yuhao's words, Peng Gao's face grew paler, and paler, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Demon! This man must be a demon! He screamed in despair in his heart. Oh, by the way, boss Peng, did you move your mistress too? But it doesn't matter, what do you call her? Jiao Jiao. Peng Gao shuddered, utterly defeated. He collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, too weak to even respond. It was over, truly over. The other party wasn't grasping at shadows. He really had the leverage. Jiao Jiao should have left that neighborhood by now, but I just need one phone call. I'm sure your wife would be happy to pay to check the surveillance history around the area. Then she'll find out how hardworking her husband has been. You even set up a branch office in that neighborhood, since every time you used overtime as an excuse you went there. Then you'll end up in prison. Your wife can take all the assets and enjoy herself abroad, and after you've spent decades in the sewing workshop, you'll have a mountain of debt waiting for you. Truly a future to look forward to. So boss Peng, do you like this future? Seeing the smile on Zhang Yuhao's lips, Peng Gao completely broke down. He fell to his knees with a thud. Yuhao. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Peng Gao wept and wailed, apologizing while slapping himself hard. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have exploited you before or yelled at you or docked your pay. If you let me off today, I'll work for you like a slave. Please spare my life. Peng Gao kept slapping his own face, thinking it wasn't enough, and even tried to crawl forward to kiss Zhang Yuhao's shoes. Enough. Zhang Yuhao kicked Peng Gao away with disgust. If I really wanted to ruin you, you'd already be in handcuffs. Then you mean? Zhang Yuhao let out a cold laugh. Let's not beat around the bush. I want money. Peng Gao shuddered and his eyes began to dart around. It seemed he might not die after all. As long as Zhang Yuhao had demands, it was just a matter of negotiating interests. May I ask, how much do you need? 3 million, no bargaining. 3 million. Peng Gao exclaimed, his heart bleeding. Zhang Yuhao really had the nerve to ask for that much. It was like taking his life. Bro, can you lower it a bit? I can't scrape together that much. Stop acting. You definitely can. Zhang Yuhao mercilessly called out Peng Gao's lie. 3 million would be a painful loss for this unscrupulous boss, but it wouldn't break him. Think it over. If you pay up, we'll be in the same boat from now on. You'll feel more at ease after the bribe. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to become a vigilante. Now I'll give you 5 seconds to decide. Wait. 3. Hey bro, didn't you say 5 seconds? 2. Hold on. Don't count yet. Let me think. 1. Alright. I'll pay. Hearing Zhang Yuhao's relentless countdown, Peng Gao caved. Though he knew deep down that Zhang Yuhao probably wouldn't go for broke, who the hell would take that risk? If Zhang Yuhao lost head, lose nothing, but if he lost head, be ruined. Transfer the money now, and he'll give you 10 minutes to sort out your funds. Peng Gao didn't move. He looked at Zhang Yuhao warily. I have one condition. I need to make sure you won't blackmail me with this again. So you have to tell me the whole story. I want to know where you got your information. Do you think I'm stupid? Zhang Yuhao smirked at Peng Gao. After today, in at most 5 days, you'll definitely have dealt with all the surveillance and fake accounts. What leverage would I have over you then? Peng Gao's face flushed red, and he was completely defeated. All along he had thought of Zhang Yuhao as a naive, easily bullied young man. He never expected the other party to be so deep and calculating. Alright, just make the transfer peacefully. I promise you, once I step out of this office, we'll be strangers. Peng Gao was silent for a moment, then took out his phone to start the transfer. His fingers trembled as he entered the amount. 3 million. That was 3 million. After half a lifetime of cheating and scheming, his assets had shrunk by more than half. Bro, can I ask you something? What are you going to do with that 3 million? Hearing Peng Gao's tearful question, Zhang Yuhao walked to the window, his eyes burning with intensity. Buy a house. Ha! In the city center, Tianlai Zhijiao development about to be completed and topped out. A double-story panoramic penthouse. 3 million is just enough for the full payment. Zhang Yuhao's voice trembled with excitement. I've had enough of renting. Once I buy this place, I'll finally be a man with a mansion. Upon hearing this, Peng Gao rolled his eyes. Damn, what an idiot. Zhang Yuhao had some cunning, but his experience was still too shallow. These days, housing prices had peaked and the real estate market was sluggish. This guy gets a windfall, and instead of making money grow or enjoying himself, he buys at the peak. Truly a fool. And if you're buying a house, why not pick one that's already on the market? Who would dare buy a property that hasn't topped out yet? Aren't you afraid of it being left unfinished? Of course, Peng Gao wouldn't say these things out loud. He wasn't about to give friendly advice. In fact, he hoped Zhang Yuhao's house would lose value. Better yet, he hoped Zhang Yuhao would lose everything. Zhang Yuhao saw the contempt in Peng Gao's eyes and secretly smirked. Ha! Look down on me, that's perfect. This move was truly playing chess on a whole other level. After all, money spent is money no one can covet. I buy a house, openly stockpile supplies in secret, and when the apocalypse comes, I can even play the victim. The key is to keep a low profile and get rich quietly. How satisfying. Ding. An income of 300,000,000 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 6538. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Zhang Yuhao's finger gently slid across the phone screen, his eyes fixed intently on the balance, carefully verifying each digit. Confirming that the 3 million had been securely deposited, he smiled and patted Peng Gao on the shoulder. Rest assured from this moment on, we are strangers. Also help me process the resignation. I can't be bothered with this month's salary. Deduct whatever you like, no thanks needed. With that, Zhang Yuhao waved his hand and strode away elegantly. Peng Gao sat there dumbfounded, the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. Forgoing his salary and saying no thanks. After extorting 3 million, he was suddenly generous. As if he cared about that measly 2,000. Leaving the office building, Zhang Yuhao hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Tiantai Jia Sales Center. Inside, he casually picked up a few brochures, flipped through them, and then strolled out. Standing at the entrance, he raised the brochures high. Behind him, the nearly completed building gleamed with a fresh Rialto deliver aura under the setting sun. Zhang Yuhao pressed the shutter, freezing the image of a lucky man about to own a luxury mansion. Tiantai Jia duplex penthouse 350 square meter mansion, paid in full. After editing the caption, he didn't hesitate to post it on his Moments. Soon after, messages from colleagues flooded in like a tide. Really? Zhang Yuhao, you're that rich? Bullshit, obviously fake. Haha, does anyone actually believe this? Humph, without seeing the purchase contract, only a fool would buy it. I foresee that this guy quit his job after confronting the boss, and is now buying a virtual house to salvage his pride. The guy above is spitting facts, ha 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 ha. It's fantasy time now. Zhang Yuhao fell silent as he read the comments. The colleagues' reactions were far from what he had anticipated. It seemed his usual impoverished image was deeply ingrained in their minds. Zhang Yuhao shook his head with a bitter smile, pondering. But this house purchase is indeed fake, and I have no proof. How can I make them believe it? Just as he was worrying, a message from Peng Gao popped up. Zhang Yuhao, you were lucky with the lottery. Interested in investing in our company. The moment those words were out, the comment section exploded. Damn, Zhang Yuhao actually won the lottery. Even President Peng said so. How could it be fake? That's right, first he confronts the boss, then buys a house in full. If he won the lottery, it all makes sense. This time Zhang Yuhao must have hit it big, otherwise why would President Peng be so lenient? Envy, jealousy, hate. When you're rich, don't forget us. Rich guy, take me in. Bro, I spoke too loudly earlier, pretend I was farting, okay? Interesting. Zhang Yuhao found the complete turnaround in comments amusing. These people were indeed weathercocks, bending whichever way the wind blew. Initially eager to trample him, they now suddenly shifted to flattery. As for Peng Gao, the guy seemed mentally fragile now. Probably afraid others might find out the money was connected to him. He took the initiative to step in, even making up an excuse. Well, it saved a lot of trouble. Zhang Yuhao bought a house in full. Meanwhile, Huang Jingjing saw his post, her eyes lighting up with a glint of greed. Brat, so that's why he ignored me. He won the jackpot. Seeing Zhang Yuhao as a cash cow, Huang Jingjing dropped her aloof act. She quickly sent him a private voice message, her voice syrupy sweet. Yuhao Gidge, how much did you win? Can you treat me to a meal, please? Zhang Yuhao opened the message and was covered in goosebumps. Damn, fake voice, disgusting. He didn't want to respond, but then thought of Huang Jingjing's big mouth. She could be useful. So he quickly typed, "Hey, just 3 million, spend it all on the house. But I still have money for a meal. When can we meet?" Upon seeing the reply, Huang Jingjing's face instantly stiffened, a wave of frustration washing over her. 3 million. All spent. Damn it. Short-sighted man. Realizing there was no money to be had, Huang Jingjing lost interest immediately. Her voice turned cold. Oh, I just remembered him on a diet. Maybe some other time. Closing the chat window, she immediately jumped into the company group chat to complain. That Zhang Yuhao is a total idiot. What happened? Spill the beans. Gossiping colleagues quickly gathered around. Let me tell you, he only won 3 million and spent it all on a house. Oh my god, that's so stupid. Word spread like wildfire through the company. Everyone secretly mocked Zhang Yuhao for his short-sightedness, not understanding how to make money grow. Those green with envy finally found an outlet, gossiping behind his back. Zhang Yuhao is the classic nouveau riche, just wants to show off after being poor for so long. Exactly, what's the use of buying a house? Living in a high-end district makes you high class. He probably can't even afford the property fees. As the saying goes, when a man's wealth doesn't match his intelligence, his wealth will flow back to the market in another way. Haha, well said. Well said. Where there were whispers, there were informants. Soon Zhang Yuhao caught wind of the gossip. To this he just chuckled and remained silent. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Quietly making a fortune. He opened his balance, seeing the intact 3 million, feeling secure. This was the guarantee for the apocalypse. With this money, he could get everything he wanted. Zhang Yuhao had already made a list and skillfully opened the shopping app. Everything from now on needs to be bought online. First, the issue of water and electricity. With technological advancements, high-tech water purifiers and generators were now very mature, capable of self-sustaining internal cycles with almost no consumption. Currently, almost all villas in affluent areas relied on these two new technologies for self-sufficient water and power, while old neighborhoods like Zhang Yuhao still depended on public utilities. After careful online selection, Zhang Yuhao ordered a household high-tech water purification system and a portable power generation device. The total cost for both devices was 3.5 million. Though expensive, the quality was top-notch, absolutely worth it in the face of the apocalypse. But Zhang Yuhao had anticipated this and wasn't flustered at all. The purchasing method for appliances and soft armor differs. Soft armor requires a deposit in full upfront, and the merchant tailors it based on your measurements. Appliances are simpler, and manufacturers have stock ready for shipping. So when buying these in-stock items, Zhang Yuhao had another option. Installment payment. That's right. The platform's installment policy allowed up to 12 payments. Even with fees, the first month's payment for items worth over 3 million was only a little over 300,000. This was very comfortable. It was like buying 3 million worth of goods for just over 300,000. How delightful. Of course, this kind of spending was essentially like drinking poison to quench thirst. Under normal circumstances, if you couldn't pay the next month, the items would be repossessed and the down payment would be lost. But in the face of the apocalypse, this problem wasn't a problem at all. The end will descend on Harbor City next month. Anyone who isn't afraid of death can come and repossess the items. Zhang Yuhao was completely at ease, unafraid. As for measures like credit blacklisting or court orders, they were practically irrelevant. Being a deadbeat was nothing. In a while, when the whole world fell, who would care? Thinking this, a faint smile crept onto Zhang Yuhao's face. Though he only had 3 million in hand, it was like a lever. In the end, this lever would help him leverage 30 million worth of supplies. Without further ado, he continued buying. Zhang Yuhao plunged back into the sea of online shopping, frantically selecting all kinds of expensive high-tech equipment. Soon his shopping cart was piled with hundreds of items, and the number was still rising. He madly ordered various entertainment devices, emergency supplies, and daily necessities. If he could use it, he bought it. The key point: everything on installment. Meanwhile, a distant merchant looked at the order and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Which broke bastard is this? Disgusting. Buying my 8 yuan sharpening stone and paying in 12 installments. How long do you plan to live? Your card balance is insufficient." Unbeknownst to him, dusk had fallen. Zhang Yuhao finally stopped his shopping spree with satisfaction. He had lost count of how much he had bought, only knowing this move was solid. Now he just had to wait for the apocalypse to begin and enjoy a vacation-like life. Zhang Yuhao happily opened the food delivery app, planning to order some braised pork trotters to reward himself. Your card balance is insufficient. Zhang Yuhao. Damn, he had gone overboard. He hadn't even left himself living expenses. After a moment of stunned silence, he called Peng Gao. "President Peng, just pay me this month's salary. I can't afford food after buying the house." Peng Gao was tutoring his son and immediately flared up. "What the hell? I don't think you've finished transferring the evidence, have you?" Zhang Yuhao's calm voice came through the receiver. "Watch your tone." Understood. Hanging up, Peng Gao was livid with anger. He punched his own son in the face. "Peng Gao Jr. This is just too much." In the dead of night, all was silent. An unmanned transport vehicle arrived at the building where Zhang Yuhao lived. 2 robots slowly emerged from the vehicle, their mechanical arms steadily carrying several large boxes of supplies. The supermarket goods had arrived. Zhang Yuhao, who had been waiting for some time, stepped forward. Identity information being verified. Verification successful. "Hello, Mr. Zhang Yuhao, thank you for choosing Houduaduo Supermarket. Please sign for your items." Zhang Yuhao pressed his fingerprint on the mechanical screen, and after completing the sign-in instructed, "Send everything to room 807 upstairs. The door is unlocked. Keep quiet on the way. Don't disturb the neighbors." "All right, Houduaduo Supermarket is at your service." The 2 robots turned off their lights, adjusted their engine power to low-frequency mode, and carried the goods silently into the stairwell. The food purchased from the supermarket is in place, and there are still books to be delivered today. Zhang Yuhao had deliberately scheduled all delivery times for the dead of night to ensure no one discovered his hoarding activities. During the apocalypse, wealth must not be revealed. Low-key must be the rule. Soon another truck arrived, and 2 robots carried several large boxes of books upstairs. All that's left are the packages. Items purchased online, no matter how fast, would take at least 3 days to arrive. Some custom products required even more time. It doesn't matter, the apocalypse is still a month away. Zhang Yuhao was calm. "I can wait as many days as needed." After seeing off all the delivery trucks, Zhang Yuhao took a walk around the area. It was now late at night. In places without streetlights, it was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The streets were empty and dead silent. Zhang Yuhao moved forward in the darkness, arriving in front of a garage. He stood there for a moment, warily scanning his surroundings. After confirming no one was around, he pulled out a hammer. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuhao struck the lock cylinder with all his might. Clang! The muffled metallic sound was especially piercing in the silent night. Zhang Yuhao quickly picked up the broken lock, took a new one from his pocket, and swiftly replaced it. The entire process took less than a minute. Immediately after he slipped into the stairwell and held his breath. A few minutes later a beam of light from a flashlight swept over. The awakened security guard scratched his head and muttered, "Strange, I thought I heard something." After a quick search and finding nothing, he rubbed his eyes and went back to sleep. After confirming the guard had left, Zhang Yuhao returned to the garage. He opened the door and slipped inside. Click. He fumbled for the light switch, and the area immediately lit up. Wow, the ceiling is really high. Zhang Yuhao looked around and nodded with satisfaction. This garage covered about 80 to 90 square meters, and was 3 meters high, larger than his own living room. It was a large garage. Currently the garage was empty with only some auto parts and tools scattered about, filled with a mixed smell of motor oil and metal. Zhang Yuhao strolled through the empty garage, his gaze sweeping over every corner, finding no hidden dangers. Good, from now on this will be my temporary warehouse for storing supplies. This garage originally belonged to a wealthy man in the community who used it to park his luxury RV. Currently that RV had already taken the wealthy man and his entire family on a trip. Zhang Yuhao clearly remembered that after the apocalypse struck Port City, this wealthy man had boasted and mocked in the community group, saying how lucky he was to have money for travel, otherwise he would have been trapped in this unlucky place. His words were laced with undisguised contempt for the working class. This family is indeed lucky to have avoided the first wave of disasters. But that was all. Zhang Yuhao felt no disturbance at this ugly display of arrogance born of blind luck. After all, everyone is equal in the face of the apocalypse. Leaving Port City might allow one to dodge the initial catastrophe, but as the apocalypse gradually descended, the entire world would ultimately face this calamity head-on. No one could stay out of it. In the following days, Zhang Yuhao stayed cooped up at home every day, barely stepping out during daylight. But every time the night grew deep and quiet, Zhang Yuhao would disguise himself, sneak downstairs, and retrieve packages from the parcel lockers. Some packages had already exceeded their storage time and required an extra fee. Pay the fee, then it's just a few bucks. When faced with this situation, Zhang Yuhao would simply pay up promptly. He preferred paying overdue fees over risking going downstairs during the day. His main principle was caution. Of course, Zhang Yuhao didn't waste his daytime hours. He spent them organizing and sorting at home. He categorized and stored the supplies that would be needed in the early stages, and in his spare time he even started modifying his house. The first issue was where to store the supplies. Although after the apocalypse began, the system would have enough space to hold all the supplies, the system wasn't online yet, so the existing supplies naturally had to be hidden somewhere. Although Zhang Yuhao had little social interaction and the chance of someone visiting was minimal, it was better to be safe than sorry. If these supplies were accidentally seen by someone, it could lead to enormous trouble in the future. So to hide the purchased supplies, Zhang Yuhao cut a large hole in the ceiling of his house and stored all the lightweight items inside. Not only that, but he also sawed open the bedboard to create a hidden compartment storing a large amount of emergency items under the bed. Various cabinets and corners were also stuffed to the brim. If the landlord who would take advantage of any opportunity knew how Zhang Yuhao was messing up his house, he would probably be furious enough to call the police immediately. Time flowed on. The world continued as usual, with everyone busy with their mundane, trivial daily affairs, as if this ordinary life could last forever. Only Zhang Yuhao could feel the apocalypse drawing ever closer, like a ferocious beast, silently preparing to hunt, its heavy breath about to envelop the entire world. Zhang Yuhao continued diligently with his preparations. The indoor style had already undergone a dramatic transformation, completely renovated and refreshed. He even removed the awning from the window and replaced it with an extended alloy awning. It's worth noting that every action Zhang Yuhao took had a deeper meaning. Before long, even this inconspicuous little awning would play an extremely important role. In the bedroom, phones, computers, gaming consoles, and other electronic devices were scattered everywhere. Each machine was running at full capacity, frantically downloading various resources. The underground garage was also piled high with supplies, all neatly arranged on shelves, stacked layer upon layer, orderly and organized like a small warehouse. All supplies were wrapped in plastic film, securely protected. Zhang Yuhao was like a diligent little squirrel, carefully storing his winter food, quietly waiting for the arrival of the cold season. In mid-March, Zhang Yuhao received 2 significant packages at the courier station. Due to their high value, they required him to sign for them in person with a fingerprint. With no other choice, Zhang Yuhao gritted his teeth, shaved his head, put on sunglasses, and donned a fake mustache before heading to the station himself. In this disguise, even Zhang Yuhao himself barely recognized his reflection in the mirror. The signing process, however, went exceptionally smoothly. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Yuhao's community was transformed from land redevelopment comprising both exorbitantly priced luxury residences and affordable housing with a concentration of wealthy individuals. The courier, likely accustomed to various situations, paid little attention to Zhang Yuhao. After signing for the packages, the station kindly lent him a transport robot to help carry the 2 packages to the garage. The 2 packages were Universal Repair Robot V-Shape and Luxury Home Life Treatment Pod. Both items belonged to the pinnacle of advanced technology and were quite valuable. Starting with the repair robot, it wasn't very large, but was equipped with various tools and parts featuring 8 mechanical arms, and an independent AI system capable of repairing almost all household appliances. In everyday use, it could independently perform tasks such as inspection, disassembly, repair, welding, assembly, and modification, simply by receiving voice commands. What's more impressive is that the robot system has a self-learning function, so even when encountering unrecorded issues, it can automatically update its database, if provided with the device's user manual or repair guide. It is truly the ultimate assistant in an apocalyptic scenario. It can be said that possessing this repair robot is akin to hiring a top-tier all-purpose mechanic. Of course, the price matches its capabilities, reaching an astonishing $1 million. Normally, only discreet and mysterious celebrity tycoons would equip their homes with such helpers. This little housekeeper could avoid all situations requiring a repairman to come to the home, thus maximizing the protection of one's residential address from being leaked. Who would have thought that such an unassuming little gadget would become one of the most sought-after items in the apocalypse? The life treatment pod is even more miraculous. This high-tech device can be considered an essential product for wealthy families. With it, one could practically bid farewell to hospitals for life. Since the introduction of the life treatment pod, the average lifespan of the wealthy around the globe has increased by several decades. Among those who could afford the treatment pod, there have been no more sudden deaths or delays in rescue. It may sound exaggerated, but the principle of the life treatment pod is quite simple. It is essentially a compact hospital that combines surgical, therapeutic examination, and treatment functions. No matter the ailment, one simply lies down inside and guaranteed the medicine will cure the illness. Naturally, this gadget's price is also exorbitant, valued at $10 million. To acquire this expensive device, Huang Jingjing invested heavily, spending a considerable portion of his assets on its down payment. When the life treatment pod finally arrived, he excitedly studied it for several days. Its design is filled with a sense of sci-fi, presenting an oval shape and constructed from high-strength alloy material, smooth and white with flowing lines. The machine has an overall diameter of about 3 meters and is about 2 meters high, with ample internal space to accommodate an adult lying down. Inside the pod, advanced medical equipment is installed, including nanobots, respiratory anesthetic ports, nutrient solutions, gene editing devices, and surgical robotic arms. Using these devices, the treatment pod can scan the human body's health status, issue prescriptions, and proactively eliminate potential health risks. In case of an emergency, the treatment pod can even perform precise surgeries tailored to the patient's specific injuries and initiate emergency rescue. Of course, treatment does require medical supplies. The equipment can only operate normally when materials are sufficient. For this reason, Huang Jingjing had made ample preparations. Various medical drugs, consumables, and reagent liquids had already filled half the garage, maximally ensuring health needs in the post-apocalyptic era. Time flies. Days steadily progressed. Ultimately, it culminated on the day of March 1st. This day was marked with a heavy red circle by Huang Jingjing. The world would never forget this day. The day of humanity's judgment had arrived. The apocalypse had come. Ding. Apocalypse detected. You have activated the apocalypse system. The familiar prompt echoed in his mind, accompanied by a wave of electric-like stimulation. A virtual interface suddenly appeared before Huang Jingjing with various data and options flickering in the air. His heart raced as he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Ding. The system will send you a new user binding gift Rebirth scroll. Gift sending failed. The system detected that you have previously received a new user binding gift. To this gift cannot be obtained again. Ding. Your level system has been activated. Current level is 1, and portable space has been unlocked. Please quickly select the system upgrade direction to increase system level and strive to withstand the apocalypse. Oh, good luck. With the system in hand, the last piece of worry in Huang Jingjing's heart finally fell into place. To be honest, facing this epic disaster again, he surprisingly felt no nervousness at all. In fact, he even felt a bit of anticipation. It's good that it has come. It's good that it has come. Huang Jingjing felt a sense of relief. He had invested so much and even pledged his creditworthiness. If the apocalypse didn't arrive suddenly, he would just have to go to the rooftop and enjoy the breeze. However, everything was fine. The system was still there. The apocalypse also arrived as scheduled. Unfortunately, the Rebirth scroll can only be obtained once. Huang Jingjing took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. In this life, there will be no turning back. I must stay steady until the end. System summon the interface. Ding. The system interface has been opened. Huang Jingjing skillfully operated the system interface and entered the upgrade route selection. You have 2 routes to choose from. 1. Camp mode. Develop your camp, recruit survivors, and benefit the world. Helping others brings happiness, and the happiness values of camp members will convert to system experience points. 2. Lone wolf mode. If one does not care for oneself, heaven and earth will punish. Create your own shelter and take care of yourself. Wealth in the apocalypse will attract fatal disasters, and the resentment towards you from others will convert to system experience points. Huang Jingjing's gaze fell on camp mode. The 4 large characters benefit the world seemed to mock his former self. In this life, I will not make the same mistakes again. He murmured to himself, his finger decisively clicking on lone wolf mode. Select lone wolf mode. Please note this choice cannot be changed once confirmed. Do you wish to continue? Confirm. Ding. Settings have taken effect. Current mode is Lone Wolf mode. Within 100 meters, the resentment towards you from others will convert to system experience points. Very good. Zhang Yuhao's lips curled slightly upwards, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This time I will make sure that all of you ungrateful wolves receive the punishment you deserve. In his past life, Zhang Yuhao had chosen to upgrade based on happiness values. In order to level up the system quickly, he devoted himself to caring for everyone around him, striving to make them happy. Unexpectedly, people gradually began to take Zhang Yuhao's efforts for granted, and as their lives improved, the happiness values instead decreased. I was too naive in the past. When those around me were not providing happiness values, I should have realized they harbored ill will towards me. However, it was too late to say anything now. Zhang Yuhao opened the portable space. The initial level of the system space was only the size of a bedroom with time frozen inside, able to store items but not living beings. Everything is still the same. Zhang Yuhao finished inspecting the system and went out. After unlocking the portable space, he could complete the last resource sweep before the apocalypse. What a fine day today. Haven't seen the sun in so long. Indeed, after such a long overcast spell, it feels like the house is growing mold. Perfect timing for the weekend. Let's all go out and bask in the sun. Great, let's go then. Contrary to expectations, the day Doomsday struck turned out to be a bright, sunny one. Gazing at the cloudless sky outside the window, Zhang Yuhao pulled out an umbrella and brought it along. He turned on his phone, and a barrage of payment reminder software alerts, repayment notices, and missed calls chimed incessantly. A month had passed and the debt collectors were stepping up their efforts. Ignoring all these notifications, Zhang Yuhao directly tapped on his account balance. Aside from meals, he had no extra expenses this month, leaving him with just over 900 yuan. After scrimping and saving for a month, today is the final step. He hailed a cab downstairs and headed straight for the city's most luxurious buffet restaurant, Royal Mary Seafood and Steak Buffet. Before the opulent entrance, a beautiful hostess was handing out flyers with a radiant smile. Royal Mary Seafood and Steak Buffet, your ultimate choice. We use the freshest ingredients and employ top-tier chefs to guarantee your satisfaction. Caviar, Wagyu beef, king crab, all unlimited. Eat to your heart's content. Savor the delight. Latest special offer, an astonishing price of just 888 yuan per person. Don't miss this deal. One person, 888 yuan, right? Yes, sir. Scan here to pay. Thank you for coming. This buffet was outrageously expensive. A single ticket cost 888 yuan. For a third-tier city like Port City, a meal costing nearly 1,000 yuan was utterly exorbitant. Only the wealthy could afford it. But matching its steep price was the luxurious food selection, truly high-end and classy. Payment successful via scan. Thank you once again for your visit. Please take your seat, honored guest. Zhang Yuhao put on his sunglasses and strolled slowly into the restaurant. Pleasant music filled the air, and the rich aroma of food wafted over him. Seeing the main hall's 1,000-square-meter area brimming with an array of lavish delicacies, Zhang Yuhao couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Excellent. Now, let's go completely wild. Zhang Yuhao lifted a plate and walked past the various foods. As he moved, the items on the platforms vanished inexplicably into thin air. It was the last day. No more acting. Let loose and go all out. King crab, royal pizza, Wagyu beef, bird's nest, and shark fin porridge, dry red wine, caviar, all swept into his space. Time was frozen within his portable space, perfect for preserving these cooked delicacies. Soon the entire buffet was cleared out by Zhang Yuhao. Inside his space, a dazzling assortment of food filled over half the area. The numerous customers stared dumbfounded at the empty food racks, exclaiming it was like seeing a ghost. Just moments ago, it was piled high with food. How did it all vanish in a blink? A magic trick. People gaped at each other, speechless and bewildered. Holy crap! The store's bullying customers. Using high-tech tricks, are you? Secretly removing the food. Why, we haven't even eaten yet. Zhang Yuhao, hiding among the crowd, busily swiped liquor from the cabinets, while shouting out to break the tense silence. So that's it. The customers erupted in fury, paying 888 yuan only to have the store play tricks. Wasn't that treating them like fools? This is outrageous. Sneakily removing food. How despicable. You must give us an explanation or I'll burn this place down. Everyone calm down. Something feels off. The store wouldn't be this stupid, would they? Removing everything would ruin their own reputation. And that situation just now seemed kind of supernatural. What do you know? You understand high-tech. There must be a mechanism under this table. Exactly. This place must be a repeat offender. They set up a luxurious spread to lure people in and fleece them, then secretly use tech to remove the expensive dishes. Today the tech just malfunctioned and took everything away at once, exposing them. Makes sense. Brilliant. Your analysis is spot on. Awesome. Keep it down. I'm known as the D. Renjia of Port City. These petty tricks are nothing. I can see through them at a glance. Impressive. So that's it. You dog of a black heart merchant. I'm going to expose you. Arg. Zhang Yuhao watched the enraged crowd, dumbfounded, feeling somewhat redundant. I only shouted once and I hadn't even started my real act. Why are you all rushing to finish the job? After this analysis, if I weren't the mastermind, I'd almost believe it myself. Boss, big trouble. The food's been stolen. I suspect a professional gang infiltrated using high-tech methods. On the other side, the manager was sweating profusely as he spoke to the boss on the phone. What? Do I running a restaurant deserve a team of this caliber? The boss was utterly bewildered, unsure which deity he had offended. Really? All the food in the main hall is gone. Even the plates are missing. The manager found it surreal, but reality was often this absurd. What? Stealing my food, are they? The boss was first shocked, then enraged. Initially he thought it was petty theft, then hearing about a professional team he suspected cash might be stolen. Who would have thought these scoundrels would target the buffet in his main hall? Was there no justice? Was there no law? Damn it! Quick! Have the security guards block the exits, set up scanners, and scan everyone leaving. I want to see who dares to mess with me. Hanging up, the boss sped to the restaurant. Witnessing the empty food racks with his own eyes, his jaw nearly dropped. You call this theft? The boss' face turned ashen. Clutching his chest, he pointed shakily at the restaurant. This looks like they came to stock up. Even the ice cream machine is gone. A moving company couldn't have cleared it this thoroughly. By then the customers had gone wild, venting their dissatisfaction collectively. Smashing plates and pounding tables. Expose. I'm going to expose you. Where's the boss? Get out here. Are you having us on? Do you think we're pushovers? Give us an explanation. Are you playing with us? Still no one in charge appears. Are you mocking us? Rational. How can I be rational? The customers were seething with anger. After paying such an expensive entry fee and not even glimpsing the food, no one could tolerate it. What do we do, boss? What else? First have the kitchen rush out more dishes. You stay here to pacify the guests. The boss was dizzy with rage but helpless against the public fury. After arranging things in the hall, he stormed into the security room and kicked open the door. Pull up the surveillance. Damn it, pull up the surveillance now. However, the young man on duty sat dazed at the computer, his eyes filled with a life-questioning bewilderment. Are you deaf? I said pull up the surveillance. Seeing the boss, the young man stammered awkwardly. Boss, the surveillance can't be retrieved. What? Are you in cahoots with those thieves? The boss grabbed the young man's collar in agitation, spittle flying onto his face. How can it not be retrieved? Don't tell me it's broken. I just got a new network and system. The system and network are fine, still running normally, but... The young man's expression was like he'd been constipated for a week. But the cameras are gone. The boss abruptly looked outside. The top of the hall and the surroundings were bare. Gone. All the surveillance cameras were gone. Gone in a physical sense. Holy mother. The boss' eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Boss. The boss has fainted. Quick. Send him to the hospital. Call an ambulance. Received 99 points of resentment from Hai Dafu. Oh, a payout so soon, and it's the maximum reward. Zhang Yuhao looked at the sudden system prompt, somewhat surprised. One-time payouts maxed out at 99 points. Looks like someone was really pissed off. But why only one person's resentment points? Aren't the other employees angry? Just as he was wondering, a commotion arose at the entrance. A group of staff hurriedly carried out a chubby man who looked like the boss. Make way, make way. The boss has fainted. Hurry, hurry, save him. The staff shouted with enthusiasm, but their faces beamed with bright smiles, their lips curled up harder than an AK to suppress. As if they weren't rushing the boss to the hospital, but running joyfully to set off fireworks during New Year's. Ah! Zhang Yuhao clicked his tongue, watching the gleeful employees. Times have changed. The employees' sense of collective honor was fading fast. Seeing the restaurant in trouble, they were secretly gloating. Truly, well done. Thus a world where only the boss was heartbroken came to pass. After over an hour of chaos, Zhang Yuhao finally left the restaurant. This trip was nothing short of a bountiful harvest. Things went unexpectedly smoothly. The boss was carried away, the employees fled, and no one even called the police. The few remaining kitchen staff chopped vegetables so furiously that the cutting board seemed to spark, yet the serving speed was far from sufficient to satisfy everyone in time. Barely avoiding a beating, the chefs ultimately couldn't withstand the pressure and slipped out through the back door. After all, they were just employees. With a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan, why risk their lives? By the time the crowd realized it, the kitchen was already deserted. Not a single staff member in sight. In the end, the hungry diners rioted and stormed the kitchen. Zhang Yuhao took advantage of the chaos, sneaked into the restaurant's warehouse, and collected many rare ingredients into his space. He also helped himself to several high-end freezers and cooking machines. By now, his portable space was 2/3 full with the day's haul. However, the buffet restaurant storage was indeed abundant. Even after Zhang Yuhao had plundered so much, the warehouse still held a full stock. But Zhang Yuhao could carry no more. His space's capacity was insufficient. He had to reserve some room for other supplies. Above all, the life treatment pod had to be kept on hand. In case of severe injury, it could be taken out and used immediately. As long as death wasn't instantaneous, it could basically save one's life. After clearing out the restaurant, he took a taxi home. The buffet ticket plus the taxi fare exactly used up his last 900 yuan. This was no coincidence. Everything was meticulously calculated by Zhang Yuhao. He had truly taken financial management to the extreme. Soon he arrived at the residential complex. The sun was shining brightly, and the neighborhood buzzed with lively chatter and activity. Since commercial and resettlement apartments coexisted in the same compound, the developer had done a decent job with the public greenery. The lush lawns were dotted with colorful flowers, and a few uniquely shaped podocarpus trees stood gracefully in the center, making it feel like a park. Unfortunately, the quality of Zhang Yuhao's neighbors left much to be desired. At this moment, almost every tree had grimy children hanging from its branches, while various pet dogs barked fiercely at each other on the grass. Nearby, an elderly man swung a hoe, transforming the public green space into his private farmland, with the stench of fertilizer and pesticide drifting on the wind. Zhang Yuhao was long accustomed to this and quietly walked his own path. The neighborhood was packed with people. After several days of heavy fog, today was a rare clear day, and coinciding with the weekend, it seemed everyone had come downstairs. Zhang Yuhao, haven't moved to your new place yet? Not even roofed yet? He ran into a former colleague and exchanged a few pleasantries with a smile. Plop! Suddenly a drop of rain fell. Zhang Yuhao's eyes sharpened as he looked at the ground. A droplet of bright red liquid like blood caught his eye. What's this? Red ink. His colleague had also noticed the droplet. No idea. Maybe some kid dropped it. So rude. Zhang Yuhao brushed it off with a laugh and hurried away. After just a few steps, he suddenly opened an umbrella and broke into a sprint. The colleague, however, stayed, put crouching down to examine the red droplet, growing more intrigued. It looks like it's moving. Leaning in the red liquid seemed alive, as if countless tiny threads were writhing within it. Plop! Just as he was engrossed in his observation, the colleague felt a large droplet fall on his hair. He reached up and touched it, finding his fingers stained crimson, a foul stench assailing his nostrils. Damn! My hair! Which little brat threw red ink? He looked up angrily but suddenly froze. What the hell? He stood in the middle of the square, surrounded by emptiness. No tall buildings above. Strange, it couldn't have fallen from the sky, could it? There's not a single cloud. He looked up at the sky, squinting against the glaring sun. Plop! Without warning, a drop of crimson liquid landed directly in his eye. The world before him turned a vivid red. Plop! 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 More and more red droplets fell. It was raining. In a cloudless sky, a red rain was falling. A burning pain erupted from his eye and his stained fingers began to sting. What's happening? It hurts. What is this water? Ah! Help! I can't see. Someone call an ambulance. The colleague collapsed to the ground, writhing and wailing in agony. In the distance, even louder screams erupted. Countless people were running wildly through the streets, panic spreading like wildfire. So hot! So hot! Holy shit! What's going on? My face is melting. My face is melting. Help! Help! In an instant, Harbor City descended into utter chaos. Damn! I didn't expect this crimson rain to start so early. In his past life, Zhang Yuhao was still working overtime at this hour, only learning of the chaos through the news in the late afternoon. This caused a slight deviation in his estimation of the apocalypse's onset. Fortunately, Zhang Yuhao had prepared an umbrella and was right at the entrance of his residential complex. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The sparse drizzle swelled into a torrential downpour in mere seconds, and the entire world was instantly shrouded in a ghastly scarlet hue. Zhang Yuhao clutched his umbrella tightly, braving the crimson rain, as he rushed into the garage. He swiftly opened the door, storing the several key supplies he had already sorted into his personal space, filling every last crevice within. An immense stockpile of supplies remained in the garage, but there was no time to move them now. He would have to make plans for them later. Locking the garage door, Zhang Yuhao turned and dashed towards his own building. Patter, patter, crackle, crackle. In the blink of an eye, the crimson rain intensified. On the ground, the sparse raindrops converged into streams flowing wantonly through the streets. Battling the crimson rain, Zhang Yuhao ran into the stairwell, only to find it already packed with people who had taken shelter. Make way! Make way! Looking at these disheveled passersby, who looked as if they had been splashed with red paint, Zhang Yuhao's expression turned grave. He avoided the crowd as if they were a plague, trying his utmost not to make physical contact with them. Struggling through the crowd, Zhang Yuhao ran up the stairs. He casually discarded his umbrella and began to take off his jacket as he ascended. Next, he removed his pants. He tossed the discarded clothes directly downstairs. By the time he reached his doorstep, Zhang Yuhao was left in only 2 inner thermal shirts. Finally, he stripped off even those remaining garments, using them to wrap his hands as makeshift gloves. Then, with great care, he removed his stained shoes. Whoosh! The clothes bundled with the shoes flew out of the stairwell. Zhang Yuhao then inspected his body, and only after confirming there were no traces of rainwater did he open the door. Fizz fizz. The first thing he did upon entering was grab the alcohol spray nearby and spray himself, thoroughly disinfecting his entire body. Following that, he disinfected the floor, the doorknob, and the corridor outside the door. After completing all this, he closed the door. Zhang Yuhao collapsed onto the bed, finally safe. The first wave of the apocalypse had been weathered. He closed his eyes, quietly sensing his physical condition. No stinging sensation came. Lucky. Zhang Yuhao breathed a huge sigh of relief, indicating he was completely uninfected. Oh, the windows. He sprang up from the bed and strode over to the window in a few steps. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The extended awning was doing its job, perfectly blocking all the crimson rain, preventing even wind-blown rain from entering the room. Zhang Yuhao let out a breath of relief and casually pulled over a chair to sit down. He gazed quietly out the window. The crimson rain grew heavier, cascading down like a waterfall, gradually blurring the distant scenery until only a vast bloody red remained. Rustle, rustle. The sound of the rain was deafening, drowning out all other noise. It could no longer be called rain. It was more like someone was pouring water from the heavens. Sitting there, he felt like a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, swaying amidst the raging waves. Seemingly insignificant, yet exceptionally stable and secure. Though surrounded by the sea, though rocking back and forth, the little boat beneath his feet remained steadfast, becoming a haven radiating a warm glow. Heh! Ha ha! Zhang Yuhao covered his face, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, an indescribable sense of relief welling up in his heart. So, a sense of security was something so tangible. In his past life, he had once possessed the entire world, yet his heart had never felt as calm and grounded as it did in this moment. From now on, no one would ever betray him again. Ah! The water is flooding in. Run upstairs. Screams from downstairs interrupted Zhang Yuhao's thoughts. As the crimson rain intensified, the first floor was no longer safe. Ignoring the lamentations, he retrieved a bottle of red wine from his space and poured himself a glass. With the crimson rain falling from the sky, the man by the window, a glass of red wine in hand, quietly observed it all. This was nature's retribution against humanity. Woo! A piercing siren suddenly sounded from outside as someone had pulled the alarm. Zzz. The city's broadcast system crackled to life simultaneously, and soon the announcer's voice rang out. Attention all citizens. Attention all citizens. This is an emergency broadcast. Attention all citizens. Attention all citizens. This is an emergency broadcast. Due to unknown factors, our city is experiencing a peculiar red acid rain across the entire area. After urgent research by experts from the Epidemic Prevention Station, it has been discovered that the red rain causes severe corrosion and burns to human tissue. Furthermore, the rainwater contains a large number of unidentified life forms. Citizens, please seek shelter nearby, and do not come into contact with the red acid rain. Currently, all hospitals in the city are at full capacity. Do not go to the hospital as there are no effective treatments available yet. If you accidentally come into contact with the rain, do not panic. You can wash and disinfect the area with soap or alcohol, then bandage the burns. Citizens, please take shelter at home and wait patiently for the disaster to end. I repeat, all citizens seek shelter nearby. Zhang Yuhao listened to the broadcast and slowly shook his head. They actually think this red rain is just acid rain. Too optimistic. At this stage, due to a lack of information, people did not take the danger of the red rain seriously enough. Although the Dragon Kingdom's high-level response was swift and the measures impeccable, who could have imagined that this disaster was merely the prelude to the apocalypse? The red rain was just an appetizer. Today, I wonder how many will perish in this red rain. Having experienced it all before, Zhang Yuhao naturally understood the truth about the red rain. The red rain was not acid rain. In a sense, it was more like a liquid virus. Upon contact with the human body, the virus would burn the skin, enter the bloodstream, and directly destroy the immune system. The immune system, of course, would not sit idly by. The body would raise its temperature to fight the virus. This was commonly known as fever. The deeper the poisoning, the more severe the fever. If too much of the red rain virus was absorbed, it could be fatal. Of course, in most cases, the infection could heal on its own. One only needed to rest in bed for a while, waiting for the fever to subside naturally, and the virus in the body would be eliminated. However, the damage to the immune system was permanent. Even more terrifying was that the red rain would become a norm in the future. Once it fell to the ground, the virus could remain active for over 30 days. Moreover, the human body could not develop antibodies to this virus. Repeated exposure would lead to repeated infections. Because of this dreadful characteristic, venturing out to find supplies became extremely dangerous. Once the body came into contact with the virus, fever would ensue, and repeated fevers would weaken the body. Coupled with the virus destruction of the immune system, this vicious cycle would eventually lead to death for those repeatedly infected. The only saving grace was that this red rain virus could not spread through the air and was visible to the naked eye. Once the virus was inactivated, its red color would fade. Therefore, as long as one avoided the red liquid, they would remain safe. Can this crucial information be disseminated? If an official account could promote it online, it might save many lives. Ding dong. Ding dong. As Zhang Yuhao pondered, his phone vibrated incessantly. Snapping back to reality, he picked up his phone and saw that the group messages had piled up to 99. Whether it was the company group or the neighborhood group, messages were overflowing. Panicked people flocked to the internet seeking information and venting their anxiety. I knew we shouldn't have built so many factories. Look what happened. It's raining acid. It must be some unscrupulous boss secretly dumping pollutants. And we're the ones suffering. There are no clouds, so where did the rain come from? I think it's a biochemical attack from a foreign country. Who cares where it came from? I just want to know if there's any rescue. I went out to buy groceries and got trapped in a convenience store. The water keeps rising and now the owner and I are squatting on the counter. Damn, water is flooding my first floor. This underground drainage system is a shoddy project. It's only been raining for a few minutes and it's already clogged. Compensate me for my house. Alas, the whole city is clogged. It's not the pipes. It's that the rainwater is viscous and can't drain away. I don't care. Pay up. You must compensate for my losses. Zhang Yuhao watched for a few minutes, then turned off his phone board. It was all chaotic and worthless chatter. The frightened and angry crowd brought their negativity online, and the group chats were filled with various complaints and curses. Still have the energy to curse. They must be in good spirits. They'll soon know the consequences. Zhang Yuhao drew the curtains, waved his hand, and a feast of seafood appeared on the table out of thin air. He turned on the projector, selected a high-rated movie, and leisurely enjoyed his meal while watching. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, he remained unmoved. Life was good. For hours passed. Zhang Yuhao stretched and woke up from bed. He had eaten too much and fallen asleep halfway through the movie. But this sleep was very sweet, completely relieving the tension that had gripped him for days. Ironically, before the apocalypse, Zhang Yuhao suffered from insomnia and often woke up startled. On the day of the apocalypse, he instead slept soundly. Fearful of the apocalypse's arrival, yet worried it might not come, the past month had been quite stressful. He got up and checked his phone. The number of messages had sharply decreased. In the neighborhood group, only a few scattered people were still chatting. This phenomenon was not surprising. It meant the red rain virus was starting to take effect. After infection with the red rain virus, symptoms include whole body fever, dry mouth, swollen eyes, dizziness, fatigue, and limp limbs. Zhang Yuhao silently recalled the symptoms of the red rain virus infection. In such a state, most people probably wouldn't have the energy to play with their phones. Surprisingly, the company group was still quite active, filled with complaints. Strange, in my past life, everyone was supposed to be trapped in the office. Checking the messages, Zhang Yuhao found that the company was closed today, and most people were catching up on sleep at home, thus narrowly escaping disaster. By accident, that turned out to be a good thing. Because of him, the boss Peng Gao had been keeping a low profile lately. No more secret meetings with his mistress, and he was paying taxes legally, afraid of being caught again. Even weekends had started to be normal days off. This is a butterfly effect, I suppose. Interestingly enough, due to the location, most of Zhang Yuhao's colleagues lived in the same neighborhood as him. Coincidentally, the boss Peng Gao also lived in the neighborhood, but he had bought a commercial apartment with an elevator outright located in another area. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuhao and the other workers rented dilapidated apartments from relocated residents. Speaking of which, Huang Jingjing is off today too, and she's right next door. Zhang Yuhao stood up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Should I go settle scores with her? The moment Zhang Yuhao thought of Huang Jingjing, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him. He clenched his fists, countless vengeful thoughts flashing through his mind. Why not just charge over and end her life with a single hammer blow? No, that would be letting her off too easily. What she owed him was far more than just a single life. The apocalypse was imminent, and sometimes a swift death was a mercy in itself. I must not let her escape so easily. Zhang Yuhao recalled the past, his resolve for vengeance growing ever stronger. She must live, savor every bitter taste of this apocalypse, and struggle in utter despair. Only then will she pay for her venomous heart. In his previous life, Huang Jingjing was like a parasitic leech clinging to Zhang Yuhao, living a carefree life under his protection. She reveled in feasts and laughter amidst the apocalypse, as if its horrors had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuhao risked his life countless times just to ensure her happiness. Yet, in the end, he was repaid with vicious betrayal. This time it was her turn to experience the raw, unadulterated survival of the apocalypse. But first I must make her taste some hardship. A slight smile curled at the corner of Zhang Yuhao's mouth. I can't let that venomous woman live too comfortably. Let me vent my anger first. As the saying goes, let the child eat coarse grains while you feast on seafood. Raise sons and daughters frugally, but indulge yourself. Even an octogenarian can grow stronger. These maxims always reminded Zhang Yuhao. Never let yourself suffer and settle a grudge on the spot. Thus he strode directly to the window, took out a crossbow, and aimed it at the awning of Huang Jingjing's apartment. Whoosh! A single bolt shot forth. Crack! The awning shattered on impact. Such flimsy plastic, he muttered. After all, it was a rental, and the stingy landlord had used the cheapest materials. Utterly poor quality. One shot yielded surprisingly good results. Half the awning was destroyed. Ah! Suddenly a piercing scream erupted from next door, nearly splitting Zhang Yuhao's eardrums. Wow, that woman shrieks like a pig being slaughtered. She deserves her fate. Zhang Yuhao rubbed his ears, then examined his own gleaming alloy awning, nodding in satisfaction. No issues at all, the quality was rock solid. On the other side, Huang Jingjing was startled by the sudden crash, her face turning pale with fright. She spun around to find a massive hole in her awning with red rain pouring in through the gap. Ah! Huang Jingjing let out her classic battle cry. Which lunatic did this? Throwing things off the roof and smashing my awning. She trembled with rage, her voice shrill and almost cracking. In this terrible weather, why can't you just stay home instead of causing trouble? May your whole family die a miserable death. Consumed by fury, Huang Jingjing opened the owner's group chat and began ranting. I live on the top floor and someone still manages to break my awning. That bastard on the roof your mother sells. Huh. Just as she was about to curse, she was suddenly interrupted. A chill crept down her spine as if something icy was approaching. She instinctively turned around, her eyes widening in shock. Oh heavens! The red rain had already drifted into the room. Without the awning's protection, even a slight breeze outside sent torrents of red rain splashing in. Damn it, the virus! The warnings from the broadcasts flashed through Huang Jingjing's mind, and her face turned deathly pale. Barefoot, she rushed toward the window without even bothering to put on shoes. Splash! The red rain outside had turned into a waterfall, hammering against the broken awning and sending droplets flying everywhere. A simple act of closing the window left her drenched. Coming to her senses, Huang Jingjing looked up at the mirror and was horrified to see herself. Her upper body covered in red stains as if splattered with blood, a truly chilling sight. Ah! It's over, it's over! Panicked, she tore off her jacket, dashed into the bathroom, turned on the tap, grabbed soap, and frantically scrubbed her arms and face. The cold water streamed over her skin, but it couldn't wash away the terror within. As she continued scrubbing, a sudden searing pain shot through the soles of her feet. Felt like stepping on red-hot coals. She looked down and her vision went dark. Because she hadn't worn shoes, her bare feet had been soaked in the puddles on the floor, now coated in red. What do I do? What do I do? Huang Jingjing could no longer scream. She grabbed the shower head and aimed it at her feet, washing them frantically. Splash! The cold tap water poured over her skin, but the burning sensation in her soles didn't ease at all. Instead, the pain grew increasingly intense. Gradually, the stinging sensation began to surpass her threshold of endurance. Huang Jingjing could no longer stand, and she collapsed heavily onto the bathroom floor. She lifted her feet to examine them. The soles were already split and bleeding as if scorched by fire. Damn it! Damn! 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 Huang Jingjing pounded the floor in frustration, trembling with rage. She knew she couldn't continue washing. She needed to bandage her feet. But the intense stabbing pain in her soles left her without the strength to stand. Bastard! The bastard who broke my awning. She could only crawl out while cursing. Yet, as she crawled, a stinging sensation began to spread across her arms and cheeks. With great difficulty, Huang Jingjing lifted her head and glanced at the mirror beside her. The reflection in the mirror made her freeze instantly. A woman with a face covered in red scars was staring back at her. A hideous, terrifying visage like a demon crawling out of hell. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air. It was over. She was disfigured. Ah! Received 60 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received 60 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received. Listening to the system's incessant prompts, Zhang Yuhao was dumbfounded. Good heavens, how did this sudden windfall come about? He had merely destroyed Huang Jingjing's awning, at most a minor punishment to teach her a lesson. Was she already angered by this? This woman truly lacked magnanimity. It was only a little drizzle leaking through, wasn't it? Was that really worth fussing over? As the saying goes, I would give 1,000,000 to those who betray me, so those who remain loyal in the future. Sigh, I do hope you all could learn from me and become mature, steady adults. Zhang Yuhao sat on the kiddie ride, inserted a coin, and swayed to the music, utterly at ease. The kiddie ride was a freebie from a bulk purchase. Why not enjoy it? The worse his enemy's temper, the better it was for Zhang Yuhao. Resentment points equaled experience points. At this rate, the system would level up soon. He checked his phone. The owner's group chat was quiet, everyone likely still in a feverish daze. With nothing better to do, Zhang Yuhao took out various snacks, turned on the massive projection screen, and started gaming. From today onward, I'm going to binge play all the great titles I've missed. Turning off the lights, the dim room was enveloped by the giant projection, creating an immersive, unparalleled experience. If one ignored the billboards outside, corroding with a sizzling sound under the red rain, the atmosphere was perfect. A vacation life. Here it was. Thus Zhang Yuhao plunged into an ocean of joy, savoring every moment of freedom. The camera pulled back, revealing the district shrouded in despair and terror. The stench of decay surged from the drains, and a pall of rot and corrosion covered everything. Yet in Zhang Yuhao's cozy nest, laughter and the aroma of various delicacies filled the air, creating a stark contrast with the bloody world outside. After whiling away some more time, Zhang Yuhao checked his watch. It was past dinner time. Tired of gaming, it was time to get down to business. At this hour, even those with high fevers must have woken up hungry. Let me test the waters and see how many people are around. Zhang Yuhao opened the group chat and began to cast his bait. Zhang Yuhao, anyone here? Zhang Yuhao, this red rain is toxic. I got caught in it, came back with a high fever, passed out, and just woke up dizzy, nauseous, and aching all over. I feel like I'm dying. Soon people started popping up in the owner's group chat. Bing bing, does anyone have gauze to spare? Haikyushi yanking, hey, I didn't go out today, feeling great, totally chill. Wakai Wallow, my son got caught in the rain downstairs. Now, he's burning up unconscious, his skin all blistered like burns. What should we do? Huang Jingjing, does anyone know if these scars can heal on their own? They're not permanent, are they? Simp, no. 1. Huang Jingjing, what's wrong, goddess? Need me to bring medicine? After reading the chat, Zhang Yuhao realized everyone was talking over each other, and no one was paying him any attention. This was a bit awkward. Was I overestimating my importance? As an absolute leader in his past life, Zhang Yuhao was used to being in charge. Becoming a nobody again felt strangely unfamiliar. He had intended to play the victim in the group chat, but his presence was so low that no one cared what he said. True, in a disaster, everyone is worried about themselves. Who has the time to care about a stranger? Still, he had to sell the act. This was a crucial part of Zhang Yuhao's plan. In the apocalypse, jealousy was the most terrifying plague. It would corrode the last shred of humanity faster than the red rain. Don't be fooled by the calm now. When supplies run out, whoever lives well will be the sinner. If the group chat won't work, it'll post on Moments. Opening Moments, Zhang Yuhao was stunned again. Whoa, is this for real? Moments was already buzzing with activity. Almost everyone had posted, sharing gruesome images of bloody wounds and captions full of complaints. For a moment, Zhang Yuhao felt like he was browsing a burn clinic's feed. Zhang Yuhao. Well, it seemed everyone was having a rough time. This red rain, whether intentional or not, had chosen a terribly inconvenient time. It came on a weekend of all days. And right after several days of thick fog suddenly cleared. So the residents happily went outside to bask in the sun, only to be met with the apocalypse's full frontal assault. This led to a situation where almost everyone was injured. Damn, even in misery posting there's competition. Who's afraid of whom? With his safety at stake, Zhang Yuhao wasn't about to back down. You monkey's uncle. Let's see who can outdo me. He gritted his teeth and started writing a suicide note on Moments. Dear friends, it breaks my heart to say goodbye like this. This is a farewell letter. I feel my time might be short. In the apocalypse, everyone was in a state of panic. People frantically interacted on various social platforms, refreshing real-time updates. It was under these circumstances that a post on Moments emerged out of nowhere. Dear friends, it is with great regret that I bid you farewell in this manner. This is a suicide note. I feel that my time may be short. Ironically, my room is leaking, and as I slept, the red rain flowed into my mouth. I accidentally swallowed it, and the pain left me breathless. I soon fell unconscious. Now that I have woken, my body feels riddled with holes, my throat is ravaged, and breathing is difficult. I contacted the hospital, but they said they were powerless. The hospital's operations have already collapsed, and cases like mine are countless. What is even more terrifying is that there is currently no treatment. One can only endure and hope for a miracle. When it rains, it pours. My window has also been destroyed, and the room is being eroded by the red rain. If nothing unexpected happens, my life should be counting down. Finally, I wish everyone safety through this disaster, and I hope I can survive as well. The moment this post was published, it undoubtedly triggered an earthquake on Moments. Damn, how could anyone outdo this? Although everyone was suffering, the most they did was post a few scar photos. But this guy was preparing his own coffin. Instantly, Zhang Yuhao's post went viral, with countless people screenshotting and sharing it, and the content of the suicide note stirred up 1,000 waves. It successfully stirred the panic within everyone's hearts. At this stage, people's mindsets were generally still optimistic. People generally believed that although the red rain outside was terrifying, it was essentially just acid rain caused by industrial pollution. How much of a threat could it really be? At worst, they could just stay indoors. Even if it was more severe, how long could a downpour last? Surely everything would pass soon and the impact would be limited. Some people even felt a hint of excitement. Great, this rain is a blessing. No need for school, no need for work. It's like a holiday. But who could have imagined that this stuff could actually threaten lives? Perhaps they saw their own future in Zhang Yuhao's plight. Suddenly, Zhang Yuhao's private messages exploded. Countless kind-hearted people emerged. Even those who hadn't contacted him in ages suddenly showed up to offer a few words of concern. Everyone offered comfort and blessings, and some even gave advice. Beneath the post on Moments, the comments were uniformly filled with well wishes and encouragement. It seemed like a heartwarming scene. But strangely, beneath this facade of harmony, an eerie undertone lurked. After expressing their concern, each person would casually ask for more specifics. For instance, exactly how many milliliters of red rain had he swallowed? What was the extent of the red rain's damage to the room? The exact injuries? The symptoms he was experiencing? Zhang Yuhao replied to the messages one by one, patiently answering each question. But oddly, the more Zhang Yuhao answered, the more questions the people on the other end posed. No matter how he replied, they always came up with new doubts, never stopping. Those people seemed ravenous, as if they couldn't wait to drain every bit of information Zhang Yuhao had. Not a single person suggested that Zhang Yuhao should rest. As soon as he responded, they eagerly fired off the next question. Zhang Yuhao replied non-stop for half an hour, busier than a customer service agent. The intensity of the work left his mind feeling dizzy. If a healthy person felt this way, imagine if Zhang Yuhao were truly at death's door. He would have likely died from exhaustion. They had ulterior motives. Zhang Yuhao sneered, fully aware of everyone's intentions. Their concern was fake. They were really just fishing for information. Otherwise, why hadn't anyone offered practical help? They all lived in the same neighborhood. Even if they couldn't deliver supplies, they could at least come by to check on him. Adversity reveals true character. These sanctimonious people spoke words of care but took no action. Instead, they incessantly harassed him, a dying patient, online. Was this really concern? To be fair, Zhang Yuhao had been conscientious. He shared only truthful information without a hint of falsehood. First-hand intelligence in the apocalypse was invaluable, could even save lives. For this alone, he deserved some reciprocity. Even if they couldn't deliver supplies, a simple thank you would have sufficed. But from start to finish, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. There were only endless questions and insatiable greed. Perhaps in their eyes, Zhang Yuhao was already a dead man, not even worth a pretense of courtesy. And squeezing every last bit of value from this dying man was their top priority. How all hypocrites. Even so, Zhang Yuhao still harbored a sliver of hope for humanity. He waited quietly at home, making a silent vow. Whoever extended a helping hand at this moment would be repaid 100-fold in the future. He couldn't guarantee much, but at least he could ensure they never went hungry or thirsty in the apocalypse. This was Zhang Yuhao's last shred of mercy, and so time ticked by. As dusk fell, Zhang Yuhao sat alone in the pitch-black living room and laughed. Well done, as expected of you. All of you came only to pry for information. Not a single one had a conscience. At that moment, Zhang Yuhao felt no disappointment, only a sense of utter moral liberation. In the darkness, he raised his hands toward the sky, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, don't blame me. Since no one helps me, why should I help others? After witnessing the coldness of human hearts, once more Zhang Yuhao finally shed his moral burdens with a clear conscience. For a person with a conscience, treading the path of cold indifference is indeed a difficult endeavor. Fortunately, these ungrateful neighbors never failed to disappoint in their selfishness. Propelled by the harsh reality, Zhang Yuhao completely unburdened his heart. He now felt utterly liberated. Casting aside the compulsion to aid others, he embraced a life devoid of virtue. Dear neighbors, in the days to come, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After all, the outcome is your own choice. At this moment, the community group chat gradually grew lively, with more and more people venting their grievances. It seems those who were unconscious with high fevers have mostly awakened. Zhang Yuhao scrolled through the chat logs. The conversations revolved around their physical conditions, filled with lingering fear, panic spreading everywhere. Everyone keenly sensed the aftermath of the infection manifesting. The red rain caused permanent damage to the body. The more one was infected, the weaker they became. Concerning their own well-being, this naturally sparked terror among the crowd. Then fear turned into anger. The group chat once again became a battlefield of insults, the neighbors cursing from the weather bureau to the property management, and from the weather to gods and ghosts. In short, someone had to take the blame, but as they cursed, their stomachs began to protest. Finally, someone brought up the issue of supplies. The rain won't stop and we're almost out of food at home. What do we do? I have no food left either, and food delivery has stopped. Property management, don't just take our money and do nothing. Go out and buy supplies for the residents. Yes, property management, do your job. Go out and buy supplies. Buy my foot. Are you all stupid? We're facing a disaster here. Why should we pay out of our own pockets? The country should provide for us. Food and drink should be free. I'm not paying a cent for this. As soon as these words were spoken, the number of messages in the group surged. Yes. That makes sense. Exactly. Disaster relief supplies should be provided, right? If not, shouldn't the community arrange it? Right, property management, hurry up and bring the food over. If cars can't run, boats should work. Agreed. Seconded. Support. Property management, do you hear us? Hurry up and contact the community. If people starve to death, can you bear the responsibility? And medicine must be secured. And daily necessities. And purified water. And alcohol. For a moment, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their spirits high. All kinds of demands were raised. At first, the demands were reasonable, focusing on necessities like food, water, milk powder, and sanitary pads. But soon the tone took a strange turn. Some wanted cigarettes and alcohol, others demanded compensation, and there were even those who asked the country to send a helicopter to pick them up. There was no limit to their audacity. This group chat shouldn't be called the property management group. It might as well be called the wishing pool. Zhang Yuhao sneered as he watched the frantic messages flooding the screen. No, even the turtles in the wishing pool aren't as wishful as you lot. He did not participate in the discussion, silently observing from behind the scenes like an outsider, calmly enjoying the farce. He remained indifferent to matters that did not concern him. All he had to do was watch the show. The heat in the group chat continued to rise, but tastes differed. Eventually, the property management was forced to issue an announcement explaining that due to the natural disaster, they could not go out for now, urging everyone to wait patiently for instructions from higher authorities. Needless to say, they were once again subjected to a torrent of abuse from the residents. The property management had no choice but to play dead, ignoring all mentions and remaining silent. This only infuriated the crowd further. The group chat was filled with a barrage of profanity, screen after screen of foul language. Splash, splash. Putting down his phone, Zhang Yuhao looked out the window. Blood-red raindrops pelted down, densely splashing into crimson ripples. Distant buildings loomed faintly through the rain, as if shrouded in a blood-red veil. The overwhelming rain showed no sign of letting up. He savored the scene calmly, sipping his beer, as if this hellish vista was merely an appetizer for him. A bunch of people who talk as if they've never experienced hardship. If you're going to make demands, at least make realistic ones. The red rain outside is like a waterfall now. Anyone who goes out dies. On the streets, a scarlet rain poured down like blood, gathering into rivers that flowed wantonly. The air was thick with a pungent metallic stench, as if the entire world had been dyed red. The once bustling streets were now utterly deserted, leaving only the sound of raindrops shattering against the ground. Like the whispers of death itself. Aircraft could not take off of vehicles were submerged, roads were flooded, blocking almost all means of travel. Boats seemed to be the only mode of transportation left. But reality was cruel. Nearly everyone who dared to venture out by boat had already perished. At this rate of rainfall, a small boat would be flooded within minutes, leaving its occupants no different from taking a bath. If it were ordinary rain, it might not matter, but this was the apocalyptic red rain. Without full body protection, one would be scalded to death in no time. Watching the selfish faces still arguing in the group chat. These people, usually so sanctimonious, now bickering over a few bites of food. Zhang Yuhao let out a sigh. The authorities had actually done their best organizing rescue teams immediately after the red rain began to flood. But there were only so many boats, and the number of personnel deployed was limited. The weather was too harsh, visibility obstructed, and roads submerged, causing many rescue boats to lose their way. Even if they didn't get lost, the red rain itself was a threat. Without protective gear, humans would lose consciousness after 2 minutes of exposure to the red rain. The only truly effective protection available was biochemical isolation suits. However, such specialized suits were not everyday items and stock was limited. All existing equipment had been issued to the front lines. Those without protection could only stare helplessly at the disaster, forced to remain in the base. Thus, rescue capabilities were extremely limited. Reality was not a movie where sheer passion could save lives. In a catastrophe of this magnitude, sending people out recklessly was no different from sending them to their deaths. Impulsive actions only led to death. It was not the sacrifice that was feared, but the sacrifice made in vain. Therefore, the city of Gonko could not manage material support on its own. The entire city was in crisis, with every district reporting emergencies. The whole city was paralyzed. In essence, the conditions were insufficient to combat the red rain. With extremely limited rescue resources, the priority had to be saving the trapped civilians. Currently, the floods caused by the red rain had submerged the entire city, with water levels reaching the second floor. Countless people in low-rise buildings were trapped on rooftops, helplessly awaiting rescue. Worse still, the water level was still rising. If these people were not rescued soon, their fate was sealed. Compared to these lives hanging by a thread, tasks like distributing supplies seemed less urgent. After all, going hungry for a while wouldn't kill you, but losing a life was permanent. The situation in Zhang Yuhao's residential complex was not unique. All official feedback channels were overwhelmed, every platform flooded with complaints and accusations. Although the authorities had issued statements to calm the public, it was clear that the netizens were not appeased. Take Zhang Yuhao's community group chat as an example. No matter how the announcements explained, the residents continued to clamor for supplies, cursing the management at all levels. Sympathy, in truth, was a difficult thing. Zhang Yuhao watched the endless stream of profanity and abuse in the group chat and took a deep breath. This was human nature, the ugly face of humanity in the apocalypse. Time ticked by, and the red rain continued its relentless downpour. Amidst the torrent of curses in the group chat, a message of an entirely different tone suddenly appeared. AAA convenience store, Old Huang. Life is so tough. I just leased this storefront to open a supermarket, stocked a full warehouse, and then this mess happened. AAA convenience store, Old Huang. Now I can't even open for business, can't go home, just stuck in the store staring at the walls. AAA convenience store, Old Huang. Image AAA convenience store, Old Huang. See. Trapped here. The residents, who had been furiously cursing, suddenly fell silent upon seeing this message. In the image attached by Old Huang, the group saw rows of neatly arranged shelves stocked with snacks, drinks, and daily necessities. A dazzling array of goods, like a tiny treasure trove. The curses in the group chat ceased abruptly. Everyone stared at that image, greed glinting in their eyes. The group chat erupted the moment Old Huang's supply photos were posted. Hua kai gui fu, you can sell them now since you have so many you can't finish. Sell a bit to each family. Meteor, which building are you in? Can you deliver? Xiang Jiao and I want to buy instant noodles, preferably the pickled cabbage flavor. Yuli, you mean that foot odor taste right? Xiang Jiao and I, go F yourself. Depeng Zhanqi, stop the nonsense upstairs. Do you have cigarettes for sale? The conflict among them instantly shifted, dispelling the gloom as they eagerly discussed buying and selling. Old Wang from the supermarket responded cheerfully. Since this was the large community group with many buildings, Old Wang could only say he would take orders for now and deliver to each household once the rain subsided. The property management also revived, offering to arrange boats to assist with transportation. The scene was remarkably harmonious. Everything seemed to be getting better. Alas, this harmony was not destined to last long. Wu Qisiang Kai, uncle, do you have cat food for sale? I want to stock up some rations for my fur baby. And by the way, given how dire things are, you can't raise the prices. Wu Qisiang Kai, also I suggest that in this time of disaster you shouldn't think about making money. Do a good deed and sell at cost price. With Wu Qisiang Kai's comment, the chat's tone abruptly shifted. Right. Boss, you can't profit from disaster. Support. No price hikes. Just make back the cost. You guys lack vision. Maybe the boss will just give it away for free. As the discussion continued, things spiraled out of control. Exactly. Boss, be generous and give it away for free. Everyone will remember your kindness. After the disaster, your store will be a hit. Thumbs up. Right. Disaster is heartless, but people are kind. You're reasonable, aren't you? Nonsense, our boss aims to grow big and strong, of course he has vision. Haha, then thanks in advance, boss. Thank you, boss, for giving it away for free. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Oh, free stuff. Disaster is heartless, but people are kind. Boss is giving it away for free. Hoo. The boss is giving away supplies for free. A frenzy erupted in the group. Everyone shouted free stuff with wild excitement, as if possessed, intent on devouring the innocent boss supplies. They all stood on their moral high ground, pointing fingers at the supermarket owner, as if not giving away supplies now was an unforgivable sin. Not giving away meant being cast out of humanity. Zhang Yuhao stared at the frantic messages flooding the chat, stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. That's it. The flavor of moral coercion was just too perfect. The same old recipe, the same old taste. Having lived 2 lives, he knew all too well the ugly faces of these shameless people. At the beginning, give me some food and he'll call you dad. What? You even have water? Dear dad. After a while, eating steamed buns for days. Let's have some meat, big brother. And why does the water keep cutting off? Showering is too inconvenient. I'm not asking for hot water, but at least fix the water plant properly. I didn't call you bro for nothing. Later on. What? You're an envoy and you still make us work. If you can't let us enjoy ourselves, why be an envoy? Damn. Can't you provide a stable hot water supply? It stops for a day or 2 every week. Who's responsible if I catch a cold showering? Finally, you call yourself an envoy, but do you actually believe in gods? Come on, it's just a gimmick to recruit newbies. Don't take yourself so seriously. I've been here so long, can't I enjoy myself? Can this camp be built by you alone? Zhang Yuhao, why do you always care about the newcomer's happiness? Are we ultimers just supposed to be satisfied with food and drink? Why not implement slavery? Why can't we trample over them and live in luxury? I tell you, Zhang Yuhao, this shabby camp of yours is doomed. It will fall sooner or later. The end. Bang. A single shot killed the master. These people had completely forgotten that once they too were on their knees calling someone dad for a bite to eat. That's how the ungrateful are. They thank you at first, then take your efforts for granted. In the end, if you give less, they even resent you. Now it was the same pack of ravenous ingrates. They caught the scent of meat and bared their fangs. They ganged up, trying to tear flesh from this unfamiliar boss. What a pity. Zhang Yuhao picked up his phone with a smile. This boss isn't the docile meat on your plate. He's a fierce tiger. On Zhang Yuhao's phone, the nickname displayed was unmistakably AAA Convenience Store Old Wang. Indeed, the AAA Convenience Store Old Wang, which boasts countless resources, and is currently in the limelight, is none other than Zhang Yuhao's alternate account. Long before the apocalypse, Zhang Yuhao had created this account and quietly added himself to the community owners group, secretly lurking until now. This account, featuring a selfie of a middle-aged greasy man, is filled with lowbrow promotions, like if you don't share you're not a citizen of Long Country, and the supermarket is about to open. Who would ever guess that beneath it lies a reincarnated individual in his early 20s? Since his rebirth, Zhang Yuhao has been contemplating his path. In a world fraught with peril during the apocalypse, his greatest assurance of survival stems from the system which relies on its level for its capabilities. To level up quickly, a massive amount of resentment value is needed, which means he must attract hatred. This creates a contradiction. As everyone knows, being low-key is the way to go in the apocalypse. Concealing wealth ensures longevity, and reducing one's presence better protects one's life. However, attracting hatred is evidently a very high-profile endeavor. Thus, acquiring resentment value becomes troublesome. Being too flamboyant in the apocalypse can easily invite deadly troubles. This situation is rather troubling. Being low-key is detrimental to system upgrades while being high-profile entails risks. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? There is, my brother, there is. Such a trivial issue is certainly not difficult for the cunning Zhang Yuhao. Thus the account Old Huang came into existence. The sole purpose of this account is to attract hatred. Zhang Yuhao designed a simple identity background for it. A middle-aged man, a supermarket owner relying on a warehouse carefree about food and drink. As for behavior and dealings, he should be as ostentatious as possible. He must amplify the traits of arrogance, being annoying and attracting envy to the utmost. Imagine when resources become scarce in the future, having such a shield in front to absorb the fire, he would have no worries about gaining experience. However, the current social order has yet to collapse and everyone has surplus food. It is not yet time for Old Huang to truly shine. His current appearance is merely a prelude. Yet, from the current situation, the effect of this prelude exceeds expectations. In the group chat, envious residents are emerging one after another. Greedy. This pack of wolves is too greedy. Old Huang. Has he gone mute? Say something. Old Huang, in business you must have a vision. If you're going to give out resources, don't hesitate, be decisive like a man. You can't make money if you're too stingy. If you distribute resources today and everyone shares it on short videos, you'll definitely go viral and you can easily make back that small amount of money. Exactly, becoming an internet celebrity is far more profitable than running a supermarket, but if you don't distribute today, don't let it get to the point where the supermarket can't open and you'll be cyberbullied for a lifetime. Right, big guy, it's the internet age now, oi, in the face of disaster. If you don't show some goodwill, the consequences can be terrifying. Seeing that Old Huang was slow to respond, the group grew anxious, their faces increasingly detestable. In their words, Zhang Yuhao only saw two words: eat people. This pack of wolves wants to devour him. Each of them speaks so piously, full of morality, as if they are considering my well-being, yet their every word contains veiled threats. Zhang Yuhao's expression grew cold as he said, unfortunately, as long as I have no morality, you cannot morally bind me. The purpose of creating this alternate account was precisely to harvest resentment, so Zhang Yuhao wouldn't indulge the crowd and directly retorted. AAA convenience store Old Huang, get lost. AAA convenience store Old Huang, give. I'll give you a damn. AAA convenience store Old Huang, what are you dreaming of? In such a situation, resources are incredibly precious. He initially thought of selling some at normal prices, but now it seems he'll keep everything for himself. AAA convenience store Old Huang, I swear today. Even if my food goes moldy, rotten, and stinks, I won't sell it. AAA convenience store Old Huang, wait, I shouldn't waste food, let me correct that. Even if all the food goes to feed dogs, I won't sell you a single item. AAA convenience store Old Huang, you can all go to hell. After this outburst, the group fell silent, descending into a deathly quiet. But then the crowd erupted in an uproar. Smoke and flames arose. Who do you think you are? Is this how you do business? I'll F you, you Fing scum. Down with you. Disgusting. People like you deserve a bad end. You'll be childless and grandchildless. I'll make sure you pay dearly. Enjoy your moldy goods. If I have to buy something from your store in the future, I'd rather be your grandson. You're finished. You're finished. I'll make sure to expose you online. You'll definitely die. You really have no experience with online bullying. You're doomed. Doggist. AAA convenience store Old Huang, my cousin is a million-follower online celebrity. Believe it or not, I can make your supermarket trending tomorrow. Heartless merchant sees death and does nothing. I've already thought of the topic. Brothers and sisters, screenshot this as evidence. Such maggots trying to profit from disaster should be hung on streetlights. Received 12 resentment value from Guoyang, received 23 resentment value from Wang Gang, received 28 resentment value from Huang Jingjing, received from. The system notifications flooded the screen in an instant. Zhang Yuhao contentedly closed the group chat. This wave of resentment value harvesting felt delightful. It's just that the amount is too small, none of the resentment values exceeded 30. Currently, it is still the first day of the apocalypse and obviously everyone's need for resources isn't urgent yet. This group of people collectively contributed resentment mainly because they were scolded by Zhang Yuhao. However, sooner or later, there will be a day when they get anxious. Zhang Yuhao's lips curled slightly upward. He is quite looking forward to the moment when the average resentment value reaches 99. Old Huang's appearance this time was merely a prelude. Zhang Yuhao knew when to stop cursing and then logging off. The social system had yet to collapse entirely, so he had to tread carefully when courting hatred. If he ignited public outrage online and attracted a powerful figure to dox him, it would all be over. Yet half an hour passed and the system continued to chime incessantly. Received 8 resentment points from Guoyang, received 5 resentment points from Huang Jingjing, received from. What's going on? Why won't it stop? Zhang Yuhao stared at the system prompts, utterly exasperated. Though each resentment point is meager, the persistence is absurd. Even after half an hour, the group chat was still flooded with curses. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yuhao understood. Amidst the catastrophe, people were anxious and restless. Old Huang's appearance had conveniently become an outlet for their emotions. For me, this is good news. After all, who would ever complain about having too much experience? However, due to the incessant system alerts, Zhang Yuhao simply muted the sound and switched to manual checks, lest the constant dinging drive him mad. I wonder how far the red rain has progressed. Zhang Yuhao pulled back the curtains and glanced at the water level, below his expression turning grim. It had nearly risen to the 3rd floor. It's time to install the water purification system. In the group, the curses continued unabated. After cursing Old Huang, they moved on to cursing the heavens and the earth as if venting their emotions was the only thing left to do in the apocalypse. Clearly, many residents had yet to realize that the tap water was about to be contaminated. The city's water intake was on the river, and from the moment the apocalypse struck, the red rain virus had already seeped into the water supply system. The clean water people were currently using was merely the uncontaminated remnants in the pipes. But how much water could the network hold? By now, the pipes were likely saturated with the red rain virus. Zhang Yuhao turned on the faucet, and sure enough, the water contained a faint reddish tinge. As the water flowed, the red deepened until it was as crimson as blood. The entire bathroom was instantly filled with a putrid stench. Zhang Yuhao quickly shut off the tap and retrieved a bucket of disinfectant to clean the bathroom. It seemed the tap water was now useless. But it doesn't affect me. Zhang Yuhao remained calm. He had long prepared a water purification system worth 3.5 million yuan. It could purify even nuclear-contaminated water into drinking water, let alone red rain. Taking the machine out of his portable space, he summoned the Universal Repair Robot V-Type. The little machine waved its 8 mechanical arms and swiftly installed the purification equipment. Woo! The purifier hummed and began operating. Modern high-end devices were fully automatic. Once running, they required no human supervision, truly freeing one's hands. With this device, Zhang Yuhao would never lack clean water in the future. His apocalyptic preparedness was truly top-notch. All my hard work in the early stages has finally paid off. In the entire world, few can enjoy such profound security in the apocalypse as I do. Zhang Yuhao sighed with emotion, the pressure in his heart easing considerably. Indeed, without the arduous preparations, how could he enjoy such comfort now? Life would only get better. After leaving the bathroom, Zhang Yuhao opened the group chat and found the residents still furiously cursing his alternate account. How can everyone be so petty? Zhang Yuhao opened the system interface and was astonished to discover that the system had leveled up twice without him noticing. System upgraded to level 1, your portable space has doubled. System upgraded to level 2, your portable space has doubled. After 2 consecutive doublings, Zhang Yuhao's portable space expanded from over 20 square meters to over 100 square meters. Don't question why it's cubic, the height didn't increase now he had finally achieved spatial freedom. Collect. Zhang Yuhao stored all the supplies in his home into the space, instantly emptying the entire house. He'll keep the house in this bare state. He'll take out furniture and appliances when needed. His home was now so clean that even a mouse would shed a tear. Before, due to limited space, I left a lot of supplies in the garage, but now everything is flooded by red rain. He'll have to wait until later. Regarding the system's upgrade, Zhang Yuhao remained quite composed, having experienced it once before. He knew that small level increases were of limited significance, merely enhancing existing abilities. However, every 5 levels brought a qualitative transformation. But resentment points are truly wonderful. Although leveling up early on was relatively easy, jumping 2 levels just from a quarrel in the group chat was still quite absurd. In my past life, I must have been out of my mind to pursue happiness points. I worked like a mule, and those ungrateful wretches barely contributed. Thinking back now, what a miserable life I led. This is much better. A few curses and the experience points soar. Zhang Yuhao's gaze grew intense as he looked at the group chat. He had to exploit the living while they were still around. So he logged into his alternate account and began typing rapidly. AAA convenience store Old Huang, are you all so idle? Don't you need to collect water? AAA convenience store Old Huang, I heard this afternoon that the water source was contaminated, so I quickly collected a few buckets of clean water. I forgot to remind you while you were cursing me. Everyone. The group chat fell into dead silence. At that moment, everyone put down their phones and rushed to the kitchen with buckets. Reminded by Zhang Yuhao, the crowd suddenly realized the importance of storing water. Unfortunately, it was already too late. When people rushed to the kitchen with buckets, the tap water flowing from the pipes was a shocking vivid red. At first glance, it looked like a horrifying crime scene with the visual effect maximized. Received resentment value Hu Qing 45. Received resentment value Wang Chui 38. Received resentment value Zhang Ting 99. Received resentment value Wang Gao 99. Received resentment value Li Yi 29. Sure enough, another wave of resentment value poured in. But why are there 2 sudden 99? They can't be that hostile towards me. Little did Zhang Yuhao know those 2 unlucky souls in their panic had knocked over their buckets and scalded their feet. At this moment, their resentment towards Zhang Yuhao had skyrocketed to the heavens. Soon the group chat buzzed with activity again. Everyone launched a collective crusade against Zhang Yuhao's alternate account, cursing him with venomous ferocity. You only mention storing water now. You're clearly doing it on purpose. How can there be a scumbag like you in this world? You'll definitely get hit by a car and die. I'll call the cops on you, you bastard. I'm telling you, you've already committed a crime. Attempting to frame the entire neighborhood. I'll F your mother. Where are you? Tell me, where are you? Zhang Yuhao watched the lively group chat, couldn't help but smile knowingly, and then joined the fray himself. AAA convenience store Old Huang. Hey upstairs. Looking for me? Come on, let's pick a place. I want to see how tough you really are. Social brother Zhao, come on. Give me the address. If I don't beat you to a pulp, it'll change my last name. AAA convenience store Old Huang. Fine. You've got guts. Crossfire Southern Region Novice Camp in Channel 3 waiting. Whoever doesn't show is a coward. Social brother Zhao. Holy crap. Social brother Zhao. Ill F your mother. Where are you? Where the hell are you? AAA convenience store Old Huang. In your father's bedroom. I just hid under the bed and found your uncle there too. What a coincidence, huh? Social brother Zhao, son of a bitch. After verbally sparring with the crowd for half an hour, Zhang Yuhao chuckled and closed the group chat. He looked at the system notifications on his interface, which were naturally another frenzy of scrolling messages, especially from social brother Zhao, who contributed several 99 values, probably driven to the brink of madness. The system has been upgraded to level 3. Your portable space has doubled. Another upgrade. Zhang Yuhao's portable space expanded wildly again, from the size of one apartment to 2. And it didn't stop there. The resentment value continued to grow steadily, and it seemed another upgrade was just around the corner. It was incredibly satisfying. Just as he was reveling in it, his alternate account received a friend request. Huang Jingjing from the owner group chat has requested to add you as a friend. Huang Jingjing. What does that venomous woman want? Zhang Yuhao frowned, deeply pondered for a moment, and still accepted the request. He was curious to see what act she was putting on. Hello. As soon as the friend request was accepted, Huang Jingjing immediately sent a message. Brother Huang, I'm your neighbor. I specially added you because I wanted to stand up for you. Seeing this message, Zhang Yuhao could barely contain himself. Good heavens. A selfish person like you, who never lifts a finger without gain, actually comes out to defend someone. This was truly a knife cutting through a fart. An eye-opener. With nothing else to do in the apocalypse, Zhang Yuhao, finding himself idle, struck up a casual conversation with Huang Jingjing using his alternate account. Oh. Standing up for me. Really? I'm not selling any supplies. Don't you think I'm selfish? Of course not. It's those despicable neighbors who are in the wrong, or you've done nothing wrong. Is that so? Then tell me, what exactly have they done wrong? Zhang Yuhao feigned interest. Humph. Those people are truly disgusting. You paid for those goods with your own money, yet they expect you to give them away for free. How shameless. Isn't that just bullying? After saying this, Huang Jingjing even sent an indignant emoji, as if she were genuinely defending Zhang Yuhao. Ah, sister, you're the only one who understands. Zhang Yuhao outwardly agreed, but inwardly sneered. He hadn't expected the little girl to have two faces. She was playing the impartial mediator with him. Well, then he wouldn't let her off easy. Zhang Yuhao replied leisurely, quietly watching Huang Jingjing's earnest performance. Alas, I too lament having such thick-faced neighbors, especially that brother Zhao of yours, always talking about fighting and killing like a madman. And that's so and so. It had to be said, Huang Jingjing was a master of linguistic art, every word precisely catering to Zhang Yuhao's feelings. She specifically targeted the neighbors who had clashed fiercely with Zhang Yuhao, her words sharp and deeply moving. If there were really a character like Old Huang the grocer in the world, he'd be hooked for sure. Unfortunately, Huang Jingjing had chosen the wrong opponent. She could never imagine that the person on the other side of the screen was a player with a heart sealed in concrete. Not only that, but he had shared a bed with her for years and knew even the color of her underwear. Forget verbal seduction. Even if she stood naked before him, he probably wouldn't bother to look. Ah, sister, you're absolutely right. That brother Zhao is nothing but trash. Despite this, Zhang Yuhao dutifully played the role of a straightforward, guileless man. Brother Huang, don't be angry. They are indeed in the wrong. Their behavior is no different from robbery. If it were me, I'd honestly pay the full price, never letting you suffer a loss. At this point, Huang Jingjing finally revealed her true intentions. This woman was indeed after the supplies. Sister, I knew you were a good person. Zhang Yuhao pretended to take the bait, speaking boldly. Do you need any supplies? Just tell your big brother and it's free. Seeing how cooperative he was, Huang Jingjing smirked slyly, her eyes full of greed. Indeed, men were brainless creatures, so easy to fool. Huang Jingjing believed she had Old Huang wrapped around her finger, as if victory was already assured. Little did she know he was making nothing but empty promises. If she asked for a plain head agree, it was just typing a few words on a phone. No need to deliver. Don't be shy, sister. Ask for whatever supplies you need. Behind Zhang Yuhao's generous attitude, his real goal was to probe Huang Jingjing's supply stockpile. Hold on, bro. After a long silence, she suddenly sent a picture. In it, a meager amount of food and drinks were laid on the floor. But notably, the angle of Huang Jingjing's photo was deliberately calculated. Though the focus was on the supplies, her two long fair legs were perfectly framed in the shot. Zhang Yuhao didn't believe it was a coincidence. Playing mind games, huh? Adding more leverage? Even using seduction. It was clear Huang Jingjing was desperate to boost Old Huang's favor. Brother Huang, I don't lack much, just not much food and drink left. But I can manage another 2 days. Take care of yourself first. Soon Huang Jingjing sent another message playing the pitiful innocent. Alright sister. I'm relieved to hear you can last 2 more days. You take care of yourself too. Zhang Yuhao didn't indulge her. He replied with blatant low EQ. His specialty was not understanding hints. Huang Jingjing received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Wow, 99 already. How petty can this woman be? What's wrong with this blockhead? On the other end, Huang Jingjing was fuming, rolling her eyes. This wasn't going according to plan. What was wrong with this idiot? Seeing such a gentle, sensible girl, why didn't he immediately offer help? According to Huang Jingjing's script, he should have volunteered free supplies. Then she would feign reluctance. Head insist, Shed refuse again, and after repeated back and forth, Head get angry and say, "Take it or you're insulting me." Helpless Shed reluctantly accept. But now everything was a mess. I even deliberately took a photo of my legs, maxed out the beauty filters to hide scars, and all that effort went to waste on a deaf ear. Huang Jingjing was exasperated, questioning her life. This guy is a total steel straight man. Do I have to outright ask for it? But she had already set up her virtuous image. Changing her tune now would be too awkward. For now she had to maintain her persona and find another way to ask for supplies in a couple of days. Having made her decision, Huang Jingjing forced a smile and typed, "Alright brother Wang, take care of yourself. If you ever have problems you can still confide in me." Seeing no immediate gain, her words hinted at ending the chat. But as always, old Wang specialized in not understanding hints. "Sister, I do have a favor to ask. The way you cursed that brother Zhao just now was so satisfying. I can't get enough of it. How about we talk more about that jerk?" Received 56 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. "You're forcing this conversation." Huang Jingjing rolled her eyes in fury. This greasy old straight man not giving supplies and now getting addicted to my flattery. Despite her resentment, she gritted her teeth and continued chatting to maintain her image, cursing brother Zhao while praising Zhang Yuhao. She flattered Zhang Yuhao to the point of elation. Wow, Huang Jingjing is quite skilled at reading the room, her honeyed tongue at work. Pleased Zhang Yuhao suddenly reflected that he shouldn't be too selfish. As the saying goes, joy shared is joy doubled. The next second, Zhang Yuhao forwarded the chat record to the neighborhood group. AAA convenience store old Wang shared chat record. Click to expand. AAA convenience store old Wang. Brother Zhao, you rabid dog, see for yourself. Even the girl finds you disgusting. Huang Jingjing received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received 99 resentment points from Zhao Long. Our double kill. How satisfying. Zhang Yuhao was delighted, but Huang Jingjing was utterly dumbfounded. Her mind went blank and she felt like jumping off a building. This damn idiot was insane. Completely insane. Brother Wang, why did you post our private chat in the group? If not for the screen, she would have punched old Wang to death. Oh, I just thought. We're cursing him here, but he can't see it. It's meaningless. Indeed, it's more satisfying to confront him directly. Hehe, satisfying, right? No need to thank me. Thank you my ass. Huang Jingjing's vision went black and she nearly died on the spot. She had wanted to play both sides, but this idiot had sold her out in one move. What the hell? She had him in her heart, but he hung her out to dry online. It was hard to imagine a human being on the other side of the screen. What kind of brain, what kind of EQ could commit such a heinous act? Bro, you should have asked my opinion before forwarding. Oh sorry, I wasn't thinking. Zhang Yuhao struggled to suppress his laughter as he typed an apology. You don't want the spotlight, right? No problem sis, I'll retract the message. After a moment. Oh no sis, I clicked the wrong button. I meant to retract but accidentally deleted it. Now I can't find the chat record. Huang Jingjing spat blood as she stared at her phone. She felt internally wounded. Oh heavens. How had she ended up with such an idiot? Now the whole neighborhood was at odds with the grocery store owner, and she had been trying to keep her distance only to be dragged into the mess. Thinking about it, Huang Jingjing was shattered. Who could have expected old Wang to be so absurd? She had only wanted to secretly keep a backup plan, never to side with him. Now she was forced to stand against the entire neighborhood. This straight-laced idiot had screwed her over. Zhang Yuhao, ignoring Huang Jingjing's fury, watched the resentment points flood and laughing uncontrollably. This was the sweetest revenge. He was immensely grateful for his earlier decision. If he had killed Huang Jingjing with a single blow, he would have lost this source of joy. Leaving enemies to suffer slowly in the apocalypse was the right approach. Not only did it exact revenge, but it also provided experience points for leveling up. A win-win. At the same time, Zhang Yuhao realized. Everyone in this building was a precious resource. If they all perished in the disaster, where would he find experience to level up? Maybe I need to make sure they can't die, but also can't live comfortably. As Zhang Yuhao brainstormed various terrifying ideas, the group chat erupted again. You damn bitch, cursing me are you? I'll tear your mouth apart. It's bad enough having one despicable man who doesn't think of the collective. Now there's a despicable woman too. Disgusting. Calling us shameless, but what about you? A coward who badmouths people behind their backs. Come out and face us? A pair of adulterers, birds of a feather. Just as everyone was branding Huang Jingjing a bitch and opening fire, the group admin suddenly disabled the chat function. The group fell silent instantly. Then 3 announcements flooded the screen. Per higher-up notice, night is approaching. All streets, communities, and residential buildings must follow orders to shelter and accommodate stranded locals, uniting to overcome the crisis. According to property management statistics, there are 265 stranded individuals in this community, 24 in Building 117, in Building 219, in Building 3. Please actively offer help and accommodate the stranded to get through this together. Additionally, all personnel are required to watch the disaster broadcast special at 9 p.m., available on all central TV channels or online via the QR code below. After the 3 announcements were posted, the group chat function remained locked as if sealed. It seemed the property management was feeling guilty. After all, when the homeowners demanded supplies, the property management had played dead the entire time and had been cursed at all day. Now that the property management had finally revived, the first thing they did was forcibly assign tasks to the homeowners without even mentioning the supplies. Under such circumstances, who would dare to enable the group chat function? If they did, they would likely be cursed out for generations. What a headache. Zhang Yuhao was also very dissatisfied, claiming he was an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. He had been thoroughly enjoying the drama. But with the group chat shut down, not only could he no longer follow the gossip, but his provocative actions were also forced to stop. How frustrating. Could only be said that fate was unpredictable. Zhang Yuhao had intended to grind straight to level 5 to unlock new functions, but who would have thought an unexpected obstacle would appear? The property management suddenly backstabbing him. However, glancing at the system messages, a flicker of surprise passed through Zhang Yuhao's eyes. Received 32 resentment points from He Jin, received 12 resentment points from Zhou Fang, received from. The barrage of resentment point messages continued. Such a good thing still exists. It could only be said that human emotions were truly unpredictable. Since Zhang Yuhao had just maxed out the hatred, everyone was ready to unleash their full fury. At this critical moment, the group chat was suddenly shut down, leaving their burning rage with no outlet, which naturally made them even more aggrieved. And what could they do about this grievance? They could only sulk in silence. Thus a flood of experience points came pouring in. System has been upgraded to level 4. The height of your personal space has doubled. Upgraded again. Zhang Yuhao's eyes lit up, feeling as if he were dreaming. After all, this was only the first day of the apocalypse. Not bad, not bad. The current leveling speed feels like riding a rocket. Compared to this, I've probably already left my past life in the dust by 1,000,000 miles. The system upgraded again. This time the doubled attribute was the height of the personal space. Zhang Yuhao looked at his personal space. The vertical distance had increased from 2 meters to 4 meters, significantly broadening his field of vision. Things are getting better and better. Zhang Yuhao had always felt the space's height was somewhat insufficient. It was like a perfect coincidence. A pillow arriving just as he felt sleepy. Don't underestimate this mere 1 or 2 meters of height increase. It meant Zhang Yuhao could now store some medium-sized machinery and trucks. As long as he continued to increase the height and area, Zhang Yuhao might even be able to store an aircraft carrier in the future. Just then his phone suddenly vibrated violently. A small group chat for the owners of Building 7 had posted an announcement. Attention all residents of Building 7. Families willing to take in stranded individuals, please volunteer within 5 minutes. At this time of showing love and dedication, we hope no one will play dead. If the number of volunteers is insufficient after 5 minutes, I will make arrangements based on the current occupancy. Tenants selected must cooperate fully. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Admin has started a countdown. Remaining time 4 minutes 59 seconds. The person who posted the announcement was Zhao Youqian, the landlord and property manager of Building 7. From the wording of the announcement, one could tell he was an extremely arrogant fellow. But he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The neighborhood where Zhang Yuhao lived was originally a dilapidated urban village. After demolition and reconstruction, it had become the large-scale community it was today. The even-numbered buildings were commercial apartments equipped with elevators and luxurious spacious flats, complete with lavish and comprehensive internal facilities. In contrast, the odd-numbered buildings were shabby resettlement houses with only pitifully basic infrastructure, forcing residents to huff and puff up and down the stairs. Zhao Youqian was an original resident of this land. Since his ancestral home had a considerable plot of land, after the demolition, the developer directly compensated him with an entire building. In other words, the entire Building 7 belonged to him. Zhao Youqian was the quintessential example of a ragstorch's story. Once an ordinary thug, he seized the opportunity from a policy change and transformed overnight into a landlord owning an entire building. Having endured countless hardships, he ascended to fortune solely through demolition compensation. One would think he should be content. But Zhao Youqian, accustomed to his ruffian ways, was wealthy yet unkind. Not only did he greedily collect rent as a landlord, but he also forcibly seized the property manager position for Building 7, raking in money from both sides. What's more absurd was that he held the property manager post without ever doing the work. When tasks came from above, he would order the tenants to do them, pocketing the subsidies himself while doing absolutely nothing. The tenants, afraid to offend their landlord, could only swallow their pride and help enduring losses with gritted teeth. Under such chaotic management, the entire building's atmosphere was naturally foul and oppressive. He assigned comfortable lower-floor rooms to tenants who flattered him or gave gifts, while those he disliked were rented high-floor units, forcing them to climb stairs every day. In his past life, Zhang Yuhao had been assigned to the top floor because he didn't offer gifts, exhausting himself climbing up and down the 8 stories daily. Huang Jingjing did give gifts, but that greasy man coveted her body and tried to coerce her into a relationship. However, Huang Jingjing was no pushover either. Though she constantly flirted with wealthy second-generation heirs, her standards were high. She would never fancy a greasy demolition millionaire, so she refused Zhao Yuqian. Enraged, Zhao Yuqian made Huang Jingjing Zhang Yuhao's neighbor. Logically, a slumlord's property like this should be unrentable. Unfortunately, the neighborhood had an excellent location almost in the city center. Though Zhao Yuqian's apartments were shabbily furnished, they were attractively cheap. Finding such affordable housing in the city center was nearly impossible elsewhere. Thus, Zhao Yuqian's business remained steady, with most tenants being impoverished people. This blackheart landlord, exploiting the tenants' reluctance to leave, squeezed every ounce of value from them. This fat pig truly has a heart as black as the bottom of a pot. Zhang Yuhao couldn't fathom why he had let such a person off the hook in his past life. As he pondered, his phone vibrated again. Group announcement: the countdown has ended. Zhao Yuqian. Unfortunately, not a single tenant in this building volunteered. You bunch of renters are truly a pack of ingrates. Not an ounce of compassion. None of you answered the nation's call. Zhao Yuqian. Since you have no shame, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm assigning tasks now. Those who receive orders must not refuse, obey commands without complaint. Zhao Yuqian. Currently, our Building 7 has 8 external refugees. Now that the first 2 floors are flooded, we have 16 more households. Zhao Yuqian. Let me set an example. There are still some unrented rooms in this building, so I'll take responsibility for the 8 external refugees. As for the 16 disaster-affected residents, I've already assigned them. Zhao Yuqian. 501 hosts 101, 504 hosts 102, then 507 hosts. Finally, 807 hosts 208. Room 807 was Zhang Yuhao's. Zhang Yuhao read Zhao Yuqian's message and smiled. At first glance, the arrangement seemed fair. Zhao Yuqian himself was hosting 8 people. But in reality, there were hidden tricks. First, each of those 8 refugees had paid Zhao Yuqian 2,000 yuan for room usage fees. As the building's property manager, Zhao Yuqian's specialty was irresponsibility. The 8 refugees who had fled in panic and were soaked in red rain lay on the stairs. While they lay unconscious with high fevers, Zhao Yuqian ignored them, treating them like trash. When they woke up, they realized this wouldn't do. If things continued, they might die on the cold stairwell. So they went door to door begging for help, eventually approaching Zhao Yuqian. But Zhao Yuqian, a greedy man who would pluck feathers from a passing goose, wasn't one to show mercy. He declared there was no free lunch in this world. If they wanted a room, they had to pay a month's rent. Not a single cent less. In fact, Zhao Yuqian had already received official notices requiring property managers to provide free aid to disaster victims with government subsidies promised afterward. But Zhao Yuqian not only concealed this information, he also exploited the disaster to jack up rents on these refugees. The stranded victims, soaked in rain and unconscious for a long time, had no place to wash. Their skin was festering by the minute, so they couldn't afford to haggle with Zhao Yuqian. Helpless, they had to grit their teeth and pay to avoid disaster. Throughout it all, Zhao Yuqian never intended to let the stranded join the Building 7 group chat. Thus, these unlucky souls were effectively blocked from information by Zhao Yuqian, becoming penned lambs awaiting slaughter. This was Zhao Yuqian's so-called setting an example. This was how he took responsibility for the stranded. As for the remaining disaster victims, they were all residents of the flooded first and second floors. Every single one of them was connected to him. Those living on the lower floors were either Zhao Yuqian's relatives, friends, or his lackeys. Zhao Yuqian had cleverly calculated. He couldn't make money off these people and he'd have to feed and house them, so he simply dumped them on the tenants. Taking in these hot potatoes was no easy task. The nature of this arrangement was evident from Zhao Yuqian's wording. In his announcement, this blackheart landlord used the word host. If these people entered a tenant's home, they would likely be treated like slaves, ordered about endless torment. Reflecting on his past life, it was exactly like this. Zhang Yuhao was initially trapped at his company. After enduring countless dangers to return home, he found his apartment had been taken over by squatters. Zhao Yuqian's relatives living in his home were like a plague of locusts, not only making a mess of the entire place but also devouring all the food and drink. Even worse, they treated Zhang Yuhao like a servant, exploiting his labor with their superior numbers. This miserable existence lasted a full month. It wasn't until Zhang Yuhao publicly revealed his abilities that Zhao Yuqian's group performed an astonishing about-face, warmly elevating him to a position of honor. Later, relying on their seniority, Zhao Yuqian's clique thrived in the organization, climbing steadily until they oversaw personnel management. Then, imperceptibly, they replaced all of Zhang Yuhao's trusted allies. On the day Huang Jingjing betrayed him, Zhang Yuhao screamed desperately for help, fleeing like a headless chicken across half the base. But every guard on the road stood frozen, staring straight ahead. Now looking back, his death was undoubtedly tied to Zhao Yuqian and his crew. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhang Yuhao's gaze grew icier. Revenge was inevitable, but it required careful planning and strategic action. The immediate priority was to refuse Zhao Yuqian's arrangement. Click. Zhang Yuhao took a photo of his room, then opened a photo editing app, smearing large shocking patches of red across the entire space. The room looked utterly drenched in red rain, like a bloody hell's cape. Let's see who dares to stay here. After editing the photo, Zhang Yuhao sent it to the group chat. The method was crude, but he had no fear of being caught. He knew his neighbors too well. These life-cautious people would never risk infection by stepping inside to verify the truth. Even if some foolhardy person came, Zhang Yuhao had prepared red ink that could easily pass as real. After posting the image, Zhang Yuhao played the sympathy card. Landlord Zhao, I have no objection to hosting people, but the ceiling leaks. Could you help fix it? I can't sleep without worry now. Earlier some dripped into my mouth and I feel short of breath. This message, along with the vivid red room in the photo, stunned everyone in the group. Holy crap, eroded like that. It could drip on your head any moment. Bro, how can you tolerate living there? Too exaggerated, seems fake. Fake my ass. Look at his timeline. He already wrote his will. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuqian's private group was buzzing. Xiao Zhao, I'm your own uncle. Sending me to 807 would doom my whole family. Exactly, that room leaks. Living there would be deadly. Xiao Zhao, think of another way. Facing his relatives, Zhao Yuqian dared not be negligent, replying hastily. Uncle, how could I cheat my own family? I thought that kid from 807 was docile so you could boss him around. Who knew his place would leak? Don't worry, I'll switch you to another unit. The group chat buzzed with renewed fervor thanks to Zhang Yuhao's photograph. The penthouse dwellers grew anxious, dreading that their own rooms might also be corroded by the crimson rain. Landlord Zhao Yuqian, after a moment of silence, finally emerged. Zhao Yuqian, the tenant of room 807, is Zhang Yuhao correct? Since your situation is rather special, I'll exempt you from other duties. The tenant of room 206 will be reassigned to room 703. Zhang Yuhao, Landlord Zhao, what about the roof repairs? Zhao Yuqian, Xiao Zhang, as you can see, who dares to go up to the rooftop now? Bear with it a little longer, this too shall pass. Zhang Yuhao, but my physical condition is quite dire. I truly don't know if I can hold on much longer. Zhao Yuqian, hold on even if you can't. I've already waived your reception duties, which is generous enough. What more do you want? Zhang Yuhao, can you at least switch me to another room first? Zhao Yuqian, Zhang, you, how? Zhao Yuqian, are you never going to stop? Don't you understand plain words? There are no spare rooms right now. Zhao Yuqian, with all this time to chat, you'd be better off saving your energy to sleep. In this wretched weather, who isn't having a hard time? Is your family the only special one? Zhao Yuqian, just persevere on your own and that's final. Zhang Yuhao, but Zhang Yuhao tried to reply again, only to find that the chat box wouldn't let him type. A glance at the notification revealed he had been muted for a day. How absurd. This is nothing short of murder. There are clearly vacant rooms, yet Zhao Yuqian, for the sake of profit, casually mutes me. How is that any different from killing someone? Zhang Yuhao shook his head, stepped outside, and picked up a basin of red ink, splashing it onto the door. Splash. Large crimson stains slowly trickled down the door, even dyeing the room 807 number plate red. The scene instantly turned eerie and sinister. The effect is absolutely stunning. I wouldn't be surprised if this room is declared off-limits from now on. To any observer, the room seemed utterly corroded and ruined. Zhang Yuhao was quite pleased with the outcome. The more others feared this place, the safer he would be. When it came to his own life, caution was paramount. Back in his room, as soon as he opened his phone, Zhang Yuhao noticed Huang Jingjing stirring up trouble in the group chat. Landlord, I'm afraid my room can't accommodate guests either. Huang Jingjing narrated the damage to her awning while sending pictures. In the photo, Huang Jingjing's window was covered in a thick layer of red, with large patches of corrosion from the crimson rain at the edges looking extraordinarily terrifying. Moreover, the red traces had extended, staining the entire wall. Once again, the group erupted in uproar. All the top-floor residents were terrified, fearing they would be next. In the smaller group, the assigned relatives also began to argue. Zhao Yuqian, with no other choice, had to grit his teeth and rearrange the assignments, canceling Huang Jingjing's reception duties as well. Excellent. Huang Jingjing secretly chuckled as she looked at the group messages. Thanks to that unlucky Zhang Yuhao, I couldn't have come up with such a perfect excuse. Only a fool would bother with reception. Huang Jingjing looked at her window. The glass was indeed covered with a thick layer of red, but the walls inside didn't show the exaggerated corrosion effects seen in the photo. I'm so clever. I photoshopped some red onto Zhang Yuhao's picture, and surprisingly the effect looks exactly like the real thing. Little did Huang Jingjing know that Zhang Yuhao's red was also painted on with editing software. It would have been stranger if they didn't match. Trouble sorted. Time for a beauty sleep. Just as Huang Jingjing was feeling pleased, a sharp cracking sound came from the window. Crash. The window suddenly shattered. Glass scattered all over the floor. The next second, scarlet rain poured directly into the room through the broken hole. Ah! What's happening? In the adjacent room, Zhang Yuhao listened to the woman's shrill screams, his face expressionless as he put away the slingshot. Daring to copy my Photoshop trick. You're asking for death. Others might not know, but he was fully aware. With the window intact, the red rain could never have corroded to this extent so quickly. Since you love corrosion so much, I'll grant your wish. Thus Zhang Yuhao neatly fulfilled Huang Jingjing's dream, which could be considered a great deed. Ah! My window! Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received from Huang Jingjing. Seeing the dense stream of notifications, Zhang Yuhao was slightly taken aback. This Huang Jingjing, her yield rate is incredibly high, isn't it? He was increasingly reluctant to kill her off. She was such an incredibly efficient experience farm. On the other side, Huang Jingjing was completely stunned by the broken window. She watched the red rain pouring into the room, momentarily afraid to approach. The painful lesson from last time had left Huang Jingjing with a psychological shadow. But staying frozen like this wasn't a solution. The red rain kept flooding the room. With no other choice, Huang Jingjing pushed a wardrobe to block the entire window. Unfortunately, this makeshift barrier couldn't provide a tight seal, and as time passed, the red rain would inevitably corrode the entire wall. Just like in her photoshopped picture. Ding, ding. At the same moment, everyone's phone suddenly rang with a notification. A message forcibly appeared on everyone's screen. A mass push from the authorities. It is currently 9:00 p.m. Beijing time. All residents are requested to watch the special disaster broadcast. It is available on all central network television channels, and online viewers can scan the QR code below to watch live. It's pointless to just post an announcement. Why not just open the group chat? Zhang Yuhao looked at the announcement and shook his head helplessly. He decided not to watch the disaster broadcast, having already seen it once in his past life. It would inevitably consist of red rain protection measures, disaster survival guides interspersed with global disaster reports, expert predictions, propaganda for positive energy, and speeches meant to soothe the populace. It was packed with useful information, but Zhang Yuhao had no need of it. No one in this world understood the apocalypse better than he did. Moreover, looking back now, the broadcasts back then were far too optimistic, and many of their views were simply wrong. Zhang Yuhao clearly remembered that in his past life, an expert had confidently assured in an interview that the heavy rain would end within 2 days at most. The reality was a resounding slap in the face. The apocalyptic calamity simply could not be explained by science. At this stage, the experts are still far too optimistic about the red rain. They haven't truly taken it seriously. Standing from an omniscient perspective, Zhang Yuhao truly felt anxious for these blindly overconfident people. With experts backing their claims, many let their guard down, eating and drinking their fill and squandering their supplies. Some, living right on the edge of the disaster zone, could have gritted their teeth and escaped, but instead believed the online predictions, deliberately staying home, hoping to take a few days off. By the time the calamity fully erupted, it was already too late to flee. Examples like this were countless. Being blindly optimistic about the unknown could have fatal consequences. This rain was far from the simple event predicted. First, the appearance of the red rain was not an isolated incident. At this very moment, dozens of cities across the globe were undergoing the same catastrophe. In the future, the affected areas would only grow larger, spreading from points to regions, eventually engulfing the entire world. And this incredibly troublesome red rain was merely the appetizer of the disaster. Far more terrifying things were yet to come. The next day, Zhang Yuhao woke up naturally, stretching comfortably. My wish when I was a corporate slave was to wake up naturally every day. I guess that dream has come true now. Setting aside the scenery, the persistent pitter-patter of rain on the awning was quite soothing. With a swoosh, he pulled open the curtains, revealing the same bloody, apocalyptic scene outside. The rainfall outside showed no sign of decreasing. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before the third floor was flooded. His phone rang incessantly. Zhang Yuhao picked up his phone and saw that the main group chat had lifted the global mute. He clicked into the chat and saw a pinned announcement. Following orders from higher authorities, the first round of airdrop supplies will be delivered promptly at 10 a.m. Please wear protective gear and collect as needed. No wonder the property management dared to lift the mute. They finally have something to show for it. Zhang Yuhao looked at the group announcement, recalling the situation from his past life. Retrieving the airdrops was no easy task. Due to the obstruction of the Red Rain, aircraft couldn't fly low. The first round of airdrops had to be made from above the Red Rain, a blind drop from high altitude. The only thing the delivery crew could do was try to drop more supply crates over densely populated areas. As for the exact landing point of the supplies, they had to leave it to fate. If a crate landed on a rooftop or got caught on a window, it was considered a stroke of luck, easily retrievable by nearby residents. More often than not, the airdrop supply crates would fall into the pools of water formed by the Red Rain. The authorities had anticipated this and designed the crates with a floating function, but even so, retrieving a crate from the Red Rain was always a difficult task. Those crates floating on open water had no cover, exposed directly to the downpour. To retrieve a crate, one had to inevitably come into contact with the Red Rain. In other words, anyone who went out to look for supplies had to endure an assault from the Red Rain virus. The announcement in the group is even encouraging people to sign up as volunteers to actively retrieve the supplies. But so far no one has responded. Clearly everyone was no fool. A simple calculation made it clear that this volunteer work was not worth it. It was all loss, no gain. With the weather outside so terrifying, retrieving supplies once guaranteed at least a permanent injury to your immune system, and with bad luck you could lose your life. There wasn't a single benefit, only risks. According to the rules, if not enough people volunteer, they'll have to resort to drafting people. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhao had a bad feeling. At the same time, others realized that whoever held the power to make the list of people who had to go outside essentially held the power of life and death. And the person holding this power for Building 7 was Zhao Yuqian. The next second, an announcement was indeed posted in the small property management group for Building 7. Notice the list of people from Building 7 required to go out this time has been posted in the group files. Those on the list must reply received in the group immediately and gather for a meeting on the 3rd floor in 2 hours. Notice the list of personnel for the upcoming expedition has been uploaded to the group files. Those on the list must reply received in the group immediately and gather on the 3rd floor for a meeting in 2 hours. After reading the announcement, Zhang Yuhao opened the group file and found his name prominently listed. That scumbag Zhao Youqian, failing to covet my apartment, now sets his sights on me. Even a suicide note couldn't stop this beastly behavior. Zhang Yuhao simply couldn't understand how Zhao Youqian could be so cold-blooded. He had already crafted a persona on the brink of death, yet troubles still came pouring in. He dared not imagine how much more torment an ordinary honest person would have to endure in this building. In the group chat, people gradually began replying received. After all, it was still the early days of the apocalypse and Zhao Yuqian's tyranny still held sway. Everyone accustomed to bowing and scraping had long been conditioned to be his lackeys. Coupled with experts' endorsements downplaying the dangers of the Red Rain, no one dared to resist for now. Soon Zhang Yuhao was the only one left who hadn't replied in the group. Zhao Youqian, Zhang Yuhao, where are you? Asleep in broad daylight. Reply immediately upon seeing this. Zhao Youqian, how dare you ignore my message? Zhao Youqian, keep dawdling, and he'll come up there to teach you a lesson, believe me. But Zhang Yuhao wasn't even looking at the group chat. He was studying the expedition list, sneering inwardly. This Zhao Youqian has listed every young man in the building, but not a single one of his own relatives or lackeys. In his past life, Zhang Yuhao was still trapped at his company during this period, so he hadn't noticed the disgusting things happening in the neighborhood. Thus, everything unfolding now felt quite novel to him. Zhao Youqian, Zhang Yuhao, if you don't want to live, just say so. Playing deaf and dumb. Do you even know whose territory this is? Zhao Youqian, reply now. My patience has limits. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In the group, Zhao Youqian continued to rage at Zhang Yuhao, demanding a reply. Oh, you just won't stop, will you? Zhang Yuhao naturally wasn't about to indulge him. He logged into Old Wang's alternate account and started cursing back. AAA convenience store, Old Wang, yelling. Go yell at your spicy hot pot neighbor. You're the only one making a fuss in this group. Aren't you noisy? AAA convenience store, Old Wang, didn't you mute the person you're Angie yourself? How is he supposed to reply? What, can't afford 6 walnuts at home, so you bought 6 nuclear bombs and blew your brains out? Forgot what you did yourself? AAA convenience store, Old Wang, I think you're just asking for a beating. You want go yourself, but you're jumping up and down bossing others around. Where do you get the nerve to bark like that? And you call yourself property management? It's an outrage. Instead of serving the owners, you order them around. You're just a bleep. Received 99 resentment points from Zhao Youqian. Received 99 resentment points from Zhao Youqian. Received from Zhao Youqian. The system flooded with notifications, creating a world where only Zhao Youqian was hurt. Seeing the explosive chat history, the eyes of all the tenants in the building lit up. Everyone's mood felt as refreshing as a cold drink on a scorching day. Utterly delightful. Heaven's justice truly has a long arm. A villain always meets a fiercer villain. The group chat instantly buzzed with activity. What's going on? That supermarket guy is in our building 7. That's great. If something really happens, we can buy some emergency food from him. Wake up, he said. Head, rather throw it away than sell to you. That's not necessarily true. I haven't offended him. Exactly when we're starving to death, I don't believe. Head, just watch us die. Old Wang, a legendary figure in the main community group, immediately sparked heated discussion among Building 7's residents. Meanwhile, Zhao Youqian held his phone, his face red as a liver veins bulging on his neck. He was completely enraged. He had been on top for so long. When had he ever endured such humiliation? To be cursed out so directly, and now he couldn't even find a rebuttal. His fingers trembled for ages, but he couldn't type a single word. He had made a fool of himself first. How could he fight back? Muting someone and then demanding a reply. Wasn't he just a complete idiot? Finally gritting his teeth, he changed the subject. How did you get in? The whole building is mine, and I don't remember renting a room for a supermarket. AAA convenience store, Old Wang, who the hell rented from you? Can't I just come in for fun? AAA convenience store old Huang to open my store. I joined every group chat. Out of all of them you're the most bizarre. AAA convenience store old Huang. Let me tell you, once things settle outside, go to the hospital and get your head checked. So what if the whole building is yours? You're the landlord but label yourself as property management. Well, you've got all the titles in your hands yet you do nothing but collect rent, right? Notice you have been removed from the group chat. Zhang Yuhao was cursing up a storm when his account got kicked. TSK. Can't take a joke. Zhang Yuhao shook his head and switched to his main account only to find his mute had been lifted and Zhao Yuqian was still frantically anging him in the group. Looks like that guy's been driven mad. Now he wants to save face and take it out on me. But no matter how much Zhao Yuqian threatened, Zhang Yuhao simply played dead and didn't reply. Zhao Yuqian, fine. Zhang Yuhao, you've got guts. If you want reply, I'll come find you. When I get there you'll be in for it. After dropping that final line, the group chat fell into dead silence. Come find me. Zhang Yuhao narrowed his eyes, his heart utterly calm. I was planning to let you stick around a bit longer to farm experience. But since you're so eager to die, I don't mind sending you off early. Soon the stairs began to tremble, slightly footsteps echoing. Judging by the commotion, quite a few were coming. Faintly Zhao Yuqian's cursing could be heard from the hallway. Zhang Yuhao calmly opened his computer, activating several hidden surveillance cameras concealed within the building. In any situation, the importance of intelligence must come first. A month of preparation was no joke. Zhang Yuhao hadn't been idle. The entire building was already riddled with his eyes and ears. As the surveillance came online, the corridor was clearly visible. Zhao Yuqian, with 5 or 6 of his thugs, was barging into the hallway cursing loudly. Zhang Yuhao, you've grown wings, have you? Get the hell out here. Mid-curse, Zhao Yuqian suddenly choked, staring at the blood-red door. He was dumbfounded. His thugs involuntarily stepped back, covering their mouths and noses. The door was stained entirely red, the grime even spreading to the ceiling. A terrifying sight. Damn, that's not a leak. The room's probably flooded. This is serious. Could the guy inside already be dead? No wonder he didn't reply. He's probably unconscious. Should we save him? Are you crazy? Touching that virus is no joke. If you're brave enough, go open the door. Then forget it. Zhao Yuqian listened to his men argue, his eyes darting as a sinister glint emerged. He didn't care whether Zhang Yuhao lived or died, but he feared being implicated. The experts said the rain would only last 2 days, and with the flooding on the ground, the disaster would be over in, at most, half a month. When the authorities investigated and found a dead body in his building, how would he explain? Although Zhang Yuhao's death could be blamed on a natural disaster, in the group chat, the man had asked for help. If they looked into it, he'd be held partially responsible. In short, Zhang Yuhao could die, but not right after he had just cursed him out. I need to think of something. Zhao Yuqian's eyes rolled and an idea struck him. He dismissed the crowd, keeping only a young man with dyed yellow hair. Yellow hair, I've always treated you well. Today you've got to help your brother out with this. Help? How? Yellow hair immediately had a bad feeling, his heart sinking. Well, you've seen the situation. Zhang Yuhao's in bad shape and can't go on the mission, but I've already boasted in the group. If he doesn't show, it'll make me look bad. Zhao Yuqian patted yellow hair's shoulder. So you'll go in his place. Disguise yourself. Wear a hat, mask, and sunglasses. Make everyone think you're Zhang Yuhao. What? Yellow hair was stunned. Brother Zhao, you promised your own people wouldn't have to go on missions. The red water outside is like a river. Going out would be suicide. I know. Zhao Yuqian put on a fake smile, soothing him. There's no other way. You've got to help your brother save face. But why me? Yellow hair was on the verge of tears. There were so many just now. Others are clearly more suited for this. Forget about build, just my hair color alone would give it away. Oh, I'm counting on you, aren't I? I wouldn't trust anyone else. Zhao Yuqian slung his arm around yellow hair's shoulder, acting warm but sneering inside. Who else would I pick? Everyone else is either my relative or gives me bigger gifts. What makes you think you can compare? Bro, I'm a terrible actor. Yellow hair wasn't giving up, pleading desperately. Bro, I really can't do it. Find someone else, please. Yellow hair. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Zhao Yuqian suddenly dropped his smile like a Sichuan opera mask change and barked fiercely. You'll do it whether you like it or not. You have no choice. It's yours. When the mission starts, I want to see Zhang Yuhao show up. I don't care if you pretend to be him or drag the real Zhang Yuhao out. Just make sure he appears. Do this well and it'll reduce your rent. If you fail, well, you know what I'm capable of. That's it. I'm leaving. Soon only yellow hair was left alone in the hallway. He hung his head, his expression unreadable. Damn it, what a bastard. Magnificent, truly magnificent. In the room, Zhang Yuhao watched the dog-eat-dog spectacle with keen interest. Zhao Yuqian is indeed ruthless. Even his own people can be discarded without a second thought. Zhang Yuhao observed the blond man's bitter expression, yet felt not a shred of sympathy. Does the whip only hurt when it lands on your own back? Serves you right. Why choose to be a lackey aiding the tyrant? But at least this room is safe for now. Zhang Yuhao glanced at the crossbows and electric batons on the table, their edges glinting with cold menace. Pity you won't get your chance to shine today. Zhao Yuqian was utterly unaware that he had just brushed past the gates of death. Had he dared to open that door, a volley of bolts would have greeted him. Seems I can still enjoy a few days of peace. Zhang Yuhao stretched lazily, then relaxed his vigilance, storing the surveillance system into his personal space. But at that very moment, boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the door collapsed. The blond man shook his hair and swaggered in. Zhang Yuhao. Get the hell out here. 1 minute earlier, the blond man stared at the bloodstained door, his expression darkening, his gaze growing increasingly dangerous. Why should I go in your place? So what if you got splashed by some red rain? Does being sick excuse you? The blond man muttered bitterly, his eyes full of hatred. I don't care if you live or die. What does it matter if you perish out there? It's Zhao Yuqian's order. He just needs to see you show up. Even if you die, it has nothing to do with me. No one will blame me. As long as my own safety is guaranteed, isn't that enough? Why should I care about others' lives? The blond man turned to look outside the corridor. In the foul, stinking air, a bloody downpour blotted out the sky, and the crimson water on the ground had accumulated to an unfathomable depth. You want me to go into that? Compared to that, a contaminated little room is nothing. With that thought, the blond man hesitated no more and kicked the door with all his might. Boom! The cheap lock snapped, instantly sending wood chips flying. Zhang Yuhao, get the hell out here. The shattered door revealed an empty room, dust swirling in the air. The two faced off. The blond man raised his hands, stiffly, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Don't run. Even if you do, I can still kill you. Zhang Yuhao aimed a repeating crossbow directly at the blond man's forehead. The chilling glint of the bolt sent a shiver down the blond man's spine. What is this? Facing a lethal threat, the blond man froze in place. He quickly scanned the room and his heart sank. The walls were spotless, with no trace of contamination, and the air was unusually fresh. Not a hint of the stench. Damn, this was the best living condition in the entire building. With this setup, why was he complaining in the group about wanting to change rooms? Anyone unaware would think he was truly aggrieved. And look at Zhang Yuhao. Unharmed, energetic, not a trace of being on death's door. Shit, all the intel was fake. Realizing this, the blond man understood he had stumbled into a huge mess. Zhang Yuhao was no ordinary man. I've heard this housing complex is a den of thieves due to poor management, with many fugitives hiding here. Could this guy be on the run too? Damn it, why does my bad luck have to land me right in the crossfire? The blond man's spirits plummeted, knowing full well that today's affair would not end well. Whatever the case, he had already witnessed Zhang Yuhao's act of hiding his strength and seen secrets he shouldn't have. Now he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. The man before him didn't seem like someone to mess with. Brother Yuhi, it's all a misunderstanding. The blond man raised his hands high, forcing a smile, while subtly shuffling toward the door. I was just worried about you, so I came to check. Don't worry, I know the rules. Once I'm out that door, I saw nothing. Whoosh! A flash of cold light streaked past, grazing the blond man's scalp. A few strands of yellow hair drifted down. That arrow was just a warning. The icy words carried no emotion. Zhang Yuhao worked the mechanism, loading a second bolt into the crossbow. Move again, and there'll be no room for negotiation. The blond man turned to see the bolt embedded 3 inches into the wall, his Adam's apple bobbing frantically. Just a little more. A slight deviation and he would have been shot in the head. The brush with death nearly made him wet his pants. The blond man was as rigid as stone, his legs feeling like lead, too scared to budge an inch. Brother, you're serious about this, huh? His voice was now choked with tears. Serious or not, you can find out. Zhang Yuhao kept the crossbow aimed. Put your phone on the floor and kick it over. Trembling, the blond man complied. When the phone slid over, Zhang Yuhao didn't bend to pick it up. He didn't even glance at it, his focus entirely on the blond man. Seeing this, the blond man's sense of dread intensified. Damn, this guy is too professional. The blonde-haired man tossed his phone, yet still failed to secure any chance to escape. Zhang Yuhao's gaze remained locked onto him. Raising his hands high, the blonde-haired man strained to convey sincerity, signaling he posed no threat. Clank! Suddenly Zhang Yuhao produced a pair of handcuffs from behind his back and tossed them over. Pick them up and cuff them to your leg. Ha! The blonde-haired man stared at the handcuffs at his feet, a growing sense of dread gnawing at him. In a daze, he felt as though he could see his departed great-grandmother beckoning him. Just what kind of person is this? Why would he keep such tools in his own home? He knew that once he put on the handcuffs, he would completely lose any chance of escape, becoming a fish on the chopping block, his life or death hanging by a thread in the other's whim. Yet no matter how he looked at it, he seemed to have no choice. Hurry up, my patience is wearing thin. Despite his deep reluctance, the blonde-haired man finally complied, following orders obediently. No sooner had he cuffed one leg than Zhang Yuhao produced a large dumbbell from behind his back and rolled it across the floor. Rumble, rumble. The oversized steel dumbbell rolled with a dull thud. Cuff the other leg to this dumbbell. The blonde-haired man looked from the dumbbell to Zhang Yuhao, his eyes glazed over. Wait, what? He could accept the handcuffs appearing from behind his back. But pulling out a dumbbell? Who in the world carries a dumbbell on their back all the time? Bending down to pick it up, he could barely lift it with one hand. Damn, such a heavy dumbbell. But the current atmosphere was hardly suitable for sarcasm. With an arrow aimed at his forehead, the blonde-haired man dared not utter a single superfluous word, mechanically following every command. Once everything was secured, Zhang Yuhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dragging a dumbbell on his foot, the blonde-haired man's threat level plummeted. He could no longer run. No matter what happened next, Zhang Yuhao could easily catch up and finish him off. Now empty your pockets onto the floor and turn every pocket inside out. Let me see. Okay. Resigned to his fate, the blonde-haired man was exceedingly cooperative. Soon a pile of odds and ends lay on the floor. Zhang Yuhao glanced at them, then pressed the blonde-haired man down and conducted a thorough pat-down himself. After a second check confirming the blonde-haired man carried no weapons, Zhang Yuhao bent down and picked up the other's phone. What's the passcode? The blonde-haired man's face fell, and he shook his head slightly. That phone contained plenty of unspeakable things. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhao pulled out an electric baton and crackled it demonstratively, instantly restoring the man's senses. Ill talk. 528,436. 528,436. Ding. Unlock successful. Zhang Yuhao unlocked the phone and immediately deactivated all security features in the security center. One step required facial verification, and the blonde-haired man eyeing the dagger in Zhang Yuhao's hand had no choice but to comply. Alright, don't just stand there. Help me fix the door. Zhang Yuhao pretended to rummage behind the sofa, then suddenly produced a heavy alloy door. At this, the blonde-haired man was beyond words. Like a doorman pulling out whatever he pleased. Can you install a door? And not really. Then learn. Zhang Yuhao slapped the instruction manual onto the blonde-haired man's face. If the door isn't properly installed, don't think about leaving this place or eating a single bite. The blonde-haired man. The situation overwhelming, he had no choice but to grimly drag the heavy door over. By the way, this is an interior door to be installed inside the room. The outer corridor will still use the original wooden door. Fix the part you kicked in yourself and let me know if you need any parts. Okay. No problem. The blonde-haired man forced a smile, secretly relieved. It seemed his life was spared. If the other intended to kill him, he wouldn't go through all this trouble, needlessly increasing the risk. It seems he only wants to punish me, not daring to kill outright. With this thought, the blonde-haired man felt a surge of joy at having escaped death. Yet moments later, anger welled up within him. Confirming that Zhang Yuhao wouldn't kill him immediately, his fear and dread began to transform into rage. Damn it, using me as free labor, huh? Think you can push me around? You bastard. You bastard. You deserve to die. Once I get through this, I'll get my revenge. I'll bring all of Zhao Yuqian's men and ransack your home. Humph, he was so well prepared. He must have known about the acid rain in advance. Damn it. He didn't warn anyone, hid at home feigning illness and tried to shirk responsibility. Wow, this alloy door is top-notch, thick as hell. Probably can't even blast it open with gunpowder. Is it meant to keep out bears? At this rate, he must have plenty of good stuff at home. He'll exaggerate a bit and Zhao Yuqian won't be able to resist. Besides, he faked illness first. We have the moral high ground. Our attack will be justified. As for that crossbow, just bring a shield and it's nothing to fear. With enough numbers, we can easily take him down. As the blonde-haired man worked on installing the door, his thoughts churned. Your name is Huang Jingjing, right? Zhang Yuhao suddenly spoke. Startled by the sudden use of his full name, the blonde-haired man trembled. Why, yes, that's me. What's up, boss? Nothing. Just focus on your work. Zhang Yuhao watched the large influx of resentment points in the back end and confirmed the source. It seems this guy has already adjusted his mindset and is gnashing his teeth in hatred. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Yuhao closely monitored every move of the blonde-haired man, his mind racing. But he can't cause any more trouble. Let him hate, or resentment points are always welcome. The blonde-haired man's drastic actions were completely unexpected, catching not only Zhang Yuhao off guard, but likely Zhao Yuqian as well. Thus no third party would know what happened here, so the situation wasn't so dire. As for the damaged door, that was trivial. Given Zhao Yuqian's stingy nature, the doors installed in the entire building were the cheapest shoddy quality. Just like today, the blonde-haired man kicked it to pieces with one blow. Therefore, Zhang Yuhao had already prepared a replacement door before the apocalypse. To avoid drawing attention, he had bought an interior door that wouldn't affect the outer door's appearance. By his calculations, even if the blonde-haired man hadn't broken in, Zhang Yuhao was about to install it himself. In a way, the intruder had saved him some trouble, essentially providing free labor. Why hadn't he installed it before the apocalypse? Mainly to keep a low profile, as installing a door would involve hammering and drilling, inevitably attracting neighbors' attention. Now, with the torrential rain as cover, the noise of renovation was drowned out by the relentless downpour, completely inconspicuous. Overall, the situation is still under control. Zhang Yuhao finally relaxed. He was well aware of his weakness. His greatest fear was being mobbed by a crowd. After all, his system currently only had storage functions offering limited help in combat. If it came to a fight, Zhang Yuhao's combat ability was no different from an ordinary person's, relying mainly on equipment advantages. So if he could just lie low through the early stages, things would improve. By then, his system functions would grow stronger while others would weaken under natural disasters, disease, and hunger. With this shift in balance, his advantage would only grow. Better days lay ahead, but I still need to stay vigilant. Zhang Yuhao was now extremely cautious, unwilling to take risks, even in a favorable position. Steady as an old dog. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired man was focused on installing the door lock. To all appearances, he seemed to be working earnestly. In truth, this treacherous scoundrel was secretly sabotaging. Hehe, I'll make you act all high and mighty. Bet you didn't expect him a professional locksmith? I've deliberately loosened the screws on these critical points. When I bring the gang to raid the place, well, bust right in. With these hidden flaws, I've left this seemingly solid alloy door can be pried open with a single hydraulic spreader. At this thought, the blonde-haired man's lips curled into a sly grin. Once I get out of here, it's your death sentence, Zhang Yuhao. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the clamor of metal striking metal and the roar of the heavy rain, sweat beaded on the yellow-haired man's brow. His tools danced between his fingers as the alloy door frame gradually embedded itself into the wall. When the final screw was in place, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead with a grimy jacket, forcing a servile smile. Boss, it's done. See, the inner alloy door is installed and I've fixed the damaged outer one too. Any other orders? Zhang Yuhao stood up, leaning against the doorframe. Are you sure everything's properly installed? Of course. Look how smoothly it runs. Opens and closes with such stability. The yellow-haired man answered while eagerly sliding the door back and forth to demonstrate. Let's get this straight, I'm going to inspect the quality now. If it passes, you're free to go. Zhang Yuhao ignored the man's antics, pulling out a stun baton, whose tip crackled with blue arcs of electricity. But for every flaw, I find 10 minutes of electric shock. Wait. The yellow-haired man's expression stiffened, cold sweat trickling down the back of his neck. He frantically grabbed his tools and rushed back to the door. I'm not so sure now, let me double-check. Zhang Yuhao let out a light chuckle, appearing utterly indifferent. He was in no hurry, no matter how the man fussed. Watching the rising resentment points, Zhang Yuhao felt a deep satisfaction. Damn it! How can this guy be so vigilant? The yellow-haired man, seeing Zhang Yuhao's non-committal attitude, breathed a slight sigh of relief even as indignation swelled within him. At this rate, I can't plant anything too obvious. But at least I can rely on my expertise. At this thought, a smug pride crept into his heart. Bet you didn't see this coming. I'm the godfather of lockpicking. With no legitimate job, the yellow-haired man spent his days loitering and dabbling in shady trades, honing a masterful skill in lock manipulation. If I rig it from the inside, I can still pop this door open with a little pressure at the right spot. Minutes later, brimming with confidence, the yellow-haired man invited Zhang Yuhao to inspect again. Boss, this time it's absolutely perfect. He was utterly certain now. Unless someone dismantled the door entirely, no one would ever spot the trick. Alright, seems you're pretty sure of yourself. As Zhang Yuhao stepped forward, the yellow-haired man greeted him with exaggerated warmth. Don't come near me. Zhang Yuhao's face darkened and he delivered a kick. Get over there and squat in the corner. The yellow-haired man rolled his eyes and shuffled to the corner to squat, but in the next second his eyes flew wide. Zhang Yuhao pulled out a universal maintenance robot V-type from his pocket. The little device looked like a mechanical octopus, its 8 arms seamlessly fitted with an array of tools. When set on the ground, its large bulbous eyes quickly and nimbly scanned the surroundings. That's a universal maintenance robot. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man was stunned, leaping to his feet in shock. Who told you to stand? Zhang Yuhao's voice turned harsh. Squat back down. Snapping back to reality, the man awkwardly squatted in the corner with his head down, but his face still bore an expression of utter astonishment. He didn't recognize the specific model, but this thing. The cheapest version cost millions. A chilling realization struck him. It dawned on him that Zhang Yuhao was far deeper than he had ever imagined. Pulling out something worth millions on a whim, was that the mark of an ordinary man? But that wasn't the real issue. The man's wealth meant nothing to him. The real problem was, he was about to get beaten. Sure enough, after scanning the instructions, the universal maintenance robot began working on the door. Beep. Detected 3 safety hazards and 1 vulnerability. Repair in progress. The robot attached itself to the lock, its 8 arms moving with fluid precision. Some twisting screws, others hammering. Each performing its task without interference, a mesmerizing sight. The yellow-haired man's face turned ashen, utterly devoid of appreciation for the spectacle. Beep. All issues resolved. Zhang Yuhao turned to the despair-stricken man. So you're getting 10 minutes of electric shock. Any objections? The yellow-haired man clenched his fists, shaking his head frantically. Hell no. That could kill me. Meanwhile, the system interface's resentment points notification went into a frenzy. Seems you're not too keen. How about 10 shocks instead? As Zhang Yuhao relented, the yellow-haired man suppressed any thoughts of resistance. His face twisted with inner conflict, but in the end he nodded. He had no leverage to bargain. It was better to take the offer and quit while he was ahead. Since you agree, lie down. Lie down. The yellow-haired man looked confused. You know the buttocks have thicker flesh. Even under electric shock they're less likely to get seriously injured. Zhang Yuhao's face twisted into a mocking grin as he explained patiently, more importantly, it's hard to leave visible marks. This twisted bastard. Hatred flickered in the yellow-haired man's eyes, but he dared not speak out. He slowly lay down with his back to Zhang Yuhao. Don't move. Just bear with it. I'll be over soon. Zhang Yuhao's voice was like a demon's whisper. The man's body tensed involuntarily. He gritted his teeth, bracing for the impending torment. Thud. Thud. Suddenly 2 crossbow bolts buried themselves in the back of his head. A tremor ran through his body. His eyes flickered with confusion, hatred, and shock. Then his pupils slowly dilated. He was dead. The yellow-haired man lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes wide open in eternal defiance. In his final moment, his brief and chaotic life flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. All his past greed, cunning, and scheming now seemed utterly insignificant. He had perhaps never imagined that his life would end in such a plain and abrupt manner. If he could choose again, he would never kick open that door again. You got off easy. Zhang Yuhao's expression was cold as he put away the crossbow. This fellow had yet to experience the cruelty of the apocalypse. Dying so cleanly was, in a way, a blessing. Of course, the yellow-haired man's death was an inevitable outcome. From the very beginning, Zhang Yuhao had never intended to leave any survivors. Since this man had already seen the situation inside the room, the matter was beyond recovery. Sparing his life would be no different from putting a noose around one's own neck. Besides, this fellow was hardly a decent sort. Under the carefully crafted persona he had built, even a scumbag like Zhao Yuqian was willing to let him off, yet the yellow-haired man had come knocking instead. Clearly, he intended to push the severely ill out to scavenge for supplies. Killing such an evil man brought Zhang Yuhao no burden at all. As for why he didn't kill him immediately, firstly, the phone could only be unlocked by a living person, and secondly, he could get a free laborer to work. But the most important reason was to farm experience points. Zhang Yuhao's current system level was in an awkward position, stuck at the critical juncture between level 4 and level 5. And he simply couldn't find a way to level up for now. Although the mute in the group chat had been lifted, the so-called expert online had confidently claimed that the rain disaster would end within 2 days, boosting morale in the neighborhood. Now the main group was filled with sarcastic remarks. Old Wang liked hoarding, didn't he? Wouldn't sell to anyone, ha ha ha, now look, it's all going to rot. I laughed just thinking about him. He guarded that pile of trash like it was treasure, and now it's stuck in his hands. And what did he say? How precious supplies are in a disaster. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you? The government airdropped supplies to us. Not a single cent spent. You should have listened to the wise, done some good deeds, and become an influencer. Now you're paying the price. Your reputation is ruined, your supplies are wasted. Karma. Haha, you really thought the government wouldn't step in. You weren't hoping we'd starve, were you? Bet you've read too many apocalypse novels. Heck, called you stingy, now it's time to pop the champagne. We've got the government's guarantee, we don't need your junk. By the way, you won't be running that supermarket anymore, right? What kind of nonsense is this, trying to do business in our neighborhood? Get out. Get out, get out, get out. These same people who yesterday cursed the heavens, the earth, and the government were now licking the government's boots. Their change of face came effortlessly. Zhang Yuhao chose to ignore all these insults and mockery. The curses of fools were as laughable as the barking of wild dogs, stirring not even a ripple in the lake of a wise man's heart. These optimists who knew nothing of the future could be arrogant for now. In time, they would be begging on their knees. With this incident, Zhang Yuhao could no longer harvest resentment points from the group chat for now. This was particularly painful for him, who was desperate to reach level 5. Thankfully, heaven never seals off all exits. In the midst of the apocalypse, someone had taken the initiative to deliver themselves to him, solving his urgent problem. Your level has been upgraded. After harvesting the yellow-haired man's resentment, the system interface finally prompted again. System upgraded to level 5. Quick item bar function unlocked. Current item bar slots 4. Finally unlocked the item bar. Zhang Yuhao let out a long breath. The quick item bars function was simple. It was also for storage. But unlike the system space, the quick item bar storage method was more versatile. First, Zhang Yuhao could store any object he touched into the quick item bar, provided its weight didn't exceed his own. Then, an unlimited number of identical items could be stacked in that slot. For example, if Zhang Yuhao suddenly encountered millions of cases of bottled water. Normally, the system space was limited, a few hundred cases would fill it up. But with the quick item bar, it was different. He only needed to store 1 case of water in the item bar, and all the remaining cases could be collected. The item bar would change from bottled water 1 to bottled water 99. No matter how many more cases were added, they would only occupy 1 slot. This was the feature of the quick item bar, unlimited stacking of identical items. More conveniently, as long as an item was in the bar Zhang Yuhao's collection range for the same item expanded to 6 meters. This enabled remote collection. This opens up many possibilities. Zhang Yuhao had already experienced the item bar's convenience, so he felt little novelty now. He dragged the yellow-haired man to the window and threw him out. Thud. The man fell from the air, plunging directly into the 3-4 deep red water. With heavy dumbbells securely shackled to his feet, he sank like a stone, instantly disappearing beneath the surface. Next, the terrifying red rain virus would rapidly erode with astonishing speed, ruthlessly corroding and decomposing all the flesh and blood on his body. In the end, the yellow-haired man's remaining skeletal remains would be tightly wrapped in thick mud and filthy grime, slowly sinking into the soil deep beneath the water, becoming nutrients for the mutated plants. The red rain was truly a natural burial ground. After handling everything, Zhang Yuhao finally relaxed his tense nerves and picked up the yellow-haired man's phone to browse. Oh, Zhao Yuqian and his lackeys even have a small group. Let me see what these people chat about on a daily basis. Ridiculous. Zhao Yuqian confidently assured all group members they wouldn't have to go on missions yet. He sold out the yellow-haired man in a flash. Wait, these guys. The more Zhang Yuhao scrolled up through the chat history, the deeper his frown became. Good you bastards. You've been pulling off so many disgusting deeds behind the scenes. Through the chat records, Zhang Yuhao saw many filthy conversations. He finally understood how Zhao Yuqian had been colluding with his lackeys to amass wealth. For instance, with tenants about to move out, Zhao Yuqian would invite them to his room to discuss the lease termination terms, deliberately stalling for time. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man and his crew would break into the room and vandalize the furniture. Then, during the inspection phase, Zhao Yuqian would meticulously assess damages. He would use magnifying glasses and flashlights to find issues one by one. The tenants would be dumbfounded by the wrecked room. In the end, not only would they lose their deposit, but they would also be extorted for a large sum of money. Those antique second-hand furniture items were priced by Zhao Yuqian at their original manufacturer's cost, and even normal wear and tear was mercilessly recorded and claimed for compensation. The tenants who ended up renting here were mostly honest, powerless people. Relying on his numbers, Zhao Yuqian openly extorted them using every means imaginable, and his track record was flawless. Beyond that, Zhang Yuhao saw various underhanded schemes by Zhao Yuqian: government subsidies, external wall advertising, fees, community benefits. All intercepted and pocketed by him. As for the water, electricity, property management, and garbage fees paid to the outside, Zhao Yuqian added layers of surcharges, inflating the prices. Profiting from both ends, his greed knew no bounds. Damn. At this rate, it's better to rent in an elevator apartment building. Zhang Yuhao did a quick calculation and found this place was no different from a shady establishment. Although the rent here was indeed cheap, with Zhao Yuqian's manipulations it ended up being about the same as elsewhere. Zhao Yuqian's actions can be considered utterly heinous. The tenants attracted by this price were mostly poor people trying to save money, willing to endure hardship. But not only were the living conditions terrible, they didn't even get the services they were owed. And they didn't save any money. Worse still, when they moved out, they might be extorted for a fortune. Blood-sucking capitalists are bad enough, but even worse are those who prey on the poor. Zhang Yuhao was learning this information for the first time. It meant that in his past life, Zhao Yuqian and his group had always kept him in the dark, holding their secrets tight, even as order collapsed. These people are deep and patient. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the yellow-haired man's phone suddenly rang with a notification. Yellow hair, have you thought about what I mentioned? Don't worry, just pretend to be Zhang Yuhao. You can slack off all you want. Help your big brother out with this and there'll be plenty of benefits for you. The sender was none other than Zhao Yuqian. Zhao Yuqian dared not enter the corroded room, but having boasted in the group chat, he wanted the blonde to impersonate me to avoid losing face. Zhang Yuhao pondered for a moment, then tapped his fingers to reply. Got it, brother Zhao. I can use this to my advantage. 2 hours later. Everyone here. Come on, sign in. Just mark a check next to your name. The dispatched personnel formed a long line, stepping forward one by one to sign in. Among them, a young man in a cotton cap, mask, and goggles placed a checkmark next to Zhang Yuhao's name. The blonde. Zhao Yuqian sat at the sign-in table, nudging the other's pant leg with his shoe tip as they exchanged winks. Can't tell. That blonde kid's pretty reliable, wrapped up tight, no way to see who it is. Zhao Yuqian's face lit up with satisfaction. Soon the team assembled. The wind rises, clouds soar. Every one of you here is outstanding. No one on the list is absent. Zhao Yuqian stepped onto the stage, a megaphone in hand, spewing empty promises. Don't worry. You all are heroes for going out today. You'll get special treatment. After the supplies are retrieved, report to me first, and I'll prioritize your distribution. Prioritized distribution. Among the crowd, Zhang Yuhao sneered, not believing Zhao Yuqian's lies for a second. If it were truly prioritized, why report to him at all? By the time Zhao Yuqian tallied everything, the goods would surely shrink by a large chunk. Everyone else knew this too, yet no one in the crowd voiced a challenge. All were long accustomed to Zhao Yuqian's habit of skimming off the top. No objections. Let's move out. Zhao Yuqian waved his hand and the group descended the stairs in a mighty procession. Click, click, Zhao Yuqian trailed at the back, snapping photos with his phone and posting them to the community group chat as if he too were part of the expedition. The first and second floors are flooded. Gather on the third floor corridor. Hurry up, stop dawdling. On the way, Zhao Yuqian's loud voice droned on endlessly. The supply crates all have trackers installed. I can see their approximate locations on this app. Since the crates were dropped randomly, the number in each area varies. It's all up to fate. Our luck's neither good nor bad. There are 3 crates nearby. One's close, I2 are farther. Well, dismantle doors to make rafts. Wrap yourselves in plastic wrap, grab umbrellas, and go retrieve them. It's perfectly safe. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Safe? If it's so safe, why don't you go yourself? From the crowd, someone pinched their nose and mimicked Zhao Yuqian. Perfectly safe. Triggering a wave of stifled goose-like laughter. Quiet! At the critical moment, Zhao Yuqian couldn't be bothered to argue, merely scowling at them. Descending to the third floor, the vast red floodwaters loomed close. The crimson water had already crept over 2 steps, its murky surface littered with swollen slippers and rotting toilet paper like a vat of sour, spoiled tomato soup. The pungent, fishy stench made everyone frown. Zhao Yuqian stood on the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors, covering his nose with a handkerchief, refusing to go any further. The corridor's too narrow. He'll take photos from here. You all go ahead. With a collective sigh, the group stepped into the hallway. Zhao Yuqian, in his polished crocodile leather shoes, stood on the steps, phone, raised his broad face, beaming at the lens. Hello, everyone, I'm Zhao Yuqian, the property manager of Building 7. Behind me is our building's supply team heading out. Double tap 666 to cheer us on. After recording, Zhao Yuqian's fake smile vanished as he gazed at the turbulent waters, his face clouded with worry. Damn this acid rain. It won't stop. Didn't the experts say it'd last 2 days? Feels like it's getting heavier. At this rate, the 3rd floor might be lost too. The 3rd floor housed mostly Zhao Yuqian's relatives, so he couldn't ignore them. And this stench is unbearable. The lower the floor, the stronger it gets. Those poor sods on the top floor are living it up now, huh? He'll make sure they host a few more guests. The rain's patter grew louder, agitating everyone's mood. On the 3rd floor corridor, the group had already begun dismantling doors. The fire door was the first to come off. These 2 panels aren't safe enough. Too small. If a wave hits, we're doomed. I suggest making it thicker and wider. Agreed. With safety at stake, everyone was exceedingly cautious. Every floor has fire doors. Let's take a couple more. Yeah, let's go. As they moved to head upstairs, Zhao Yuqian quickly blocked the stairway. What now? More dismantling. 2 panels are enough, no more? It's not safe, landlord. Yeah, these thin panels. 1 wave and your feet are soaked. We need more layers to be safe. With so many of us, if the raft flips, it's deadly. Facing their pleas, Zhao Yuqian merely sneered. Hey, I'm only providing 2 doors for free. If you want more, the next ones come at a price. I won't rip you off, wholesale price. These are genuine redwood fire doors, collector's edition. Zhao Yuqian pulled out his phone, showing a screenshot from a bargain app. Original price 9999. As neighbors, I'll charge you 3000. That's a steal. Hearing this, the group was speechless. What? 3,000 for this scrap wood? You've got some nerve. In the end, they trudged back dejectedly. They dared not defy Zhao Yuqian, yet refused to pay, so they lashed plastic bottles, foam boxes, and inflatable balls from home onto the raft, hoping to make it sturdier. Little pests trying to outsmart me. Zhao Yuqian leaned smugly against the stairs, chuckling inwardly. The doors were second-hand from a bargain app. $50 each. All told, head contributed 100 today, already generous enough. Work hard, overcome the difficulties. With unity, no hurdle is insurmountable. Zhao Yuqian snapped photos, furiously spouting motivational platitudes. Amid the bustling crowd, one figure stood aloof, conspicuously out of place. It was Zhang Yuhao. He gazed into the distance. 10 meters away, a supply crate floated serenely on the water, clearly visible. Further off, 2 more crates were blurred by the heavy rain, estimated at least 50 meters away. Retrieving those would be far more challenging. The greater the distance, the higher the risk. If the raft capsized, it would be a total wipeout. With that thought, Zhang Yuhao glanced at the bustling group around him. These people weren't truly brave enough to risk their lives. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. They had no idea of the red rain's power, rushing in naively like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. If they knew they were gambling with their lives, they'd have turned on Zhao Yuqian in an instant. Hey, you there standing around. Why aren't you helping? Yeah, I've been watching you. You're the most afraid, wrapped up like a bear yet doing nothing. Exactly, being chosen is bad enough, but dealing with your type is worse. Suddenly the crowd erupted. Zhang Yuhao, who had been observing, became an unexpected outlet for their frustration. He looked at them, his expression calm. In truth, there were only 2 door panels on the ground with little room for modification. Most of those gathered had nothing to do, merely squatting and pointing fingers. In a group, those who stand out are often isolated. Standing upright, Zhang Yuhao inexplicably became the culprit. Yet faced with the accusations, he felt no anger. He only found these people somewhat pitiful. At its core, this was Zhao Yuqian's task, but they dared not complain about him, so they turned their fire on a fellow underling. Born of the same root, why rush to harm each other? Zhang Yuhao ignored everyone. After assessing the situation, he suddenly pulled out a long rope with a grappling hook from behind, swung it, and threw it. Whoosh! The hook flew straight, drawing everyone's gaze. Clatter! Lucky! On the first try it snagged the nearest crate. Zhang Yuhao pulled the rope and the crate was quickly dragged close. The crowd snapped to attention, cheering as they swarmed to haul it up. A few unlucky ones without gloves touched the rope soaked in red rain and yelped in pain. Don't touch that acid water. It corrodes skin. Those with gloves grab the rope, those without hold onto the person in front and pull. Haul it up. 1, 2, 3. Heave. 1, 2, 3. Heave. Pull. With everyone's help, the heavy crate was finally lifted inch by inch and set down. Zhang Yuhao pulled out a large tarp, wrapped the crate stained with red rain, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. I'll take this crate to the landlord's office first. You all keep at it. The hook's yours. With that, he turned and left crate in tow. Zhang Yuhao always discarded anything touched by the red rain. Giving the hook to them was just repurposing trash. They were all pitiful souls oppressed by Zhao Yuqian. Saving a few counted as good karma. Oh, okay. Thanks. The group stared dumbly as Zhang Yuhao walked away, then eyed the hook with wild delight. This was a treasure. Though not long enough to reach the far crates directly, it could cut the distance in half. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuqian watched Zhang Yuhao approach with the crate, his fleshy face blooming into a grin, phone lens frantically focusing on the supplies. Excellent. You've exceeded my expectations. A great achievement. Quick, take it to my office. Zhao Yuqian shot Zhang Yuhao a sly wink. You know what I mean. Zhang Yuhao dared not speak in front of him, gave an okay sign and left. Once far from the third floor, a smile crept across Zhang Yuhao's lips. Take it to your office. Dream on. Zhang Yuhao naturally understood the implication behind Zhao Yuqian's meaningful phrase. You know what? He had already learned of Zhao Yuqian and his group's plan through the messaging app. Once today's 3 supply crates were retrieved, they would be placed in Zhao Yuqian's office for distribution. Zhao Yuqian intended to keep everyone outside, while he alone divided the spoils. Of course, he dared not touch basic staples like rice and flour. If these supplies were embezzled, the people in the building who couldn't get food would likely come for his life. Therefore, Zhao Yuqian's true aim was the high-value, low-weight rare supplies, such as medicine, chocolate, water purification tablets, and so on. These were either high-calorie foods or life-saving items under specific conditions, scarce in quantity, yet the most precious contents of the entire crate. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhao let out a cold snort. Too bad you won't be able to reap the rewards this time. He hadn't risked infiltrating the external personnel team just to work for nothing. Carrying the crate, he made his way to Zhao Yuqian's office. As he stepped into the room, a stench of instant noodle soup mixed with sweat made Zhang Yuhao furrow his brows. The room was decently decorated, but the man clearly had little regard for hygiene. The floor was covered in stains and footprints, with piles of garbage and takeout boxes stacked in the corners. The furniture in the room was simple, just an office desk cluttered with disorganized documents topped with a stack of rent collection notices, their corners wrinkled and worn. On the wall behind the desk hung not art but a dense array of housing contracts and rent increase charts with numbers circled in red that were glaringly conspicuous. How filthy! Zhang Yuhao averted his gaze in disgust and tossed the crate carelessly onto the floor. Then he retrieved a pair of rubber gloves from his personal space, put them on, and cautiously pried open the lid of the supply crate. The first thing that met his eyes were neatly stacked piles of compressed biscuits, beside which were several large bottles of mineral water. Digging deeper, he found bulging bags of rice and flour. These staple food items occupied 80% of the crate's space. Unfortunately, the inside of the crate was now stained with red marks, and all the bags had been soaked through by the rain. Zhang Yuhao showed no surprise at this. In his past life, it had been the same. The corrosive power of the red rain far exceeded imagination, and conventional waterproofing could not stop its permeation. He had reminded people of this on the forum before, but unfortunately few had taken it seriously. At the bottom of the crate, there should be medical supplies and other items, but the bags of rice and flour were too heavy, and Zhang Yuhao couldn't be bothered to check them one by one. With a sweep of his hand, all the supplies in the crate were absorbed into his personal space. Only the empty crate stained with red water remained. This crate was equipped with a tracker, so he had no intention of taking it. After taking the items, Zhang Yuhao still didn't rush to leave. He began to look around the office. The room only contained office supplies, nothing worth taking. The only thing of slight interest was Zhao Yuqian's office computer, which was on and unlocked. Zhang Yuhao picked up the mouse and started rummaging through the computer. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Zhao Yuqian is a cautious man. Since he dares to leave the computer on and unlocked, he naturally wouldn't store any secrets here. This computer was for office use, and the chat accounts logged in were also official accounts. Zhang Yuhao clicked into the messaging app and scrolled through casually. All the chat logs were indeed only communications with the authorities. But this seems a bit interesting. Suddenly, a community file caught Zhang Yuhao's attention. Download channel for supply crate tracking app. Isn't this the software Zhao Yuqian uses to locate the crates? I can get one. Zhang Yuhao scanned the QR code and quickly downloaded and installed the app. This kind of software is generally not available to the public. Only area managers have the download link. In his past life, Zhao Yuqian had used his monopoly on information to deceive both superiors and subordinates, committing many unscrupulous deeds behind the scenes. Therefore, it was best to download any official software available to avoid being duped without even knowing it. Having done this, Zhang Yuhao left the office directly. He calculated the time, the salvage work downstairs was almost over, and he couldn't afford to be cornered by this group. He wondered what expression Zhao Yuqian would have when he returned and saw the empty crate. Soon Zhang Yuhao returned to his humble abode, flinging his crimson-stained coat out the window. After shedding his various disguises, he felt an immense sense of relief. He took a shower, slipped into loose pajamas, and basked in the cool air of the air conditioner, utterly at ease. He withdrew the bathtub from the restroom into his system space, summoned it into the living room, and filled it with a copious amount of alcohol. A simple disinfection pool was thus prepared. Then Zhang Yuhao began tossing the spoils from the supply crate into the alcohol pool one by one. These supplies had been soaked in the red rain, so for the safety of his sanctuary, disinfection was paramount. As more and more supplies were retrieved, the familiar foul stench of the red rain began to permeate the air. Zhang Yuhao activated the fresh air purification system, and soon the indoor air was refreshed. After disinfecting all the supplies, he retrieved the alcohol pool. This couldn't be wasted, it could be reused. Now let's see the haul. There were quite a few items in the crate, mostly food. Rice noodles, instant noodles, purified water, dehydrated vegetables, alcohol, chocolate, canned goods. Looking at the supplies before him, Zhang Yuhao's lips twitched. He hadn't expected such a wealth of relief supplies hidden beneath the rice and flour. At that moment, he only wanted to curse Zhao Yuqian's shamelessness. In his past life, he had only ever received rice and noodles from the supply distribution, occasionally earning a few packs of instant noodles through tasks to improve his diet. He had never gotten any other food. As for canned goods, beef jerky, chocolate, he had never even seen them, let alone eaten them. Zhao Yuqian, oh Zhao Yuqian, just how many more times can you shatter my worldview? Zhang Yuhao didn't put the disinfected supplies directly back into the space. Instead, he took out 2 more boxes and began sorting the supplies before him. These are edible. These are toxic. According to Zhang Yuhao's classification, 90% of the supplies ended up in the inedible box. At this stage, no one knows that the initial supplies have a massive hidden danger. The corrosive power of the red rain completely surpasses the expert's understanding. Under normal circumstances, as long as the outer packaging is intact, people instinctively assume the food inside is also intact. Even with food already soaked by the red rain, most people still think it can be eaten after disinfection, rinsing, and high-temperature cooking. Little do they know the red rain is far from that simple. Any packaging that doesn't achieve a vacuum seal will be eroded by the red rain. Even vacuum-sealed supplies with plastic outer packaging will be eroded. The key point is that this erosion is irreversible. These bagged foods may look intact on the surface, but they've already been spoiled by the virus. Zhang Yuhao meticulously sorted through the various supplies. If one were to eat this contaminated food, they would exhibit symptoms of infection, and their immune system would sustain permanent damage. Among this haul, the rice, flour, medicine, drinking water, and cookies and instant noodles were all compromised. Only canned goods had survived unscathed. This contamination of emergency supplies will last for a long time. In my past life, even after the country replaced the airdrop packaging several times, it couldn't resist the invasion of the red rain. Recalling his past life, even after discovering the airdrop supplies were contaminated, people had to grit their teeth and eat them. There was no choice. One had to choose between starving and being infected. Although eating contaminated food would lead to a gradual weakening of the body, it still provided some nutrition, at least staving off immediate starvation. Of course, this was a last resort when there were no other options. If given the choice, everyone would undoubtedly opt for uncontaminated food. Thus, canned goods were the true hard currency of the apocalypse. After sorting and packing, Zhang Yuhao didn't waste the contaminated food either. He stored it all in his system space. Although he had no use for these items, they could be used for trade. For those on the brink of starvation, even toxic food was incredibly precious. In the apocalypse, food was natural currency, and the more the better. Besides, his system space was large enough so he didn't worry about space or expiration dates. After tidying up his spoils, Zhang Yuhao lay on the sofa and began studying the newly downloaded app. Oh, I see. This app can sync with the map software. The locations of landed supply crates can be marked directly on the 3D satellite imagery. The current software was user-friendly, easy to pick up. Each supply crate has its serial number and password written on the bottom. After retrieving the supplies, reporting these 2 strings in the app will deactivate the crate's location display. That's quite convenient. The disaster had just erupted and the authorities' response was remarkably swift. Unfortunately, this apocalyptic crisis was indeed beyond human power to resist. Zhang Yuhao opened the map and found that the locations of 3 supply crates had completely overlapped. It seems the retrieval team has completed this salvage operation. No, wait. For some reason, Zhang Yuhao felt something was off. He zoomed in on the map with 2 fingers and the overlapping supply crate markers gradually separated. One marker quickly distanced itself from the others. 1, 2, 3, 4. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yuhao's eyes, as he discovered a total of 4 markers on the map. There are actually 4 supply crates in our area. That means the remaining crate must have landed right on the roof of Building 7. Zhao Yuqian concealed this. Given his character, such behavior isn't surprising, but he didn't just hide it from the main group. He didn't even mention it in the internal chat. That's it. He wants to keep that crate for himself. Slow down, slow down. Alright, carry it into the office, set it down. Inside the office, Zhao Yuqian stared greedily at the 3 crates on the floor. Alright, you can leave now. I'll register and sort the supplies first. I'll call you in to distribute them when I'm done. The retrieval team was all shooed into the corridor. A group of them crouched on the ground, puffing on cigarettes. How much of the supplies do you think Zhao Yuqian will take? I'm not a fortune teller. Who knows how much he'll take? We've never even opened these crates. I'm just afraid he'll take the lion's share. That's not up to him. This is the food supply for the whole building. At this, the men in the corridor all grew agitated. Right? If Zhao Yuqian doesn't want to provoke public outrage, he can't touch the bulk of the supplies. Yeah, I figure he'll just take some small valuables. That's probably it. That's how he's always done it. Oh, does this brother know some inside scoop? Bro, want to smoke? Care to share with us? I heard it through the grapevine. Every time before the year-end benefits were distributed in the neighborhood, every household got a share. Zhao Yuqian didn't bother with the bulky low-value items like rice detergent and spring festival couplets, but he took all the egg vouchers for the entire building. Damn, is that true? Shit, I've been kept in the dark. You'd never have known if he hadn't told us. Bastard, a total bastard. The eggs for the whole building. Can he even eat them all? Motherfucker. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, the long-suppressed resentment and anger of the lower-floor tenants toward Zhao Yuqian began to simmer. But with this disaster, Zhao Yuqian shouldn't dare go too far. This is the survival rations for the whole building. If he dares to touch it, he's driving everyone to their death. A cornered rabbit will bite. Exactly. This brother is clearly an educated man. Yeah, if he pushes us too far, we'll fight him. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhao Yuqian stared at the supply crates in shock, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Is this for real? How is there an empty crate? How could it be? How could the crate be empty? Zhao Yuqian was dumbfounded. Since he had personally watched the last 2 crates being set down, he quickly identified the suspect. This empty supply crate is the one that Yellow Hair brought up. Zhao Yuqian stood frozen in disbelief, a look of utter confusion on his face. But how did he have the audacity to cross me? Could it be that it was originally empty? Zhao Yuqian furrowed his brows, pondering for a long time before suddenly shuddering. No. When we hauled it up, a whole group of people had to struggle to drag it out, which means the crate was originally full of supplies. At this thought, Zhao Yuqian's expression twisted. Yellow Hair. You've got some nerve daring to embezzle my supplies. Do you never think about the consequences? Despite his fury, Zhao Yuqian keenly sensed something was amiss. He still couldn't believe Yellow Hair would betray him over a single crate of supplies. The rain would stop in 2 days. It wasn't the end of the world. Yellow Hair was alone. What use did he have for so many supplies? Besides, Zhao Yuqian still held leverage over Yellow Hair's crimes. Calming down, Yellow Hair shouldn't be that stupid. My office door wasn't locked. Could a thief have stolen it? No, I need to call and get to the bottom of this. Just as he pulled out his phone, Zhao Yuqian was astonished to find that Yellow Hair had already sent him a message. Zhao Yuqian, do you really think your daddy is easy to mess with? If there's no room for me here, I'll find another. I've taken the supplies with me. If you dare to make a fuss, I'll spill all your dirty secrets. Zhao Yuqian. Damn. So it really was you. After reading the message, Zhao Yuqian was so furious, he nearly smashed his phone. Rebellion, sheer rebellion. How dare you? How dare you? In his rage, Zhao Yuqian wildly trashed everything in sight. Just you wait, just you wait. I've always been the one to threaten others, never the other way around. Once the rain stops, if I don't have someone break your arms, my name isn't Zhao. When that time comes, no matter how much you've taken, it'll make you cough it up double. Ah. I won't be satisfied until I've given you a couple of cuts. After venting for a long while until someone knocked on the door to ask what was going on, Zhao Yuqian barely managed to regain some composure. Damn it, those wretched commoners have no patience. A little more waiting won't kill them. Zhao Yuqian grumbled as he dismissed the inquiry, then looked blankly at the supply crates at his feet. For a moment he was at a loss for what to do. Zhao Yuqian had originally planned to pilfer the valuable small items from the crates, netting himself a tidy profit without affecting the total weight much. A Tuberts with an Estone scheme. But now, with a whole crate missing, how could Zhao Yuqian still have the nerve to embezzle anything? Faced with a full 1/3 shortfall, even if he redistributed all the supplies evenly among the 3 crates, the scene would still look practically empty. Handing over something like that would inevitably spark outrage. After all, from an outsider's perspective, it would seem as if he alone had embezzled 1/3 of the building's supplies. Damn it! And I can't even expose Yellow Hair's deeds. Zhao Yuqian felt a throbbing headache. Yellow hair had done everything under the guise of Zhang Yuhao, so there was no way to threaten him directly. If I dare to reveal the truth about Yellow Hair's disguise, hell bite back and claim I was the one who ordered it. The chat logs are all there. If this blows up and the police get involved, I'll still be the one to take the fall. Zhao Yuqian was now truly caught between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't provoke Yellow Hair, or it would be a dog-eat-dog situation with no winners. What about shifting the blame onto Zhang Yuhao? Zhao Yuqian considered it, but that wouldn't work either. What if the crowd gets so angry they break into Zhang Yuhao's house and find he's already dead? How would I explain that? I had Yellow Hair impersonate Zhang Yuhao precisely to distance myself from his death. I can't go looking for trouble now. After much deliberation, Zhao Yuqian realized there was only one path left. He had to swallow his pride and accept the loss. Damn it. This time he had truly shot himself in the foot. Landlord, are you done dividing things up? Hurry up. Yeah, it's windy and rainy out here in the hallway. Everyone wants to get home soon. Exactly. Waiting any longer wouldn't change things. It would only make the tenants in the hallway more impatient. Zhao Yuqian had no choice but to steel himself open the door and let everyone in. Well, come on in and move them. Several burly men eagerly entered the room. As their rough hands weighed the crates, their expressions immediately shifted. Seeing something was wrong, the others reached out to feel the crate's weight, then glared at Zhao Yuqian with fury. Every single crate was noticeably lighter. Landlord, you can't possibly eat all this by yourself, can you? The crowd had finally reached their breaking point. Exactly. We've turned a blind eye in the past, but now it's a disaster and everyone's families are barely getting by. How can you justify this? That's right. We risked our lives to salvage this. No more sneaky moves in times of crisis. Exactly. This is the nation's ration for the collective. No skimming allowed. Give it back. Give it back. The people who had gone out on the mission were all bearing burn injuries. Now, united in anger, they surrounded Zhao Yuqian. Calm down, calm down. Knowing he was in the wrong, Zhao Yuqian raised his hands in surrender. Don't get worked up. Hey, race the deal. You all get first pick of the supplies in these crates, and then well distribute the rest to the other tenants. As for my relatives and assistants, I'll take care of them myself, all right? Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yuqian proposed a plan that would cost him dearly. He understood the gravity of the situation. He couldn't afford to incite the crowd's anger. He had to shoulder part of the burden for now. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Zhao Yuqian was still making a huge profit. After all, his little clique was walking away with 1/3 of the building's supplies. Only Zhao Yuqian knew that this operation had been a total loss for him. After Zhao Yuqian proposed this, the crowd's expressions eased slightly. Though they still detested his actions, the prospect of distributing the spoils first kept them from openly clashing with the landlord. Zhao Yuqian added a few more placating words, and the crowd gradually dispersed carrying their boxes. Yet as they left, a smoldering resentment lingered in everyone's hearts. Despicable, utterly despicable, that Zhao Yuqian was too much. His small clique, few in number, had the audacity to demand 1/3 of the entire building's supplies. What a greedy display, a vile countenance, shameless. No, we must claim a larger share later. A monumental disgrace indeed. Only the wronged truly know the depth of their grievance. Zhao Yuqian, recalling he hadn't gained a single thing, and was still being gossiped about behind his back, felt his blood pressure spike. Though he had temporarily dodged the crisis by diverting the conflict, he had suffered a genuine crushing loss. Blondie, I will never forgive you. You've never seen real gangsters. I'll show you a dirty trick. As he roared in fury, Zhao Yuqian's phone suddenly buzzed incessantly with message alerts. Looking down, Zhao Yuqian felt his blood pressure soar even higher. Holy SHT. Great. Now the whole building knows I embezzled a box of supplies. The messages were from his relatives and underlings, all sending congratulations and inquiring when the goods would be distributed. Distribute. I got nothing. How can I distribute? These greedy bastards are never proactive about work, but the moment they hear about sharing spoils, they come running like dogs to shit. Before, distributing loot didn't bother him. But now, having to take from his own stash, Zhao Yuqian suddenly found everyone insufferable. Luckily, I always leave a backup plan. Thinking of his contingency, Zhao Yuqian's expression finally relaxed a little, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. That blondie really surprised me this time, but making me take a loss. Impossible. At most, I'll just earn a bit less. Saying this, Zhao Yuqian began wrapping himself in plastic wrap. There's still a box of supplies waiting for me on the rooftop. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yuqian, swaddled like a dumpling, crept stealthily to the 8th floor. After glancing around, he quietly pushed open the rooftop door. Ah, lucky me. The moment the door opened, Zhao Yuqian's eyes lit up with surprise. Heaven be praised. The box was right by the door, and I even brought the grappling hook for nothing. Grinning from ear to ear, he gleefully grabbed the box and gave it a hard tug. Thud. Zhao Yuqian landed on the ground with the box. He stared blankly at the box he had dragged over, his gaze vacant. This weight. It was far too light, wasn't it? Zhao Yuqian's face changed, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Without bothering to wipe the grime off the box, he flung the lid open. Splash! Zhao Yuqian's mind went blank, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the floor, eyes glazed. Inside the box, aside from the sloshing red water, where were the supplies? Empty. Empty again. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Zhao Yuqian let out a furious roar, kicking the box over. Ding! His phone chimed with a notification. Damn it, why does my phone always go off whenever I lose my temper? Irritated, Zhao Yuqian pulled out his phone and his eyes went wide. Shit. Another message from Blondie. Oh, forgot to mention, don't think about getting back at me. I've already set up a ladder from the roof and made my escape. He guess what I found on the rooftop. Zhao Yuqian. You motherfucker. Zhao Yuqian finally snapped, consumed by a towering rage. Blondie, you wait. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Oh. In the living room, Zhang Yuhao lounged comfortably on the sofa sipping coffee while watching the surveillance feed. On the monitor, Zhao Yuqian was furiously smashing the box, venting his wrath. At your age, losing your cool so easily. Can't you be as calm as me? In a disinfection tank beside Zhang Yuhao, a second batch of supplies was soaking. The moment he discovered the supply box on the roof, Zhang Yuhao had taken action. Living on the top floor, he could reach the roof in moments far quicker than Zhao Yuqian. Otherwise, how would the box have conveniently ended up right by the door? Having seized the advantage, all he had to do was return home, activate the surveillance, and wait patiently to hear the sound of Zhao Yuqian's Dao heart-shattering. Of course, to prevent Zhao Yuqian from acting rashly in desperation, Zhang Yuhao had also sent a timely message letting the professional scapegoat comrade Blondie take the blame. Sending that message was in itself an art. Sending it too early or too late would ruin the effect. He had to watch the surveillance and send it right after Zhao Yuqian pulled out the box, ensuring the landlord's efforts were in vain and his losses were maximized. Arg, Blondie, you'll regret this. Getting riled up already, Zhao Yuqian. Zhang Yuhao watched the monitor calmly. The future still holds many wonders. After his impotent rage, Zhao Yuqian returned home utterly exhausted, only to find a large crowd gathered before his door. They were all his relatives and underlings. His brother Zhao. Brother Zhao is back. Who? Welcome, triumphant one. The crowd cheered and surged forward to greet him. Nephew Zhao, you did a fine job this time, securing a third of the supplies for our people. Right. Brother Zhao is mighty. Haha, sticking with Brother Zhao means eating well and drinking well. At this moment, Zhao Yuqian truly felt like crying but had no tears. Pressed by the situation, Zhao Yuqian had no choice but to rummage through his own warehouse, bleeding a significant amount of resources. Yet how could his personal stash satisfy such a voracious crowd? Everyone who received supplies wore a subtly complex expression. Out of politeness, no one voiced open complaints, but discontent brewed within each of them. Damn, Zhao Yuqian, are you really that unscrupulous? You used our name to hoard supplies, pocketed a third of the building's food for yourself, and now you're tossing us this pittance. We even gathered to celebrate your victory, and this is how you repay us. I gave you my heart and you gave me your piss. I treated you like a brother, and you treat me like a sucker. What an ungrateful wolf. And thus the first round of the salvage operation came to a perfect conclusion. Zhao Yuqian emerged as its biggest victim. He hadn't gained a single strand of hair and had lost everything. Meanwhile, the other residents in the building, dissatisfied with their meager shares, simmered with resentment. No one was content with their haul. Everyone was nursing a grievance. The atmosphere in the entire building grew tense as a result. On the second day after the food distribution, an eerie stillness settled over the entire city. Those who had previously been infected by the red rain fared better, having developed some resistance, while the unfortunate ones who had evaded the first wave of red rain suffered greatly. After consuming the contaminated food, they were all stricken with high fevers and fell into a peaceful comatose slumber. It wasn't until the afternoon that wails of agony began to rise one after another across the city, gradually shattering the quiet atmosphere. Those who had awakened from their comas discovered they had suffered devastating losses and erupted into furious roars. The entire port city was filled with all kinds of resentful cries, as if they could tear the sky apart. Meanwhile, the news media was in an uproar. The casualties from this supply distribution were too severe. People had underestimated the lethality of the red rain and overestimated the limits of human greed. Almost every building had cases of people sacrificing themselves while retrieving supply boxes. This single distribution of supplies had indirectly caused the deaths of tens of thousands. For a time, panic spread across the internet. The victims in the fringe areas of the red rain, gripped by fear, fled into the rain, only to add to the casualty count. Alas, escaping the city is meaningless. This catastrophe will eventually spread across the globe. Though he had experienced an apocalypse before, Zhang Yuhao was still awestruck by humanity's insignificance in the face of natural disasters, as he felt the despair once more. Online, the authorities had corrected the information about the disaster, officially naming the rainy calamity climate as red rain. With dozens of red rain zones descending across the globe, previous rumors spread online about acid rain, chemical plant pollution, and biochemical virus experiments were all debunked. But what followed were even greater rumors. Claims of hell descending upon Earth, alien invasions, and nature destroying humanity spread like wildfire. In unaffected areas, many began hoarding supplies and some even started building shelters, plunging the entire world into chaos. Global organizations still hadn't identified the source of the disaster, and research on the red rain was progressing with great difficulty. The only finding was that experts had detected significant changes in the atmosphere. As for the specifics of those changes, further research was needed. After the first supply drop incident, the authorities learned their lesson and decided to urgently add another round of survival equipment supplies. This time, rescue aircraft will additionally drop hundreds of thousands of foam boats randomly across Port City. Meanwhile, the supply boxes will contain large quantities of raincoats, rain boots, grappling hooks, and fever-reducing medicine. Through overnight improvements by experts, all supply boxes will be equipped with propeller devices. Once in the water, they will automatically propel the boxes forward until they reach a wall, greatly ensuring the safety of retrieval personnel. Click. Zhang Yuhao shook his head and turned off the TV. They still haven't solved the key issue of the red rain eroding the supply boxes. During this time, Zhang Yuhao had been posting on forums using a guest account to report the food contamination issue, but clearly no one had paid him any attention. After all, compared to the deaths of tens of thousands of retrieval workers falling into a high fever from eating contaminated food was hardly a major concern. One person's influence is still too small. Zhang Yuhao sighed. It was worth noting that Zhao Yuqian's building had performed admirably during this retrieval incident thanks to the grappling hooks, with only dozens of minor injuries. 0 deaths, 0 serious injuries. Such an exemplary case was directly commended by the provincial authorities, and Zhao Youqian, who had merely stood by taking photos without lifting a finger, unceremoniously took all the credit and was praised as the best team leader. A bonus of 100,000. Those who participated in the retrieval operation all congratulated him in the group chat and hinted at sharing the spoils. Zhao Youqian agreed readily but claimed the bonus hadn't been dispersed yet and was still in the approval process. The exact time of disbursement was unknown. In the end, he didn't even send a single small red packet. In short, he's just stalling. Zhang Yuhao was well aware of Zhao Yuqian's usual trick, just the stalling tactic. Whether the bonus had been received or not was entirely up to Zhao Yuqian's word, and no one could verify it. As long as he kept delaying with time, the tenants would drift away or forget, and naturally no one would pursue the matter. Zhao Youqian, oh Zhao Youqian, you've really made a terrible move. Zhang Yuhao wasn't the least bit envious of Zhao Youqian earning that 100,000. In normal times, Zhao Yuqian's selfish profit-at-the-expense-of-others behavior might have paid off. Unfortunately, this was the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, money was virtually worthless. In this perilous and critical time, Zhao Yuqian's decision to gain hatred and ruin his reputation for a pile of worthless paper was an extremely foolish move. Earlier, Zhang Yuhao had gone to great lengths to mitigate the envy that the 3 million might have caused. But Zhao Youqian, on the other hand, seemed to want everyone to hold a grudge against him. Speaking of that 3 million, the trap I set earlier should be filled in by now, right? In the evening, a major piece of news topped the headlines of Port City's local news. Breaking news. Luxury development Tian Lai Jijia abandoned. Extra. Due to the impact of the natural disaster, the unfinished luxury development Tian Lai Jijia failed to recover its funds in time, and the developer has absconded with billions. This news of the developer's flight instantly dominated all local media headlines in Port City. As a highly anticipated luxury development in Port City, it had actually been abandoned. This is a wealthy area, yet it still ended up abandoned. It's normal after all, it's due to the natural disaster. Damn. This development was already in pre-sale and fund recovery was going smoothly. But then the red rain came and houses couldn't be sold for the time being, while topping off construction was indefinitely delayed, causing the developer's capital chain to break. These developers don't care about consumers. They're shrewd. Rather than going bankrupt repaying bank debts, they'd rather pack up and flee early. Hey buddy, you seem to know a lot. Got inside info. Inside info my ass. I'm the damn owner. I curse him to hell. I scrimped and saved to buy a house and now it's abandoned. In a third-tier city with little gossip, such a juicy scandal kept the buzz alive for a long time. Meanwhile, in the big group chat where Zhang Yuhao used to work, discussions were also raging. This red rain has caused so many developments to be abandoned. Port City has been hit hard this time. Exactly, especially Tian Lai Jijia, a wealthy area, and it still got taken down. Haha, serves them right. I can't stand seeing those rich folks do well. Hey, don't you think? The name Tian Lai Jijia sounds familiar. The group fell silent for a moment, then Huang Jingjing suddenly popped up. Isn't that the development Zhang Yuhao bought into? That unlucky bastard got lucky with the lottery and won the jackpot, then went and bought a house outright. Ha ha ha, it's killing me buying an abandoned property with cash. Once Huang Jingjing mentioned it, the others recalled as well, and the group chat erupted with excitement. Haha, I said it back then. Zhang Yuhao was a typical nouveau riche and now he's lost it all. When a person's intelligence doesn't match their wealth, the money flows back into the market through other means. Ha ha ha. Classic. A rag storage's story that ends up in the pot. Pfft. This is the funniest joke of the year. Oh my god, how can someone be so stupid? Winning the lottery and not enjoying it but instead buying a house. And an abandoned one at that. Right. If it were me, I'd have gone abroad for a trip long ago, and I'd have dodged the red rain too. This proves Zhang Yuhao was born poor and doesn't deserve that wealth. Him really laughing. Serves him right. When I asked him to borrow money before he wouldn't give a cent, and now this is karma. At that moment, whether they were burning with fever or starving, everyone mustered the strength to get up, grab their phones, and type, their faces glowing with excitement as if it were New Year's. They chattered away, and anyone listening would think they had gained some immense benefit. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in that moment. After mocking him in the group, still unsatisfied, they banded together to privately message Zhang Yuhao, hoping to thoroughly disgust him. But they found no response from him. His phone was unreachable, WeChat messages went unanswered, and his moments hadn't been updated. This left his colleagues eager to hear Zhang Yuhao's lament, feeling as restless as cats on hot bricks. So they returned to the group chat. After some discussion combined with the earlier suicide note, they speculated that Zhang Yuhao had likely already passed away. Seeing this, they suddenly put on a show of pity, shedding crocodile tears. Some even posted on moments lamenting the loss of another poor soul from the world. This scene was undeniably absurd. It was like a suicide incident. People below jeer and fan the flames, eager for chaos. Jump! Jump! Come on, jump! But once the person actually jumps, the crowd goes silent. At that point, the instigators transform into rational observers, the snide remarks cease, and everyone takes a photo to post on moments, sheds a tear or two, then forgets the whole affair. The pain is left only for the victim and their family. The boss Peng Gao saw the group chat content, and though he said nothing in the group, felt immensely relieved. 3 million. Consider it the price for your life, ha ha ha. Peng Gao gleefully opened a bottle of premium liquor, drinking and laughing with a look of utter contentment. I was planning to get someone to retaliate against you, but it turns out you don't have the fate to bear such immense fortune. At that moment, everyone's hatred, jealousy, envy, and admiration for Zhang Yuhao. All those emotions dissipated like smoke. Thus, through his preemptive planning, Zhang Yuhao had finally neutralized all the risks associated with the 3 million. Oh, I'm dead. Zhang Yuhao stared at his phone, with a peculiar expression, lying on the massage chair, relaxing while scrolling through his moments. Good grief, they'd even lit incense for him. With that kind of conscience, why hadn't they come to visit him before? Well, digital incense costs nothing. He smiled dismissively. It's good to be dead. Dead people don't get coveted. A new day dawns, and the second wave of airdrops officially commences. Zhang Yuhao lies at home, gazing calmly at the dense cluster of parachutes in the sky, making no movement. This time, the supplies are purely tools for assistance, with the higher-ups combining Zhang Yuhao's neighborhood's successful experience to include a large amount of grappling hooks and ropes in the supply boxes. In addition, to address the common phenomenon of fevers, the boxes are stocked with a significant amount of antipyretics and disinfectants. Though these items may be inexpensive, they prove incredibly practical in the apocalypse, greatly boosting survival rates in affected areas. Thus, Zhang Yuhao had no intention of participating in this airdrop event. After all, he had no use for these toolboxes, so it would be better to leave them for others in need. In the apocalypse, excessive casualties are certainly not good news for Zhang Yuhao, especially since leveling up requires a vast amount of resentment points. After the rescue aircraft delivered the supply boxes from above, it swiftly departed the scene. There should be another round coming soon. Zhang Yuhao continued to gaze at the sky, and before long the dull roar of the aircraft echoed once again. Soon countless flat foam blocks fell from the sky like snowflakes, landing directly into the floodwaters before bobbing to the surface. This is the emergency boat. Yesterday, in order to obtain supplies, the vast crowds of Port City were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique skills, resulting in a myriad of handmade boats. What can be said about the outcome? Many perished. In response to this phenomenon, the Dragon Kingdom has spared no effort, with foam factories nationwide working overtime through the night to churn out a large number of foam blocks as emergency boats for deployment. These emergency boats have a broad surface area, are stable in the water, and are not prone to capsizing. Aside from their unattractive appearance, they have virtually no other flaws. In the coming days, foam emergency boats will continue to be delivered until they cover the entire city, allowing anyone in need of a boat to simply grab one and achieve short-distance mobility. Of course, boats are not omnipotent. One still has to endure the falling red rain. Going outside remains a high-risk endeavor. Yet for countless individuals trapped in low buildings, these rudimentary foam blocks are akin to a glimmer of hope for salvation. In his past life, Zhang Yuhao also relied on these small boats to slowly escape the company and row back to his neighborhood. It seems my little butterfly has indeed made an impact. This situation is a significant improvement compared to my past life. The successful experience of Zhao Yuqian's building has undoubtedly been promoted, and Zhang Yuhao also seized the opportunity during an interview to privately contribute a vast amount of apocalyptic experience under the guise of Huang Mao. It appears that the higher-ups are paying considerable attention to Zhang Yuhao's suggestions. At least in my past life, grappling hooks, alcohol, and emergency boats only appeared in the later airdrops. Zhang Yuhao cannot dismiss the entire Dragon Kingdom simply because the people in his building are scum. At least from his past life, the government has been doing its utmost to save the citizens. However, in the apocalypse, the baser aspects of human nature ultimately dominate. Hooray! The cheers from downstairs interrupted Zhang Yuhao's thoughts. Building 7 had exceptionally good luck this time. After 2 supply boxes landed, they conveniently docked in front of the corridor due to the propeller's action making them easy to retrieve. Isn't it a bit premature to celebrate? Zhang Yuhao observed Zhao Youqian, who was beaming on the monitor with a cold expression. The next stage of the apocalypse is about to strike. Zhao Youqian, are you ready? Boom, boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A torrential downpour ensued. Upon awakening, the temperature plummeted by several degrees, as if suddenly plunging into winter. Port City in the south has never experienced such bone-chilling cold. Everyone is wilted like frostbitten eggplants, curled up in their blankets and shivering all day. Several days have passed since the last airdrop. The boasts made by experts online have completely become a joke. The red rain would end within 2 days. Nonsense. Not only has the red rain not ceased, but it has also intensified into a frenzy. Additionally, a cold wave and thunderstorms have emerged. Oh my gosh, is this even livable? Everyone online is angrily cursing and criticizing the experts. The deceived people shout, "This is murder." Fear and despair spread like a shadow over the entire port city. As expected, the expert came out to apologize as always. He explained that this situation was unique and a misjudgment, but theoretically rain cannot occur out of nowhere and heavy rain is expected to stop in 7 days. Unfortunately, once credibility is lost, it is nearly impossible to regain. People no longer believe in so-called predictions, and the internet is filled with lamentations and cries of despair. Due to the violent thunderstorm, airdrops have been forced to halt, and people are barely hanging on with the food from the first round of airdrops. However, this food is rather strange. Each time after eating, one develops a fever and stomach issues, with fever occurring 3 times a day, as punctual as an alarm clock, truly tormenting everyone. Not eating means starving to death, but eating causes body temperature to spike. The online complaints are relentless. Yet, in the face of this situation, no one can do anything. Inside Building 7, the atmosphere is equally desolate. Continuous high fevers have completely drained everyone's bodies. They are now so weak that even going to the bathroom is a struggle. Coupled with the impact of low temperatures, the entire building is filled with despair. Among them, Huang Jingjing's condition is the most severe. She had already been exposed to a significant amount of red rain, and now having consumed contaminated food, it's akin to internal and external infection of the red rain virus, effectively stacking her buffs. Moreover, with no awning over the window and broken glass, not only is the red rain virus invading the room step by step, but the cold wind is also howling and making it futile to seal up. Looking at the red stains on half the wall, Huang Jingjing feels as if her life is over. At the beginning, to avoid reception, she had edited the picture to pretend that her room was invaded by red rain. Now that the lie has become reality, it can be said to have fulfilled her infection dream. Currently, Huang Jingjing is constantly seeking shelter in the group whenever she has the chance. Yet surprisingly, no one pays her any mind. Under normal circumstances, a beautiful woman like her seeking refuge would undoubtedly attract countless suitors. But this red rain virus is truly sinister. Everyone is sluggish daily, only wishing to wrap themselves in blankets and sleep. Who has time for romance? Even more absurdly, due to the constant fever, everyone is so burnt out that their brains feel foggy, their bodies too weak to stand firm. Since they cannot act boldly, viewing the opposite sex feels no different from looking at monkeys. Interestingly, the dog-licking syndrome, a historically difficult issue with no cure, has unexpectedly been cured by the red rain virus. Now the entire port city is filled with Sigma men. Equally miserable is Zhao Youqian. His home environment is fine, but he has run out of food. Last time, in order to quell the public's anger, Zhao Youqian emptied his savings, intending to hold out until the next airdrop, only for the second round to be filled with tools and no food. As for the subsequent airdrops, they are all foam boats. With no other choice, Zhao Youqian can only subsist on the houseplants at home. Finally, just as the second round of food airdrops is about to be delivered, thunderstorm weather has emerged. Due to the impact of the thunderstorm, the next airdrop's timing has become uncertain. This is awkward. Zhao Youqian, holding a prize of 100,000 yuan, has no place to spend it. To avoid starving to death, he has to muster the courage to visit his tenants for a meal, thickening his face to show up at mealtime, charmingly referred to as visiting. The problem is everyone has limited supplies, and Zhao Youqian's actions are akin to taking a slice from everyone's dwindling resources. As a result, the entire building has been driven to despair by the red rain virus, and Zhao Youqian's frequent visits, with discontent growing day by day. Just endure a little longer. Once the red rain stops, it will be fine. It doesn't matter if the red rain continues, as long as there's no thunder. That way the planes can deliver airdrops. Expert, I'll trust you one last time. Just endure for another 7 days. It will be all right. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the masses, the days pass by. The average temperature continues to drop, and has now reached a chilling 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. Thunderstorms continue to rumble all day. The red rain is even more violent. My passionate kiss. I got tricked by the expert again. 7 days passed, and residents awoke with the last shred of hope to look outside, only to have their minds explode. My passionate horse. You said it would end in 7 days. What about now? Expert, were you dreaming when you made your predictions? Where's my knife? Where's my knife? If I survive, I will definitely go and kill him. Does this expert eat oil cakes? Does he eat flavored pan-fried fish? Outside, the rain only intensifies, becoming even more exaggerated. The entire city suffers from the ravages of flooding, the situation worsening. Finally, the third floor of the neighborhood is submerged. Residents of Building 7 on the third floor, lost in sweet dreams, are completely unaware of the impending danger. Quietly, the red rain seeps into their rooms. Screams shatter the tranquility of the night as people wade through the red rain, panicking and fleeing their rooms, knocking on Zhao Yuqian's door. Zhao Yuqian is equally helpless. The third floor is filled with his relatives, and he cannot ignore them. Thus, he arranges for other tenants to take shelter overnight. However, due to the special circumstances on the third floor, which require an emergency escape, nearly everyone is empty-handed, having taken no supplies. As a result, the food crisis in the entire building exacerbates. Everyone is hungry with red eyes, their resentment heavier than that of ghosts. It seems it's time to take action. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Zhang Yuhao smiled faintly, switched to Old Wang's alternate account, and snapped a photo of the room. He didn't deliberately pose. He simply recorded his true life. In the picture, a half-eaten roast chicken sits in the center of an extravagant table, surrounded by various marinated dishes. And in the lower right corner, a large pitcher of beer, its clear liquid gently swirling with ice cubes. In the distance, a massive screen plays a movie, beside which stand two brand new heaters, their red blades radiating warm light, indicating they are working at full capacity. The entire room seems to be enveloped in a warm glow. If it weren't for the torrential red rain visible through the window in the upper left corner, who would dare believe this was an apocalypse? Once the picture was sent to the group, the whole world fell silent. AAA convenience stores. Old Wang. This damn weather. I'm sick of staying at home all day and have gained several pounds. I really want to go out for a walk. In that moment, everyone felt as if the sky had fallen. Wait, you gained several pounds? Is this something a person can say? Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received 99 resentment points from Zhao Yuqian. Received 99 resentment points from Zhao Long. Received. The system has been upgraded to level 7. Your personal space has doubled in area, and 2 new slots have been added to the quick item bar. Current item bar slots 8. With this upgrade, the area of Zhang Yuhao's personal space expanded once again. He cast his consciousness into it, gazing out at the now boundless expanse. The supplies that had once filled it to the brim now appeared as a pitiful tiny pile huddled in a corner. Now this space is big enough to park several trucks. For Zhang Yuhao, the current space was more than sufficient to meet his needs. Could even be said that he couldn't use it all. The top priority was to level up to 10 to 15, and even 20 as quickly as possible, unlocking more system functions. That was the true path. Thus, Zhang Yuhao began to appear more frequently in the Building 7 owners group chat. If not for the fact that the absorption range of resentment value was limited to 100 meters around him, he would have even considered stirring up trouble on major online platforms to attract more hatred. In the apocalypse, with hearts full of fear, gaining resentment value was an incredibly easy task. Any act of showing off would instantly ignite the resentment in everyone's hearts. Time passed minute by minute. Zhang Yuhao's experience points were growing at a frenzied pace. The system interface kept updating with new income reminders. The speed was like cheating. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the entire building was as gloomy as a graveyard, with residents suffering in hunger and exhaustion. Strictly speaking, it wasn't just this building, but the entire neighborhood, even the whole city of Port City. Everyone was trapped in suffering. The impact of the red rain combined with the thunderstorm was a nightmare-level disaster, utterly terrifying. The outskirts of the city were somewhat better, with unmanned boats delivering relief supplies barely sustaining daily life. But in the city center, the situation was extremely dire. Many households had completely run out of water and food, plunging into the abyss of despair. The once bustling and prosperous city center, filled with traffic, had transformed into an isolated island of death. The 100-kilometer zone of red rain was like an insurmountable natural moat, completely cutting off the city center from the outside world. No rescue force could successfully cross this blockade formed by the apocalypse. Before the vast and boundless power of nature, all human efforts seemed so insignificant. The entire city, with millions of people, was forced to endure the torment of hunger and cold, as if forgotten by the world struggling between life and death. Another day slipped away quietly. Under the shadow of this disaster, time itself seemed to become sluggish and heavy. The entire city, as if stripped of its vitality, appeared lifeless, devoid of its former hustle and bustle. Online, the once overwhelming flood of curses had also diminished like a fierce tide receding, leaving only a vast silence. No matter the platform, the angry shouts and venting gradually faded, replaced by a suffocating silence. Clearly, everyone was beginning to accept reality. Cursing and venting online was nothing but a waste of energy, adding only to one's troubles without any real meaning. Sleep more, zone out more, exercise less, think less. Conserving food was the real priority. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuhao had encountered a problem that was neither big nor small. His phone had been disconnected. Not only that, but the network icon in his home, which had shown full signal, had also turned gray, signaling that the internet was cut off. The reason for the current situation was simple. Due to failing to pay various fees on time, Zhang Yuhao had quietly become a delinquent. Right from the start of the apocalypse, he had been constantly receiving calls and messages from debt collectors. Every day when he opened his phone, various apps were flooded with debt collection messages from loan companies. Some polite, some abusive, and some illegal loan apps even sent death threats. To this, Zhang Yuhao had only one thing to say: I'm in Port City, and I only have cash. If you want the money, come get it yourself. This single sentence silenced all the loan companies. What could they do? He hadn't said he wouldn't pay, but go to Port City to collect, risk their lives for a mere 10,000 yuan. So the loan companies were temporarily helpless against Zhang Yuhao. But as the end of the month approached, various online shopping platforms also joined the ranks of debt collectors. Suddenly, reminders for installment payments came flooding in like a tidal wave. Zhang Yuhao had lost count of how many items he had purchased on installment. He only remembered that whenever he saw an installment option while shopping, he would click it without hesitation. Thus, when the next month's installment payment date arrived like a domino effect, all the bank accounts under Zhang Yuhao's name collapsed instantly. He had no choice. Roughly calculating, he had to make automatic payments of over 3 million yuan each month, and this would continue for as long as 10 months. What bank card could withstand such relentless deductions? After all his cards defaulted, the numerous platforms had no choice but to turn their sights on Zhang Yuhao. They threatened Zhang Yuhao either pay up immediately or wait for the platform's legal department to come and repossess the online purchases. In that case, your down payment would also go down the drain. To this, Zhang Yuhao remained calm. His answer was still the same. I defaulted, so what? I have no money, and if you want to repossess the goods, go ahead. Then when the platforms checked the shipping address, they were stunned. Port City. That sounds familiar. Wait, Port City. How the hell were they supposed to go there? So the platforms had no choice but to sue. The court, upon seeing this, was also dumbfounded. They could only list Zhang Yuhao as a deadbeat and forcibly execute all his assets. Thus, Zhang Yuhao's assets were liquidated. All his deposits, funds, investments, and real estate were forcibly seized. The total value was 5 yuan and 82 cents. At that moment, everyone was silent. Seriously, dude, you only had 3 million in deposits, yet you dared to buy 30 million worth of goods. The platforms and the court were furious. What a despicable deadbeat. This was utterly lawless. Consequently, Zhang Yuhao was immediately blacklisted. His phone was cut off, his internet was disconnected, all entertainment expenses were banned, and all his means of travel were blocked. As soon as the red rain passed, the platforms would bring a notary to seize his property, and everything would be auctioned online. It was a full-scale crackdown. And how did Zhang Yuhao feel about it? Honestly, it didn't bother him at all. It was the apocalypse. What entertainment or consumption was there outside? And a travel ban. Could they even give him a way to travel? However, losing internet access was a bit annoying for Zhang Yuhao. He had been farming experience points like crazy, having a great time, and suddenly he lost contact with the outside world. Blacklisted out of the blue with no warning at all. But during this time, Zhang Yuhao's gains were immense. Relying on those petty-minded folks in Building 7. He had successfully leveled up again, and even twice in a row. Now the system level had climbed to level 9. The height and area of his personal space had doubled again, and the number of quick item bar slots had increased from 8 to 12. Just one more level and a qualitative change would occur. I can't stop at this critical moment. I have to restore the internet as soon as possible. In the apocalypse, losing access to information was very dangerous. Even from a safety perspective, Zhang Yuhao couldn't give up on the internet. Fortunately, he had already prepared a contingency plan for such emergencies. In his personal space, he had already stored a small base station. Friendly reminder: installing a personal network base station in real life is not permitted, but the world in this book is not Earth. With this latest model of small base station, Zhang Yuhao could directly connect to the satellite network, never worrying about losing contact with the outside world again. However, the only problem at the moment was that the transceiver device of the signal base station had to be installed on the rooftop to work properly. And right now the red rain outside was in a violent state. Zhang Yuhao's original plan was to wait until the thunderstorm ended before going to the rooftop to install the personal base station. He hadn't expected the sanctions to come so quickly, forcing him to grit his teeth and move out ahead of schedule. Clang! Zhang Yuhao took the main unit of the small base station out of his personal space and placed it by the balcony. Then he began the installation work. With the help of the universal repair robot V-Shape, the main device was soon securely installed. The indicator light flashed, signaling initial success. Next, he only needed to set up the receiving device on the rooftop to perform the final debugging. He'll leave this last step for later. Due to the internet outage, the surveillance system Zhang Yuhao had set up earlier was also paralyzed. This meant he couldn't keep track of what was happening outside, making his actions more tricky. For safety's sake and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he waited until late at night before quietly sneaking out of his room. Although it was unlikely anyone would be wandering around outside during the apocalypse, his cautious mindset compelled him to be careful. In the deep of night, the hallway lights had long been extinguished. The entire city seemed swallowed by darkness, plunged into boundless chaos, with only the torrential red rain still raging in the blackness. Zhang Yuhao quickly reached the rooftop with the signal receiving device. He took a deep breath, then solemnly took out a set of biochemical protective suits from his personal space. This equipment was exceptionally precious. Zhang Yuhao didn't have much stock and each set used was one less. It was his only means of withstanding the red rain. After putting on the protective gear, Zhang Yuhao slowly pushed open the rooftop door, his heart tightening with nervousness. Finally, he was about to face the red rain again. Pattering. The rooftop was pitch black, so dark, he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. All he could hear was the furious sound of the rain. Rumble. With the flash of lightning briefly illuminating the sky, Zhang Yuhao could barely make out the silhouette of the distant city. The skyscrapers ahead stood like colossal black shadows, giving a heavy, suffocating feeling. The entire city was devoid of any light, like a vast field of tombstones. Pattering. The rooftop was like a vast ocean. As Zhang Yuhao stood there stunned, the accumulated water had already begun to pour eagerly through the half-open door into the building like small streams. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhao's heart tightened. He quickly stepped out through the water, and the door slammed shut behind him, cutting off the incoming flow. Crackling. The violent raindrops like dense bullets pounded fiercely against the biochemical protective suit. Feeling the red rain flowing incessantly over his suit, Zhang Yuhao stiffened for a moment. After sensing no harm, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good, everything's normal. The drainage outlets on the rooftop were relatively wide and hadn't been completely clogged by the viscous red rain. The accumulated water only reached his ankles. Zhang Yuhao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and slowly moved toward the center of the rooftop. Upon reaching the spot, he quickly took out the signal receiving device and began installation. Worried that the repair robot might be corroded, Zhang Yuhao had to complete the work alone. Boom! The rain continuously battered his body, and lightning and strong winds occasionally tried to disrupt his rhythm, but Zhang Yuhao focused on his task completely unaffected. Mission accomplished. Looking at the properly installed device, a wave of joy surged in Zhang Yuhao's heart. This outdoor device had been designed with waterproofing and rust prevention in mind, more than capable of withstanding the erosion of the red rain. Seeing the task completed, Zhang Yuhao turned to head home. Creak. Suddenly the rooftop door made an unexpected sound. Someone had opened the door. Zhang Yuhao's blood ran cold in an instant, and a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Contrary to his wishes, the very thing Zhang Yuhao dreaded most had come to pass. In the dead of night, someone had actually come to the rooftop. Who could it be? What were they here for? In the blink of an eye, alarm bells clanged loudly in Zhang Yuhao's heart. Almost instantly, a single thought crystallized in his mind. They were coming for him. For he simply couldn't fathom what reason could drive anyone to choose this hour to come to this rooftop, exposed to the crimson rain and utterly devoid of resources. Could it be that someone saw me come up just now? A torrent of thoughts flooded Zhang Yuhao's mind. Had he been followed, or had he already fallen under someone's surveillance? Whichever answer it was, the situation was utterly dire. With his nerves stretched to the breaking point, Zhang Yuhao slowly crouched down, his entire body as still as a sculpture. At this moment, on this pitch-black rooftop, where one couldn't see a hand before their face, the protective suit stained red by the crimson rain merged perfectly with the blood-colored downpour. The most natural camouflage of all. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, yet in reality only an instant had passed. Creak. The door was pushed open completely. Damn! How come there's so much red water in the hallway? It leaked, didn't it? Did you not close the door properly before? Stop yapping, let's get this done quickly. Alright, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Plop. Seizing the momentary flash of lightning, Zhang Yuhao barely made out a dark lumpy shape being tossed out from the doorway. Alright, done. Brother Long, are you sure this is okay? Relax, we've tried it before. Toss it in this red water and not a single trace will be left. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Enough chatter, hurry up and close the door as this red water keeps pouring in. Oh, okay. Bang. The door slammed shut heavily. The subsequent conversation of the men faded into silence. Hiss. The world was left with nothing but the clamorous noise of the pouring rain. Zhang Yuhao's muscles, which had been taut as a drawn bowstring, finally began to relax. Could it really have been just a coincidence? How strange. What were those two guys up to, sneaking up to the rooftop in the middle of the night to toss something? Confirming they weren't after him, Zhang Yuhao felt a massive weight lift from his heart and let out a long sigh of relief. I guess I was being a bit too paranoid. I knew it. I've been so cautious and meticulous lately. There's no way I'd be exposed so easily. But those two guys. Zhang Yuhao frowned slightly, pondering to himself. One of them sounded like Zhao Long. Speaking of Zhao Long, he was notorious throughout Building 7. He was Zhao Yuqian's nephew and the undisputed top enforcer in his villainous crew. Zhao Yuqian's ability to rule the roost within the building depended heavily on this madman's deterrent power. This man was usually arrogant and overbearing, always surrounded by a gaggle of lackeys, his back covered in tattoos paired with flashy attire. Practically wearing the word thug on his face. Previously, the one who'd traded insults with Zhang Yuhao in the group chat under the name Your Social Bro Zhao was him. Back then, Zhang Yuhao had taunted him about his uncle hiding under his mother's bed, indirectly calling out Zhao Youqian, instantly making him bristle with rage. What the hell is this guy up to behind the scenes? Whether in his past life or this one, Zhang Yuhao had never held a good impression of Zhao Long. This guy was vicious and brutal by nature, treating human life as carelessly as weeds, extremely competitive, and acted purely on ruthlessness and impulse like a textbook case of a hyper-aggressive psychopath. In his past life, because he refused to give Zhao Long a prominent role, had quite a few conflicts with Zhao Yuqian's clique. What did Zhao Long toss onto the rooftop in the dead of night? Curiosity and wariness intertwined in Zhang Yuhao's heart. For safety's sake, he didn't act rashly but waited a few more minutes. Only after confirming that Zhao Long and his crew wouldn't return did he slowly creep forward. Soon Zhang Yuhao arrived before the dark shadow. He took a flashlight from his portable space, drew a deep breath, and cautiously shone the light over. As the beam swept across a human face, heavily eroded by the crimson rain and utterly disfigured, suddenly emerged. It was a person. Zhang Yuhao's pupils contracted slightly as he quickly directed the light downward. A row of ghastly white bones instantly came into view. Click. Zhang Yuhao turned off the flashlight and took a deep breath. There was no need to look further. Below his neck, this guy was probably nothing but bones. Having survived one apocalypse, Zhang Yuhao knew all too well what this meant. Cannibalism. Had heard in his past life that Zhao Long ate his own kind, but he never expected it to start this early. Maybe it was Zhao Yuqian losing that crate of supplies that forced this group to take desperate measures early. Whatever the case, this situation was enough to sound a stark warning for Zhang Yuhao. In the apocalypse, danger lurked everywhere. This was no joke. From Zhao Long's conversation, it's clear this isn't the first time he's used the red rain to dispose of evidence. Once again, facts proved that all the groundwork Zhang Yuhao had laid early on was extremely effective. Through a series of clever disguises, playing the victim, faking his death, buying a property that went unfinished, he had steadily diminished his own presence and the hatred others held toward him. Otherwise, in the apocalypse, he, the lucky winner of 3 million, would have been the prime target for robbery. Neighbors stock food, I stock guns, my neighbors are my granary. Those weren't just empty words. In the apocalypse, strength was a key factor for survival. As things stood, anyone targeted by Zhao Long's crew had no way out except to flee. Even Zhang Yuhao, a reborn individual, couldn't face them heathen. There was no helping it. He was ultimately a lone figure. His system didn't boost combat power. Even if his quick access item bar allowed him to switch between various weapons, he still only had 2 hands. No matter how well-equipped he was, Zhang Yuhao would struggle to withstand a coordinated assault from a violent gang. Even if he temporarily drove them back, he'd eventually have to sleep. The enemy could outlast him through sheer attrition. After all, one can guard against theft for 1,000 days but not for 1,000 nights. When I get back, I need to raise my defense level again. The surveillance equipment will stay on from now on, running 247. The alarm alerts need to be turned on too. For the rest of the journey, Zhang Yuhao became even more cautious, moving on tiptoes, terrified of running into anyone else. This building, without him realizing it, had become fraught with danger. Morality and order were quietly crumbling in those unknown corners. In the end, Zhang Yuhao made it back to his home, safely, though not without a few scares. Feeling the warmth of the hot air blowing over his body, Zhang Yuhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Safe at last. After disposing of the protective suit and cleaning up the red rain stains in the room, Zhang Yuhao began to set up the network base station. With a mechanical were the base station powered up successfully. The small base station Zhang Yuhao had bought was typically used on seagoing cargo ships with a coverage area of about 100 meters. Fairly extensive. However, there were already official base stations in the area, and the two would interfere with each other, causing extremely unstable signals. But Zhang Yuhao had no choice. His personal information was already blacklisted. An unstable signal was still better than no internet at all. Beep, beep, beep. Following the manual, Zhang Yuhao logged his devices onto the network base station one by one. Soon the internet in the entire room was restored. Unfortunately, due to the interference between the two base stations, the signal never reached full strength. But it's enough for now, Zhang Yuhao muttered. If only there weren't any other base stations around here. He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly freezing. Wait. What if I were to destroy the official signal base station? Wouldn't that leave my network base station as the only one in this area? Staring at the smoothly operating signal base station, a wild idea suddenly flashed through Zhang Yuhao's mind. If I could pull this off, wouldn't that mean I control all communication in this district? From now on, whether everyone can get online would depend entirely on my mood. Tempting as the thought was, upon closer reflection, it seemed rather pointless. Considering he still needed to harvest resentment points online, Zhang Yuhao weighed the pros and cons and reluctantly shelved the idea for now. Picking up his phone, countless messages were flashing wildly. Though he'd only been offline for half a day, he'd received quite a few messages. Most were from his alternate account, Old Wang. So much time had passed that the entire city had now become a land of famine. Those residents who had once mocked Old Wang daily in the group chat were now dumbfounded. They had thought that, with the nation airdropping supply crates, they'd never have to worry about resources again, only to have a thunderstorm appear out of nowhere. Every transport plane that dared to take off was blown to pieces without exception. Thus this group became utter fools. The louder they laughed before, the harder they cried now. After days without food, with hunger stalking them relentlessly, this group finally remembered Old Wang. And so old Wang's friend request list was flooded with all sorts of messages. Pleas for support, for salvation, for help. A myriad of messages emerged endlessly. On Zhang Yuhao's main account, aside from debt collection messages, he was virtually ignored. Wait. Just as he was about to put down his phone, his eyes suddenly narrowed. This friend request seems a bit off. Silence sent a friend request from the building's 7 owners group. Request message: having fun teasing the dog in the group every day. Request message: should I call you Old Wang or Zhang Yuhao? Request message: if you don't want to be exposed, let's have a proper chat. Those few lines sent a tsunami crashing through Zhang Yuhao's heart. Despite all his precautions, all his vigilance, he had been exposed after all. Who could it be? 1,000 thoughts swirled in Zhang Yuhao's mind. First, he could rule out Zhao Yuqian's clique. If it were them, they wouldn't bother chatting online. They'd have already come bashing down his door with weapons. Could someone be trying to bluff me? No, that shouldn't be it. I've never voluntarily revealed anything related. This person must have some key information I don't know. So where did the problem lie? With limited intelligence, those few messages alone yielded no valuable insights, and his reasoning hit a dead end. Thus Zhang Yuhao resolutely accepted the friend request. Come on, let's see what kind of demon or monster you are. The enormous crisis didn't break Zhang Yuhao's mental defenses. Instead, it ignited a blazing fighting spirit. Yes, you can't wrap fire in paper forever. This day was bound to come sooner or later, so he would face it head-on. No matter who you are, I will drag you out into the light, and then eliminate every last security risk. In a dimly lit express delivery station for couriers lay listlessly on the floor, their vacant stares fixed on the ceiling. This station was a standalone building with the raging floods already submerging 2/3 of it, leaving only the top 2 floors barely above the waterline. Ugh, it stinks in here. The smell's getting worse, I can't even sleep. One of the couriers finally couldn't help but complain. Can't help it. The red water's getting closer. Heavens, the water level keeps rising. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the 3rd floor is completely flooded. Sigh, looks like our 4th floor isn't safe anymore either. The problem is this station only has 4 floors. If it keeps rising, we'll have nowhere left to hide. Everyone chimed in, their faces etched with worry. Boss, has Zhang Yuhao replied yet? A subordinate looked toward the courier surrounded by the others. The man hailed as boss was a lean figure with a grim countenance. His eyes gleamed with an unfathomable light like a viper lurking in the shadows. Hearing the question, he bared his yellowed teeth in a hypocritical cold smile. Relax, it's only a matter of time. That guy's a total fool. Hoarding supplies during a disaster and keeping a low profile. Instead, he uses a burner account to flaunt it in the group every day. He's asking for death. Hearing this, the other couriers perked up laughing. He never figured out that you boss are also in the building's 7 owners group. Hilarious. All those machines he brags about in the group, we hauled them to the lockers cart by cart. And he claims to be a rich 2nd-generation heir, ha ha ha. Don't even get me started. Last month, all his packages had us working overtime. He bought tons of heavy appliances. I've wanted to off him for ages. Haha, if you ask me, boss, you should just expose him in the group. See how he reacts. Just thinking about it cracks me up. Shut up. The courier boss face instantly darkened. He barked harshly, his voice echoing through the station. You're getting too cocky. You'll end up dead without even knowing how. The other 3 couriers, well aware of their boss' volatile temper, lowered their heads in silence. The station fell quiet, broken only by the faint patter of the red rain outside. Zhang Yuhao has a very mysterious background. We must tread carefully. The courier boss lowered his voice, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. That guy clearly knew the disaster was coming. Look at what he ordered: online heaters, water purifiers, life treatment pods. All of it was prepared for this red rain. So what exactly is this disaster? Man-made? Or natural? It's terrifying to think about. If it's a man-made terrorist attack, then Zhang Yuhao must be connected to that terrorist organization. In the past month alone, he spent millions on online shopping, and he's bought a ton of weapons. Extremely dangerous. The courier boss grew more agitated, his eyes flashing with menace. The muscles on his face trembled slightly. Facing such an enigmatic figure, I feel immense pressure. If our place weren't about to be flooded, I'd never provoke such an unknown entity. And you lot are just laughing it off. Are you tired of living? Let me make it clear again. Our only goal is to take him out. The courier boss' eyes bulged as he glared fiercely at the group. After I add him as a friend, I'll play the pitiful card, show goodwill, claim him alone, and beg or threaten him to send supplies over. Then the most innocent-looking one among us, Lao-san, will greet him. The rest of us will hide in the shadows, armed and ready. Once he's inside, we strike immediately. No talking, no negotiating. Just kill him. Leave no survivors. Got it? His voice was nearly a roar echoing through the cramped station. Gee, got it. The others quickly responded, afraid to anger their boss further. At that moment, the courier called Lao-san wore a troubled expression. After hesitating, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Boss, do we really have to kill someone? You dare question me? The courier boss shoved Lao-san against the wall, his eyes fierce. Look at the other two. Are any of them as stupid as you? Do you know why I'm the station manager and you're just a porter? If you had even half my brains, I wouldn't have to work so hard to communicate with you. I make a living with my head. The courier boss tapped his own head, speaking with authority. Think long-term and you'll survive this disaster. Sure, our spot is comfortable for now. We've got mountains of packages to open, plenty of food and drink, and even stuff to play with. The courier boss suddenly raised his voice, spittle flying. But this building only has 4 floors. The red waters already flooded the 3rd. We're trapped with no way out. We have to plan ahead. When it's time to flee with just a few foam boards outside, how much of these supplies can we move? How much can you carry? The boss' fierce gaze swept over them one by one, and they all lowered their heads in silence. So we have to rob others. If you don't rob, they'll rob us. His voice echoed in the cramped space with an unyielding resolve. Building 7 isn't our turf, and making a move there would cause too much noise. So we'll lie in wait here and take out Zhang Yuhao first. Then destroy the body and eliminate all evidence. After that, we'll find a chance to sneak into Building 7 and take over without anyone knowing. That way we can ride out this disaster in comfort. The courier boss tone grew excited and exhilarated. These past few days I've been studying what he flaunts in the group. Based on the details in his photos, like the handles, chopsticks, and toothbrushes, I'm pretty sure Zhang Yuhao lives alone. That guy is cunning and deceitful. He's disguised his real identity well in the group. Claiming his room was invaded by red rain, that he's on the verge of death, that he's bankrupt, describing his place as utterly repulsive. I have to admit that's a smart move. This way that despised room becomes exceptionally safe, almost never disturbed. So once we take over that safe house and stay quiet, we'll be completely worry-free. The boss is brilliant. Just follow the boss blindly. His orders are always right. Seeing their boss' expression soften, they quickly showered him with flattery. Humph, of course you listened to me. Who else? Those experts, who said 2 days would turn into 7 and 7 into a month. If it weren't for me taking charge, you idiots wouldn't even dare to open the packages yourselves. You'd have starved by now. Enough talk. Lao San, it's your turn to patrol. Oh, okay. After Lao San left, the courier boss turned his gaze to the remaining 2. One was a chubby man with a constant smile, giving off a harmless vibe, but a closer look revealed a hint of cunning in his grin. The other was a burly man with rippling muscles, standing like an oppressive black tower. Fatty muscle, you've been with me longer. I'll speak plainly. The courier boss lowered his voice, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. We need to test Lao San. We'll force him to go all the way. If he can't even kill, he'll likely have a loose tongue. We can't keep a ticking time bomb around. So if he doesn't perform well... The other 2 understood immediately, flashing wicked grins. Boss, we get it. They mimed a throat-cutting gesture in unison, then burst into laughter. Suddenly the courier boss seemed to sense something. His laughter stopped abruptly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up. Wait, the friend request went through. Building 7, room 807. Zhang Yuhao, clad in a diving suit with an oxygen tank and a breathing mouthpiece, then donned a hazmat suit over it. I should have just kept it on when I got home. 2 hazmat suits wasted in a single day. Damn it. Zhang Yuhao stood on the windowsill, gazing into the thick darkness in the distance. The courier station. I did overlook that. No one is perfect. The script of life never unfolds according to human plans. Accidents are inevitable. Thus Zhang Yuhao had to be extremely cautious, minimizing risks to within his acceptable range. Fortunately, the situation is still under control. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuhao checked his oxygen equipment again. Then from the 8th floor he leaped down. Courier station, 4th floor. The couriers huddled together, tense and excited. All right, it's settled. At dawn, hell come over with supplies. Hehehe, perfect. In broad daylight with clear visibility, no matter which direction he comes from, well spot him in advance and set up the ambush. The courier boss wore a triumphant expression, feeling everything was under his control. Now Lao San, rehearse first. Don't screw up. Fatty, you play Zhang Yuhao. Let's run through it. Got it. Soon the 2 couriers began a mock scenario. Lao San stood in the center, raising his hands high, forcing a friendly smile. Too stiff. Loosen up. Look straight ahead. Don't glance over here. Raise your hands higher. Let him see at a glance you're unarmed and no threat. The courier boss kept barking, scolding Lao San mercilessly. But Lao San's expression was conflicted, his mind clearly elsewhere. Boss, can't we reconsider? Isn't it too dangerous for me to go empty-handed? After hesitating, he voiced his concern. That Zhang Yuhao has a crossbow, boss. If you won't give me a weapon, at least give me something to block with. What if he's a ruthless guy who just shoots me dead on sight? Empty-handed. Aren't you holding your phone? The boss tone was extremely impatient. Relax. Your phone has all the evidence on Zhang Yuhao. With one tap, all his disguises will be exposed in the community group. Since he's coming, he won't risk a mutual destruction. As long as you hold that phone, he won't dare touch you. But what if he insists on going down together? Lao San whined. Do I send the files or not? Idiot. Of course not. The courier boss clutched his face in agony. Why am I stuck with such a moron? If you send it, how will we get to the safe house? You're holding the phone to show him the evidence up close, so he knows we have leverage and won't act rashly. Doesn't that feel more like asking for trouble? Lao San looked perplexed. Waving this trump card in his face seems like baiting him to kill me. Just lie and say you've got a backup. Make up some excuse. Tell him you've forwarded the evidence to a friend to keep him wary. The courier boss' chest heaved with rage, a murderous intent creeping into his gaze toward Lao San. As long as you can stall him, lie all you want. Tell him you're a femboy for all I care. If he wants to check, let him in. If he makes a move, turn and run. With all of us in this room, once he steps inside, we've won. Got it? Oh, got it. From now on, you will only follow my orders. If any of you dare to ask questions again, I'll blow your heads off. After scolding his subordinates, the courier leader glanced down at his watch and urged, Don't dawdle, Lao San and Fatty. You two hurry up and rehearse. I'll be dawn in a few hours. Oh, okay. The two men walked to the center of the station and stood facing each other. Lao San struggled to force a smile at Fatty. Hello, Zhang Yuhao. I have no intention of being your enemy. I'm just an ordinary person trying to survive. If you give me the food, I'll delete the evidence on my phone. Lao San tried his best to make his tone sound sincere. How could I possibly trust you? Unlike the nervous and stiff Lao San, Fatty seemed like a drama king. His brows furrowed sharply as a ferocious expression instantly twisted his face, his eyes seemingly capable of devouring a man. If you try any tricks in front of me, I'll kill you. Now hand over what you've got first. Then I'll consider giving you the supplies. Ha! Mid-sentence, a dazed look suddenly clouded Fatty's eyes. He struggled to reach back as if trying to grasp something, but his body refused to obey and pitched forward. Boom! His massive fat-laden frame crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Lao San stared down in shock, seeing a crossbow bolt embedded straight into the back of Fatty's head. A small pool of dark red slowly spread on the floor. Ah! Fatty's dead. Lao San's scalp tingled, his blood felt drained, and his legs gave way as he collapsed to the ground. At the same moment, a pitch-black crossbow bolt whistled sharply through the air, grazing his scalp. Whoosh! A lock of severed hair drifted gently down. Ah! It's Zhang Yuhao. Zhang Yuhao is here. The fierce wind from the bolt stung Lao San's scalp. The brush with death drained his face of color, turning it ashen, and he scrambled away in terror. Like a startled bird, he crawled and rolled frantically to hide behind a barrier. ZH. Zhang Yuhao, big brother, I have your secret on my phone. If you attack me again, I'll send it out. Clutching his phone tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably, Lao San screamed hoarsely. Why must it be all about fighting and killing? I just want some supplies. Give me the food and I promise to destroy all the evidence. Silence. After Lao San's shout, it was as if the entire world had pressed the mute button in an instant. The scene plunged into a tense, suffocating stillness. The very air seemed to congeal, each second stretching into an eternity. The courier leader, hidden in the shadows, dared not even breathe loudly, his focus laser-sharp on every entrance. I was careless. I never expected Zhang Yuhao to launch a night raid. What's worse, we've exposed two men right from the start. I deliberately said I was alone to lull Zhang Yuhao, but now he's definitely on high alert. Frustration and confusion churned in the leader's mind. What the hell? Why isn't he afraid of the threat of evidence exposure? I can't figure it out. Who starts a fight with a scorched earth strategy? He's risking the exposure of evidence just to attack. This is a tactic that hurts himself more than the enemy. At the brink of life and death, the leader's mind began to race wildly. Right now it's 3 against 1, but we can't rule out the possibility he has backup. So I absolutely cannot afford to lose Lao San as a fighter. I have to find a way to keep Lao San alive. Gritting his teeth, a flash of resolve gleamed in the leader's eyes. Having made up his mind, the courier leader quickly pulled out a whiteboard he had prepared, scribbled on it with a marker, and then cautiously showed it to Lao San. Follow the backup plan. Test if he still intends to kill. After reading the board, Lao San, trembling, took off his courier hat and cautiously raised it above his head. Swoosh! A dark shadow zipped by and a crossbow bolt precisely knocked the hat away. Oh! Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lao San's fragile mental defenses shattered completely. His face twisted in despair. As he pulled out his phone, his eyes bloodshot, a hint of madness and desperation flickering across his expression. Zhang Yuhao, do you really have to kill me? Then let's die together. No one gets off easy. With that roar, Lao San resolutely pressed the send button on his phone. Damn it, don't do anything stupid. Seeing Lao San's foolish act, the courier leader's fury surged like a wild stallion rampaging through his chest. His face flushed crimson, his fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles white from the strain. You idiot! Even if Zhang Yuhao doesn't kill you today, I will. Though his heart blazed with rage, the courier leader held himself back, making no sound, his eyes fixed on Lao San with a murderous glare. The next second, Lao San looked up in utter despair. It's over. Why? Why is there no signal? The moment he said that, it was as if lightning had struck the courier leader's mind. That's it. That's it. No wonder he dared to go for broke. He was confident all along. With a grave expression, the leader wiped the whiteboard with his sleeve and wrote frantically, "There's a signal jammer. Pull yourself together. It's a fight to the death now." Meng Nan pulled the switch. The courier named Meng Nan, who had been hiding near the main switch, saw the message on the board, and without hesitation pulled it down. Click. With that crisp sound, the entire courier station was plunged into darkness. Lao San, hurry and get out while you can. In the darkness, the leader whispered commands. We know this place better. The advantage is ours. Now let's all sneak over and take him out. Shrouded by the dark, Lao San seemed to regain some courage and began crawling out shakily. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt cut through the darkness, striking him in the arm. Ah! I've been hit. I'm going to die. Lao San's piercing screams echoed through the entire station. How is that possible? The leader stood frozen, his mind blank. No way. Then realization dawned on him. Forgetting his hidden position, he shouted, Meng Nan, turn on the lights. He has night vision goggles. Swoosh! As if in response to his shout, another arrow tore through the dark night, aimed with lethal precision at Lao San. But this time luck was on Lao San's side. The bolt whizzed past his ear and thudded into the wall, its tail still quivering. Ah! I've been hit. My head's been hit. Unable to see in the darkness, Lao San felt warm liquid trickling down his face and began screaming wildly. I'm dying. I'm dying. Turn on the lights. Hearing the chaos inside, the leader's heart was filled with anxiety. In the pitch-black environment, familiarity with the terrain was supposed to be their advantage. But if the enemy had night vision, it would be a complete waste. Click. At the critical moment, Meng Nan finally found the switch in the dark. Harsh light flooded the station, turning it bright as day. The courier leader blinked to adjust his eyes. Once his vision cleared, he found Lao San had rolled to his feet, clutching his head and wailing. The station was still empty, with no sign of the enemy. An eerie silence hung in the air. Even with the advantage, he doesn't attack. This guy is way too cautious. He's practically hiding in a hole. Worry etched on his face, the leader bent down to check Lao San's wound, and then kicked him. Stop screaming. The bolt's stuck in the bone of your arm. You're not in immediate danger. And your head's fine. It just grazed your ear. Ha! Really? Lao San paused, then, as if waking from a dream, reached up to feel his head. It was indeed unharmed. The only difference was a notch in his ear, resembling a certain politician's iconic look. If you want to live, get ready to cover me. We're going to charge. The leader stood up and shouted, Meng Nan, no more ambushing. Take the lead. Go. Boom. A pile of packages was thrown aside as a towering man over 2 meters tall burst out like a tiger from the mountains. He held an entire iron door as a shield, charging forward with earth-shaking momentum. Meng Nan, charge in the opposite direction from where Fatty was hit. He might not have moved. He could still be in the same spot. Thud, thud. Several Molotov cocktails hurtled in through the window, quickly turning the path into a sea of fire. The flames raged, heat waves rolling in, distorting the air around them. I was right. He's hiding on the balcony outside that window. The leader's eyes sharpened as he yelled, Don't be afraid. Grit your teeth and charge through. He's blocking the path. But the more he doesn't want us to get through, the more we can't let him have his way. Hearing this, a vicious grin spread across Meng Nan's face, and he sprinted across the blazing flames without hesitation. The fire licked at his pant legs, but he paid it no mind, charging forward like an unstoppable bull, locked onto his target and refusing to stop. But at that moment, Lao San chickened out. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he instinctively grabbed the leader's leg, sobbing, I don't want to charge. He'll die. The courier leader had no time to waste. He kicked Lao San away and sprinted off without looking back. Then stay here and choke to death. You worthless piece of trash. Lao San slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with despair as he gazed at the courier station. By now, the flames from the Molotov cocktails had quickly ignited the towering piles of cardboard packages. The fire blazed ferociously, thick black smoke gathering like storm clouds above the room, while the acrid smell spread, making it hard to breathe. To hell with it. In the depths of desperation, a sudden burst of ferocity erupted from Lao San. With a roar, he grabbed a cleaver and staggered toward the sea of fire. Thus began the most dangerous and fierce last-ditch counterattack. Inside the express delivery station, the acrid smell of gunpowder and scorched air permeated everything as a fierce battle unfolded, rapidly escalating to a white-hot intensity. Zhang Yuhao stood firmly on the balcony, raising his crossbow, once more to aim at the burly man, firing several bolts in quick succession. Yet the hulking brute held the door panel as an impenetrable shield. The bolts struck the wood with dull thuds, failing to harm him in the slightest. Ha ha ha! Such petty tricks dare to show themselves before your grandpa. Zhang Yuhao's response was a liquor bottle wrapped in cloth. With a clatter, the Molotov cocktail arced through the air like a meteor, smashing precisely against the door panel and exploding instantly. No need to thank me, just adding an enchantment for you. Since physical damage proved ineffective, Zhang Yuhao decisively switched to Molotov cocktails. With a thunderous roar, flames swiftly spread from the door panel, engulfing the large man in an instant. He was immediately transformed into a human torch, letting out agonized screams. With the aid of his quick-access inventory, Zhang Yuhao switched weapons seamlessly without any delay. This constant shift in attack methods left his opponents unable to defend effectively. Tough guy. Hold on, don't let go. He wants to shoot you. Suddenly a hoarse, desperate yell erupted from within the station, a sound that seemed to pierce the roof clear enough for Zhang Yuhao standing outside to hear distinctly. Their commander is really noisy. Zhang Yuhao paid no heed. Seeing the shield fully ablaze, he swiftly switched his weapon back to the crossbow aimed at the burly man and waited silently for an opening. A door panel that hot. He doubted anyone could hold on to it forever. I'll help you. Suddenly another figure charged out from the sea of flames. This man, who looked gentle and refined, now resembled a frenzied beast wielding a cleaver in one hand and a fire extinguisher in the other, its nozzle clenched tightly between his teeth. Arg! I, third brother, am no coward. With a hiss, third brother pressed the fire extinguisher's trigger hard, and the extinguishing agent surged forth like a tidal wave from the nozzle. Upon contact with the flames, white smoke billowed everywhere. The large patches of fire on the ground were rapidly extinguished, and the raging flames on the burly man dissipated, leaving only wisps of smoke tinged with a burnt odor. A water-based fire extinguisher. Zhang Yuhao's eyes narrowed, a sense of dread rising within him. He knew that the express station was equipped with top-tier water-based extinguishers highly effective at putting out fires and with flame-retardant properties. This meant his previously effective fire attack tactics were temporarily useless. Then I'll take out the support first. Zhang Yuhao made a snap decision, swiftly redirecting his crossbow. Just as he aimed at the newcomer, he saw the two had cunningly regrouped together. From the front, all he could see was the large iron door advancing relentlessly. It was getting closer. The distance between them was now less than 10 meters. Zhang Yuhao could clearly hear their heavy footsteps and labored breathing. The tension reached its peak. With a crash, the glass shattered as the enemies, throwing caution to the wind, charged onto the balcony. A close-quarters brawl was about to begin. The crossbow in Zhang Yuhao's hand vanished into thin air. His right hand opened and a metal baseball bat materialized in his palm. Then he raised his left hand, and from seemingly nowhere a helmet appeared, which he slipped onto his head in one fluid motion. After all, he possessed a full 12 inventory slots, allowing him to switch between various weapons and armor with effortless convenience. Once the two opponents reached the balcony, they didn't rush to attack. Instead, they held up the charred, blackened door panel and stood their ground, locked in a stalemate. Their eyes met, the atmosphere tense and explosive. Injured. Zhang Yuhao calmly activated the flashlight on his helmet, and a powerful beam of light instantly illuminated the pair, revealing their condition in full detail. Beneath the battered shield, their red, ravaged legs were faintly visible, with skin turned back, flesh exposed and covered in bloodstains. Among them, the towering, muscular man had suffered more severe burns. Hardly an inch of skin on his legs remained intact, exuding a stench of charred flesh. The flames had indeed inflicted damage. Seeing their limited mobility, Zhang Yuhao quickly altered his plan. The bat in his hand vanished, replaced by two throwing knives. With a whoosh, the two knives, like black lightning, split the night air one after the other, accompanied by a sharp whistle hurtling towards the two opponents at incredible speed. Clang, clang. The burly man reacted swiftly, hurriedly moving the shield to block. The knives struck the iron door, sending off dazzling sparks. Yet, before the burly man could catch his breath, two more knives materialized in Zhang Yuhao's hands. In the blink of an eye, the knives were thrown again. Whoosh, whoosh. The burly man, with no time to think, could only raise the door panel again, struggling to fend them off. Clang, 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 clang. For a time, the sound of knives striking the iron door was incessant. Zhang Yuhao's knife attack was like an unending river, a relentless torrent. What's more, Zhang Yuhao wasn't attacking from a stationary position. He was rapidly circling the two men, constantly shifting his angle of attack, searching for an opening. This left the burly man struggling to cope, making his defense increasingly difficult. To minimize the area exposed to attack, they slowly retreated to the edge of the balcony. Now behind them churned the eerie red water, like a monstrous beast waiting to devour its prey. This way, we don't have to worry about our backs. The burly man gritted his teeth, and persisted sparks flying from the shield under the impact of the knives. Although the damage from thrown knives was less than that of the crossbow, the attack speed was far too fast. Like a raging storm, it left no room for respite. It's fine, once his assault ends, it'll be our turn to attack. The burly man encouraged himself as he defended, trying to steady his increasingly panicked mind. But as time passed, his mood grew heavier. The ground was now densely littered with a carpet of throwing knives. Yet despite this, Zhang Yuhao across from him continued to produce new knives without end. He simply couldn't understand how the other side had an endless supply of knives. It was as if he carried a whole arsenal on his back. Third brother, stop hiding. There are so many knives on the ground, hurry up and pick two to fight back. No, you go ahead. I've never used these before. Hearing this, the burly man was so furious he nearly spat blood. At that moment, he truly felt like taking out his teammate first. Suppressing his rage, he cursed at third brother. Damn it, if I throw knives, who's going to hold the shield? You. Then Then I guess I'll throw knives. Third brother, knowing he couldn't lift the iron door, had no choice but to bend down and pick up 2 knives. Gritting his teeth, he dashed out. Prepare to die. Third brother's face turned red as he raised the knives ready to strike. An opportunity. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yuhao's eyes. With a thought, all the knives on the field vanished into thin air. The quick access inventory feature. As long as an item existed in his inventory, Zhang Yuhao's retrieval range for identical items expanded to 6 meters, enabling remote retrieval. Third brother stood there, arms raised in the air, frozen in disbelief. Ha! Before he could react, Zhang Yuhao's knives came flying in rapid succession. With 2 dull thuds, third brother, completely exposed, took 2 knives to the chest. He slowly fell backward, his eyes filled with bewildered confusion. With a splash, he sank into the red water, quickly disappearing from sight. Witnessing this, the burly man's heart tightened, a surge of grief and fury washing over him. I'll fight you to the death. Knowing he could delay no longer, he raised his shield and charged recklessly. With a clatter, a bag of cooking oil was suddenly thrown at his feet, spilling oil across the entire floor. With a slick sound, the burly man stepped on the oil and lost his balance entirely. After a comical dance of flailing limbs, he crashed heavily to the ground and the door panel flew away. Despicable. Have the guts to fight me, unknown. The burly man lay on the ground, drenched in cooking oil. He struggled desperately on the slippery floor, but couldn't get up. Despite his predicament, years of combat experience kicked in, and he quickly assumed a ground fighting stance. Come on. Fight me. The burly man's roar echoed through the night, filled with defiance and rage. With a clatter, his answer came as a Molotov cocktail shattered against his head. With a whoosh, flames spread with incredible speed. The burly man was once again a blazing human torch, his agonizing screams piercing the night sky. Arg! At this life-or-death moment, the burly man abandoned all caution. He lunged towards the red water and plunged headfirst into it. But this was merely a desperate act, a temporary relief. Hiss! Hiss! Though the flames were extinguished in the red water, the terrible virus immediately began to ravage his flesh. The burly man floated weakly, his mind fading, his life nearing its end. Using his last ounce of strength, he reached out and grabbed the edge of the balcony, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yuhao with a burning gaze of hatred and resentment. Why? Why did we lose? Your knives. How did you do it? Give me a reason. Give me a reason. Zhang Yuhao wasn't in the habit of explaining things to the living. Expressionless, he silently retrieved his baseball bat from the inventory and coldly pried the burly man's fingers from the balcony edge one by one. Arg, you son of a bitch. You'll die a miserable death. I won't accept this. I won't accept it. I've killed so many people. How did I end up dying? At the hands of a scrawny bastard like you. The burly man thrashed in the water, roaring at the sky, but the red rain virus swiftly claimed his consciousness. The man gradually lost his resistance and sank to the bottom. Chun Zhuanghu, alias Tough Guy, a top enforcer for a pyramid scheme in Spring City, once served as a Double Flower Red Club enforcer for the Black Tiger Gang with over a dozen murders to his name. Zhang Yuhao coldly recited the burly man's background. He turned to look at the blazing express station. Who would have thought that a notorious class-wanted criminal was hiding out here working as a deliverman? The one commanding just now must be the head of the Spring City pyramid scheme, right? I didn't expect him to send you to charge, while he dared not come out, only to end up suffocating to death in this station. By now, the entire 4th floor of the express station was completely consumed by the raging inferno. Tongues of fire writhed wildly, leaving no place left to hide inside. Apart from the balcony beneath Zhang Yuhao's feet, there was no other foothold. The floors within were a sea of flames, and waves of heat surged out one after another, searing his skin. Who would have thought a man of such stature would meet such an end? To be safe, Zhang Yuhao tossed a few more Molotov cocktails into the station. The fire roared, surging even higher. I need to see the body to be sure. After it's all burned out, I'll come back tomorrow to look for the remains. Zhang Yuhao muttered to himself. By now the smoke was growing thicker and the heat was starting to affect the balcony he stood on. Time to retreat. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhao turned to leave. But then sudden change. A glint of cold light flashed behind him, followed by the sound of something cutting through the air. With a swoosh, a crossbow bolt struck Zhang Yuhao square in the back. What is this? Zhang Yuhao turned around in confusion, only to see another flash of cold light in the darkness. Swoosh! Another crossbow bolt. It struck Zhang Yuhao right in the center of his chest. The impact of the bolt made his body jolt violently and he staggered. Under the light of his helmet's flashlight, Zhang Yuhao vaguely saw a person lying on the red water. No, that's not right. Not lying on the water, but on a foam raft. What? What incredible willpower! After all, there was no shelter outside the building. Although this person wasn't directly soaking in the water, the crimson rain was pouring down from above his head. Shock filled Zhang Yuhao's eyes as he slowly collapsed, falling heavily onto the balcony. Seeing this, the man on the raft quickly threw a grappling hook and pulled himself back onto the balcony. The ceiling here offered temporary shelter from the deadly red rain. The newcomer was the lead deliverman. He climbed onto the balcony, swaying unsteadily, obviously barely holding on after being exposed to the red rain. Ha ha ha, Zhang Yuhao, you're something else. You killed 2 of my best men. The lead deliverman let out a maniacal laugh, his voice twisted with a mix of glee and hatred. As the distance closed, Zhang Yuhao could barely make out the other man. He was thin, wearing a raincoat stained with red water. His eyes were dark and shadowed, exuding a ruthless and desperate air. The skin exposed on his body was already severely decomposed, giving off a nauseating stench. Too bad I was still 1 step ahead. Fighting a strong wave of dizziness, the man walked forward unsteadily. I don't know which organization trained you, but to fall into the hands of me, the Spring City Smiling Tiger, you didn't lose unjustly. As he spoke, he reached out a large hand. You seem to have a lot of good stuff on you. I'll gladly take these high-tech gadgets off your hands. Falling into the hands of me, the Smiling Tiger of Spring City, you've lost without injustice. The Smiling Tiger reached out his hand toward Zhang Yuhao, ready to strip off the enviable high-tech gear adorning his body. Yet as his fingers brushed against Zhang Yuhao's clothing, an uncanny event unfolded. Zhang Yuhao's eyes snapped open, and through his helmet, he suddenly flashed a grin. Good thing I managed to lure you over. Zhang Yuhao's voice carried a sly, amused tone. Otherwise, if you'd rode away, where would I have found you? The abrupt turn of events left the Smiling Tiger's mind a blank slate. Then a spine-chilling dread surged from his soles straight to the crown of his head. No good, it's a trap. He scrambled backward, reaching for the crossbow at his waist. Sorry, too late. Zap! A streak of eerie blue arc danced gracefully across the Smiling Tiger's chest. In an instant, a powerful current surged through his body. The Smiling Tiger's eyes bulged wide as he let out a garbled scream, his entire frame convulsing, stripped of any remaining resistance. Struck by the sudden electric baton, he lost control of his bodily functions, and a foul stench quickly permeated the air. Zhang Yuhao grimaced with disgust and shoved him away with force. Like a tattered sack, the man tumbled toward the balcony's edge, plunging headfirst into the crimson water below. He struggled a few times before slowly sinking to the bottom. Thus not a single soul remained alive in the courier station. This fierce and heart-stopping life-and-death struggle had finally drawn to a close. I knew it. How could the king of a pyramid scheme choke to death in a fire? Standing by the balcony, Zhang Yuhao gazed down at the red water, his mind awash with emotion. Watching his foe fall, he could finally declare that a legendary tyrant had met his end. The once feared, Smiling Tiger of Spring City had met such a dramatic demise, perishing within this unremarkable courier station. It was truly a lamentable fate. Among the 4 he had faced, only the 3rd was a stranger to Zhang Yuhao. The other 3 were well-acquainted old friends. In his past life, the trio of the Smiling Tiger, the Muscle Man, and the Fat Man had stirred up countless storms in the apocalypse. In fact, even before the apocalypse struck, they were already notorious and infamous figures. Among them, the Smiling Tiger, as the head of the pyramid scheme organization, played the role of leader within the trio. His forte lay in brainwashing, scheming, and interrogation, coupled with a keen sense of counter-surveillance and a cunning, treacherous nature. Countless innocents had met tragic ends. Families ruined and lives shattered, thanks to his machinations. The Muscle Man, meanwhile, served as the organization's brutal enforcer, once a fearsome top-tier fighter in the underworld. Savage by nature, he reveled in combat and slaughter, harboring a twisted penchant for tormenting his opponents. He was also the one among the trio with the most blood on his hands. As for the Fat Man, he was the organization's trainer, a master of eloquence and a key figure in recruiting new members. He excelled at using so-called success theories to indoctrinate newcomers, gradually luring the naive or the desperate into the abyss of the pyramid scheme, turning them into puppets of the organization. These 3 were the core perpetrators of Spring City's pyramid scheme ring. When the police dismantled their base a few years ago, they narrowly escaped and had been on the run ever since. Only today did Zhang Yuhao learn that these heinous criminals had been hiding in his own neighborhood's courier station before the apocalypse. In his past life, after Zhang Yuhao's camp gradually grew and strengthened, the trio had come to join him via radio broadcast. No one anticipated that within just a few months, they would, like hidden cancers, quietly unleash their astonishing talents and methods. Within the organization, it was the deeply scheming Smiling Tiger who first introduced the concept of God. With his silver tongue, he attributed Zhang Yuhao's system to divine power, claiming a mysterious, all-powerful God was silently watching over everyone in the camp. He fervently preached throughout the camp that this God was their sole salvation, gradually instilling in the members a sense of reverence and longing for the deity. Initially, the camp, infused with faith, seemed injected with a potent stimulant, brimming with vitality and presenting a picture of prosperity and progress. However, as time passed, things spiraled out of control. As the number of fanatical believers grew and their fervor intensified, this faith spread like an unstoppable plague, rapidly consuming the entire camp. Soon Zhang Yuhao began to sense that something was amiss. It was at this point that he learned the trio's true identities. They were all Class A wanted criminals. Later, he attempted to rectify the situation, striving to steer the camp back on course. Alas, events had spiraled beyond recovery. By the time of his death, the base was overrun with zealots shouting the deity's name with fervent, resolute eyes, as if ready to die at any moment for that illusory god. As for what the trio planned to do next, and what role they played in the mutiny against their master, it remains unknowable. Equally mysterious was the third man. Was he merely an ordinary courier caught up in the chaos or a new underling recruited by the Smiling Tiger? The truth of these matters had sunk with the deceased into the depths of the red water, forever an unsolved enigma. Crackle. The snapping of flames jolted Zhang Yuhao back to reality. By now the raging fire had spread to the balcony, and he knew he had to leave or face trouble. He pulled the arrow embedded in his body and examined it closely. To his shock, the arrowhead was entirely tinged with a terrifying red hue. Clever coating the arrowhead with the red rain virus. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuhao wore a body armor worth 150000 cash beneath his clothes. No matter how potent the poison, it was useless if it couldn't breach his defenses. Seeing the fire closing in, Zhang Yuhao quickly donned a new oxygen tank and biochemical protective suit. These suits were meant for repeated use, but under the threat of the red rain virus, they had become disposable items. One set used, one set lost. Since the apocalypse began, Zhang Yuhao had already used 3 suits. The consumption rate was alarmingly fast. Splash! Zhang Yuhao jumped into the red water, swam a distance, and found a foam raft to climb onto. Turning back, he gazed at the station behind him. A once sturdy structure now devoured by roaring flames. Flames shot skyward, spreading unchecked. Finally, the fire burned through the roof, and under the relentless downpour of red rain it gradually subsided. The station, once a beacon of hope and utility, now lay fully exposed to the apocalypse's torrential storm. Thick black smoke coiled like specters of despair. Above the rubble, its former glory reduced to ashes, leaving only charred desolation. I'd better go back and check. Zhang Yuhao returned to the station, meticulously sifting through the ruins. He found no valuable clues, only the fat man's remains. No lingering safety hazards, I think. Zhang Yuhao then headed to the back of the station to retrieve the crucial signal jamming device. Before the operation, Zhang Yuhao had affixed the signal jammer to the wall behind the building. This gadget was finicky. It couldn't get wet. Carrying it into battle risked damage, and placing it too far diminished its jamming effectiveness. Left with no choice, Zhang Yuhao had stuck the delicate device on the wall beneath the station's eaves. After jamming the area's signals, he felt bold enough to take the plunge. Now it was time to retrieve it. Yet when he finally rode to the building's rear, all he found on the wall was a lump of charcoal. Damn, it's been burned to ashes. Zhang Yuhao felt a genuine pang of loss. The signal jammer's importance in the apocalypse went without saying. It was an essential tool for covert operations. It had made its debut only to be honorably retired so soon. Worse still, Zhang Yuhao had no backup. This was his only unit. I thought the repair bot could fix any damage, never considering an extreme case like this. Burned to a crisp. Zhang Yuhao sighed and rode back. What was done, and he didn't dwell on self-blame. At his core, he was just an ordinary person incapable of anticipating every detail. Staying low is the way to go. Every outing drains resources. I hope there won't be any more surprises. Zhang Yuhao now lacked for nothing in food and drink. Each battle, however thrilling, was essentially a losing proposition. If he could, Zhang Yuhao would rather hole up in his room, forever quietly amassing wealth. Though this operation was a resounding victory, I must sound the alarm once more. Sitting on the foam raft as he rode back, Zhang Yuhao meticulously analyzed the incident in his mind. First, the courier angle. Failing to anticipate that loophole was a major blunder. This operation barely counts as mending the fold after the sheep are lost. Otherwise, it would have been an irreversible disaster. In terms of combat, there weren't any major slip-ups. From launching a sneak attack in the dead of night to skillfully using various tools to outmaneuver them, I've pushed my limits. If I had to pinpoint an area for improvement, the accuracy of my crossbow could count as one. I had several perfect opportunities earlier to take down that short guy directly, but my marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Hitting a moving target was too much of a stretch. If he had taken out the third man early, the muscle man would have been burned to death halfway, never reaching the balcony. Without the cover of battle, the Smiling Tiger couldn't have slipped into the water unnoticed and crept up behind Zhang Yuhao. As for the Smiling Tiger's ambush, there was no way around that. Who would have thought someone could withstand the red rain? Zhang Yuhao had to admit he'd learned a lesson today. He had lurked in the shadows, waited at ease for an exhausted foe, and wielded far superior gear, commanding every advantage of time, place, and unity. Yet what was the result? He wasted several arrows and was forced into close combat. Look at the Smiling Tiger. Under immense pressure, enduring the red rain virus erosion, and amidst the rocking waves and blinding downpour, he landed 2 arrows precisely on the heart. The contrast between the two was stark. Good thing I was cautious enough never to take off my helmet, or I might have actually fallen here today. Reviewing the battle, the process was alarmingly perilous. Zhang Yuhao could only silently thank his lucky stars. By now the night was fading. Through the blood-like curtain of rain, a faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon, tinged with an eerie hue. At last, morning had arrived. This long, breathtaking night had finally passed. Ironically, it was now the agreed-upon time for their transaction. Zhang Yuhao smiled faintly, then quickened his paddling on the foam raft, steering toward the neighborhood. Ahead, he still had an important task to accomplish. The emergency boat carried Zhang Yuhao swiftly back to the residential area. However, he did not head straight to Building 7, but instead docked beside the community gate, plunging into the deep water. Here lies the entrance to the underground parking garage. In one of the garages, a large amount of supplies that Zhang Yuhao had not taken with him was stored, which he had buried as treasures at the beginning of the apocalypse. On the day the apocalypse broke out, because the space he could carry was too small, Zhang Yuhao prioritized using it to store a large quantity of prepared food. As for the supplies in the underground garage, Zhang Yuhao could only choose a few key items to take away. 90% of the supplies remain in the garage. Now his portable space is vastly different from before. With his protective suit finally on, it's time to pack up the remaining supplies and take them all away. Glub. As soon as Zhang Yuhao submerged into the water, the viscous red liquid obscured his vision, and fierce undercurrents continually battered his body, attempting to sweep him away. Zhang Yuhao struggled to stabilize his form, moving his hands forward, as he painstakingly swam toward the direction of the garage. Due to the extremely low visibility underwater, the once familiar space of the garage now felt strange and perilous. His hands and feet occasionally brushed against various objects floating in the water, each bizarre texture instilling a sense of dread. With visibility so low, even turning on the spotlight proved futile. Zhang Yuhao could only cautiously slow his pace, fearing he might encounter something sharp. The protective suit being torn is no trivial matter. Time slowly passed amidst tension and fear. Finally, Zhang Yuhao felt the cold and familiar lock. This is the underground garage of a villa area. The waterproofing better not disappoint me. Zhang Yuhao bit down on the breathing apparatus, unable to speak, and silently prayed. He retrieved the garage key from his item bar, aligned it with the lock hole based on memory, and forcefully turned it. Clang. As the garage door swung open, the viscous red water surged in like a beast breaking free from its cage, flooding in with overwhelming force. Zhang Yuhao was caught off guard, violently swept into the garage by the powerful water flow, and fell heavily to the ground. Haha. The garage inside actually isn't flooded. After a brief shock, Zhang Yuhao immediately reacted, filled with ecstasy. Quick, close the door. Ignoring the pain throughout his body, he sprang up from the ground, exerting all his strength against the surging water, struggling to move toward the garage door. But no matter how hard he tried, sheer human strength was insufficient to withstand the raging water. Warning! Warning! Abnormal pressure detected at the door. The waterproof inner door will operate automatically. Suddenly, a cold mechanical synthetic voice echoed through the garage. Almost simultaneously, red lights flashed on in the pitch-black garage. At the same time, two metallic doors suddenly appeared on either side of the garage, beginning to slowly close automatically. Whoosh whoosh. The doors moved with an undeniable authority, closing at a steady and determined pace. The once surging torrent, seemingly unstoppable, was now utterly defeated by the formidable strength of these solid mechanisms. The red water was forcibly held outside, futilely battering against the soon-to-close gap of the door, making unwilling sounds. Water splashed as if the flow was making its last desperate struggle, but ultimately could not change the outcome of being kept out. Bang! The door closed, completely isolating the red water outside. Zhang Yuhao stared in awe at everything before him, as if Lu Lao Lao had entered the Grand View Garden. What the heck? Is this how rich people's garages are now? After a brief shock, Zhang Yuhao raised his flashlight, beginning to look around the garage, quickly finding the power switch. Click. The electrical facilities here were still operating normally, and once the lights were turned on, the surrounding situation became clear. Inside the garage, there was only a layer of red water up to his calves. Overall, it looked fairly good, although the ventilation equipment started bubbling red water as soon as it was powered. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhao quickly turned off the ventilation. After that, he checked around again and found no other leaks. This garage's waterproof design is surprisingly impressive. If he hadn't personally opened the door and let in a rush of red water, it might have truly managed to keep out every drop. But thinking about it, it's not difficult to understand, as this is where the wealthy park their luxury cars. It would be strange if the garage didn't have disaster-resistant features. In his coastal city, without these insurance measures, if a flood or tsunami were to occur, luxury cars would become waterlogged, and the property managers would go bankrupt trying to compensate. Being rich is good, everything is taken care of for you. Zhang Yuhao chuckled self-deprecatingly. I wasted so much effort wrapping these supplies in waterproof film. It seems completely unnecessary. Thanks to the dry environment in the garage, the stored supplies were all in good condition. To be safe, I still need to take these supplies home and run them through the disinfection pool first. Well, this place won't be needed again. After tidying up, looking at the empty garage, Zhang Yuhao felt that his connection with this place had come to an end. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and a new idea exploded in his thoughts like fireworks. Zhang Yuhao immediately stopped in his tracks, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Wait a minute. If the underground garage is waterproof, are the other garages also intact? Once this thought surfaced in his mind, it ignited like a spark, leading to a prairie fire unstoppable. Perhaps I can find some intact vehicles here. Now that my portable space is absurdly large, fitting in a dozen cars is no problem at all. Though he didn't know what use vehicles would have in the apocalypse, as the saying goes, it's better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. You never know when it might come in handy. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuhao took out an electric hammer from his portable space and began to work. Though breaking the lock from the outside would be quicker, working underwater made it inconvenient to use electrical tools, and given the risks in the red water, Zhang Yuhao decisively chose to break through the wall from the inside. He preferred to be slow but steady. After all, in the apocalypse, time was the one thing in abundance. Rumbling, the sharp and noisy sounds echoed throughout the closed underground parking garage, painfully ringing in his ears. The wall shattered rapidly under the high-frequency impact of the electric hammer. Zhang Yuhao was lucky. The inner wall of the garage was not a load-bearing wall, and the ordinary brick walls he faced were relatively loose, allowing for swift progress. Even so, creating a small hole for passage was no easy task, requiring a significant amount of time and effort. Zhang Yuhao knew that haste makes waste. He remained patient, steadily advancing this seemingly simple, yet exceedingly tedious project. Finally, boom! With the last piece of debris falling, Zhang Yuhao squeezed into the adjacent garage. Click! As the power switch was pulled, the garage instantly brightened. A highly technological car suddenly appeared before Zhang Yuhao. Godzilla Model S Plaid. Zhang Yuhao's eyes lit up. Wow, this luxury car is worth around $1 million. However, this excitement lasted only a moment. The next second, his enthusiasm quickly evaporated like a splash of cold water. The reason is simple. This car is an electric vehicle. Not useful. Though electricity was still functioning normally, don't forget that it was just the early days of the apocalypse and only a small part of the area was affected. Once the disaster gradually spread globally, water, electricity, and internet would all cease. All infrastructure would essentially collapse. By then, where would Zhang Yuhao find a charging station? Even if his shelter could generate electricity, the practicality of electric cars in an apocalyptic environment pales in comparison to gasoline vehicles. Take endurance, for example. For Zhang Yuhao, he only needed to store enough gasoline in his portable space to refuel his gasoline vehicle anytime, anywhere, ensuring its normal operation. However, electric vehicles are much more troublesome. Once they are out, extending their range becomes nearly impossible. The convenience of electric cars relies on the developed infrastructure of the city. In the apocalypse, everything would return to its primitive state. Wearing a protective suit, Zhang Yuhao was not worried about Godzilla's sentinel mode. He boldly approached to explore, circling around the car again and again. However, unfortunately, he never found any trace of the car keys. Do rich people's car keys get carried around with them? In Zhang Yuhao's impression, the wealthy should have more cars than they can drive, so the keys should be with the car. What bad luck. Having started with an electric car, now not even finding the car keys, Zhang Yuhao's first blind box could be considered a complete failure. Isn't this just a hunk of iron? Complaining aside, Zhang Yuhao still decided to take the car into his portable space. Don't ask. Just taking advantage of the situation. What's the harm? Even if it can't be driven, I can take it home as a decoration. Though he hit a wall on the first unboxing, Zhang Yuhao obviously wouldn't stop here. Rumbling, the sound of the electric hammer echoed in the underground garage. Whoosh! After another hour of strenuous battle, a passage was successfully created through the other wall. Crawling through the opening, Zhang Yuhao found the power switch in the dark. Time for the blind box. Pulling down the power switch, the lights blazed bright. A brand new supercar with an aggressive and futuristic appearance jumped into view. Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Wow, a supercar. Zhang Yuhao never expected to strike it rich with the second garage. No man can resist the allure of a supercar. Zhang Yuhao quickly approached, running his hands over the sharp, smooth lines of the car's body, instantly filled with a primal desire for speed. Though supercars have low ground clearance and make a lot of noise, rendering them nearly worthless in the apocalypse, Zhang Yuhao assessed the nearly brand new bull before him, joyfully stating, "It's just so cool." This toy, worth over $7 million, brought immense emotional value. Who needs practicality? Wait a minute. Zhang Yuhao looked up and discovered there was a surprise behind the supercar. A luxurious motorcycle was parked there. BMW K1600 GTL. This steady and imposing heavy machine quietly stood behind the bull, its large size constantly showcasing its immense power. What's even more surprising is that the motorcycle's key was inserted into its ignition. It seems the owner of this garage is a racing enthusiast. Zhang Yuhao stepped forward, firmly grasping the handlebars, and gently turned the key, starting the engine. Roar! In an instant, a ferocious wave of sound exploded like a wild mechanical beast awakened in furious roar filled with exhilarating power. You can tell from the sound that it has plenty of power. Zhang Yuhao nodded in satisfaction and stored this top-tier cruiser into his portable space. You must know that, in the apocalypse, the practicality of motorcycles is greatly enhanced. Coupled with Zhang Yuhao's unique ability, he could use it in various scenarios. If the motorcycle has a key, then this bull. Zhang Yuhao circled around the garage a few times and actually found the supercar key on the workbench. Ha ha ha, a big harvest. Zhang Yuhao immediately stored the supercar, as well along with various tools and accessories from the garage, packing it all up. After robbing this garage, Zhang Yuhao's excitement grew even more. Let's keep unboxing. Rumble. The noise of the electric hammer filled the underground garage. Thanks to the conscientious waterproofing measures in the garage, Zhang Yuhao had already shed his protective gear, working with greater ease. He wore noise-canceling headphones, humming a tune under his breath, immersed in the delightful melody. Of course his hands never ceased their patient labor. Boom! With a muffled heavy crash, another wall collapsed in a cloud of dust. That's the fourth room. Zhang Yuhao paused his movements, straightening up slightly, silently praying. The third garage he had just explored was rather disappointing, or perhaps, because it hadn't been sold yet, it was completely empty inside. This time I must strike gold. He turned on his flashlight, and a bright beam instantly pierced the swirling dust shooting straight ahead. Zhang Yuhao focused his gaze only to find the beam hitting the wall directly opposite. Damn! Is it empty again? Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but wonder if he had already used up all his luck. He shook his numb hands from using the electric hammer for so long, took a deep breath, and resolutely crawled into the newly opened hole. Click! As he pulled the switch, light instantly flooded the entire garage. Ha! With the power on a row of shelves lit up at the far end of the garage. How peculiar, who installs shelves in a garage? Drawing closer, Zhang Yuhao saw that the shelves were stacked from top to bottom with boxes of all shapes and sizes. He had never seen boxes like these before, but judging by the exquisite patterns on the packaging alone, each one was incredibly luxurious, clearly out of the ordinary. He casually knocked out a surveillance camera in the corner, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a few cardboard boxes with red and white color schemes piled in the corner. Wait, this packaging looks familiar. A sense of déjà vu urged him forward. As he approached, he saw it was indeed a household name, a great celebrity. Mutai Liquor. Good heavens, boxes upon boxes just tossed in the corner. Zhang Yuhao was genuinely startled. Although he didn't usually drink baijiu, he knew its value well. Each bottle cost at least 1,000 yuan. If Mutai is left in the corner, then the others must be even more expensive. His curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Could it be that this garage was bought to be used as a wine cellar? With this speculation, Zhang Yuhao opened a few more boxes nearby, and sure enough, they were also wine. Judging by the deep red color of the liquid, he guessed it was red wine. What brand is this? I can't read it. It's neither English nor Chinese. Zhang Yuhao scrutinized the label, feeling it might be in the language of romance. If it's from romance, then the famous wine would be Lafite, right? Could these be Lafite red wines? Zhang Yuhao's knowledge of wine was limited to this. Such information was beyond his expertise. He decided to look up the prices of these wines online once he got home. Zhang Yuhao simply opened all the boxes on the bottom few shelves, taking each package apart individually. It's all wine. The boxes at the bottom of the shelves were all various types of alcohol, mostly foreign spirits. Zhang Yuhao gradually spotted some familiar logos like various Exos whiskeys and even cocktails. Though he wasn't sure of the specific brands, he knew to pack them all up. After clearing the lower shelves, Zhang Yuhao turned his attention to the middle ones. These small boxes, are they wine too? Zhang Yuhao stared at the rows of exquisite little black boxes on the middle shelf, full of doubt. If they hold wine, they're far too tiny. Without further ado, he started opening them. As the lids came off, rows of stick-shaped items wrapped in fine packaging lay neatly arranged inside. Cigars, all cigars. These cigars placed above the fine wines must be top-shelf goods. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuhao didn't smoke, so he felt no particular excitement. He continued opening other boxes. Aside from cigars, there were also items that looked like cigarettes, a dazzling and diverse array. Too bad they ended up with me. It's like casting pearls before swine. Although he knew nothing about this area, it didn't affect his packing speed. Regardless of what it was, he stuffed it all into his bag. The middle shelf was soon cleared, and Zhang Yuhao finally focused his attention on the top shelf. What could be at the very top? Clearly this wasn't the wine cellar he had initially guessed, but a place for storing luxury goods. It wouldn't be strange to find anything unusual here. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yuhao took down a few boxes and found that the packaging was actually written in Chinese. Ancient tree, pure tea, golden June, May, black tea, Longjing Biluakun. The top shelf was filled entirely with tea leaves. Just from the packaging, this must be worth a fortune. Zhang Yuhao's eyes lit up, and without a second word, he started packing again. In my past life, I was a leader for so long, but I was always buried in work, utterly ignorant of such luxuries. At this moment, his heart was filled with the joy of discovery. I thought this would be another empty garage, but it turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Before the apocalypse descended, Zhang Yuhao had purchased a massive amount of supplies online: food, clothing, weapons, tools, covering nearly every aspect of life. However, he had refrained from buying ostentatious luxuries. There was no choice, so his funds were extremely tight at the time, and every expenditure had to be carefully budgeted, forcing him to eliminate all wasteful behavior. And the harvest from this garage perfectly filled the last gap in his supply reserves. These high-end cigarettes, wines, and teas, though not necessities for survival in the apocalypse, could bring many novel experiences to the long and monotonous days ahead. Imagine in the midst of a harsh post-apocalyptic life being able to smoke, sip tea, and drink wine, enjoying a moment of leisure. This would elevate the standard of a vacation-like lifestyle to another level. Recalling his past life, Zhang Yuhao felt a mix of emotions. Back then, his subordinates spent their days in the wasteland, collecting all sorts of rare products, pursuing luxury, and once they found something, they would indulge in drinking and merrymaking. As for himself, he spent his days pondering how to improve living conditions faster and raise the happiness index of the camp. Zhang Yuhao believed that if his former subordinates were standing in this garage right now, they would be able to name every single luxurious cigarette, wine, and tea on those shelves with ease. Too bad in this life you won't have the chance to enjoy them. After looting the shelves, Zhang Yuhao explored the entire garage. He unexpectedly found tire tracks on the floor, and scattered in the corner were some car tools and parts. Judging by the automotive parts at the scene, there must have been a minivan parked here before. So after all this, it's still a place for parking. Zhang Yuhao suddenly pieced together the cause and effect. The owner of this garage must have been very skilled at gift-giving. Combined with the shelves full of luxuries, Zhang Yuhao could almost picture a shrewd and cunning businessman regularly and skillfully piling various expensive gifts into his trunk, then driving off leisurely to cultivate his complex web of connections. Dishonest at heart, yet somehow successful. Zhang Yuhao shook his head, unwilling to dwell on these social ills. Now that the apocalypse was here, he only needed to lift his electric hammer. He continued breaking through walls. Rumble. The roar echoed through the underground garage. With the unexpected bounty just found, Zhang Yuhao was now full of energy. Amidst the whirring noise, the electric hammer worked methodically. There was still plenty of time. After all, returning to Building 7 during the day posed a high risk of being discovered by others. Zhang Yuhao had long planned to stay here for the entire day, only sneaking back under the cover of nightfall. During this day, he could explore without restraint. With a thunderous crash as a large chunk of brick wall fell, Zhang Yuhao finally broke through another passage. "Give me a little face, will you? There can't be no cars again." Zhang Yuhao could not wait to crawl into the garage, took a deep breath, and pulled down the switch. With a click, the lights blazed on, and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG roared into view. This massive SUV stood like a king of the darkness, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Just sitting there, it radiated a domineering spirit of invincibility. Upon closer inspection, the boxy chiseled body lines were sharp as a blade, the massive aggressive grille resembled a beast's gaping maw, and the high wheel arches paired with oversized rims gave it a muscular, powerful presence. Good, good, good. This car is great. Zhang Yuhao could not contain his excitement, exclaiming the word good 3 times in a row. As the pinnacle of Mercedes-Benz's hardcore off-road vehicles, every inch of its design seemed to speak of strength and dominance. Thus far, this was undoubtedly the car that satisfied Zhang Yuhao the most. Although the cars he encountered today were all luxury vehicles worth millions, in the current apocalyptic environment, a high-performance off-road vehicle was clearly far more practical. "I wonder if there are keys." Zhang Yuhao stepped forward for a closer look, only to discover that behind the Mercedes-Benz, there was actually a massive object being towed. This is... Zhang Yuhao's gaze was instantly captivated, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A speedboat. The surprise came so suddenly it was an overwhelming wave of happiness. Who says I have bad luck? This luck is absolutely incredible. A top-tier SUV, and it even came with a speedboat as a bonus. Both were practical items for the apocalypse. The SUV could traverse ruins unimpeded, while the speedboat would prove invaluable in water environments like the Red Rain disaster. Whether for searching resources or emergency evacuation, they would be immensely useful. This undoubtedly added another layer of security to Zhang Yuhao's survival. The owner of this garage must have been living the high life, towing the speedboat to the beach every day before the apocalypse. Zhang Yuhao suppressed the surging joy within him and continued exploring the room. Having the car and speedboat was far from enough. Finding the keys to start them would be the true perfection. After a thorough search, perhaps heaven favored him, both keys were eventually found by Zhang Yuhao. The speedboat's key was still quietly inserted in its ignition, while the Mercedes-Benz's key was placed on a shelf. In addition, Zhang Yuhao found a complete set of brand new diving equipment on the shelf, along with a row of neatly arranged air tanks. Not only that, but in the debris pile at the back of the garage there were various surfboards, a vast amount of fishing gear, portable tables, and chairs. It was clear that the garage owner had a deep love for the sea. It's a pity that under the invasion of the Red Rain virus, many of these things will probably never be used. Zhang Yuhao looked at the equipment, his tone filled with regret. In the apocalypse, the environment had been utterly transformed. The leisurely times once enjoyed by the sea now seemed so distant and unreachable. Nevertheless, Zhang Yuhao packed up all the debris neatly. Whether they would be useful or not, it was better to be prepared. After clearing the clutter, only the car and the boat remained in the garage. Hee, before I store them in my space, let me have a little fun first. Zhang Yuhao rubbed his hands excitedly, gently pulled open the driver's door, and a blend of leather and the unique smell of a new car rushed toward him. Tisk, it seems no matter if it's a car worth tens of thousands or millions, you can't escape the formaldehyde. Zhang Yuhao slowly sat inside the car. The perfectly contoured seat hugged his body, providing him with an ultimate sense of comfort. But this feeling is something a car worth tens of thousands can't give. Zhang Yuhao chuckled, fumbling with the center console and various function buttons, as curious as a child with a new toy. Being inside the garage, Zhang Yuhao couldn't actually drive it. He could only grip the steering wheel and imagine himself speeding across the wilderness. This is really nice. After indulging in his fantasy, Zhang Yuhao stored the final vehicle into his personal space, pulled out the electric hammer. All right, back to work. Rumble, rumble. Perhaps the law of luck was at play. In the subsequent exploration, Zhang Yuhao's good fortune seemed to have run out. He found no new vehicles, only scattered auto parts and gasoline. Compared to the earlier magnificent haul of luxury cars, speedboats, and high-end goods, the later results were simply dismal. And so time slipped away amidst the roar of the electric hammer, and Zhang Yuhao worked until dusk. Ring, ring. The alarm let out a shrill sound. It's already evening. Zhang Yuhao snapped back to reality, startled to realize that the day had passed. He was in an enclosed underground space without sight of the sun, moon, or stars. When hungry, he simply ate and drank the rest of the time. He was almost entirely absorbed in his work, completely unaware of how fast time had flown. Unfortunately, the harvest in the latter half was truly disappointing. Ending it like this feels quite unsatisfying. Zhang Yuhao looked at the wall before him, gritted his teeth, and raised the electric hammer again. "I'll bet on it. One last time." Rumble, rumble. Crash. Finally, with the sound of falling rubble, the passage was opened once more. Would it be a perfect finish or a regretful ending? Zhang Yuhao, with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, pulled down the switch. Click. The lights came on and a towering colossal figure appeared inside the garage. An RV. It's an RV. In the final garage, what appeared was actually an RV. Zhang Yuhao was overjoyed. To most people, an RV, despite its fully functional interior capable of meeting various living needs during travel, has an undeniable drawback: its bulky and cumbersome size. On the road, it requires wider lanes, making turns and U-turns quite inconvenient. Moreover, in terms of maintenance, both the cost of upkeep and the difficulty of repairs are relatively high. Its exorbitant price further deters all consumers below the middle class. Thus, except for wealthy individuals who enjoy long-distance road trips with their families, few consider it a top choice for purchasing a vehicle. But for Zhang Yuhao, this RV holds profound significance. It is not merely a means of transportation. It is a crucial lifeline in this apocalyptic world. As long as the RV's waterproofing remains intact, it means that anytime and anywhere Zhang Yuhao can use it to make a stealthy escape. He can always find a safe place to lie low elsewhere. For instance, if misfortune strikes and his carefully disguised identity is exposed one day. Facing a ravenous crowd, Zhang Yuhao only needs to pack up all his supplies at home and easily relocate. After evading pursuit, he can find any forgotten rooftop, retrieve the RV from his portable space, and instantly have a safe haven. Therefore, for me, whether the RV has keys is secondary. The main concern is its waterproofing. Zhang Yuhao climbed onto the RV's roof, took out several buckets of mineral water, and poured them one after another. The water spread rapidly across the roof. If anyone else witnessed this, they would be green with envy. In the apocalypse, precious mineral water was being used by Zhang Yuhao for a waterproof test. Consider that by the second day of the apocalypse, the city's tap water supply had completely failed, and now only virus-laden red water flows from the pipes. Residents now rely solely on boiling the red rain to produce distilled water for daily drinking. Yet this seemingly simple method is fraught with difficulties in practice. Not to mention ensuring proper procedures and safety, just the output alone is a major headache. Even if one labors over the equipment all day, how much clean water can be produced? If this meager amount can barely meet the most basic daily drinking needs, it's already fortunate. Thus, daily tasks like washing up are essentially out of the question. As for showering or bathing, that is an even more distant luxury. Everyone can only helplessly endure the grime and odor on their bodies. Such is the apocalypse. Worse still, the distilled red rain always carries an indescribable strange taste that not only affects flavor, but with excessive consumption, easily causes gastrointestinal cramps. For this reason, mineral water on the market has become exceptionally precious, a scarce resource more sought after than gold. Of course, Zhang Yuhao couldn't care less. The top-tier water purifier he purchased can filter out an endless supply of pure water. For him, water is an inexhaustible resource. Thus, after pouring the mineral water on the roof, Zhang Yuhao, with a hint of anticipation, tentatively pulled the door handle. Click. Surprisingly, the door was unlocked, so he entered the RV directly. The interior space was more spacious than he had imagined. The driver's seat was upholstered in soft fine leather, and the plastic film on the dashboard was still intact as if it had just left the factory. This is simply incredible luck. With just one glance, Zhang Yuhao spotted the RV key inserted in the ignition. His face beamed with irrepressible joy, feeling that all his previous efforts were now worthwhile. In truth, in this apocalyptic environment, driving a car is of little use, especially an RV. A massive vehicle requiring spacious roads for smooth travel. But with the key, Zhang Yuhao could start the engine and operate the various facilities on board, which was quite useful. Zzz. Turning the key, he powered up, and various indicator lights on the dashboard lit up in sequence. Battery level. Should be this icon, right? The RV was equipped with a storage battery, but due to prolonged disuse, the remaining charge had dropped to a mere 10%. He'll find a chance to remove the battery and recharge it. Behind the driver's cabin was a small cozy living room with two sofas neatly facing each other, simple and comfortable. All the furniture inside the RV was fixed to the floor to ensure stability during travel. In the center of the living room sat an exquisite small table, surrounded by various cabinets and shelves offering ample storage space. Unfortunately, all the cabinets were empty, devoid of any supplies. Could this RV be brand new? No matter how Zhang Yuhao looked, he found no traces of anyone having lived here. Everything inside was pristine and new. Combined with the unpeeled plastic film on the dashboard, it indeed seemed to be a new vehicle. Then I've really struck gold. Continuing his exploration beyond the living room was the kitchen area with stove burners gleaming metallic and pots neatly arranged, fully equipped. Zhang Yuhao picked up a pot, flipped it over to check the bottom, and confirmed his earlier guess: no signs of cooking at all. It really is a new car. What a twist of fate. Imagine the original owner overjoyed upon purchasing this RV, meticulously equipping it with various furniture and appliances, completing all travel preparations, waiting for the right time to embark on a wonderful road trip. Yet before they could enjoy it, the apocalypse struck without warning. If not for Zhang Yuhao's arrival, this brand new RV would have remained sealed forever in the pitch-black depths underwater, gradually eroded by time, left to rot in obscurity. Creak. Opening a cabinet, he found some unopened tableware, and beside it stood a small half-height refrigerator. Zhang Yuhao opened the door and a faint chill brushed against his face. No supplies, but at least the equipment is functioning. Opposite the kitchen was a small bathroom equipped with only a toilet and shower facilities. The space inside was tiny, not allowing free arm movement, but it was more than sufficient for using the toilet and bathing. Further back was the rear of the RV, separated by a small door for added privacy. Opening the door revealed the bedroom, arranged with a bunk bed layout featuring 2 beds. The beds had only bare mattresses, but in the corner neatly placed were unopened bed linens. This is too thoughtful. I feel almost embarrassed. Everything is prepared for me and all brand new. Zhang Yuhao scratched his head, casually made the bed, and the entire bedroom instantly felt like home. After finishing, he reached out to feel the mattress and sheets. Beneath the fine smooth fabric was soft, resilient velvet. Undoubtedly, the entire bedding set was of premium quality. Now this is a real bargain. After expressing his admiration, Zhang Yuhao took another look around the RV, and finally confirmed that all ceiling panels were intact with absolutely no signs of leakage. This meant that the RV could fully serve as a temporary shelter in the apocalyptic red rain. Alright, I declare. Today's garage exploration is a perfect success. Zhang Yuhao stowed the RV into his portable space, simultaneously packing away all the scattered accessories, tools, and furniture from the garage. The entire garage was instantly left empty and desolate. Well, it's time to head back. Undoubtedly, Zhang Yuhao's expedition to the garage had yielded tremendous gains. Besides the supplies he had originally come to reclaim, he had also acquired 4 vehicles, a boat, and a motorcycle. Scattered among the spoils were various luxury items, auto parts, diving gear, and other trinkets. All in all, their value certainly matched that of the protective suit. Glancing down at his watch, he saw that the time had already reached 10 o'clock deep in the night. Having labored for an extended period in the confined space, Zhang Yuhao was drenched in sweat. Although he had placed several oxygen generators and cooling devices to regulate the environment and temperature, the physical exhaustion was not so easily alleviated. After resting for a while, Zhang Yuhao gathered all the scattered tools into his space, reorganized his protective gear, and finally began his return journey. Going back at this hour should be safe enough. At this time, it was pitch black outside. Even if he encountered anyone, they definitely wouldn't recognize him. As he left the garage, the surging crimson water rushed in violently. Zhang Yuhao grabbed the door for leverage, struggling against the current, slowly freeing himself from the water's pull. Then he floated up with the flow, finally emerging from the depths of the red water and returning to the surface. Climbing onto the foam boat, he paddled slowly. Moving forward in the darkness was not particularly convenient. Zhang Yuhao dared not light a lamp, relying only on the vague memories in his mind to grope his way ahead. Eventually, he managed to return to Building 7. What a thrill! Back in the familiar building, Zhang Yuhao felt a momentary sense of disorientation. The earlier experiences of fighting and exploration seemed like nothing more than a bizarre and surreal dream. Standing in the corridor, Zhang Yuhao shed his protective suit and tossed it directly into the red water. Instantly, he felt much lighter. In the profound silence and surrounding darkness, Zhang Yuhao quickly put on his night vision goggles. In that instant, the previously pitch-black staircase became clearly visible, every step distinct. Stepping onto the stairs, Zhang Yuhao moved with suppressed footsteps, trying not to make a single sound as he walked stealthily. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the electric baton in his hand. Its cold touch brought him a measure of reassurance. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream pierced the night sky, shattering the dead silence. But in the next second, the scream was abruptly cut off, as if stifled by a large hand. MMMPH. Zhang Yuhao froze in place, every muscle in his body tense, maintaining a high state of alert as he listened intently. The sound seemed to come from a nearby room. The muffled sounds didn't last long. Suddenly, a thud echoed like a blade piercing flesh, and then the muffled noises ceased. Silence fell again, brief and oppressive. Then the chilling sound of a knife cutting through meat, a relentless chop chop, began. The sound came again and again, cold and cruel. Subsequently, a garbled voice arose. Damn it! I told you to keep watch and you fell asleep. The voice was filled with fear and madness, despair clinging to it as if it would freeze the very air. I didn't. Bro, I'm sorry. Another voice choked with sobs trembled violently. I just dozed off for a moment. That woman tore off the tape. I was planning to keep her for a few more days. More meat. Can't finish it all. Their conversation was laced with a twisted insanity. Crack, crack. From then on only the sound of cutting meat remained in the room. That hair-raising noise, relentless and unceasing, pounded harshly against Zhang Yuhao's nerves. He squeezed the electric baton in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. In the end, he forcibly suppressed his rage and nausea, turning slowly to leave. Those damned bastards. Having lived 2 lives, Zhang Yuhao had witnessed even more horrific scenes and had endured countless shocks to his soul. Yet, he could never accept the inhumanity of cannibalism. He could fight without hesitation for survival, remain calm in the face of bloody death, and even understand the acts of robbery and betrayal committed by people driven to desperation. But he could never accept the deranged, bottomless depravity of cannibalism. I must find an opportunity to deal with Zhao Long and his group. Zhang Yuhao swore silently in his heart, his steps becoming more hurried. Returning home, he immediately scrubbed himself clean from head to toe, then gently lay down in the life treatment pod. Ding. User identity detected, commencing health scan. A mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Zhang Yuhao slowly closed his eyes, quietly feeling the nanorobots moving methodically within his body, examining every indicator. A few minutes later, the scan finally ended. Accompanied by a soft prompt tone, a string of data clearly appeared on the treatment pod screen. Health status excellent. Physical condition: sleep deprivation, general muscle fatigue, lactic acid buildup in right arm, lactic acid buildup in left arm, lactic acid buildup in trapezius back. Recommendation: activate massage mode, shockwave therapy, hyperbaric oxygen therapy, music therapy. It can even do massage. Zhang Yuhao was experiencing the life treatment pod for the first time. He had only intended to check for any injuries from the operation, never expecting this high-tech device to have so many features. Do as you recommend. Command received. Soon a gentle and soothing melody began to emanate from within the treatment pod. There were no lyrics, just pure instrumental music interwoven with various natural sound effects. Zhang Yuhao closed his eyes. He heard a clear spring flowing through the mountains, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops, and waves softly washing over his feet. The sounds softly penetrated his ears, instantly relaxing his previously taut nerves. At the same time, several mechanical arms extended from the pod's walls, landing precisely on various parts of his body and beginning to massage rhythmically. The pressure of the arms was just right. They accurately located every sore muscle, gently kneading away the accumulated lactic acid. Then a tingling sensation spread from deep within his muscles. The shockwave therapy had begun to take effect. This wondrous energy could reach the core of muscle problems, helping to alleviate deep-seated fatigue and tension. The atmospheric pressure and oxygen concentration inside the pod also rose subtly. Zhang Yuhao found each breath exceptionally smooth, as if every cell in his body was radiating new vitality. Lights adjusted to starlight mode. User may relax and fall asleep. System will automatically wake user in 8 hours. Yet Zhang Yuhao could not sleep. Despite his drowsiness, he kept his eyes open, staring at the simulated starry sky inside the pod with a furrowed brow. The joy of his harvest in the garage had now been completely washed away by the brutal scene downstairs. Zhao Long and his gang were undoubtedly the most unstable factor in this building. Action against them had to be taken as soon as possible. Lying in the life treatment pod, Zhang Yuhao's thoughts wandered. If he allowed Zhao Long and his crew to continue their slaughter, where would he harvest resentment points in the future? Zhang Yuhao pondered anxiously, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the pod's walls, producing a rhythmic dong-dong sound. Worse still, this group not only threatened his resentment point supply chain but also directly endangered his very life. Zhang Yuhao had no desire to suddenly become a piece of meat under Zhao Long's blade on some random day of the apocalypse. Whether for public or private reasons, he had to find a way to eliminate this cancerous tumor. I need to think of something. Think. Zhang Yuhao's mind raced as he considered feasible plans. A frontal confrontation. He admitted he wasn't capable of that. Though his combat prowess was not lacking, the enemy was a pack of desperados. Facing a group alone was clearly unwise. What about recruiting people? It was indeed a viable idea, but as soon as it surfaced, Zhang Yuhao immediately dismissed it. Having experienced betrayal in my past life, I will never form factions again in this one. Since he wouldn't build a faction, only one path remained for Zhang Yuhao. How can I quickly boost my combat power? After much deliberation, leveling up the system was the most reliable method. I've been stuck at level 9 for a while now. I really want to hurry up. Wait, when did I level up? Zhang Yuhao blankly pulled up the system interface, only to be astonished to find that the system had quietly upgraded to level 10. Tisk, the resentment point notification sound was too annoying, so I turned off the sound alerts and switched to manual checking. He slapped his forehead in sudden realization. It turned out that during the earlier battle at the courier station, the massive resentment points contributed by the 3 enemies had already allowed him to level up. But Zhang Yuhao had been so immersed in opening blind boxes, busy, without a moment's rest, that he hadn't had time to check the system. Only now did he discover this belated good news. System upgraded to level 10. Your portable space height has doubled. Quick item slots increased by 2. New function unlocked sanctuary current sanctuary stone hut it. Changed. Zhang Yuhao stared at the system notification, a glimmer of undisguised surprise flashing in his eyes. The new functions from system upgrades had finally begun to diverge from his past life. In his past life, the collective route also only enhanced the portable space and item slots before level 10 lacking novelty. But after level 10, the new function added was the camp system. As for the sanctuary function, even Zhang Yuhao at his high level in the later stages had never encountered it. Clearly this was an exclusive perk for the lone wolf route. This means every future upgrade will be a new exploration. Zhang Yuhao murmured to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of anticipation. However, when he saw the word stone hut, his smile instantly froze. Stone hut? Why does it sound so shabby? He couldn't help but complain, does the system think a lone wolf like me only deserves to live in a crude stone hut? He imagined himself standing before a simple stone hut with a blood-red sky overhead and desolate ruins all around, and couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. A basic sanctuary is probably like this. Whatever, it's better than nothing. At least it's better than sleeping on the streets, right? Despite the complaints, Zhang Yuhao was still eager to see what this stone hut actually looked like. After all, it was his first time encountering the sanctuary function, and curiosity had long overshadowed his minor dissatisfaction. He terminated the life treatment pod service and vaulted out of the pod. Standing in the center of the living room, he cleared away all the surrounding furniture. Then, aiming at the empty living room, he confidently used the summon sanctuary function. Insufficient space. Please move to a wider area, not enough space. Zhang Yuhao was taken aback. He looked down at his feet, then up at the ceiling. My living room is at least 30 square meters. Isn't that enough for you? He carefully reread the sanctuary's description, finding that it indeed did not specify the sanctuary's exact size. He had initially thought a stone hut was at most the size of a tent, maybe a deluxe camping tent at best. Now it seemed he might have underestimated the system's capabilities. Could it be that this sanctuary is an entire building? That would be far superior to my past life. In his past life, the camp function never required a specific location. It could be summoned anywhere, anytime, whether in a basement or on a rooftop. After summoning, various living facilities would appear immediately without any prerequisites. It was simply that the higher the level, the more facilities were supplied. Yet this brand new sanctuary function had failed to summon indoors. This thing is quite picky about its location. Though he was exhausted to the point of collapse, the thought of leaving the new function unexplored made him feel like ants were crawling on him, and he couldn't sleep. No, I have to figure out this function first. Zhang Yuhao checked the surveillance feed, the corridors, and stairs outside were currently empty. Gritting his teeth, he decided to risk going out. Since the system prompted him to move to a wider area, he would go up to the rooftop. Rustle. Splash. Pushing open the rooftop door, he was met with the overwhelming crimson rain, its putrid odor assaulting his senses. Zhang Yuhao nearly choked from the stench. This smell is even stronger. It's worse than stinky tofu mixed with durian. Perhaps due to Xiaolong's corpse disposal and accumulated rainwater, the rooftop stench had fermented, intensifying its potency. Since Zhang Yuhao hadn't worn protective gear this time, the foul odor of the crimson rain directly hit his senses. Do I really have to build a sanctuary here? Zhang Yuhao hesitated as he looked at the rooftop. If I have to survive in this air, it would truly be a life sentence. Regardless, the priority now was to check the goods. Summon sanctuary. Zhang Yuhao extended his hand forward and commanded. The scene before him flickered slightly, and a dark, towering structure materialized out of thin air. Amidst the crimson rain, a pitch-black building materialized, abruptly standing like a colossal beast amidst the downpour. Yet as it was deep into the night, the rooftop was shrouded in darkness, leaving Zhang Yuhao only able to discern the silhouette of the shelter, its true scale, hidden from view. I still need to see it for myself. Zhang Yuhao hesitated, gazing at the crimson rain. Don another protective suit. No, that would be too wasteful. Spending just a few seconds in the red rain would consume a precious protective suit. An utterly exorbitant cost. But getting soaked was out of the question. Zhang Yuhao first retrieved a thick raincoat from his space, then pulled out a roll of large cling film, wrapping himself tightly. Finally, he opened a large umbrella. Charge! Dressed like a mummy, Zhang Yuhao took a deep breath and plunged into the red rain. Raindrops pattered violently against the umbrella. With each breath, an intense stench flooded his nostrils, making him roll his eyes. This smell. It's practically a biological weapon. Seconds later, Zhang Yuhao finally reached the shelter. Host Zhang Yuhao verification successful. The heavy door slowly opened automatically, emitting a low hum. However, Zhang Yuhao didn't rush inside. Instead, he carefully examined the shelter's exterior with a flashlight. This building doesn't seem that big. The flashlight's beam traced the shelter's outline, and Zhang Yuhao felt that based on its area and height, its volume was no larger than a bedroom. He reached out to touch the exterior wall and knocked on the door. The texture was cold and solid. No wonder it's called a stone house. Everything is made of stone. Though stone wasn't a high-end material, the shelter's overall structure caught Zhang Yuhao's eye. Overall, the entire building was seamless with no signs of stacking, as if carved directly from a single massive rock. The thickness of the walls and door was also astonishing. When the flashlight beam shone on them, not even a crack could be found. This non-manual craftsmanship was clearly the system's doing. The seamless construction left the shelter flawless, and combined with the thickness of the walls and door, its defensive capability was evidently considerable. Let's go inside. Stepping into the shelter, Zhang Yuhao's first reaction was that he had gone blind. Dark, truly dark. Dark enough to hide a whole house of intruders. Seriously, not even a single light source. He turned on the flashlight and its beam cut a faint path through the darkness, barely illuminating the surroundings. A cursory glance revealed the shelter was empty, not even a shadow of furniture. The walls and floor were cold stone, as if he had stepped into a forgotten basement. Isn't this just a coffin box? Zhang Yuhao stood in the center of the shelter, imagining himself lying there every day. He felt his whole life was set. It's okay, this is just a level 1 shelter. It'll get better. Zhang Yuhao comforted himself while carefully surveying the space. Though the situation was grim, Zhang Yuhao was not one to give up easily. He patted the cold stone wall and muttered to himself. Alright, since the system gave me this bare-bones room, I'll make do with my own hands and be self-sufficient. This shelter, though crude, had formidable defensive power, greatly ensuring personal safety. It had to be utilized well and carefully managed. The first thing to solve is the lighting issue. Zhang Yuhao's generator finally came in handy. He placed it in a corner, filled it with fuel, and connected the circuits. Soon a few bulbs lit up, bringing light to the shelter at last. Yet it looked messy, with wires and power strips exposed haphazardly, resembling a temporary construction site, exuding an air of crude simplicity. But Zhang Yuhao didn't mind. Though it's not pretty, this shelter is all about functionality. No need to fret over aesthetics. With light, Zhang Yuhao could finally see the shelter's interior clearly. It was a small square room of about 20 square meters, devoid of any facilities save for a small hole in the corner. This hole? Is it a toilet? Zhang Yuhao shone the flashlight into it, but the depths were fathomless, with no telling where it led. Meanwhile, the stench in the air grew stronger. The odor clearly came from the red rain outside. Zhang Yuhao quickly blocked the hole, but the smell only intensified. Strange, I don't see any ventilation, but the air circulates. How is that possible? Unable to figure it out, he gave up thinking. After all, things produced by the system couldn't be explained by science. Instead of dwelling on it, it was better to think about improving his quality of life. To alleviate the odor and avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, from the generator, Zhang Yuhao retrieved a small air purifier from his portable space. The purifier hummed to life, finally suppressing the nauseating stench. After installing the purifier, he placed some furniture, tables, chairs, cabinets, and a bed. After some effort, the shelter finally began to take shape. Of course, in terms of living environment, the shelter was sunless, not even as good as living in the RV. The RV at least had luxurious interiors and transparent glass windows, while this shelter was nothing but stone. However, considering safety, the shelter's advantages were clear. The thick stone walls were far more sturdy than the RV's thin metal sheets. Thus, the shelter was worth investing in. After tending to the shelter, Zhang Yuhao wrapped himself up again and ran back home. He decided not to retract the shelter in case of an emergency escape, saving the time needed to summon it. Before leaving, he adjusted its position, placing it behind the rooftop door. This way, even if Zhao Long and his crew came up to dispose of bodies during the day, they wouldn't see the shelter directly, unless they stepped out the door and looked back. But who would be foolish enough to stroll in such a violent red rain? In any case, it was perfectly safe. Back home, Zhang Yuhao was exhausted like a wrung-out salted fish. He hadn't slept for a full day and night, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. No more, if I don't sleep, I'll ascend to heaven on the spot. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto the bed. But the next second, Zhang Yuhao suddenly sat up. Why sleep on a bed? I might as well use the life treatment pod. Thanks to his previous experience, he had discovered an extra benefit of the pod. It turned out that this treasure wasn't just for illness or injury. On ordinary days, even for muscle soreness or mental fatigue, it could provide rejuvenation. In the face of this multimillion-dollar life treatment pod, the massage devices Zhang Yuhao had bought seemed like a joke. Detected user return. Continue last unfinished task. Continue. And I want to sleep until I naturally wake up. Don't disturb me. Command received. Initiating hypnotic music therapy. Temperature control system activated. Adjusting to sleep mode. With the new shelter temporarily easing his worries, Zhang Yuhao finally relaxed, sleeping exceptionally soundly. Over 10 hours later, Zhang Yuhao gradually awoke. The pod door opened automatically. Finally back to routine. He sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes and stretching, feeling completely refreshed. Grabbing his phone, Zhang Yuhao muttered to himself, the main task is still to grind experience. I need to upgrade my coffin box into a mansion as soon as possible. Picking up his phone, Zhang Yuhao found that the unread messages in the group chat had exploded to an overwhelming number. His disappearance for a day and a night felt like the sky had fallen for the other members of the group. In the previous conversations, Zhang Yuhao had always left a glimmer of hope for everyone. In a sense, the existence of the account Old Huang had become a spiritual pillar for the group. Everyone harbored a single thought as long as they kept flattering him persistently. Perhaps, just perhaps, they might one day wait for Old Huang to share supplies. Surely he wouldn't just watch them die. That was the belief of most in the group. Yet, instead of supplies, what they got from their daily groveling was the sudden silence of Old Huang's account. Old Huang, who had been active in the group every day, suddenly stopped speaking altogether. Instantly the group erupted into chaos. Has something happened to Old Huang? Or has he abandoned us? Various speculations and anxieties spread through the group, and the words grew increasingly fierce. The chat history transitioned from insincere greetings at the start to urging, and finally escalated into abusive rants of utter frustration. Old Huang, where are you? Don't play dead. We've waited so long and you just vanish like this. Damn it, I knew he couldn't be relied on. I shouldn't have trusted him. Perhaps because the humiliation of the past few days was too stifling, the backlash was exceptionally strong. All sorts of profanity filled the screen, as if they wanted to vent all the pent-up resentment at once. He must be doing it on purpose, showing off and then playing dead, all while lurking in the shadows. That bastard must want us all dead, so he can hoard all the resources himself. Curse him, a selfish wretch like him doesn't deserve to live. May he meet misfortune at every turn, choke on every meal, and his whole family suffer calamity. He's just watching us die. I knew from the start that Old Huang was no good. With so many supplies, what harm would sharing a little do? Up there, I've had my eye on you for a while. You were the one licking his boots the most back then, and now you're acting all-knowing. May blessings be upon your ancestors. Those last two sentences ignited the conflict, instantly turning the group into a carnival of verbal abuse. They not only cursed Old Huang furiously, but also turned on each other, spewing vitriol at everything. Crushed by hunger and cold, everyone sought an outlet to vent, hoping to drown their own despair. Yet in their eyes, the role of Old Huang had become far more than just an outlet. He was the original sin. He was the culprit behind their plight, the root of their misery. Those supplies were never meant to be his. They should be mine. Many residents broke down in the group, cursing Old Huang to die. Some even offered to sacrifice their own lives as long as it meant misfortune for Old Huang. They just couldn't bear seeing anyone prosper. This bastard is playing dead and saying nothing, trying to suffocate us. If I survive this, I'll skin him alive. Damn him. He's trying to kill us. What a piece of trash. I'll haunt him even as a ghost. Such a great man deserves a long and prosperous life. Right now, I want to drag him out, grab all his supplies, and let him taste what it's like to starve. You son of a... Scrolling to the end of the chat history, everyone had completely shed their masks, too lazy to even occupy the moral high ground. They bluntly expressed their true intent. They wanted to rob him. They simply couldn't stand others living well. They wanted to strip Old Huang clean and torment him mercilessly, making him regret ever being born. Regret showing off in front of them. If they couldn't survive, no one else should live either. By now, Building 7 was split into two factions. One was the evil force led by the landlord Zhao Youqian, mostly composed of able-bodied men with considerable combat power, though their numbers were small. The other faction consisted of the remaining tenants in the building, who had formed a new tenants mutual aid group, checking in and communicating daily, sharing what they had. Recently, some unsettling incidents had occurred in the building, and the residents, sensing the danger, had banded together for warmth, seeking a sliver of security in the apocalypse. Yet the leader of this group surprised Zhang Yuhao. It was Huang Jingjing. He had to admit this social butterfly had some skills. Although beauty had lost its power under the assault of the cold and virus, she had managed to form a clique within the larger group and rally a faction through sheer social maneuvering. No wonder she managed to usurp power in my past life. She's no simple character. Zhang Yuhao shook his head, a new wariness toward Huang Jingjing rising within him. The reason Zhang Yuhao was so well informed about the building situation was that his main account had also been added to the small group Huang Jingjing had created. Although most of this group were vulnerable individuals like the elderly and children, their sheer numbers created a palpable tension, pitting them against Zhao Youqian's faction. However, within a single day, the two factions gradually reached a consensus. They wanted to join forces, find Old Huang's hiding place, and then storm it to rob him. As expected of a PR professional, she's got real finesse. She's truly mastered the art of currying favor with both sides. Zhang Yuhao read the group messages, unable to help but marvel at her tactics. Too bad I never revealed my location in the group. No one would ever suspect that the so-called Old Huang had been living among the residents of Building 7 all along. They've cursed enough. It's time for Old Huang to rise from the dead. After finishing the chat history, Zhang Yuhao had a clear picture of the current situation. A faint smile curling at his lips, his fingers flew across the screen. AAA convenience store Old Huang. Hey there everyone. Yesterday I was out delivering supplies to the neighborhood as per the national call. Got too tired and didn't check my phone all day. I never expected to see how you all truly see me. I was actually planning to send some supplies to Building 7 today, but it seems there's no need now. I was being too sentimental. Since you all hate me so much, I suppose you wouldn't accept my help, would you? At these words, the group fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Old Huang. Old Huang was back. Unbelievable. Damn. If what he says is true, haven't we shot ourselves in the foot? For a moment several people couldn't help but slap themselves twice, overwhelmed with regret. Why can't I control this damn mouth of mine? Stupid, so stupid. I just had to vent for a moment and expose my true thoughts in the group. What do I do now? Of course, being ungrateful wretches, most had no shame. Even if they had just cursed someone, they could switch faces in an instant. Boss, don't be like that, boss. We don't hate you, we're just hallucinating from hunger. Please send some supplies. Yeah, ghost possessed me just now, that wasn't me talking. Brother Huang, don't mind those dimwits. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. The group's tone shifted, and the sycophantic wind began to blow once more. Angry? Why would I be angry? Zhang Yuhao replied calmly with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Since you've provoked me, I'm canceling the supply plan. I get to rest now. No need to go out, I'm delighted. At this point old Huang suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of the cold snap, I'm having a hot pot of lamb right now. In such a comfortable moment, how could I be angry? Ha ha ha. He then sent a video. In the video, a pot of lamb hot pot bubbled and boiled, steam wafting into the air. In the rolling broth, nourishing ingredients like red dates, goji berries, and Cotinopsis root surfaced, repeatedly showcasing the rich stock. On the table were large plates piled high with sliced lamb alongside several baskets of side dishes. A dazzling array of vegetables, mushrooms, shrimp, paste, fish balls. A feast for the eyes. With a crisp pop of a bottle cap, freshly opened beer frothed with white foam. Glug glug. The golden liquid flowed into a glass filled with ice, instantly misting the surface. The water's boiling time for the meat. A pair of chopsticks reached into the plate, picking up a thin slice of lamb and holding it up for a close-up. The meat had clear, marbling, perfectly balanced fat and lean, clearly top quality. The chopsticks then dipped into the boiling pot, the lamb quickly changing color. After a few quick swishes, the meat absorbed the rich, savory broth. It's ready, time to eat. The chopsticks lifted the lamb into a dipping sauce where the steaming meat was coated with a smooth, rich sesame paste. The paste was mixed with crushed sesame seeds, vibrant scallions, and cilantro for aroma, making the tender lamb even more irresistible. The video ended there. For a moment, the group was eerily silent. After a short while, seeing no one had replied, Zhang Yuhao scratched his head in confusion. AAA convenience store, old Huang, huh? Did I lose connection? Why isn't anyone responding? Little did he know, everyone in Building 7 had their eyes bulging. Their hearts felt like they'd been struck 1,000-fold. This was simply too outrageous. No, hey, old Huang, you truly deserve to die. As the video was released, a collective silence fell over all the residents of Building 7. The entire building instantly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Where is the justice in this? Those who have not experienced it themselves can never understand the feelings of the crowd at this moment. Nor can they imagine the profound psychological impact this video would have on those who have been starving for a long time. In the past few days, everyone in the building had gone mad with hunger. A single bag of instant noodles couldn't be bought even for 20,000 yuan. Everyone's eyes were green with hunger, gnawing on anything they could find. Pothos aloe potted plants. Even the cactus didn't escape. They were all devoured. Now there wasn't a single plant left in the entire building. Even the moss in the corners had been scraped clean. Damn it, the apocalypse hadn't brought zombies, but people felt they were turning into them. And then now, someone was actually eating hot pot with lamb. Is this something a human does? Someone typed with trembling hands as if suffering a great mental blow. I'm at home starving, gnawing on cardboard boxes, and he's eating hot pot with lamb. Old Huang, you're killing us with this. The atmosphere in the group chat instantly shifted from silence to collective breakdown. Everyone wailed and beat their chests. Even Zhang Yuhao, sitting at home, could hear the howling from the entire building. These starving wretches could only watch helplessly as others feasted before their eyes, an unbearable torment. Huang Jingjing looked at the half-eaten dog food in her bowl and suddenly found it unappetizing. She used to keep a cat and a dog at home. A few days after the apocalypse broke out, she killed and cooked them both for meat. In Huang Jingjing's eyes, even the closest bonds could be discarded. Emotions were meaningless. Only her own pleasure mattered. Everything exists to please me. Every situation must serve my interests. This was Huang Jingjing's life motto and the secret to her survival. After killing the cat and dog, Huang Jingjing not only had a large stash of frozen meat, but also 2 big bags of pet food left over. At least for the time being, she didn't have to worry about going hungry. There was a time when Huang Jingjing secretly gloated, feeling happier than those who were starving. Although her room had been wrecked by the red rain, and she suffered from fevers every now and then, at least she could fill her stomach. However, that sense of happiness instantly became cheap in the face of Zhang Yuhao's video. Looking back, what kind of miserable life was she living? I want meat. I want hot pot. Huang Jingjing was so angry she smashed her bowl. Dog food scattered all over the floor. An ingrate is always like this, forever comparing and never satisfied. As long as someone was better off than her, Huang Jingjing couldn't contain her rage, as if a thorn was constantly pricking her heart. She had to find a way to take it for herself. Mine, it's all mine. At this moment, Zhao Long's eyes were also bloodshot, although he had been looting and plundering since the apocalypse, never letting himself go hungry. But This guy was actually drinking iced beer. And in this freezing weather with the outside temperature just a few degrees, someone was still eating hot pot and drinking cold drinks. How warm must it be inside? Zhao Long, an inveterate alcoholic, looked at his own frostbitten body, smelled the sour stench of his unwashed clothes, and then looked at the food and drink in the video. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely. Kill you. I must kill you. The other residents in the building were also dumbfounded. Lamb steaming hot pot lamb. Eating hot pot around a warm stove during the cold season was itself a very blissful thing. Not to mention that the main dish was lamb. Lamb is a great warming and nourishing food. Such a blissful and extravagant scene was like the sky falling for these envious and sensitive people. No one replied in the group chat, but Zhang Yuhao saw the resentment values flooding the system messages, and knew the effect had been achieved. Hey, you dare curse me? I'll mess with you until you're dead. A video of eating lamb hot pot completely shattered the Dao heart of the entire building. Soon old Wang's private messages exploded again. Messages flattering, probing, pleading, and threatening came in an endless stream. However, Zhang Yuhao ignored all private chats. Although unknown chats could also accumulate resentment that was merely single target damage. How could it compare to the group chat? Group chat was area effect damage. Casually posting a picture was a group attack. A bunch of people went crazy for it. This drove those who wanted to connect with old Wang frantic. Among them, Huang Jingjing was the most impatient. It's infuriating. That bastard, he clearly told me before to speak up if I had any difficulties. He even promised to give me supplies for free. Now he won't even reply to my messages. Previously, Huang Jingjing was so furious when old Wang publicly posted her chat history in the group that she nearly ascended to heaven on the spot. That incident directly led to an irreconcilable conflict between her and Zhao Long's group. This was why she, despite a fever and headache, desperately tried to rally her own faction. Initially, she loathed old Wang's methods. But as food in the building grew scarce, Huang Jingjing's attitude suddenly shifted, and she began to secretly rejoice. In her view, although old Wang had tricked her before, she had also successfully tied herself to him. At first she thought she had boarded a pirate ship. Now it seemed this was no pirate ship at all but a thick and sturdy thigh. And Huang Jingjing's ability to secure her position as the head of the tenant team was inseparable from old Wang's allure. When building her team, she wildly spread false news claiming it was only because she lived in Building 7 that old Wang had specifically joined this group chat. And her relationship with old Wang was considered her final trump card. All along, Huang Jingjing had been waiting for old Wang to take the initiative to contact her. She deeply understood the essence of fishing for men. The more proactive you are, the more humble you become. What you can't get is the most precious. The harder you work for something, the more you cherish it. Therefore, she had to strive to maintain an image of being independent, not greedy for supplies, strong and sensible. So Huang Jingjing never proactively contacted him again, gritting her teeth and holding on, waiting for him to lose his composure first. As it turned out, old Wang really could hold his nerve. There's no need to tough it out anymore, it's time to seek old Wang's help. With this thought, Huang Jingjing confidently sent a private message to old Wang. She could already envision him responding enthusiastically, taking her to enjoy life. And then with a little manipulation, she would train old Wang into a whimpering little dog. However, reality dealt her a resounding slap. Old Wang never even acknowledged her private message. What the hell, how is this guy still chatting and joking in the group, but completely ignoring my messages? Huang Jingjing was undoubtedly panicked. She frantically sent messages, her tone shifting from gentle flattery to anxious urgency. Yet no matter how many messages she sent, the chat window remained silent, as if her words had sunk into the sea. Reply. Just reply to my message. She kept refreshing the chat interface, her fingers frantically swiping across the screen, as if that would make old Wang's message suddenly pop up. Could it be that he's offline now? Huang Jingjing, doubting her life, clicked back to the group chat, only to find Zhang Yuhao laughing heartily and chatting away. Wait, what? He's clearly online, so why won't he reply to my messages? Huang Jingjing was losing her mind. She felt a tickle in her nose, as if something red was about to grow out. She reluctantly called and video called, but still got nothing. Finally, mentally exhausted, she clicked into old Wang's moments and suddenly spotted a new post. AAA convenience store, old Wang. Sorry everyone, I'm getting too many private messages. I don't have time to check them anymore. Friends, if fate allows, well, connect. Buffed. Huang Jingjing was so furious, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seriously, you're just not checking private messages anymore? Then what was all that abuse I took before? Was it just my bad luck? Huang Jingjing recalled the humiliating past, when to curry favor with old Wang she was branded a slut by the entire neighborhood and cursed out mercilessly. And now the relationship she had painstakingly built was casually dismissed by old Wang with a mere, if fate allows. Huang Jingjing clutched her chest, feeling her blood pressure skyrocketing, nearly bursting through her skull. No, I can't give up like this. Recalling the grievances she had endured, Huang Jingjing could no longer bear it. Forget private messages. I'll go find him in the owner group. Although this meant she couldn't quietly reap the benefits, Huang Jingjing couldn't wait any longer. The mere thought of that tempting lamb made her feel she was going mad with craving. Huang Jingjing, AAA convenience store old Huang big brother, why didn't you reply to my private message? Huang Jingjing, AAA convenience store old Huang big brother, do you remember me? I have nothing to eat. Please save me. Faced with Huang Jingjing's open and direct approach, Zhang Yuhao could no longer pretend to ignore her and had to respond publicly. AAA convenience store old Huang, AAA convenience store old Huang. Sorry, but who are you? Sorry, who are you? Upon seeing the reply, Huang Jingjing's vision went dark and she nearly fainted. This bastard, that heartless man. He had completely forgotten her. Huang Jingjing had once proudly believed that her delicate and considerate image had left a deep enough impression on him. Unexpectedly, the fellow had no recollection of her at all. Huang Jingjing, the one you posted the chat records of, the one you got scolded by the entire neighborhood. And you forgot? No. Huang Jingjing collapsed to her knees in despair, feeling as though her entire worldview had been shattered. The group members, upon seeing old Huang's reply, all wore odd expressions. Wasn't this woman claiming she had a great relationship with old Huang? Yeah, she used to be called his adulteress. What's going on? These two don't seem close at all. While the onlookers enjoyed the drama, Huang Jingjing was utterly panicked. Huang Jingjing, brother Huang, you can't forget me. Click on my avatar and check the private messages. We've chatted before. Back then you even said you'd give me supplies for free. Huang Jingjing, back when everyone was cursing you, I was the only one who supported you. Have you forgotten all that? AAA convenience store old Huang. I changed my phone. All the chat history is gone. AAA convenience store old Huang. You talk as if we've been through life and death together, but why don't I remember a thing? AAA convenience store old Huang. Seriously, who the hell are you? I really have no memory of you. Huang Jingjing, it's me. It's me. Huang Jingjing, the woman who stood by you when the whole neighborhood was cursing you. Brother Huang, please try to remember. AAA convenience store old Huang. I really don't recall much, but am a man who always repays kindness. AAA convenience store old Huang. Tell me specifically, what help did you give me? If there's anything, I'll definitely repay you. Upon hearing this, Huang Jingjing was overjoyed. Huang Jingjing, there is. Brother Huang, there is. Huang Jingjing, I cursed people for you. I still have the chat records. AAA convenience store old Huang. After a long silence, a string of ellipses appeared, followed by a barrage of question marks. AAA convenience store old Huang. AAA convenience store old Huang. You seem to have misunderstood. I meant substantial help. Huang Jingjing. She felt she was on the verge of a breakdown. Huang Jingjing, substantial help. Isn't cursing people for you substantial enough? AAA convenience store old Huang. Don't bring up those trivial lip service matters. What kind of help is that? Besides, didn't you enjoy cursing them yourself? Why claim it was for me? Huang Jingjing stared at the heartless old Huang, nearly smashing her phone in rage. Huang Jingjing. Huang Jingjing, you can't do this. You're breaking your word. Huang Jingjing, I'm not asking for much. Just send me 10 or 20 pounds of lamb, that's all. AAA convenience store old Huang. Damn it, you're trying to guilt trip me now. When I argue with someone, do I really need your pathetic contribution? AAA convenience store old Huang. Don't you see my status now? Ask anyone in the group. If I want to curse someone out who here wouldn't back me up. AAA convenience store old Huang. Who do you think you are? You want screen time. You want lamb. Go eat sheep dung. AAA convenience store old Huang. If you're really that bored, go clean the toilet. I've never seen such a shameless woman thinking you can get supplies just by flapping your gums. Nothing's that cheap. Get lost. Huang Jingjing let out a piercing shriek, hurled her phone away, and trembled with fury from head to toe. That old man had gotten too full of himself. Damn it! How could there be such an ungrateful wretch, completely losing his head after gaining a bit of power? Turning his back on me. Ungrateful. Kicking away the ladder. Huang Jingjing paced back and forth in her room, cursing her hair, nearly standing on end with rage, wishing she could tear him apart. Yet no matter how much she cursed or fumed, she was utterly powerless against Zhang Yuhao at the moment. Meanwhile, the sycophants in the group had already started kissing up to old Huang. Brother Huang, don't get mad. There are plenty of people trying to freeload supplies. Don't lower yourself to her level. So shameless. 10 or 20 pounds of lamb. Does she think Brother Huang runs a lamb stall? Yeah, how is cursing a couple of times a favor? You didn't ask her for help. She joined in because she wanted to curse herself. Exactly. If cursing could get supplies, I'd curse non-stop day and night. Brother Huang, point me at anyone and I'll tear into them. If I can't win, may I never have a son. Words like these tormented Huang Jingjing's nerves. Huang Jingjing unleashed her classic battle cry, howling impotently at home. What's this? He's reneging. Then all the humiliation I suffered was for nothing. Old Huang, I'll find you and skin you alive. Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received from. Watching the system notifications flood the screen, Zhang Yuhao snapped his fingers cheerfully. Nice. At this rate my coffin box will be upgraded in no time. Crash. Thud. Listening to the sounds of smashing from the next room, Zhang Yuhao chuckled. Don't blame me. Old Wang's personality was modeled entirely after yours. Why can't you sympathize with your own kind instead of getting angry? And so Zhang Yuhao continued to show off in the group for a while. Whenever someone cautiously asked about supplies, he would casually reply, "I'll think about it when I'm in a good mood." Then, without giving them a chance to plead further, he said, "Catch you later," and logged off, gracefully ignoring all the mentions that followed. Sometimes letting them stew in their own frustration is another way to farm resentment points. Zhang Yuhao naturally wasn't about to waste all his time on these people. He was here for a vacation in the apocalypse. Doing the same thing all day would quickly bore him. Besides, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If he flaunted his wealth constantly and numbed everyone completely, the effect might backfire. Putting down his phone, Zhang Yuhao first took out his fitness equipment, did his daily workout, and then enjoyed a steaming hot bath. Finally completely relaxed, he curled up on the sofa, picked up the game controller, and began his happy hour. This stress-free life is truly wonderful. The next day, Zhang Yuhao woke up comfortably in bed. Stretching lazily, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Sleep when I'm tired, wake when I'm full. No work, no tasks, not even those annoying rules to bind me. Just pure enjoyment. Zhang Yuhao had died once before, and now he cherished every moment of his happy time. Every single day was his own personal carnival. No more scrambling for a living, no more kowtowing to a boss, and no more worrying about anyone else's livelihood. Zhang Yuhao felt as though he had awakened from a long nightmare, and finally found his own paradise. While others experienced despair in the apocalypse, he had found himself. In his portable space there were endless snacks, endless fine wine, games to play all night, no calendar to check, and no need to care about the chaos and ruin outside. Zhang Yuhao simply immersed himself in his cozy little nest, indulging in the freedom of his time. Every moment felt like a stolen sweet feast. I wish I could make this life last forever. Zhang Yuhao sighed with contentment as he pulled out his phone, ready to start his daily resentment point farming. But the next second he froze. It seems this happy life will have to be put on hold for now. Zhang Yuhao gazed at his phone, letting out a sigh as a wry smile crept across his face. In a post-apocalyptic world, one can never enjoy peace for long. On the phone screen, a friend request from his main account was glaringly displayed. Depression into illness, requesting to add you as a friend. Message: Zhang Yuhao, I know you're old Wang. Message: I have evidence. If you don't want this to become public knowledge, accept the request and let's have a proper chat. Zhang Yuhao covered his face in anguish. Damn it again. What kind of group have I offended? Why do they all show up in the same way? Zhang Yuhao reflected deeply for a long time, utterly perplexed about where he had slipped up. This is so frustrating. I've been so careful, yet every now and then some reckless fool pops up. Zhang Yuhao shook his head and accepted the friend request. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. Sigh, isn't life good enough for you? Why provoke me of all people? Once the request was accepted, the other party replied instantly, clearly waiting by the phone. Depression into illness. Zhang Yuhao, you're still alive. What a masterful scheme you've orchestrated. But pride comes before a fall. Why did you have to be so flashy? Haha, now you've brought trouble upon yourself. You're in for it now. You didn't expect someone like me to be in this building, did you? Tremble. Fear me. Get ready to beg for mercy on your knees. Haha, that's right. I am the embodiment of justice. Prepare to face righteous judgment. Zhang Yuhao stared at the replies, a vein bulging on his forehead. What the hell is this? A Chunibu patient? Did this guy get hit on the head by the red rain? How can the apocalypse still produce such a character? He had no patience for such nonsense and replied bluntly, stop ranting. Get to the point. If you were truly righteous, you'd just expose me publicly. Why come to me in secret? Spit out what you want or I'll delete you. Depression into illness. The other side fell silent for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected Zhang Yuhao's fearless attitude. The scene he had imagined, of panic and groveling, had completely failed to materialize. All his carefully crafted taunts were now useless. Depression into illness. Wait, you're not afraid of me. Zhang Yuhao, why should I be afraid of you? Times had changed. With a retreat on the rooftop, Zhang Yuhao was utterly unyielding and fired back fiercely. Zhang Yuhao, I don't know how you found out, but coming to me means you're starving. And you haven't exposed me because you want me to secretly supply you with more rations. So it's you who needs something from me. Why should I be afraid? His incisive analysis hit the nail on the head, exposing the other's ulterior motives. Depression into illness. You don't get cocky. I'll really leak it, believe me. Watch your tone. I hold your life in my hands. The other side was clearly triggered, seething with humiliation and anger. Control my life. You. Zhang Yuhao showed no sign of backing down. Go ahead and leak it. If I have no way out, I'll throw all the food from the rooftop into the water. Then you'll still starve to death. Eh. The other side was evidently shocked, left speechless for a long time. Depression into illness, no. You're lying. Stop pretending. You wouldn't dare. Zhang Yuhao, of course I would. He typed furiously, as if channeling his unyielding defiance through every word. But why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Mutual destruction is my last resort. I have 100 other ways to finish you off. I'm warning you now, if you dare to blabber ill, contact Zhao Yuqian or Huang Jingjing, join either side and share the food. My only condition would be to cut you off from rations. With such lenient terms, neither leader would refuse, would they? At worst, my quality of life drops a bit while you... Heh. Zhang Yuhao unleashed a torrent of words, aggressive yet perfectly logical. The other side showed typing, but no message came through. It seemed he was at a loss for how to respond. Now do you understand? Whoever holds the food holds the power. And you're nothing but a clown. Seeing the silence, Zhang Yuhao intensified his assault, ready to deliver the final blow. At the same time, the other finally couldn't hold back and retorted. Depression into illness, no? You're lying. You can't cooperate with those two leaders. You've tricked them before, they won't let you off. You know, your idea is too naive. There's no order left in this building. If you ally with either side, you'll end up thrown into the water and disposed of. Unfazed by the threat, Zhang Yuhao curled his lips into a cold smirk. Zhang Yuhao, who's being naive here? You're the one who can't see the real situation. You know order has collapsed in this building, but have you ever wondered why? Zhang Yuhao posed the question, then answered without waiting for a reply. Isn't it because of the lack of food? They're on the brink of death. Living day by day, they can't afford to think long-term. But I bring them not just ample food but order. Once their bellies are full, all they'll think about is how to escape judgment after the disaster. How could they persist in their folly? Now answer me this. What reason would they have to risk harming me? Zhang Yuhao pressed on relentlessly, his words exuding an oppressive force. Speak. The other was left speechless, finally managing only a feeble This time the conversation fell into a prolonged silence. Clearly Zhang Yuhao's logic was airtight, leaving no room for rebuttal. In theory it was indeed so, but in reality his plan was completely unworkable. All of this hinged on the premise that the apocalypse would eventually end. In truth, the so-called official reckoning would never come. Limited by the information gap, Pu Duo naturally couldn't fathom that this catastrophe would last forever. The conversation hit a deadlock. Seeing his opponent utterly defeated, Zhang Yuhao seized the momentum and delivered a crushing blow. Now do you see the situation clearly? Who's begging whom? I'll give you 10 seconds to call me dad over voice, or I'll delete you right now. The army pressed forward. Checkmate. Call me dad or I'll delete you as a friend. Pu Duo stared blankly at his phone, utterly bewildered as to how matters had escalated to this point. Wasn't he the one who had come to deliver the ultimatum? How had their roles inexplicably reversed? Pressing his finger on the voice message button, Pu Duo's lips trembled several times, yet he could not utter the words. After repeatedly deleting and rewriting, he finally managed to send this line. Hey, let's talk this out properly. There's no need to be so extreme. Zhang Yuhao sneered as he noticed the other's arrogance had faded. So he could communicate like a normal person after all. He had to put on a tough act first, only to cave after getting a taste of his own medicine. If you want, call me that, then introduce yourself and spill everything you know clearly. Otherwise, no deal. Seizing the moment when his opponent showed weakness, Zhang Yuhao made his demand decisively. He didn't actually need the other to call him dad. Such petty verbal victories were utterly meaningless. His show of brinkmanship was solely to dominate the conversation, forcing the other to hand over the intelligence promptly. This was his negotiation tactic. Zhang Yuhao knew well that constant compromise and flattery rarely brought true peace or respect. Instead, they only emboldened the greedy and cunning to overstep. Only by daring to burn bridges and laying bare his bottom line, demonstrating a willingness to go down together, could he shatter the other's wishful thinking. Often such a reckless approach yielded the desired outcome. Perhaps fearing to provoke Zhang Yuhao again, Pu Duo hesitated little this time and swiftly sent over all the information. Pu Duo, a recent graduate in computer science, living alone in Building 7, a few days ago, driven by hunger and cold greed, got the better of him, and he couldn't resist probing old Wang's account. Zhang Yuhao summarized the intel, letting out a wry, helpless smile. Looking back, he couldn't really blame himself for the oversight. It was simply beyond his ability to prevent. All because this kid named Pu Duo was a hacker. This so-called hacker, driven by intense resentment, jealousy, and envy toward old Wang, had used his technical skills to illegally investigate old Wang's background. In layman's terms, old Wang had been doxxed by Pu Duo. At first it seemed trivial, but upon delving deeper, Pu Duo felt his scalp tingle and couldn't help but gasp. Pu Duo was shocked to discover that the registered owner of old Wang's account was none other than Zhang Yuhao, the very same person rumored to be dead in his building. In an instant, Pu Duo's curiosity was fully ignited. Without hesitation, he shifted his focus and began a deep investigation into Zhang Yuhao. As the investigation deepened, more astonishing secrets burst forth like a breached dam. First, in the perception of Building 7's residents, Zhang Yuhao had long been marked as deceased. Everyone believed he was dead, a widely accepted fact within the building. Even Zhang Yuhao's own room had been designated a heavily infected restricted zone. Yet, according to Pu Duo's findings, although Zhang Yuhao's account had no posting history, it still showed regular daily login traces. That meant a living person was behind the account, faking death. This discovery hit Pu Duo like a bombshell, stirring a storm within him. Digging further, Pu Duo also found that the target had been blacklisted as a defaulter. The root cause of it all, massive loans. In the month before the apocalypse struck, Zhang Yuhao had seemingly gone mad, recklessly taking out loans and installment plans without regard for consequences. Those astronomical loan records left Pu Duo utterly stunned. An even greater wave surged in his heart. This guy's actions were exactly like the hoarding protagonists in the apocalyptic novels he loved to read. Oh my God! Had he stumbled upon a colossal secret? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, he continued his deep dive. Leveraging his top-tier hacking skills, Pu Duo infiltrated Zhang Yuhao's online shopping account and obtained his purchase history. What he saw left him astounded. The shopping list was densely packed with survival essentials. From various canned foods and advanced water purifiers to warm clothing and medical emergency supplies, everything imaginable. Unbelievable. Calculating the cost, Zhang Yuhao had purchased tens of millions worth of goods. Good heavens, a mountain of supplies. At that moment, Pu Duo's emotions churned like a raging sea. Overwhelming joy, intense hatred, boundless envy, fierce admiration. A tangled mix of feelings painted his face in shades of pale and red. This bastard was so blessed, so cunning, so treacherous. He deserved to die. But, well, in the end I caught him. Seems I am the chosen one. I am the true protagonist. Intense jealousy transformed into ecstasy. Blinded by arrogance, Pu Duo believed he had Zhang Yuhao firmly in his grasp and became insufferably cocky. Thus he rushed over impatiently, leading to the opening scene. That's the whole story. After reviewing the intel, Zhang Yuhao fell into deep thought. There was no way around the doxing. Since the other possessed such skills, he couldn't defend against it. In this age of information, Zhang Yuhao lacked the ability to erase all traces of himself online. If someone was determined to investigate him through digital channels, exposure was almost inevitable. However, the one saving grace was that such doxing techniques were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not every Tom, Dick, or Harry could meddle. From this perspective, it seemed that this modest rental building harbored a few hidden talents. What's that saying? Heroes are as numerous as carp crossing the river. Anyway, others aren't fools. No matter how cautious I am, there's always a risk of exposure. I'll need to be even more careful in the future. After habitually summing up the lesson, Zhang Yuhao began pondering his next move. The only good news is that this guy lives alone. That makes it easier whether I try to recruit him or simply eliminate him. A flicker of cold light passed through Zhang Yuhao's eyes, then quickly subsided. Of course, the truth of the information still needs to be verified. Let's probe deeper. And so formal negotiations began between the two. Zhang Yuhao stated his terms first. He could guarantee Pu Duo's basic food and drink, but in return Pu Duo had to provide him with cybersecurity services. In this apocalyptic environment, while cybersecurity wasn't the most immediate threat, it lurked like a hidden blade capable of delivering a fatal blow at any moment. If keeping one person fed could eliminate such a worry, Zhang Yuhao could accept it. But Pu Duo's demands were a bit unreasonable. First, all supplies must be split equally. As for Pu Duo himself, he would only fulfill the obligation of keeping the secret and nothing else. If Zhang Yuhao needed additional help, he would have to trade more supplies. Equal distribution of supplies. This share was clearly no small matter. However, Pu Duo was not making an unfounded exorbitant demand. He had his own reasons. In Pu Duo's view, although Zhang Yuhao could cooperate with others, the consequence would be handing over at least 90% of his supplies. His own proposal of a 50-50 split was already quite generous. During the negotiation, Pu Duo arrogantly and greedily asserted that the equal distribution plan was the best solution Zhang Yuhao could obtain at this stage. Any other choice would make it impossible for Zhang Yuhao to retain half of his supplies. He was convinced that Zhang Yuhao could not find such lenient terms elsewhere. Thus Pu Duo believed he had Zhang Yuhao firmly in his grasp. Zhang Yuhao naturally would not agree to such an unreasonable demand. In his eyes, Pu Duo's thinking was utterly absurd. But this fellow seemed as stubborn as a mule. No matter how Zhang Yuhao tried to persuade him, he insisted that equal distribution was the bottom line and refused to budge. A man's greed knows no bounds. A flicker of displeasure passed through Zhang Yuhao's eyes. In truth, when it came to food alone, it was not beyond negotiation. After all, given the stockpile of supplies Zhang Yuhao had, he could not consume it all by himself. But the crux of the issue was that Pu Duo's appetite extended far beyond mere food and clothing. He was like an insatiable abyss, specifically demanding various weapons, machinery, electronics, medicine, and so on, covering nearly every type of essential supply for survival in the apocalypse. What was worse, Pu Duo still had access to his online purchase orders, making it impossible to hide what was in his home. There was no way to reach an agreement anymore. Zhang Yuhao was not foolish enough to arm someone who knew his secrets. Agreeing to such terms would be no different from planting a time bomb with his own hands. Everyone in this building was an ungrateful viper. Never expect to satisfy them by offering up your own flesh. In his past life, Zhang Yuhao had already verified this with his life. They would stab you in the back without hesitation. As the conversation concluded, seeing Pu Duo shamelessly produce a so-called supply distribution list, Zhang Yuhao knew there was no room for turning back. You're even eyeing my life support pod, forcing me to choose between a universal repair robot and the treatment pod. Zhang Yuhao laughed bitterly at the outrageous demands on the list. Pu Duo's greed had reached a pathological level, daring to covet his most crucial survival gear. Pu Duo, I can't even imagine how you plan to survive. Although Zhang Yuhao knew the negotiation had collapsed, he still pretended to be open to discussion, calmly stabilizing the other party and feigning prolonged deliberation. Mistaking Zhang Yuhao's demeanor for wavering, Pu Duo pressed his advantage and quickly finalized the details of their cooperation. Finally, after a heated verbal exchange, Pu Duo reluctantly agreed to a new plan: establish a cooperation mechanism where Pu Duo guaranteed that Zhang Yuhao would no longer be targeted by others and all supplies would be split equally with tools available for mutual borrowing. After the terms were settled, Zhang Yuhao's gaze turned icy in an instant. If I were just an ordinary person hoarding supplies, facing this situation, compromise would be my only option. Zhang Yuhao glanced one last time at the apartment number Pu Duo had sent on the screen. Unfortunately, I have an escape route. Let him bask in the joy of his successful extortion for now. Soon he will learn what it means to be overjoyed and then stricken with grief. Half an hour later. Boom! A deafening roar like a heavy bomb exploding within the building jolted everyone from their sleep. The building itself seemed to suffer a minor earthquake, with dust raining down. Everyone was terrified by the sudden upheaval, clueless about what dreadful event had occurred. The perspective shifted to Puto's room. After the negotiation concluded, Puto seemed to have lost his mind. He leaped onto the dining table in a single bound and began to dance wildly, jumping and flailing about. Ooh-hoo-hoo-hoo. He shouted excitedly, a smug grin spreading across his face. I am the most formidable hacker. I am the embodiment of justice. Food is coming, drinks are coming, I'll never lack anything again. Ha ha ha, that bastard Zhang Yuhao, who does he think he is? He still got taken down by me. Show off. Go ahead, show off. Ha 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 ha. Puto mocked Zhang Yuhao into the air, venting all the grievances he had suffered during the negotiation. After throwing such a tantrum for a while, Puto, already frail, finally exhausted his strength and collapsed onto the sofa with satisfaction. There's a lot of supplies. I'll have to wait for them to be delivered slowly. Alas, this waiting is truly agonizing. Boom. At that very moment, a thunderous noise erupted from downstairs without warning. The sound was so violent it seemed as if the entire building would collapse. It struck like a heavy hammer, pounding on everyone's hearts. Oh! Don't kill me. I have leverage. Let me speak first. Puto, as if electrified, instantly rolled off the sofa onto the floor, shouting and yelling incessantly. His eyes bulged wide, his face etched with terror, and he nearly wet his pants in fright. Frozen for a second or two, Puto's panicked gaze swept across the silent room. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure. So it was just noise from downstairs. I thought Zhang Yuhao had come to fight to the death. Still shaken, Puto picked up his phone and glanced at the various insurance measures he had set up in advance, feeling slightly more at ease. No way, he wouldn't dare go for broke. What I've prepared is foolproof. At that moment, the group chat also exploded. What's going on? What was that noise? An earthquake. No idea, sounds like it came from downstairs right near us. Someone on a lower floor should check it out. Can't, the rain's too heavy, can't see a thing outside. Holy crap. Scared me so bad I broke my poop in half. Wait, you upstairs can still poop? I haven't had anything to eat in days. What goodies are you hiding at home? The topic instantly derailed, driven by survival instinct. People's sensitivity to food far surpassed everything else. I ate enoki mushrooms. The person answered honestly. If you swallow enoki mushrooms without chewing, they come out whole. So you eat, you poop, you eat again. Perpetual motion machine, infinite loop. Hey, you want some? I've got extra. Ugh. Wow. Ugh. Ugh. A series of vomiting emojis flooded the screen. Mushroom Brothers' disgustingly vile remark successfully dispelled the originally tense and panicked atmosphere in the group. Puto watched these absurd conversations in the group and gradually calmed down. Suddenly, a powerful sense of superiority welled up within him. Hey, you craypeaters, soon I'll be on my way to riches. From today on, I'll never have to eat contaminated food, drink foul water, or endure the cold again. Then I'll use the healing pod to fix myself up, maybe even get my little buddy back in action, and I'll use food to find a few girls to keep me company every day. Hee hee. The more Puto thought, the more excited he became, his grin growing increasingly lecherous, as if the tantalizing scene was unfolding before his eyes. Ding dong. Ding dong. Just as Puto was lost in his fantasies, the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. Ha ha ha, the slave delivering supplies is here. A flicker of impatience flashed in Puto's eyes. He sprang up from the sofa and scurried over to open the door. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, he suddenly froze. For some reason, the occasional eerie screams that rang out in the night abruptly exploded in his mind without warning. As if a mysterious sixth sense had kicked in, Puto's heart clenched and his movements slowed. Why did he have this ominous feeling? Could it be those murderers outside? Who is it? Puto's voice trembled slightly, betraying an undeniable nervousness. Zhang Yuhao delivering supplies. Hearing this, Puto finally relaxed and opened the door without hesitation. Standing outside was indeed Zhang Yuhao. You sure took your sweet time finally here. Puto's words were cut short as he suddenly froze. Then his face instantly turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost, and he instinctively scrambled backward in panic. Zhang Yuhao. He had come empty-handed. It was all too clear. He had no intention of honoring the agreement. Why run? If I really wanted to kill you, you'd be dead by now. Zhang Yuhao wore a calm expression, strolling into the room, as if on a leisurely walk. Once inside, he casually locked the door behind him, the click, sounding like a death knell in Puto's ears. Puto didn't care about any of that. His mind was a tangled mess, and he dashed behind the sofa to hide. Stop right there. Don't move. Don't come near. Puto's voice was choked with tears, his heart full of terror. He had seen Zhang Yuhao's online shopping list and knew the arsenal of equipment he possessed. It was practically a small weapons depot. I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. This phone in my hand. One tap and all your information will be sent to the group chat. Oh, is that so? Faced with Puto's threat, Zhang Yuhao merely responded indifferently, barely acknowledging him. He summoned a shield and gripped it steadily, then began to inspect the room one by one, his steps firm, his gaze sharp, leaving no corner unchecked. Puto peeked his head out, watching Zhang Yuhao rummage through his belongings without restraint, panicking inside. Stop looking. The evidence is in my hands. One send and you're finished. I'm not interested in your evidence. Zhang Yuhao remained unbothered. After checking every room and confirming that Puto lived alone, he returned to the center of the living room. I just wanted to see if you were lying to me. But you're honest enough. You really do live alone. With that, he commanded again. Now stop hiding and get the hell out here. Puto dared not stand up. Instead, he tremblingly raised his phone from behind the sofa and shouted, I'm not coming out. You get out of my room. Or I'll send the evidence. Is that so? Zhang Yuhao unhurriedly pulled out his phone, tapped it a couple of times, and said nonchalantly, I wonder, can a phone without signal still send files? What? Puto was taken aback. He quickly lowered the phone to check, but the signal was still full. You're bluffing me. Believe me or... Just as Puto was about to lose his temper, the signal bar suddenly changed. The full signal instantly turned into no signal. Hey, just as I thought. Seeing the phone with no signal, Puto didn't look panicked, as if he had anticipated this all along. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and a newfound confidence surged within him. Zhang Yuhao, if this is your trump card, you might as well surrender. Did you think I wouldn't prepare for this, little bro? Your shopping list clearly has a signal jammer one. I'm a hacker. How could I let an internet idiot like you outsmart me with such a cheap trick? I saw this coming a mile away. Puto's voice grew louder, a tremendous sense of pride swelling within him, his smugness nearly bursting through the roof. Believing he had left no stone unturned, he shouted excitedly, trying to mess with me. You think you can keep up? Let me tell you, I've prepared a two-pronged plan. Before you came, I already uploaded all the data to a cloud server. In 3 hours, if I don't enter my password to cancel, the command your evidence will be automatically sent to every resident's phone in Building 7. Hey, trying to outsmart me. Do you have what it takes? Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yuhao applauded with a hint of admiration. Not bad, not bad. You've got some brains after all. Good that you know. So don't even think about playing any tricks. Puto warned, loudly clutching at this lifeline. His greatest fear was that Zhang Yuhao, being too impulsive, would barge in and kill him outright, leading to a lose-lose outcome. Fortunately, he had successfully revealed his trump card, and he believed Zhang Yuhao would now be wary and dare not act rashly. Now you know fear, huh? My IQ isn't something you can mess with. Feeling that the situation was firmly under his control, Puto stepped out from his hiding place, sat arrogantly on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at Zhang Yuhao with a sneer. I checked the model of your jammer. Its range is limited. Even though there's no signal around me, residents on other floors can still receive files just fine. So I suggest you just back down and stop trying to challenge my intelligence. So, do you admit defeat? Or not? Puto was beside himself with glee, pushing his provocation to the extreme. Not bad, a two-pronged plan is something but nothing to brag about. Zhang Yuhao said with a faint smile. As the saying goes, a wise rabbit has 3 burrows. If you had a 3-pronged plan, I'd be truly impressed. Humph. Puto snorted disdainfully and flipped Zhang Yuhao the middle finger, his face full of contempt. 2 or 3 prongs. You're just being stubborn. If I wanted, I could come up with any number of plans. But for someone like you... He raised 2 fingers, a glint of confidence in his eyes, and enunciated each word. 2 prongs are more than enough. Fine. Looking at Puto's utterly scornful expression, Zhang Yuhao let out a helpless sigh. Puto, in your next life, use your brain a bit more. Don't let yourself be so easily tricked into revealing everything. What do you mean? Pu Duo suddenly sensed something amiss, a nameless dread flooding his heart. He was about to stand up. Swish. A streak of dark light whistled through the air, instantly pinning Pu Duo's head to the sofa. Dead? The man who had just believed himself in control of the situation had perished so simply at his most triumphant moment. Zhang Yuhao maintained his raised hand posture. In his hand, a crossbow had inexplicably materialized out of thin air. Withdrawing the crossbow into his personal space, Zhang Yuhao waved his hand and said flatly, "Raising my hand isn't an apology, but, kid, you still need practice." After dealing with Pu Duo, Zhang Yuhao meticulously inspected the entire house once more. This was a typical abandoned residence, clothes strewn haphazardly on the floor, the trash bin overflowing with crumpled paper, and walls plastered with various images of scantily clad women. Through examining the daily necessities, Zhang Yuhao confirmed again that Pu Duo had not lied. The room was indeed occupied solely by him. To leave no evidence, Zhang Yuhao completely ransacked Pu Duo's room. All the electronics and books inside were packed up and taken away, leaving nothing behind. Notably, Pu Duo's room was crammed with various game discs, along with numerous novels and comics, greatly enriching Zhang Yuhao's entertainment inventory. In the bookcase, he also found textbooks on computer science. In my spare time, I could learn this knowledge. Zhang Yuhao casually flipped through the pages, then emotionlessly stored them in his space. It felt like reading a celestial script. Every character was recognizable individually, but together they were incomprehensible. Some things require talent. Zhang Yuhao cleared out all the books and continued his scavenging. Soon the once cluttered room became empty, as if swept clean by a hurricane. After finishing, Zhang Yuhao did not leave immediately. He sat by the door, quietly listening to the sounds outside. Gradually the building began to stir. People continuously let out suppressed roars. There was considerable commotion in the hallway, as residents anxiously opened their doors, many rushing back and forth inquiring about the network issues. With the loss of the network, people were forced to revert to primitive means of communication, stepping out to exchange information face-to-face. Upon learning that everyone was without internet, more furious roars erupted. In the apocalypse already isolated, the loss of the internet was a psychological blow. This restless state persisted for several hours. Finally, quiet gradually settled within the building. The corridor was bitterly cold, coupled with the drifting red rain, making it unbearable to stay long even out of boredom. Moreover, night was falling. Unbeknownst to anyone, a strange rule seemed to have silently formed within the building. Night and day seemed divided by an invisible line. With the descent of night, the building transformed into a hunting ground akin to a dark forest. The order, kindness, and morality that humans once followed appeared to be ruthlessly cast aside. Where sunlight could not reach, danger lurked everywhere. It's time to leave. Hearing the silence outside, Zhang Yuhao stood up and left directly. He didn't even bother to close the door, leaving it wide open. From the corridor, one could directly see Pu Duo sprawled on the sofa, his face frozen in disbelief. On the way back, the surroundings were eerily quiet, but fortunately no incidents occurred. After successfully returning home, Zhang Yuhao did not show a relaxed expression. He sat on the sofa, frowning deeply. Though I eliminated the opponent, this loss is considerable. Pu Duo thought his duel preparations were clever, but he would never know the extent of Zhang Yuhao's preparations to take him down. Time rewound to before the incident. To target a hacker without leaving traces. Pondering these issues, Zhang Yuhao felt a headache coming on. Killing someone is easy, but doing it silently without leaving loose ends is troublesome. Zhang Yuhao knew there weren't that many fools in the world. Especially someone like Pu Duo, who actively threatened him, would surely have arranged various defensive contingencies to ensure his safety before taking action. As for what defensive measures a hacker might have, Zhang Yuhao was completely in the dark, utterly baffled. Not understanding this field makes it impossible to counter. Zhang Yuhao pondered for a long time but still couldn't find a clue. Sigh, if only the signal jammer were still here. Little did Pu Duo know the signal jammer he had guarded against had long been destroyed. But speaking of signals, there is still one extremely risky method. Zhang Yuhao sat on the sofa, his gaze gradually turning resolute. What am I hesitating for? Given the current situation, even with risks, I must act. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuhao, clad in a heavy protective suit, cautiously appeared on the rooftop. The torrential red rain continued to ravage the world madly. Zhang Yuhao approached the edge of the building, took various measurements, and then stuck glow sticks into the ground, one by one, forming a straight path. Retreating to the center of the rooftop, Zhang Yuhao raised his hand. In the blink of an eye, a brand new Lamborghini Aventador SVJ materialized out of thin air on the stormy rooftop. This time I'm really going all out. A flicker of reluctance passed through Zhang Yuhao's eyes, but the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He opened the door, got into the driver's seat, and started the engine. Vroom, vroom. The powerful roar of the sports car echoed across the rooftop. Here we go. Zhang Yuhao slammed the accelerator, and the car's formidable acceleration immediately took effect, pressing him firmly into the seat with a strong surge of force. The sports car roared along the path, racing straight to the edge of the building. At the critical moment, Zhang Yuhao seized the opportunity, pulled open the door, and leaped out without hesitation. Swish! Propelled by inertia, the car shot off the building like a runaway horse, plummeting downward. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire building seemed to shake. The residents of Block 7 were instantly jolted awake by the thunderous noise. Zhang Yuhao swiftly pulled out the blonde's phone and glanced at the signal bar. As he had predicted, the entire building was now disconnected from the network, the signal icon having vanished completely. It turned out that the sports car had landed precisely on the location of the community's signal base station. Seeing that the car had successfully destroyed the station, Zhang Yuhao wasted no time and quickly adjusted his own base station to public broadcast mode. Soon the signal spread through the community once more, but its provider had secretly changed hands. From then on, only the single base station in Zhang Yuhao's home remained operational in the vicinity. From now on, whether this entire community has internet or not will be my decision. Destroying the official base station had always been a deep-seated thought in Zhang Yuhao's mind, but the high risks and low rewards had kept the plan shelved. Now compelled by the circumstances, Zhang Yuhao had to steel himself and take this dangerous step. In a sense, it was a forced advancement in the face of despair. However, every coin has two sides. Although Zhang Yuhao seemed to have achieved his goal under duress, the hasty preparation came at a considerable cost. First, another set of protective suits was ruined. In this apocalyptic environment, the importance of protective suits was self-evident. Each one used meant one less in stock. Zhang Yuhao had been frugal in this regard, but he couldn't help encountering life-threatening emergencies that forced him to consume the suits time and again. The second loss was, of course, the sports car. A Lamborghini worth over 7 million. The thought pained Zhang Yuhao deeply. Having finally owned a sports car with keys, it was retired the moment it debuted. Such a cool machine gone before I could truly enjoy it. The only small comfort was that a sports car had little practical value in this apocalyptic world. It was merely a visual treat for the eyes. If it had any practical use, Zhang Yuhao wouldn't have chosen to sacrifice his most expensive car first. After all, comparing prices alone, the off-road Mercedes-Benz and the RV in his portable space were far cheaper than the Lamborghini. Setting aside the price tag, when it came to actual utility in the apocalypse, both the Mercedes-Benz's off-road capability and the RV's comprehensive living support easily outshone the flashy sports car. Of course, the ideal candidate for sacrifice would have been the electric car Godzilla, but Zhang Yuhao couldn't find its keys. This was a great regret for him. And so, despite the heavy losses, the preparations were finally complete. Zhang Yuhao, bearing the brunt of the damage, went to Pu Duo's home, checking for hidden dangers, while subtly extracting information. Pu Duo, a man with decent intellect, but virtually no emotional intelligence, was easily led by Zhang Yuhao to reveal all his secrets in just a few words. To Zhang Yuhao's surprise, Pu Duo had even employed cloud technology. This meant that even if he blocked Pu Duo's phone signal, the messages would still reach the residents of Block 7. But so what? Having set his mind on a goal, Zhang Yuhao refused to give up halfway and chose to strike. From the moment Pu Duo insisted on making exorbitant demands, there was no room for negotiation between them. Pu Duo mistakenly believed that Zhang Yuhao was relying on a signal jammer to restrict him, so he tried to use cloud technology to bypass the signal blockade. Little did he know that Zhang Yuhao's true control was over the entire community's network. Yes, I can't stop you from sending files through a cloud server. But can't I just cut off the entire community's internet? At that moment, thoughts raced through Zhang Yuhao's mind, and with little hesitation he made a decisive choice. He had to act decisively. He immediately decided to cut off the internet for the entire community starting today. At least for a long time, Zhang Yuhao would not be able to restore the network. Zhang Yuhao was well aware that cutting off the internet would not only hinder others, but also severely impact his own progression. In this unique apocalyptic world, the network was crucial for his own growth. Without the internet, all residents of Block 7 would lose their channel to the outside world, and his own rate of acquiring resentment points would be stalled, severely limiting his power enhancement. But there was no choice. A reality allowed no hesitation. Zhang Yuhao knew that only by decisively cutting off the network could he minimize risks and ensure his own safety. At this moment, decisiveness was his only option. He had to endure until his situation was secure before reconnecting to the network to continue farming resentment points. After all, when it came to life safety, everything else had to yield. And so Pu Duo met his end due to his own greed. Before leaving, Zhang Yuhao deliberately left the door open. He wanted others to discover it. He knew that without the network, the community would inevitably descend into greater chaos. Since there were cannibalistic elements in the building, he might as well make use of the resources by offering them free food to prevent them from preying on other innocents in the near future. Moreover, this mysterious crossbow bolt served as a powerful deterrent. With such a cryptic death as a warning, Zhao Long and his group would likely exercise restraint. At the very least, before attempting to break down doors again, they would have to carefully consider whether they could withstand the crossbow's power. Zhang Yuhao didn't want to find that most of the building's residents had perished by the time the network was restored. In the near future, he'll need to drop some contaminated food in the building to maintain order and stability. Counting the time the thunderstorm should be passing soon and airdrops will resume. The casualties in this building should be temporarily manageable. Thinking this, Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Who would have thought that a low-EQ computer science nerd could stir up such a storm in the building? It was a case of one family's trouble affecting the entire building. After finishing everything, Zhang Yuhao was utterly exhausted. Returning home, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Now, only my phone has internet in the entire community. I believe no one will disturb me for a while. With this thought, Zhang Yuhao relaxed completely and slept soundly. Little did he know a greater storm was brewing rapidly, about to sweep in. In the dead of night, the world was shrouded in a pitch-black curtain. In the quiet room, only the relentless patter of rain filled the air. Zhang Yuhao remained deep in slumber, the day's toil and exhaustion making his sleep especially heavy. However, on the monitor in the living room, the previously still image suddenly came to life. First, a blurry figure appeared at the edge of the surveillance footage. Then another figure emerged. As time passed, more and more figures appeared in succession. In the blink of an eye, the screen was filled with a dense crowd. At almost the same moment, the watch on Zhang Yuhao's wrist began to vibrate wildly. Something's happening. Zhang Yuhao's eyes snapped open and all drowsiness vanished. Since the monitor's alarm was too piercing and could attract neighbors' attention in the quiet environment, Zhang Yuhao had set it to vibrate on his watch. The more severe the situation, the higher the vibration frequency. Now the watch was vibrating at a frantic pace, clearly indicating a major problem. I set the monitoring security level to maximum. The system automatically records when it detects moving objects, and the alarm is triggered by at least 4 simultaneous moving objects. Zhang Yuhao quickly recalled the monitoring settings in his mind as he strode to the screen. With a grave expression, he looked at the display. What's happening now? One glance and his expression changed drastically. People, all people. The screen showed a shocking scene. The entire building's residents had gathered together. The dense mass of figures surged like a tide, advancing from the corridor toward the upper floors in a formidable procession. The alarm blared. The situation was extremely critical. Every single resident of the building had poured out. The corridor was now densely packed with a surging crowd. Damn it! Zhang Yuhao's heart sank. He was not naive enough to believe that these people were out for a midnight team-building exercise. That's it, they must be after him. He had likely been exposed. Though I don't know where the leak happened, this definitely has something to do with Pu Duo. Zhang Yuhao furrowed his brow, his thoughts racing. Since things had come to this, regret was useless and reflection was a waste of time. Dealing with the immediate crisis was the top priority. Without much hesitation, Zhang Yuhao's mind made a swift decision, and he declared without delay, evacuate immediately. Clearly facing an assault from the entire building, the option of defense was simply out of the question. The stronghold beneath his feet had to be abandoned. Zhang Yuhao immediately rushed around the room, frantically collecting various items. Snacks, tablets, game consoles, fitness equipment, furniture in the living room. Anything that could be taken, he took it all back. At that moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from the hallway. These people were too fast. Damn, we've been tricked. That stuff on the door wasn't a virus at all. It was paint. Outside the door, Zhao Yuqian's angry, yet excited shout rang out. Boys, smash it. Boom. A thunderous crashing sound erupted from outside the door. The flimsy wooden outer door couldn't withstand the assault and shattered with a bang. Wood chips flew everywhere. Charge, charge, charge. The lackeys near the door were wildly excited like dogs seeing filth, all surging forward in a frenzy. However, what greeted them was a cold, hard alloy door. The crowd slammed into it, producing a series of dull thuds. Hey, you guys in the back, stop pushing. We can't get in. The ones at the front yelled, pressed so tightly against the door that they felt like their guts were being squeezed out. Damn, there's another door inside. Everyone move aside. Keep smashing. Zhao Yuqian's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable authority. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shaking sounds came from outside, followed by a chorus of screams. Damn, my hands are numb. Save your strength. This door is made of alloy. Then tear down the wall. Zhao Yuqian's vicious voice issued another command. When the door is harder than the wall becomes the door. And so the crowd quickly shifted their target. Thump, thump, thump. With the sound of wall breaking, the entire building seemed to tremble. Dust fell in cascades as if shuddering from the fierce conflict. Are these people professionals? Zhang Yuhao's heart grew heavy, knowing his time was running out. Just now, while they were busy smashing the door, he had already swept through the entire room at lightning speed, gathering all the supplies. However, some installed appliances remained in the room, connected by various wires, and some were even fixed to the wall with nails, making them impossible to directly store in his portable space. First, the surveillance system. Second, the signal base station. Third, the fresh air system. Fourth, the water purification device. If he could, Zhang Yuhao would leave nothing for these people, but time was pressing each second like a death knell, forcing him to make a difficult choice. What if he smashed everything, leave nothing for the enemy? Simply destroying them would be easy, but these precious devices from the apocalypse. Once destroyed, they're truly gone. Better to leave them here for now. I still have a chance to reclaim my territory in the future. Having made up his mind, Zhang Yuhao didn't hesitate further and decisively prioritized recovering the water purification equipment. First, the surveillance system was of little use to Zhang Yuhao. Even if he retrieved the main unit, the cameras couldn't be recovered. Besides, since he was about to flee, whoever wanted to watch the feed could do so. Second, the signal base station. Although it was quite important, its installation was complex with various wires running all the way to the transceiver on the roof. The unit in the room was only a small part of the entire base station. Given the frantic every second count situation, completely dismantling the base station was clearly impossible. He had to reluctantly give it up. As for the fresh air system, it was the least valuable. In essence, it was just a luxury air conditioner with a purification function. Zhang Yuhao's portable space contained many similar substitutes. Though their price and performance couldn't match this high-end unit, the difference wasn't too significant. Therefore, the water purification device was the most crucial equipment to take. This system was a high-tech product Zhang Yuhao had purchased for a whopping 3.5 million. Its power was astonishing. Not only could it operate fully automatically, but its purification effect was thorough, capable of filtering any contaminated liquid, even the deadly virus-laden red rain of the apocalypse, into pure drinkable water. If this equipment fell into enemy hands, it would be the most severe act of aiding the enemy. Zhang Yuhao had no intention of letting those ungrateful wretches from Building 7 enjoy a life of unrestricted water access, so he immediately began dismantling it. Zhang Yuhao had all the necessary tools. The electric drill swiftly removed screws one after another, and the detached parts were directly stored in his portable space, achieving astonishing efficiency. At the same time, he pulled out his universal repair robot. "Little buddy, help me dismantle this." Buzz buzz. The universal repair robot waved its 8 mechanical arms, rapidly unscrewing bolts, moving even faster than Zhang Yuhao. Thump, thump, thump. The progress of the wall breakers outside was equally swift. In just a few minutes, Zhang Yuhao could hear the sound of bricks hitting the ground. To keep tabs on the situation outside, Zhang Yuhao took out his phone, placed it on a stand nearby, opened the surveillance system, and monitored the corridor while working. On the surveillance feed, the corridor was now packed with heads, dense and numerous like a swarm of ants. In the center of the crowd, a small clearing had been left. Several sweat-drenched men stood there, furiously swinging sledgehammers, pounding the wall again and again. After such a long time, Zhang Yuhao observed the current state of so many tenants in such detail for the first time. Their hair was greasy and tangled, clinging to their scalps like a mess matted with oil, their faces covered with grime mixed from dust and sweat, their lips chapped and peeling, bearing an unhealthy grayish pallor. Looking around, they were all vivid images of refugees, indistinguishable between male and female. However, upon closer observation, although these people were equally ragged in appearance, they could be clearly divided into two distinct groups in terms of mental state and physical condition. Most of the tenants had gaunt faces and were nothing but skin and bones, their eyes sunk in their arms, holding weapons as thin as twigs, walking with a tremor, as if a gust of wind could knock them over. This is the current state of the majority in the building. Under the erosion of the red rain virus, coupled with a lack of food and water, their bodies have nearly collapsed. These weak tenants mostly gathered at the back to bolster the scene. Lacking the strength to break through walls, they could only grip their kitchen knives tightly, ready to join the final siege at any moment. This group of sickly ones should be the team led by Huang Jingjing. After surveying the distant situation, Zhang Yuhao shifted his focus back to the immediate vicinity. The other remaining group was the burly men currently breaking through the wall. Their aura was distinctly different. Though equally covered in grime, their bodies bulged with muscles, the whites of their eyes bloodshot, their gazes revealing madness and bestiality. Some still bore dark red bloodstains at the corners of their mouths, glaringly conspicuous against their dirt-smeared faces. Zhao Yuqian and Zhao Long were conspicuously among them, directing with excited faces. This group of strongmen should be Zhao Yuqian's violent faction, having retained considerable combat power due to their cannibalism. Zhang Yuhao, while swiftly disassembling the water purifier, pondered calmly. For him, the most dangerous were not Zhao Yuqian and his men, but rather those weak tenants on the periphery. No help for it. Though Zhao Yuqian's crew were all robust, they were limited in number, leaving a chance to fight to the death. But Huang Jingjing's group? It was simply too vast. Looking down the corridor, it was packed with figures. Many, unable to fit in the hallway, stood on the stairs layer upon layer like a surging tide. How could he fight this? Forget about them all being sickly. Even if they were all pigs tied up for slaughter, there were too many for Zhang Yuhao to kill. That was over 100 people. A single spittle from each would drown him. There's no way to fight. With little hope of victory to begin with, and now facing a pincer attack from both sides, Zhang Yuhao had to decide on an escape route. Now I have two retreat options. The first is like last time. Put on the protective suit and jump straight out the window. Then fly far away. The second is to break through. If I can charge to the rooftop sanctuary in one go, I can use the thick stone walls and the pouring red rain as defense. Now these are my only two paths. Jumping out the window or going through the door. A choice of two. Emotionally, Zhang Yuhao naturally preferred the door. However, the crowd crammed in the corridor made the path to the sanctuary perilous. Those dense figures were like insurmountable obstacles lying between him and the sanctuary, making the door option fraught with risk. But Zhang Yuhao did not want to choose the other route. If he chose to jump, it meant he would have to leave this building forever. In the days ahead, he would have to stay away from this dangerous area and abandon the stone shelter on the rooftop. Could it be that I really must retreat from this building? As soon as this thought surfaced, immense reluctance surged in Zhang Yuhao's heart. In his past life, it was these people who had usurped his place and taken over his nest. Was history doomed to repeat itself in this life? Would he be driven away by these people again? Leaving this building is easy, but coming back will be hard. I'd have to climb the stairs floor by floor, which is fine normally, but if the monitoring system falls into others' hands later, the risk is too great. With that thought, Zhang Yuhao glanced at the living room. If I'm never coming back, then what I should do now is smash everything I can't take. But looking at those expensive practical devices and considering the possibility of reclaiming them, he couldn't bear to destroy them. In essence, Zhang Yuhao was unwilling to leave Building 7. I've worked so hard to set up this building, and now it can steadily provide resentment points. If I leave here, where else can I find so many envious ingrates? More importantly, the sanctuary provided by the system was still on the rooftop. He couldn't just abandon it, could he? Neither choice was ideal, and for a moment Zhang Yuhao fell into deep dilemma. Tough. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but his hands never stopped. Clang. With the last screw removed, the water purifier was finally fully disassembled. The entire device was immediately stored into his personal space. Quick. Let's see if I can also dismantle the monitoring mainframe. Zhang Yuhao hurried forward, but just as he reached the living room, a thunderous crash echoed. Turning to look, a large hole about half a meter wide had appeared in the wall. Dust spread like smoke. Oh, yeah? Oi. Wild cheers erupted from outside, and a few impatient individuals couldn't resist poking their heads in to take a look. Fortunately, the room was pitch black with no lights on, so they couldn't see a thing. Get out. Back out. Zhao Yuqian's scolding voice came from the corridor. Why stick your heads out, tired of living? Careful, one hammer each. Put more effort in, widen the hole. Get the flashlights ready. Well, charge in together. All right. Everyone responded in unison, redoubling their efforts to break the wall. Thud. Clatter. Thud. Clatter. With the wall already breached, each subsequent hammer brought down large chunks of brick. There's no time left. Zhang Yuhao hadn't expected the building's walls to be so shoddy, even inferior to the garages in the wealthy district. Now he had no retreat. Given the current speed of the wall breaking, forget dismantling the monitoring mainframe, he didn't even have time to put on the protective suit. He had to prepare to break out. In the corridor, the atmosphere was ignited, everyone's eyes blazing with fervor at the ever-expanding hole. Almost there. Almost there. Just break through this wall. On the other side of the hole lay countless supplies. Keep going. Thud. Keep going. Thud. Keep going. Thud. Crash. With a loud noise, another large section of the wall collapsed, widening the hole to half a person's height. That's enough, charge. Zhao Yuqian waved his hand and his men surged in with cheers. Oh, charge. Capture Zhang Yuhao alive. Just kill him, that's fine too. Haha, the food is ours. Oh, take it, take it. As the crowd rushed into the pitch-black room, their vision was instantly stolen. It's too dark in here. Those who went in first, turn on the lights. Everyone fumbled for the light switches, only to find the power had been cut. Can't turn on the lights. The circuit breaker's been damaged. Flashlights, turn them on. Fortunately, those at the front mostly carried flashlights, and soon beams of light swept across the room. The entire layout of the living room was laid bare. This is strange, there's no one in here. Odd, it's so empty. Just a few computers, not even a sofa or any furniture. Wasn't there supposed to be a mountain of supplies? Where is everything? People began exchanging bewildered glances, confusion spreading rapidly through the crowd. What's going on? Could we have been tricked? This empty living room doesn't match the video old Wang posted at all. Yeah, can this really be old Wang's hideout? Could we have taken a wrong turn? Those inside were bewildered, while those in the hallway grew anxious. Move aside up front. Right? Don't block the hole, we need to get in too. You're not doing this on purpose, are you? Hey, don't say that. It might actually be intentional. Maybe they're grabbing stuff inside. What? Hey, it was agreed that supplies are for everyone. You bastards in front, move your asses, or we'll beat you up. In an instant, everyone started chattering, plunging the scene into utter chaos. This is exactly how a mob with no discipline behaves. When trouble hits, they fall apart before the enemy even makes a move. In the pitch-black room, Zhang Yuhao pressed tightly against the wall, lurking like an assassin in the darkness. From the very start, he had hidden in the shadows with his back to the wall. The crowd had burst in through the wall right beside him, yet not a single one noticed that the very person they sought was hiding behind them. A classic case of being blind to what's closest. Meanwhile, the commotion at the entrance grew louder. The interior was dark and eerily empty, leaving those who had entered disoriented. Those outside, convinced the group was deliberately blocking the hole, grew frantic. Some even started kicking at those in front. A good dog doesn't block the way. Hurry up. Move it. I want in. Stop kicking. Are you crazy? Stop shoving. If the ones in front won't budge, what can I do? In an instant, the entrance was in complete turmoil. Good, the enemy is in chaos. Now's my chance. Seeing the moment was ripe, Zhang Yuhao hurled out dozens of smoke grenades. Fizz. Clouds of colorful smoke erupted wildly, rapidly reducing visibility inside the room. The beams from flashlights were swallowed by the smoke, rendered utterly useless. What's happening? Watch out. Enemy attack. Fall back. Get out. The crowd exploded into chaos. Panicked shouts rose and fell in waves as people stumbled blindly through the smoke, crashing into each other like headless flies. Everyone stop. Don't panic. What are you running for? It's just smoke grenades. Cover your mouth and nose with your clothes and keep your weapons ready for defense. Through the smoke, Zhao Yuqian's voice rang out, quickly stabilizing the turmoil. Those at the back stopped retreating. Everyone move forward. This situation is actually a good thing. It proves we're in the right place. Looks like Zhang Yuhao is hiding in this room. I recall the procurement list included smoke grenades. Hearing this logic, those inside rallied once more. So the list was real. Then where are the supplies? They must be in the bedroom. Let's feel our way over. Shrouded in thick smoke, the crowd lost all sense of direction, slowly advancing forward, based solely on memory. Around Zhang Yuhao, the crowd quickly dispersed completely. As the figures gradually disappeared into the depths of the smoke, the area near the entrance finally ceased to be congested. And those who had been clamoring in the hallway, desperate to squeeze into the room, suddenly froze as if under a spell, their shouts dying instantly at the sight of the thick smoke billowing from the hole. They looked at each other and suddenly began to defer. You go first. No, you go ahead. Weren't you in a hurry just now? I've suddenly lost the urgency. Then shall we wait and see? Sure. Ha, that's the typical nature of ingrates. Zhang Yuhao was separated from the crowd in the hallway by only a wall. Through the broken opening, he could hear their conversation clearly. When there's a benefit, they run faster than anyone. But as soon as things go wrong, they immediately retreat and switch sides. The despicable behavior of these people had never changed, whether in his past life or this one. Now it's my turn to act. Seeing that the environment was temporarily safe, Zhang Yuhao quickly took out a large bucket from his portable space and swiftly poured in the red rain he had collected earlier. Next, he pulled out several large bottles of industrial capsaicin, pouring them all into the bucket and stirring. Just like that, a bucket of homemade viral capsaicin solution was ready. Without a word, Zhang Yuhao aimed in the general direction of the crowd inside and hurled the liquid from the bucket with all his might. Splash! The red rain mixed with capsaicin splashed onto the people inside, instantly triggering a chorus of agonized screams. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What's happening? Ah! Capsaicin, a primary ingredient in bear spray, is an intensely irritating substance. Combined with the red rain virus, the effect was doubly excruciating. Ah! So hot! Ah! I can't open my eyes. I can't breathe. It's so spicy. Anyone hit by the solution felt their skin instantly burned by the virus in the red rain. Then came the sting of the capsaicin, like rubbing salt into the wounds. The intense burning sensation shot straight through their minds. To make matters worse, the capsaicin's fumes fiercely irritated their eyes, noses, mouths, and respiratory tracts. Coupled with the smoke still filling the room, the group felt nothing but piercing pain in their eyes, noses, and throats, which were numb, spicy, and choked. Cough, cough. Ugh. Cough, cough. Ah, cough, cough, cough. In an instant, everyone nearly coughed their lungs out. Hearing the miserable sounds from inside the crowd in the hallway was too terrified to move. Damn, what's going on in there? Just as they exchanged bewildered glances, a pungent, spicy stench drifted out from the hole along with the smoke. Ugh! What's that smell? So foul. So choking. So spicy. Holy crap, it must be a chemical weapon. As the crowd held their noses with disdain, a figure stumbled out from the entrance, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Don't go in. Zhang Yuhao threw smoke bombs and pepper spray inside. The newcomer, wrapped in a filthy coat, was choked to the point of tears and mucus streaming down his face. His mud-caked visage was now smeared with a grimy red, making him look utterly pitiful. Between violent coughs, he gasped out, I can't take it anymore. I'm suffocating. I need to catch my breath in the hallway. Don't rush off, brother. What's the situation inside? Having finally found someone in the know, the crowd refused to let him go, swarming around him, desperate to extract information about what was happening inside. What else could it be? Supplies are piled up like a mountain in the bedroom. We were grabbing them when Zhang Yuhao suddenly appeared and dumped a bucket of pepper spray without a word. At these words, the crowd's eyes lit up instantly. A commotion erupted. What? Supplies piled up like a mountain? Hey, the point is people are already looting. Damn. So it's a grab fest. Doesn't that mean first come, first served? In an instant, the crowd was seething with excitement. Brothers, let's charge in too. It's just smoke and pepper spray. Don't be afraid. Right? Can it be worse than an empty stomach? The people in the corridor, as if injected with adrenaline, suddenly rose to their feet, collectively losing all reason, all scrambling to squeeze through the entrance. Afraid of missing out, a full-scale riot erupted. The scene descended into chaos as people shoved and pushed, cries and curses interweaving. Once chaos erupted, order collapsed in an instant. In the surging tide, several people were mercilessly crushed against the wall. The man who had just been surrounded and eagerly questioned was now callously abandoned. The torrent of humanity trampled over him. He curled into a ball, clutching his head and chest, enduring the stampede of the frenzied mob with cold indifference as they pushed and cursed. This man was of course Zhang Yuhao. At the critical moment, facing a pack of wolves, the bold and cunning man had taken the initiative to jump out. Not only that, but under the cover of darkness, he had disguised himself as one of Zhao Yuqian's men, successfully spreading false intelligence and misleading everyone. With a keen grasp of human nature, Zhang Yuhao knew exactly what these people truly cared about. Undoubtedly, it was the supplies. With supplies, there was a chance to survive. In comparison, Zhang Yuhao himself was utterly insignificant. So faced with a lackey, carrying nothing who would take any further interest in him. Don't push. Get out of my way. Let me in first. Push me again and I'll hit you. You dare hit me. Take this. Hey, you up front, why are you suddenly running? What's going on? The scene could no longer be described as mere chaos. It was crazier than a crowd of housewives scrambling for discounted eggs. Given the current frenzy, even if Zhang Yuhao had stood up openly, few would have paid him any attention. Everyone's mind was entirely focused on the supplies in the room. Once they confirmed the location, they could no longer care about anything else. Charge. Stand in my way and die. Damn, acting so tough. I'll kill you first. All their eyes were bloodshot, their minds unable to think. They had already forgotten their mission to intercept Zhang Yuhao. Why are the people up front running? Weren't we supposed to guard the corridor? Yeah, weren't we supposed to capture Zhang Yuhao alive? What's going on with them? Damn, I think I heard them shouting about grabbing food. Wasn't the supplies supposed to be distributed later? Why are they looting? Who cares? I'm going too. What about Zhang Yuhao? Sure, that bastard is hateful, but can't you prioritize? Isn't your stomach empty? Makes sense. I'm going too. Don't let the ones ahead take it all. Charge. And so everyone cast Zhang Yuhao out of their minds. Or rather, this person was simply unimportant. Perhaps after they had eaten their fill, these ingrates would think of torturing and humiliating Zhang Yuhao to satisfy their twisted psychology. But at this critical juncture, who would bother with the thankless task of searching for him? Securing the supplies was the top priority. It was precisely because he was so certain of the crowd's mindset that Zhang Yuhao dared to brazenly rush out of the room, ultimately triggering this riot. He knew that as soon as the news of the supplies was released, this seemingly vast organization would collapse like a sandcastle. And things turned out exactly as he had predicted. The crowd hadn't even seen the supplies. Merely hearing his one-sided story plunged them into a mad scramble to kill and loot. Charge. Liar Zhao Yuqian. He's secretly grabbing the supplies. Don't let him get away with it. Someone shouted this, and the confused people in the distance immediately found their target, responding in unison and surging forward like a tidal wave. The corridor was filled with wildly running figures like an uncontrollable flood. In truth, many of those at the back were too far from Zhang Yuhao to hear a single word and had no idea what was happening. But seeing the madness of the crowd ahead, driven by herd mentality, they naturally scrambled to follow. In such a chaotic, almost insane situation, who would notice a figure crouching in the dark corner of the corridor? Farewell, everyone. Seeing that everyone had already passed him, Zhang Yuhao quickly shed his filthy coat, slipped silently into the stairwell, and vanished in an instant. In the corridor, the rhapsody of chaos had successfully fermented and spread into the room. Zhao Yuqian and his men, their eyes bloodshot and breathing labored from the pepper spray, were caught in a dilemma. Suddenly shouts erupted from the corridor. A massive crowd poured into the room without warning. Ooh! Charge! These fanatics were like a bursting dam, unstoppable. Soon the living room was packed to the brim. It was so crowded it was suffocating. Stop coming in. It's full. Zhao Yuqian, jostled by the crowd, shouted in fury. You guys outside, weren't you supposed to guard the corridor? Why are you coming in? Don't listen to him. He wants to hog the supplies. The more Zhao Yuqian shouted, the more rebellious the crowd became. Their expressions were manic as they fought to squeeze in, convinced that those inside had gotten a huge advantage. Stop pushing. Suddenly a few sharp sounds of breaking glass rang out in the room. The thunderous noise managed to temporarily quiet the frenzied crowd. It was Zhao Long who had jumped onto the windowsill and smashed the glass. The biting wind rushed in, not only dispersing the smoke in the room, but also cooling the heads of those blinded by desire. With the smoke bombs neutralized, everyone's flashlights were useful again, and the situation in the room became clear at a glance. The room was a mess, everyone was injured, and the floor was littered with people who had been trampled unconscious. It was a gruesome sight. Can't you understand human language? Zhao Long, seeing people still desperately squeezing in at the entrance, was furious. With two swings of the sledgehammer, he used to break walls. Zhao Long smashed it directly onto the heads poking through the entrance. Ah! Murder! Amidst the screams, the head of the man who was hit collapsed, his neck limp to one side, dead on the spot. Finally, the crowd was completely subdued. Fear surged in their hearts, and the scene fell silent, leaving only heavy breathing. Damn, I don't know what the hell you renters are going crazy about. Zhao Yuqian spat, suppressing his anger, and continued to command. Everyone with a flashlight, point the light at the ceiling. Dozens of beams shot toward the ceiling, illuminating the room through diffuse reflection. The people in the corridor also saw the situation inside through the opening and began to stir. What's going on? There's nothing inside. This living room is empty, doesn't look lived in at all. Could it be a mistake? How could it be a mistake? That guy just said the supplies are in the bedroom. Ignoring the restless crowd, Zhao Long took the lead to the bedroom door and turned the handle. Locked. Zhao Long sneered, stepped back 2 paces, and delivered a flying kick. The door burst open with a bang. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Long's mighty flying kick sent the entire bedroom door crashing down. Instantly, all the flashlight beams converged in unison, illuminating the bedroom. The expressions of the crowd froze at that moment. Empty. The bedroom was completely vacant. Aside from the 4 white walls, there was absolutely nothing. How can this be? Huang Jingjing suddenly let out a hysterical shriek, dashing frantically into the bedroom and groping around. Then she rushed to the bathroom and kitchen to search, yet found nothing at all. The entire house was eerily empty. Not to mention furniture, even the most basic pots and pans were nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for the floor tiles and the few computers placed in the living room, one would believe it was an unfurnished apartment. You shrew, you fooled everyone. Zhao Yuqian's eyes were filled with gloom, glaring viciously at Huang Jingjing, as if he wanted to devour her alive. Huang Jingjing couldn't help but tremble in fear under his gaze. Don't look at me, I'm just a messenger, you all chose to come. Huang Jingjing's voice trembled slightly as she tried to defend herself. Besides, the situation here is indeed odd. Though there's no supplies, we can still investigate these computers first. Inside the shelter, the dim and soft lighting, the crisp air, and the tranquil environment seemed to isolate all the chaos and turmoil of the outside world. Zhang Yuhao sat on the sofa panting heavily. He wasn't physically exhausted but mentally stimulated. His recent maneuvers appeared steady, yet they were like dancing on a blade's edge. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. If an acquaintance recognized his voice, it would be perilous. If not driven to the brink, Zhang Yuhao would never have chosen such a risky course of action. In this life, he was extremely cautious, prioritizing safety in all his actions. Damn, but where did things go wrong? Facing this attack, Zhang Yuhao was filled with confusion. He pulled out his phone to search for clues, only to find to his surprise that the network had gone down again. After trying several other devices, none had internet access. Could the signal base station have been damaged during the recent chaos? To verify his hypothesis, Zhang Yuhao took out the blonde guy's phone. Good grief, this guy's phone actually had a connection. Damn, those people moved fast. They not only adjusted the base station to public broadcast, but also blacklisted all the devices I had saved. But this didn't stump Zhang Yuhao. He might not have much else, but his supply reserves were more than adequate. Soon he retrieved several unopened phones from his storage space, and indeed the unfamiliar devices all connected to the network. He then logged into his account, hoping to find useful information in the group chat. Unfortunately, at that moment, all the residents of the building were holding a large-scale offline gathering at his home, leaving the group chat dead silent with no messages. Unable to obtain any useful information, Zhang Yuhao had no choice but to shift his focus to examining Pu Duo's belongings. After all, Pu Duo was the prime suspect in this incident. Earlier wary that Pu Duo might have left behind some hacker's trap, Zhang Yuhao had deliberately cleared out Pu Duo's entire house at the first opportunity, even the furniture, stuffing everything into his portable space. His portable space was truly miraculous. Time seemed to stand still within it. Once anything was thrown in, it was as if isolated in another world, completely cut off from all external signals. If not for the exposure of his base, these belongings would have been sealed away forever in the portable space. But now that his hideout was compromised, any potential traps seemed to pose little threat. Zhang Yuhao first took out Pu Duo's phone and found it required a fingerprint or password to unlock. This guy wasn't thorough enough. I should have kept one of his fingers as a backup. He casually tried a few passwords, and after the phone displayed that it was locked, he snorted lightly and tossed it back into his portable space. Next, he retrieved a laptop. This time luck was on his side. The laptop hadn't been shut down, and thanks to the time-stopping property of his space, it remained in the same state as when it was stored. Lucky break, Pu Duo's account is still logged in. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhang Yuhao's eyes as he quickly opened the chat history. He was shocked to discover that Pu Duo's most recent contact was none other than Huang Jingjing. Damn, this horny fool. As Zhang Yuhao scrolled through the chat logs, he gradually broke down. The truth of the matter finally came to light. It turned out that Pu Duo, a delusional guy with impractical fantasies, was ecstatic after reaching an agreement with Zhang Yuhao, as if he had won the jackpot. He immediately sought out Huang Jingjing. In truth, he had secretly admired Huang Jingjing for a long time, but lacking ability, He could only watch her from afar, burying his feelings deep within. However, after confirming that his future was secure, Pu Duo's mindset instantly inflated, as if he had gained the entire world. He suddenly felt that those once unattainable people were now within his reach. Huang Jingjing was no exception. She too would be easily obtainable. Clearly Pu Duo fantasized about pulling Huang Jingjing into a sweet world, meant only for the two of them. To win Huang Jingjing's trust, this brainless fool held nothing back. Not only did he send all the evidence he had painstakingly gathered, but he even handed over the chat logs with Zhang Yuhao without alteration. His eagerness was like a little dog desperate to curry favor with its master. Little did Pu Duo know he was steadily stepping toward his own doom. Damn, what a total simp. Zhang Yuhao was seething with anger after reading the chat logs. To think I got taken down by such an imbecile. Zhang Yuhao was utterly astounded by such a character. In truth, dealing with a woman like Huang Jingjing in the apocalypse was simplicity itself. One merely needed to maintain an elevated stance and bestow a few meager supplies to have her come and go at will. But Pu Duo, on the contrary, had thrown all dignity to the wind from the outset, flaunting his achievements without restraint, practically bearing his very soul, thus turning a straightforward matter into an incomprehensible mess. He failed to grasp a fundamental truth, when faced with a woman whose cunning surpassed his own incessant flattery, only allowed her to gain leverage, leading him step by step into the venomous trap of a scheming femme fatale. Like a fly caught in a spider's web, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank, until its mind was numbed by the poison, and it willingly allowed itself to be devoured whole. No wonder. I knew it. That guy had his eyes fixed on my life support pod all along. He wanted to reclaim his lost glory. Zhang Yuhao slapped his forehead, the belated realization dawning on him, his expression barely contained. Pu Duo, oh Pu Duo, if you want to be a groveling dog, that's your own business, but why in the hell did you have to drag me into it? Zhang Yuhao simply could not fathom the thought process of such a single-celled organism. Having desires was normal, but one thing was another. In the midst of the apocalypse, how could one so carelessly reveal their hand? It was truly beyond comprehension. Call Pu Duo foolish, yet he had managed to crack open Zhang Yuhao's account, throwing the entire building into chaos. But to call him clever, he was utterly devoid of cunning, his every secret laid bare by Huang Jingjing's few honeyed words. However, since matters had already reached this point, neither evasion nor analysis would solve the problem. Zhang Yuhao could only continue to clean up this colossal mess. Buzz buzz. The blonde's phone suddenly vibrated. Zhang Yuhao picked it up and saw that it was his own account opening file. After the network was restored, the trap Pu Duo had left behind finally took effect. By now, all residents of Building 7 must have received this file. When one has too many fleas, they cease to itch. When one has too many debts, they cease to worry. For now, Zhang Yuhao couldn't care less. He was on the run anyway, so what if old Wang? What about it? Let them know. They can't do anything to me anyway. From now on I won't have to switch accounts to farm resentment points. Old Wang can finally retire. The recent experience was admittedly harrowing, but upon reflection the actual losses were minimal. It was just a shabby rental unit. They could have it. Downstairs the room was packed. A hastily assembled tenants' meeting had already begun. Huang Jingjing stood before the crowd, her face a mask of righteous indignation, as she narrated the events in a torrent of words. In short, you've seen the chat logs and know what happened. After I received the file, I went to verify it with Pu Duo, only to find him dead in his home. I initially wanted to notify everyone in the group chat, but then I discovered the network was down. With no other choice, I had to go door to door, rallying everyone to hunt down the suspect Zhang Yuhao. Huang Jingjing deliberately portrayed herself as a champion of justice, tirelessly laboring to expose the culprit Zhang Yuhao. As for the rest, I'm as clueless as you all. At this point, Huang Jingjing inwardly seethed with resentment. If she could have, she wouldn't have dragged Zhao Yuqian and his crew into this. Instead, she would have acted with her own people in secret to claim the spoils alone. But at that time, Zhang Yuhao had already cut the network, leaving Huang Jingjing unable to contact her underlings online. Helpless, she resorted to the primitive method of knocking on doors one after another. As it turned out, because of the way guests were arranged, everyone was scattered about with no discernible pattern. Lady Luck was not on Huang Jingjing's side that day. The very first door she knocked on was Zhao Long's. Zhao Long opened the door and was instantly amused. Damn it all, even in the apocalypse takeout could still come knocking. He had long harbored a grudge against this woman, and seeing her deliver herself to his doorstep, he was ready to drag her inside for some slow, agonizing fun. Huang Jingjing, catching the thick stench of blood from within, felt her legs turn to jelly. She quickly blurted out the intelligence, successfully diverting his attention. In the face of old Wang's supplies, everything else had to take a back seat. Thus Zhao Long was also roped into the scheme. Next, both sides began going door to door, each trying to summon as many of their own allies as possible to gain an advantage in the subsequent division of spoils. As a result, the numbers swelled, eventually escalating into a building-wide operation. Such a grandiose mobilization was certainly no trivial matter. With food in short supply, physical strength was at a premium. Many could barely stand, yet for this operation they forced themselves to climb to the 8th floor. With such a massive investment, results were imperative. What Huang Jingjing hadn't anticipated, however, was that when they finally located Zhang Yuhao's stronghold, the promised mountain of supplies had vanished into thin air. Consequently, the crowd's fury naturally turned on the instigator of this farce. Huang Jingjing. The crowd erupted, encircling her as a torrent of angry accusations surged forth. Huang Jingjing, we respected you, called you our leader, but what the hell is your problem? First you lied about having ties with old Wang, and it turned out he didn't give a damn about you. A lanky man was the first to step forward, and now you claim that old Wang was Zhang Yuhao in disguise, and that his place was stacked with supplies. So I ask you, where is it? Seeing someone take the lead, the crowd immediately chimed in. Exactly. We dragged ourselves all the way here on your account, and there's nothing. Did you know the supplies were gone all along and deliberately led us on? Yeah, where are the supplies? Did you steal them already? Huang Jingjing, you said you went to verify with Pu Duo. Did you conspire with him to hog the supplies, and when that failed you decided to make us your scapegoats? I'm starting to suspect you're the one who killed Pu Duo. Makes sense. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it is. You woman, you tricked us all here for your own selfish desires. Now what? You have to answer for this. That's right, give us an explanation. The crowd chanted in unison. Huang Jingjing's face flushed crimson as she waved her hands frantically in denial. I really don't know where the supplies went. I'm a victim here too. When I saw the file, my first thought was to inform everyone. How could I possibly have taken it for myself? But the crowd refused to listen to her explanations. An elderly woman snorted coldly. Humph, a victim. I think you're the culprit. If it weren't for you, would we have made such a big fuss and come all this way? And it was all for nothing. That's right, this can't end here. Another voice cried out from the crowd. Make her pay back the supplies. Huang Jingjing, faced with the enraged mob, was both frantic and terrified, on the verge of tears. I don't have any supplies to repay you with. I really don't know how this happened. This time Huang Jingjing was truly afraid. She had never expected to face such severe backlash, nor had she anticipated that this seemingly foolproof operation would result in such heavy casualties. Looking around, there were still several corpses lying on the ground. In summary, the residents of Building 7 had suffered a devastating loss, having paid a heavy price for nothing. Zhao Yuqian's group fared the worst, with almost every one of them splattered with red rain, their bodies covered in scars. The rest were no better off. In the ensuing stampede, some were dead, others injured, and nearly everyone bore some wound. More importantly, everyone had been lying low at home, carefully conserving their strength. Though life was harsh and hungry, at least it was peaceful. But then you mentioned supplies and everyone rushed up. And what was the result? After all that frantic effort, they didn't even get a single hair. Not only that, but they had also squandered their precious strength for nothing. Therefore, everyone was burning with rage. Landlord, we've checked it. The row of devices in the living room aren't just computers. They contain 2 systems, a surveillance system and a signal base station. Huang Jingjing was being bombarded by her own people, when on the other side the person Zhao Yuqian had sent to inspect the computers returned. The signal base station only saved a few account IPs, likely all from Zhang Yuhao's devices. I've blacklisted them all and switched the network to public broadcast. Hearing this, everyone looked at their phones, and finding a signal immediately rejoiced. There really is a signal now. Well, this trip wasn't a waste after all. At least we got something. Yeah, being without a signal is unbearable. If we missed the rescue, it'd be over. Since the signal went down, everyone's mood had been heavy. Since the apocalypse began, their phones had been their last pastime and their last hope. Without their phones, staying home felt like being in prison. The feeling of isolation, loneliness, and waiting for death was utterly despairing. Seeing the shift in sentiment, Huang Jingjing felt she had the upper hand again, and immediately jumped in. Don't jump to conclusions so early. Why would I bother fooling everyone, just to make trouble for myself? Besides, the situation is what it is. You all decided to come, you can't blame me. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yuqian didn't deny it, but nodded in agreement. Based on the current situation, Zhang Yuhao is indeed the old Wang, but this guy is very cunning and never tells the truth. So I believe this is just his workspace. The supply depot is elsewhere. Another group that had been checking the surveillance footage returned and shook their heads at Zhao Yuqian. All the records in the surveillance system have been deleted, and someone had shut down the system. We only just turned it on, so there's no footage of today's events. Damn it! Zhao Yuqian frowned, his anger flaring. This proves that Zhang Yuhao was just in this room. Otherwise, who would have cut the power and shut off the recording? After speaking, he suddenly turned around and cursed loudly. You bunch of tenants. When it came to breaking the wall, you said you had no strength. I told you to guard the hallway, and you managed to crush your own people. And in the end, you let Zhang Yuhao slip away in the chaos. Useless. All of you are useless. The crowd was speechless, all lowering their heads. A bunch of bad luck. I really want to kill you all. Landlord, this place also has a fresh air system. Just as the atmosphere was tense, the people inspecting inside made another discovery. With a soft chime, the fresh air system activated, sweeping away the thick putrid stench in the room as the temperature slowly rose. Everyone began to breathe greedily. Their sense of smell had been tormented by the red rain for too long, and the fresh air now felt invigorating. Zhao Yuqian's subordinate came to his ear and whispered, "Boss, this fresh air system isn't cheap. It's high-end. Also, the surveillance system in this room covers the stairs and corridors of the entire building. It's like monitoring the whole building, and taking over the signal base station means controlling the entire building's network." "You mean even though there aren't many things in this room, they're all treasures?" "Exactly. Besides, this room is very clean and the awning is extended and reinforced. Even though Long Gu shattered the glass, the red rain still can't get in. It's perfect as a base camp." "Damn it. That bastard installed surveillance all over my building." Zhao Yuqian was first furious, then secretly pleased. "At least in the end, all these things fell into my hands." "Bro, aren't you overlooking something?" Zhao Long suddenly stepped forward, his expression serious. "This surveillance can't fall into anyone else's hands. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient to do anything in the future. And that guy named Zhang Yuhao has to be found and killed." Right, you have a point." Zhao Long was also slow to realize a chill running down his spine. The hallways and stairs were all fitted with surveillance. So all those covert things he had done under the cover of darkness, thinking them secret, had all been recorded. He used to pride himself on being untouchable and pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, but now he felt like a complete fool. What was even more terrifying was the thought that Zhang Yuhao might have backed up the footage. What if, after surviving the calamity, the authorities came to settle accounts? Weighing the risks, a murderous intent flared in both of them. Zhang Yuhao had to be eliminated. After a thorough analysis of the situation, Zhao Yuqian took a few deep breaths of the fresh air in the room and made up his mind. Quiet, let me say a few words." Zhao Yuqian clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Now that you all understand the situation, Zhang Yuhao is indeed the old Wang. But unfortunately, the guy is a wily fox with multiple hideouts and the supplies aren't here. Therefore, the previous plan to split the supplies equally is off the table. Our only gain right now is this room and a few simple devices. Next, I'll decide how to allocate these things. First, don't accuse me of being biased, but the fact is that my people did all the hard work breaking down the door and the wall. Your tenant team led by Huang Jingjing was not only useless, but also caused a chaotic mess. Therefore, these devices will be our spoils of war. As for this room," Zhao Yuqian grinned slyly. "Since I'm the landlord, it's originally mine. So I've decided to revoke Zhang Yuhao's tenancy and turn this place into my stronghold." The crowd erupted in shock. Huang Jingjing immediately stepped forward, dissatisfied. "So this is how you distribute things? You mean everything goes to you and we all came for nothing?" Facing the discontent, Zhao Yuqian was quite assertive. "Haha, as the saying goes, one who makes no contribution gets no reward. You all saw your own performance. I can't in good conscience pay people who only cause trouble, can I?" With interests at stake, Huang Jingjing refused to back down. "Regardless, the intel came from me. Without my information, you'd still be at home wondering why there's no signal. By all rights, I deserve a share of the supplies. At the very least, take down the air conditioner and give it to me. In your dreams." At this point, the two sides had completely fallen out. Zhao Yuqian's expression turned sour. "You bunch of ingrates living in my building and still daring to cross me. I'll say this one last time. This entire building is mine. You rabble only cause trouble. I'm not settling scores with you and you still want to take things. Now, the rest of you get the hell out. Anyone who isn't afraid to die can stay." With Zhao Yuqian's command, Zhao Long and his men stepped forward, wielding heavy hammers with murderous intent, glaring fiercely at the crowd. The tenants, seeing the blood-stained hammer in Zhao Long's hand, caught their breath and slowly retreated. This was a man who had just killed someone. Unprovocable. Truly unprovocable. "Get lost now." Zhao Long raised his hammer in intimidation, and the panicked crowd finally began to scatter. Soon the corridor was empty, leaving only a few mangled corpses. "Drag those emergency rations in." Following Zhao Yuqian's direction, his henchmen exchanged knowing smiles and dragged the bodies into the room. "Though we didn't find the most important supplies this time, we've still made a decent haul." Zhao Yuqian smiled as he gestured for everyone to sit on the floor. There was no other choice. The room had been stripped bare. Not a sofa or even a stool in sight. "Brothers, you've worked hard this time. Many are injured and have been tainted by the red rain, so you'll likely fall into a deep sleep soon. I won't waste your time now, so let me briefly arrange the next tasks. From now on, this place is our stronghold. With these two systems, the entire building will be under our surveillance. The future is promising, but we still need to track down Zhang Yuhao and find his supply cache. Of course, everyone's tired. This matter can wait. For now, head home to rest, and once you're recovered, well, move everyone here. But this place is too empty. When you come, bring your own appliances and furniture from home. Also, those who've worked as bricklayers, fill in this big hole. Go to other rooms to dismantle 2 windows and patch the broken glass. Finally, 2 people clean up the red rain from the floor. Any objections?" Everyone answered in unison, "None." Inside the shelter, having rested enough, Zhang Yuhao was about to tidy up his surroundings when his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Pulling out his phone, he saw that he had been added to a new group chat. The group's name was quite meaningful, Shared Hardships Group. Interesting. Usually countless people privately messaged Zhang Yuhao for various reasons, but this was the first time someone had pulled him into a discussion group. Let me see what this Shared Hardships Group is all about. Zhang Yuhao clicked into the chat, only to find that the members were mostly familiar faces. Well, aren't these all the people from the first retrieval expedition? The group included everyone from the first batch of the expedition list. Except for Zhao Youqian, not a single member was missing. Those guys who were press-ganged probably thought of this shared experience as a way to get close to me. Zhang Yuhao smiled as he looked at the group chat. The fact that these people sought him out meant Zhao Youqian was still in the dark, not even daring to reveal the incident with the blonde. Now they're pulling me into the chat, probably to play the sympathy card and guilt trip me. Sure enough, the group soon became lively. Zhang Yuhao, big brother, do you remember us? We're all oppressed tenants. Yeah, brother Zhang, you kept us in the dark so long. We only found out today how strong you really are. Alas, we're all poor souls oppressed by that dog landlord. Now is the time to unite and share hardships. Exactly. Share hardships, and from now on well follow you, brother Zhang. That's right, I've been fed up with Zhao Youqian and his scumbags for a long time. These guys were very forward calling him brother right away. But Zhang Yuhao was never one to be guilt-tripped, and with his already bad mood they had picked the wrong target. Oh really? Who's fed up with Zhao Youqian? Hai Kwa Tiankong, is that you? Fine. You go kill Zhao Youqian. The man was stunned. Hai Kwa Tiankong, huh? Hai Kwa Tiankong me. Zhang Yuhao. Yeah, you said you can't stand him, so go kill him. Hai Kwa Tiankong. Zhang Yuhao. Heh, so you're all talk, huh? Zhang Yuhao silenced one of them with a few words, and the others quickly stepped in to support. Big brother, it's not that we want help, but we can't break the law. Yeah, we all want Zhao Youqian dead, but we have to obey the law. Zhang Yuhao, heh. Zhang Yuhao, now you're law-abiding. You two are real moral paragons. But tell me, isn't trespassing tonight against the law? Zhang Yuhao, I have the video here. A group of you blocking the corridor with cleavers. What were you planning? So hard to guess. The group fell silent again. After an awkward pause, someone finally spoke. Big brother, don't make it hard for us. We're all oppressed, so please have mercy. Yeah, during that supply retrieval you hooked the crate and we all helped you lift it. We should help each other. Exactly. Don't you remember the bond we formed during the expedition? Brother Zhang, we've been through life and death together. That's right, you went first, but we worked hard to haul 2 more crates without complaining. We were good to you. Zhang Yuhao, annoyed by the relentless guilt-tripping, grew angry. The retrieval event. Why are you so hung up on that? It has nothing to do with me repaying, you understand. You should be asking Zhao Youqian for your wages, not me. Don't you know what turning things upside down means? Let me give you an analogy. That expedition had over a dozen people, right? I contributed the grappling hook and you guys did the fishing, right? Then the mission ended and we settled the score. Wow, Zhao Youqian got the MVP. Meme sudden illness. Look at you working as coolies in the corridor, just throwing ropes and carrying boxes. Carried dogs. You're carried dogs. Your performance rating for this operation is 3-0. Zhao Youqian as the overall commander did an excellent job. 13-0 carry bonus of 100,000. Can you count it like that, huh? Tell me, aren't you carried dogs? What the hell? Why are you so obsessed with me? It all depends on what everyone actually did, and you're still talking about sharing hardships and looking out for each other. Are you stupid? I say that bastard Zhao Youqian knows how to exploit you, but instead of seeking justice from him, you keep coming to me about helping each other. You're bastards too. Content removed per cleaning rules. 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 In the discussion group, Zhang Yuhao was engaged in a fierce verbal battle, arguing with everyone, neither side yielding an inch. They initially tried to morally coerce him, attempting to force his compliance from a supposed moral high ground. But Zhang Yuhao was not one to be swayed. Against such baseless accusations and moral blackmail, he retorted with sharp words, each laced with a warm regards for their families. Thus the group chat descended into a war of words, growing more outrageous by the minute. Enraged and humiliated, they turned to threats, spewing venomous words, and issuing a barrage of intimidating ultimatums. Zhang Yuhao, undaunted by such petty tricks, unleashed his full fury, directly invoking the lineage of every one of them. The verbal battle instantly escalated. For a moment, a torrent of unspeakable profanities filled the air. Zhang Yuhao held his ground, single-handedly sweeping through them, all his words firing out like a machine gun, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless and humiliated. Later someone driven to desperation by the verbal assault had a flash of inspiration and used their administrator privileges to mute Zhang Yuhao. Ha ha ha, aren't you sharp-tongued? Go on, keep cursing. Just as he was gloating, Zhang Yuhao instantly quit the group and blocked every one of them. The group fell into a deafening silence. Everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. Wait, why did we add him to the group in the first place? Oh my god, a villain's scheming is no match for a fool's sudden impulse. Why did you mute him? Who started this? How did it turn into a fight, and we drove away our only hope? The one who muted him, your mother, is alive. I'm speechless. What a genius. What now? The protagonist is gone, leaving us a bunch of grown men in the group. What are we supposed to do? Have a gay orgy? I'll beep you. Elsewhere, the commotion in the corridor gradually subsided as the crowd dispersed. After Zhao Yuqian's group disbanded, he walked back to his room with Zhao Long. Zhao Long, you were impulsive this time. Zhao Yuqian slowly lit a cigarette, his expression grave, no longer as composed as when he was commanding. Killing a man in public in front of the entire building. Nothing may happen now, but once this calamity is over, no one can save you. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Long, trying to make him realize the gravity of the situation. For this nephew who was prone to losing control, Zhao Yuqian felt both a headache and affection. When trouble came, he truly dared to act, but he always took things too far. I killed him, so what? Is it like I haven't killed before? Zhao Long shrugged nonchalantly, taking the cigarette from Zhao Yuqian's hand and putting it in his mouth. It's fine. Worst case, he'll skip town. I know all the right people. I can always make a living anywhere. I told you, be careful in everything. Zhao Yuqian tried to admonish, but Zhao Long cut him off. Relax. Isn't this neighborhood hiding several other gangs too? It's proven. As long as you hide well, you can live free and easy. Don't you dare say that outside. Zhao Yuqian frowned. This is a resettlement area, inevitably a mix of good and bad. With the property management kicked out and the residents left to self-govern, it's unavoidable that all kinds of unsavory characters show up. But you'd better keep your mouth shut. Among those guys there are plenty of desperados. If you stir up trouble, no one can cover for you. I know, it's just the two of us here. Zhao Long waved his hand impatiently and blew out a smoke ring. Anyway, it never hurts to be cautious. I'm not going to harm you. I've kept the details about those criminals from my own relatives. We need to be careful discussing such things in the future. Beware of eavesdropping. Otherwise, we'll never have a peaceful day again. I'm not worried about the future at all. Look at this damn weather outside. Do you think this rain shows any sign of stopping? Zhao Long had the expression of someone who was beyond caring, a wild look in his eyes. In a little while, even if we don't kill them, the people in this building will starve to death. Then who's going to report me? Will you report me, uncle? For some reason, a chill ran down Zhao Yuqian's spine, and he suddenly felt that his nephew's gaze was dangerous. You? Fine. Just be careful yourself. Zhao Yuqian took back the cigarette from Zhao Long's hand, feeling irritated, and exhaled smoke. Supplies of everything are running low. Damn it, I'm supposed to be the building manager, and here I am reduced to sharing a single cigarette. Be grateful you have one to smoke. Look at the others. Enough of that. For now, just get some rest. Zhao Yuqian took the last drag, carefully stubbed out the butt, and then a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He grinned fiercely. After you rest well, gather everyone and conduct a door-to-door inspection. Since Zhang Yuhao's office is here, his warehouse must be nearby. Zhao Yuqian's eyes glittered with greed, as if he could already see the mountains of supplies. It's time for a thorough sweep of the entire building. Inside the shelter, Zhang Yuhao was meticulously tending to his sanctuary. Although he had organized it once before, that had been a hasty and careless job. Back then he had only set up the basic infrastructure to ensure the shelter could function immediately in an emergency evacuation, so everything was done haphazardly. At the time, Zhang Yuhao hadn't given it much thought. He was just keeping a backup plan. Who would have guessed it would come in handy so soon? Now that he had moved in and had plenty of free time, he naturally intended to carefully arrange and beautify the place. Organizing the shelter also required prioritization. The foremost issue to address was safety. Although this stone house appeared flawless at first glance, its material being stone left Zhang Yuhao feeling somewhat uneasy. Thus he retrieved a large amount of iron sheets from his reserves, meticulously reinforcing the surrounding walls, and laboriously moved out some heavy furniture to firmly block key points. As for the entrance, he once again installed an alloy door. After ensuring safety, Zhang Yuhao finally turned his attention to making his den cozy. All the original furniture can be replaced now. Currently, the shelter was furnished with simple backup items. During the evacuation, Zhang Yuhao had packed all the original furniture away. Now it was time to bring out these luxurious pieces. Zhang Yuhao first took out an exceptionally soft and spacious bed, paired it with a thick down mattress, and layered it with multiple sets of clean, soft, pure cotton bedding. In the apocalypse, having a comfortable sleeping environment was crucial. He couldn't afford to shortchange himself. Beside the bed, he placed a small nightstand with a warm lamp that emitted a soft glow. If you asked what use a bedside lamp served, it was essentially for the ambience. Due to the shelter's limited space, Zhang Yuhao had no living room for entertainment. With a stroke of inspiration, he installed a gaming console, a movie screen, and an oversized television on the wall opposite the bed. It was a blessing for the lazy. From now on, upon waking, he could simply lie in bed and play. After these arrangements, little space remained, as the total area was only the size of a bedroom. Zhang Yuhao planned wisely, placing various essential daily furniture and fully equipping the space with kitchen and bathroom appliances. Finally, he carefully organized the messy, exposed wires and power strips, securing them with cable trays to keep everything tidy. The floor was covered with thick wool carpet, the walls adorned with carefully selected decorative paintings, and in the corners he placed several vibrant potted plants. Instantly, the entire shelter exuded a rich sense of life, warm and comfortable. Just looking at this room, it's like a luxury sports hotel suite. Who would imagine the outside world is an apocalypse? After tidying up, Zhang Yuhao broke a sweat and decided to take a shower. Although the shelter had no running water, that was no issue for him. He had stored a massive amount of bottled water in his space. Taking out a barrel and attaching a booster pump easily solved the shower problem. While others struggled for a sip of water outside, Zhang Yuhao was already living the luxurious life of bathing with purified water. As Zhang Yuhao leisurely entered the bathroom, multiple heating devices scattered throughout the room revved up simultaneously, emitting a soft hum. Soon warm currents flowed freely within the small space, quickly raising the indoor temperature above 25 degrees Celsius. In such a toasty environment, taking a cool shower was effortless. Outside, the wind howled and a freezing thunderstorm raged, as if trying to freeze everything. Inside, however, it felt like a warm summer day, creating a stark and wondrous contrast. After his shower, Zhang Yuhao barely needed to dry off, of the moisture on his body evaporated quickly. It's too hot, too hot. Even in a short-sleeved shirt, he felt overheated and was forced to lower the indoor temperature by a few degrees. Meanwhile, at Huang Jingjing's home, a draft whistled through, continuously weaving desolation and coldness into the room. Freezing to death. This damn weather, why is it getting colder? Huang Jingjing's teeth chattered as she rubbed her frostbitten hands, trembling incessantly. After the cold wave struck, Huang Jingjing's home was among the worst hit. After all, her rain canopy and windows were broken, leaving the room with no insulation, making the indoor temperature identical to outdoors. The highly corrosive red rain had eaten away half of her living room, allowing the cold wind to pour in. Initially, Huang Jingjing wanted to flee her home, but back then everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to take in her troublesome self. Later, as her status in the building rose, moving became easier, but she dared not relocate. With the entire building in famine and food extremely scarce, she couldn't risk exposing her stash of dog and cat food. So Huang Jingjing could only curl up in a corner of her bedroom, wrapping herself in every piece of clothing she could find to gain a shred of warmth. Damn Zhao Yuqian. If only he had given me that fresh air system. Huang Jingjing recalled the warm breeze she had felt in Zhang Yuhao's living room, her face twisted with anger and envy, flames of jealousy burning in her eyes. That was a device capable of forcibly raising the temperature even with broken windows and a howling cold wind. Just thinking about that fresh air system made Huang Jingjing feel that the warmth she rightfully deserved had been stolen by Zhao Yuqian. That machine should have been mine. Huang Jingjing's features contorted with fury, her hatred for Zhao Yuqian spreading like a venomous snake in her heart, wishing she could tear him apart. As the apocalypse struck without warning, all the air conditioning units in the building were rendered useless within 3 days. It was hardly anyone's fault. Under normal circumstances, ordinary air conditioners only came with waterproof and rust-proof features. Who could have foreseen that corrosion resistance would become so crucial in the apocalypse? Thus, when the corrosive red rain poured down, the cheap air conditioners uniformly purchased by Zhao Yuqian had their external units corroded like paper, quickly turning into scrap metal and losing all function. Now, with the cold wave arriving, everyone was stunned. I'm suffering from the cold because of the junk air conditioners you bought, and now you're hoarding my spoils. Having gained nothing from this operation, Huang Jingjing was desperate. Anger and resentment stripped her of her usual composure. She looked at her phone, where in the group chat her alliance members had been heatedly discussing for an entire day. Now they were nearing a conclusion. The next goal is to form an alliance with Zhang Yuhao. This message was like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples in the group. We can't endure any longer. Zhao Yuqian's threat looms over us, and following their lead always leaves us at a disadvantage. Exactly. Those bastards are true warlords, especially Zhao Long, who's the worst of the worst. Right, they launch terror attacks every night. They drag us into fights but never share the spoils. It's time to take them down. Yes, take them down. The group erupted in agreement, their anger fully ignited. Calm down, everyone. To take them down, we must ally with Zhang Yuhao. Look at our current state. We're so weak from hunger we can barely climb stairs. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuqian's group is full of boundless energy. How can we fight them? Tell me how. So we must reach a cooperation with Zhang Yuhao. If he provides us with food to recover, we can turn the tables. This person's analysis was so persuasive that the noise in the group temporarily subsided. Moreover, he has no choice but to cooperate. We're all in the same boat now. Zhao Yuqian has just finished a battle, so hell need time to recuperate. Once they recover, they'll tear the building apart. When that happens, Zhang Yuhao won't fare well, either, so he has to support us. But our first attempt to recruit him failed and we were all blocked. Huang Jingjing, this task is yours now. You must win over Zhang Yuhao. Make him understand the stakes, get him to provide us with food. No, not just food but weapons too. Then eliminate the threat of Zhao Yuqian first and later deal with Zhang Yuhao. Killing two birds with one stone. Huang Jingjing stared at her phone screen, anger and resentment flashing in her eyes. Now my status in this team is getting lower and lower. They don't even include me in discussions and they've assigned me a task. But this suits me fine. Huang Jingjing glared venomously at Zhang Yuhao's chat window. Zhang Yuhao. Old Wang He, how dare you toy with me? This time I'll have you in my grip. Just wait and see how I'll handle you. An alliance with me. Zhang Yuhao lay on the bed staring at his phone with a peculiar expression. He never expected that Huang Jingjing would dare to send him such a message. I haven't even settled the score with you yet you're pushing your luck. Zhang Yuhao truly couldn't understand where this woman found the audacity to shamelessly approach him. As the mastermind behind this incident, she had caused him so much trouble, stirring chaos throughout the entire building. Did she honestly think she could be forgiven? Or perhaps she naively believed she hadn't been exposed and that everything remained under her control. Whatever the reason, this might be a good opportunity to glean some information. With that thought, Zhang Yuhao replied to Huang Jingjing, feigning interest and inquiring about her plans. However, no sooner had he sent the message than her response nearly made him burst out laughing. Zhang Yuhao, it seems you know how to read the room after all. Who would have thought Huang Jingjing would put on such airs? Haha, Zhang Yuhao, I don't know how you managed to get online, but your devices should all be disconnected by now. Let me be clear, Zhao Yuqian blocked your devices. He's doing this to isolate you. The only chance you have is to submit to my side. Zhang Yuhao didn't know how to respond, so he silently typed a string of ellipses. Unexpectedly, Huang Jingjing misinterpreted his silence, believing her words had deeply struck a chord, leaving him speechless. Thus she grew even more arrogant, escalating her threats. You must have realized by now how dangerous your situation is. Since you still have a sliver of value, I'll graciously share some intel. The building has split into two factions: the virtuous faction, formed by us tenants, and the evil faction led by Zhao Yuqian and his cronies. The virtuous faction. The evil faction. What am I then? The custard faction. Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but snicker. Watching Huang Jingjing's blatantly manipulative rhetoric, he felt she was treating him like a fool, openly insulting his intelligence. There had to be limits to nonsense. What kind of outrageous talk was this? What villain would be stupid enough to wear the label villain plainly on their face? Right, you're so virtuous and they're so evil. Zhang Yuhao was utterly exasperated into laughter. Was this a game of tricking children? Did she truly take him for an idiot? It seems Huang Jingjing has been too pampered by her sycophants, too lazy to put any thought into her lies. Does she really think everyone will blindly believe her nonsense? Huang Jingjing, unaware of Zhang Yuhao's thoughts, was immersed in her grand scheme of deception, relentlessly sending him messages. Soon after, Zhang Yuhao received several audio recordings. Clandestine captures by neighbors during Zhao Long's gang's earlier crimes. Anyway, once you listen to these, you'll see how utterly unscrupulous that bunch is. I'm sure you wouldn't want to deal with those degenerates. Thus you have only one path left: cooperate with us. Huang Jingjing's tone carried an undeniable arrogance, as if she had already secured Zhang Yuhao's compliance. Don't rush to thank me. I'm only lending a hand because we were once colleagues. In short, this is your last lifeline. Even though you're a murderer, considering that Pu Du extorted you first, we can still show you leniency. Huang Jingjing continued, as if she held the power of life and death over him. Next, all you have to do is join us and disclose the location of your stored supplies. We'll all lend a hand to help you move and hide them. Don't worry, once the supplies are confiscated, we're all good people here. We won't waste them and we won't short you a single bite. Plus, you'll earn everyone's friendship. After the apocalypse, we'll surely repay your kindness and let bygones be bygones. After reading Huang Jingjing's rosy vision, Zhang Yuhao felt nothing. Show leniency, let bygones be bygones. They'll show you something. In my past life, I dedicated myself to serving you all only to be betrayed. Do you think I'd believe your lies? Zhang Yuhao let out a cold laugh, his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen as he replied, Oh, that's really too kind of you. Oh dear Zhang Yuhao, once you join us, we'll be one big family. It might be a bit of trouble, but we won't mind at all. Huang Jingjing was overjoyed at the reply, seizing the moment to press on. I promise you'll be incredibly grateful for this decision in the future. Indeed, I can feel your sincerity. Zhang Yuhao continued to reply unhurriedly, deliberately stringing her along. Your proposal is quite tempting. Huang Jingjing's grin nearly split her face to her ears. Haha, success. Little Zhang Yuhao begged. She could already envision steaming hot pot and ice-cold drinks beckoning her. The warm heater was blowing gusts of hot air. Her days of suffering were finally coming to an end. Her hands trembled with excitement, making it hard to type, and she eagerly asked, So what's your answer? Alas, you're too good to me, I feel a bit guilty so. Zhang Yuhao replied leisurely, drawing out the suspense. "I'd better not trouble you after all." Huang Jingjing slowly typed a question mark, her smile instantly freezing. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then turned off her phone screen. She quickly turned it back on. "I'd better not trouble you after all." Yes, now she saw it clearly. That was indeed the reply. "You're rejecting me." Huang Jingjing's voice twisted with rage, a surge of fury, nearly making her hurl the phone away. "How dare you reject me? Ill thing. Is this guy an idiot?" Cursing wildly, Huang Jingjing began typing frantically on the screen like a convulsing maniac. "Zhang Yuhao. Are you insane? Do you think you're safe? You might dodge today, but can you avoid tomorrow? I'm doing this for your own good. I've already put aside past grievances to accept you, yet you're so ungrateful. Do you think now is the time to refuse my kindness? A dog bites Lu Dongbin and fails to recognize a good heart. I'm telling you, Zhang Yuhao, as long as you're in this building, Zhao Yuqian will eventually tear every room apart. When that happens, you'll lose both yourself and your supplies. I advise you to mind your tone and speak to me properly, or you won't even know how you die." After reading this torrent of words, Zhang Yuhao's heart remained untouched. In truth, Huang Jingjing wasn't entirely wrong. Under normal circumstances, given the complex situation in the building, cooperation seemed Zhang Yuhao's only way out. Unfortunately, that assumption hinged on Zhang Yuhao actually hiding in some room within the building. "Hey, go ahead, turn the whole building upside down. I'd love to see how you'll ever find me." With the conversation reaching this point, he had already grasped the gist of the situation. There was no real need to continue. But Zhang Yuhao, having nothing better to do, decided to toy with her to rack up some resentment points. "Coming to find me? Oh, I'm so scared." He deliberately typed this taunting message to provoke Huang Jingjing. "I could just grab some food, climb out the window and flee. There are foam boats downstairs. Surely you wouldn't dare chase me in the rain. Not that. Why are you so thick-headed?" Huang Jingjing was about to explode with fury. Her chest heaved violently as she ground her teeth and said, "With this heavy red rain outside, are you willing to take that risk? Besides, how much food can you carry alone? Enough for a week. Or would you rather leave the supplies for those villains? Let me tell you, they're the ones who broke down the wall. They're murderers. Cooperating with them is suicide." By the end, Huang Jingjing had completely lost her patience and was hurling curses. "Zhang Yuhao, I swear you've got a pig's brain. We could have worked together and both benefited, but you'd rather wait until Zhao Yuqian comes to strip you clean, right? Strip me clean? Ha, who dares?" Zhang Yuhao stifled his laughter, forcing a maddened demeanor. "Dare to mess with me? Then nobody lives. Let it all burn. We'll all die together. Ha 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 ha. They'll destroy every last supply. I won't leave a single crumb for you freeloaders." After sending that message, Zhang Yuhao took out a bucket of red water and poured an entire bag of pristine white rice into it. Then another bag of rice followed. These bags of rice had been found in supply crates earlier and had already been tainted by the red rain. A second baptism made little difference. But from an outsider's perspective, it was a shocking sight. As he poured the rice, Zhang Yuhao pulled out his phone to record a video, secretly amused. I wonder how frantic Huang Jingjing will be when she sees this. Soon the video was sent to Huang Jingjing's phone. In the footage, the rice was being stirred in the red water with more rice being added continuously. "You're insane. Insane. Completely insane." Huang Jingjing sat bolt upright in bed, screaming at the top of her lungs, feeling as though her heart was bleeding. "Stop. Stop right now." Huang Jingjing's heart was ablaze with fury, her eyes nearly splitting from desperation. The rage within her surged like a raging tide, threatening to consume her entirely. In her twisted mind, those supplies were already her personal property. After all, in her plan, once Zhang Yuhao submitted, everything would fall into her hands. But now this reckless fool dared to lay violent hands on what she was determined to possess, mercilessly shattering her beautiful dream piece by piece. "You bastard!" Huang Jingjing's fingers trembled as she typed those words with all her might. "If these supplies are gone, do you think you'll survive? We'll all die." Her eyes were bloodshot as she glared at the phone, as if she wanted to devour Zhang Yuhao through the screen. The supplies he was destroying were the very foundation of her future luxury and power. And now this wretch was wantonly wasting them. Zhang Yuhao looked at Huang Jingjing's message, brimming with rage and despair, and his smile grew even brighter. "Haha, since I don't want to give them to anyone, I'd rather destroy them than let others benefit." With that, he dumped a bag of flour into the red water bucket. White powder rose before being swiftly swallowed by the crimson liquid. "See that? I'm playing for real. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to destroy every last supply. None for you. No." Huang Jingjing's reply shot back instantly, her words dripping with desperation. "Zhang Yuhao, stop. Let's talk about anything. Calm down. Please calm down. Zhang Yuhao, answer me. Take a break, tell me what you want. Things haven't come to that yet. Oh, and didn't you used to pursue me? If you stop now and reply, I might consider giving you a chance. Zhang Yuhao, Zhang Yuhao, answer me." But no matter how many messages Huang Jingjing bombarded him with, she would never receive a reply. because Zhang Yuhao had simply muted his phone and tossed it aside, starting to listen to music and play games. His leisurely calm contrasted sharply with her frantic anxiety, creating a rather amusing spectacle. It's over. Over. After receiving no response for a long time, Huang Jingjing's face turned ashen. I've blown it. She had to accept reality, knowing she had no chance left to turn the tables. Now she had to race against time to salvage the supplies. What do we do, everyone? Zhang Yuhao has gone mad. The entire conversation had been broadcast live in the group chat with countless armchair strategists offering advice. No one had anticipated Zhang Yuhao's sudden outburst. What was going on? They had been negotiating smoothly on the verge of an agreement. Why had he suddenly gone berserk? Damn, what else can we do? Go find him fast. Right, there's so much supplies he can't destroy it all at once. The sooner we find him, the more we can save. But there are so many rooms in this building. How do we search? Zhao Yuqian has all the keys. If he joins in, it'll be fastest. Then after all our effort, we're back to square one. Worrying about that now. We've already messed up. If we don't get punished later, we'll be lucky. There's no other way. Without Zhao Yuqian, we'd have to break down doors, which is too noisy and would alert the others. We can't get around Zhao Yuqian. What are you still bickering about? He's wasting food over there. Soon there'll be nothing left. In this crisis, Huang Jingjing's group alone was far from enough. Though she was extremely reluctant to inform Zhao Yuqian, she had no choice now. Everyone knew they had lost any chance to embezzle the supplies. If Zhang Yuhao destroyed everything, even Zhao Yuqian would get nothing, and they would all starve to death. If they didn't use Zhao Yuqian's help now, the outcome would be mutual destruction. So Huang Jingjing made a snap decision and immediately posted Zhang Yuhao's insane behavior in the building's main group chat. Soon the entire building was shaken. Assemble. All residents assemble. Zhao Yuqian stood in the corridor, hoarse from shouting into a megaphone. His expression was ferocious, as if he could devour someone, the muscles on his face twisted with extreme rage. How infuriating. The moment he saw Huang Jingjing's message in the group chat, Zhao Yuqian felt his vision blur and a buzzing roar in his head. That bitch Huang, damn it. This feeling of losing control over the situation was like a house of cards he had meticulously built, suddenly scattered into chaos by an unexpected gust of wind. Then a surge of blazing fury ignited in his chest, nearly bursting through his scalp. Thus the moment the two sides met, Zhao Yuqian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Huang Jingjing's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the corridor. Faced with Zhao Yuqian's bloodshot eyes, everyone involuntarily shrank back. You shrew. What have you done? Zhao Yuqian was beside himself with anger, his eyes glaring like brass bells fixed on Huang Jingjing, as if he wanted to skin her alive and devour her. At that moment, his men had just finished breaking down walls, exhausted like dead dogs, their bodies weary beyond measure. Some were burning with fever, lying weakly in bed. Everyone needed a good rest. In Zhao Yuqian's mind, he had long crafted a perfect plan. First, let the brothers recuperate fully, then, after regaining their strength, conduct a thorough looting of the entire building, taking Zhang Yuhao and his supplies into his grasp. Then he would be the undisputed ruler of this building. Who would have thought? Someone snatched it first. Damn it, an unexpected obstacle appeared out of nowhere, and the whole plan was ruined by that fool Huang Jingjing. To make matters worse, Huang Jingjing had pulled some bizarre stunt, leading Zhang Yuhao to threaten mutual destruction with the supplies. The current situation was an utter mess. Originally, Zhao Yuqian's mindset had been rock solid, believing he had complete control over the building. No matter how the winds blew, he stood unshaken. He wasn't even worried about who held the supplies. Worst case, he'd just send people to take them back. After all, his fists were strong enough, everything would eventually fall into his hands. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. Now Zhang Yuhao had inexplicably gone mad, vowing to destroy the supplies. If that happened, where would he steal from? Would he have to fight the air itself? In desperation, Zhao Yuqian, furious and aggrieved, was forced to wake his sleeping men one by one. They dragged their weary bodies to launch this looting operation. Who wouldn't be furious in such a situation? As for Huang Jingjing, though she had been slapped hard, she knew she was in the wrong and dared not talk back. She could only slink behind her own people, glaring at Zhao Yuqian with venomous eyes. She took the blame for everyone. There was no choice. If she didn't, her entire side would lose face, and in the court of public opinion they'd be at a complete disadvantage. Nevertheless, it was a blessing in disguise. Her act of taking the blame somehow managed to salvage a bit of her dwindling credibility in everyone's eyes. Of course, it came at a cost. The trouble she caused was no small matter, not something a single slap could resolve. Huang Jingjing had now drawn nearly all the hatred. Zhao Yuqian's crew hated her with a gnashing fury, their gazes fixed on her, as if she were a mortal enemy. Given the urgency of the situation, the other side had no time to settle scores with her for now. Once Zhang Yuhao was dealt with, they'd likely come back for revenge. Huang Jingjing felt immense pressure just thinking about it. Assemble. Everyone assemble. Soon the entire building's forces were gathered. According to the plan, they split into small teams, each ready to search house by house. Of course, due to mutual distrust, each team had to include members from both sides. This was to keep each other in check and prevent anyone from secretly pocketing supplies. However, since Zhao Yuqian's group was smaller in number after dividing, each team could only have one of his men. If I strike now, I could wipe out Zhao Yuqian's crew in one fell swoop. Huang Jingjing watched this isolated distribution, her heart burning with temptation, the alluring thought constantly stimulating her ambition. If I could take out Zhao Yuqian right now, wouldn't this whole building be mine to command? The mere thought was thrilling beyond belief. Sigh. Huang Jingjing was lost in her fantasy for a moment, then suddenly calmed down. Forget it, the priority now is Zhang Yuhao's supplies. Every second lost could mean more supplies destroyed. In the end, reason triumphed over ambition. It wasn't that Huang Jingjing had a strong sense of commitment or could suddenly discern priorities. What truly brought her back to earth was her utter lack of confidence in her own people. The tenants frankly had banded together out of fear of death. With no immediate threat to their lives, how could she expect them to fight for her? That notion was somewhat fantastical. A group of selfish individuals gathered together. What cohesion could they have? They'd swarm for benefits but fall silent when effort was needed. Sure, they made a lot of noise in the group chat shouting "get him" and all. But if someone needed to take the lead, all sorts of excuses would pop up. This was why Huang Jingjing's group, despite outnumbering and overpowering Zhao Yuqian's crew, always ended up at a disadvantage in action. Now is not the time to turn hostile. I must wait for a life or death moment when those cowards will fight desperately. That will be my chance. It must be said Huang Jingjing was not only adept at enduring, but also a master of betrayal. To have her as an enemy was like provoking a venomous snake lurking in the dark, cunningly waiting for an opening to deliver a fatal strike. Once the teams commenced, the silent building was shattered by a dense barrage of door-kicking sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The kicks came one after another, reverberating through the corridors, as if to tear apart the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse. Both sides had agreed to thoroughly inspect every room. Of course, to avoid the awkward situation of family feuding. Accidentally breaking into their own people's rooms. Everyone left their own doors wide open. At the same time, both sides agreed that no one was allowed to pilfer from unlocked rooms. However, in the apocalypse, human hearts were unpredictable. This so-called agreement was merely lip service, as fragile as a pane of glass easily shattered. After that night, curses rang out throughout the building. Many residents found their belongings missing. The scant supplies they had left vanished during the chaotic search. Some residents were cautious despite the agreement and chose to hide their supplies securely. Only by luck did they escape unscathed. Those who trusted others without any precautions suffered the greatest losses. Returning to their empty rooms, they were on the verge of tears, filled with despair and fury. Wasn't this a form of survival of the fittest in the apocalypse? Perhaps in this harsh world, only the cunning and ruthless could cling to life like tenacious weeds. And kindness and trust seemed to have become worthless in the torrent of the end times. The scene returned to the moment of the thorough search. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of doors being kicked open rang out incessantly. Starting from the third floor, the crowd, like ravenous wolves, searched house by house, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake, smashing countless belongings. Time slipped away second by second amidst the tense and chaotic atmosphere. Yet as the search progressed, Zhao Yuqian's heart sank like a stone into an icy abyss, growing heavier with each passing moment. A profound sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Damn it, we're already on the 8th floor and still nothing. Door after door was brutally kicked open, and the crowd surged into the rooms like a flood, only to retreat hastily moments later. Any luck? Any luck? Each time a team emerged, Zhao Yuqian rushed forward anxiously, as if grasping at a lifeline, only to be met with their disappointed head shakes. Seeing this, Zhao Yuqian's heart turned cold as ice, as if drenched in a bucket of freezing water. That's it. As all the doors stood open and the crowd gradually gathered on the 8th floor, his face darkened with fury. Is the search over? His voice carried a hint of disbelief tinged with anger. The assembled crowd, their faces pale with panic, exchanged suspicious glances, as if each suspected the other of harboring some unspeakable secret. At that moment, everyone looked like a traitor. Given the current situation, there must be an informant for Zhang Yuhao hidden among them. It was no wonder they were paranoid. The circumstances were simply too bizarre. The situation defied all logic. After all, judging from Zhang Yuhao's earlier boastful videos, the supplies he had stockpiled were astonishing. Enough to keep the entire building comfortable for months. It was like the fall of Hushan, the rise of Jiaqing. By all rights, such a massive hoard of supplies within the building should have been impossible to conceal. With so many eyes watching, this was no small affair. It was a mountain of supplies that could stack to the ceiling. There was no way it could have slipped through a carpet search. Yet the reality was absurdly contrary. Now the entire building had been scoured and they had found nothing. It was as if Zhang Yuhao and his mountain of supplies had vanished from the face of the earth. Impossible. His office is here, so the supplies must be here too. Zhao Yuqian's eyes were bloodshot, blazing like an enraged bull as he roared hoarsely. At that moment, he strongly suspected Huang Jingjing was behind this. Assemble! Assemble again! Refusing to accept defeat, Zhao Yuqian gathered his men once more. I want to search again. From the 8th floor down. During the previous search to save energy, each team had been assigned their own area. Now he had to suspect that one of the teams had been turned. So abandoning any thought of slacking off, Zhao Yuqian stepped forward to lead. I'll lead the search myself. After I finish a room, you tenants will search it again. Leave no room unchecked. Even if I have to tear this building down today. Dig 3 feet deep. I will find Zhang Yuhao. Yes? The crowd responded in unison with no one opposing. The others were even more eager than Zhao Yuqian. You suspect us and we suspect you, Zhao Yuqian, of being the informant. Let's go. Search. And so an even more detailed and frantic search began. This time everyone was crazed, their eyes bloodshot, as they turned every room upside down, leaving no corner untouched. All cabinets that could hide a person were mercilessly smashed, their fragments scattered across the floor. Beds were roughly overturned, mattresses tossed aside to reveal bare bedboards, which were then stomped on until they cracked, covered in countless footprints. Ceilings were riddled with holes from various tools, dust raining down at bookshelves were toppled, books scattering like snowflakes. The dog food hidden in Huang Jingjing's home, though it had escaped the first round of searches, ultimately could not evade the second wave's ferocious assault and was unearthed. Boss, we agreed to help each other. Seeing an opportunity, Huang Jingjing's subordinates immediately surrounded her, their eyes gleaming with greedy avarice. A flash of barely suppressed fury flickered in Huang Jingjing's eyes, but she quickly forced a smile onto her face. One uglier than tears. Thanks to you for finding it. I didn't even know we had new gains at home. Well, share it later. Oh, thank you, boss. Hooray. Watching the cheering crowd, Huang Jingjing's expression twisted in an instant, her teeth grinding audibly, in secret nearly shattering them. Damn you, Zhang Yuhao. Why hide so well? You've ruined me. If I ever get my hands on you, I'll torture you for 14 days. Make your life a living hell. Resentment value 99. Resentment value 99. Soon the massive force swept into the 5th floor. This was where most of Zhao Yuqian's men resided. When the search team reached Zhao Yuqian's door, he suddenly tensed up, hesitating. To be honest, there's no need to search my room. It's a bit messy. He turned to face the crowd behind him, trying to explain. You know, I've never gotten along with old Wang, so it's impossible for me to harbor that guy. But the only response was dead silence. No one spoke. The silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. Everyone remained silent, staring at Zhao Yuqian with scrutinizing gazes. The weight of those looks was palpable, pressing down on him until he could hardly breathe. Fine, damn it. Zhao Yuqian cursed helplessly, then reluctantly pulled open the door and shouted irritably, search. Come on, search. But I'm warning you now, search all you want. But if anyone breaks furniture or steals anything, don't blame me for being rude. Before he could finish, the crowd rushed in. Instantly a pungent, rancid odor hit their noses. Looking up, they saw the ceiling densely hung with cured meat. In Zhao Yuqian's home, there were meat jerky strips everywhere, only half-dried. The floor was covered in crimson mud, emitting a nauseating stench, while in the corner of the room various butcher knives gleamed coldly in the dim light. Hurry up! Get to work and get out if you find nothing! Zhao Yuqian's impatient voice rang out from outside. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces filled with struggle. Finally, an elderly woman could no longer resist and quietly pulled out a knife. This act was like a signal shattering the stalemate. A flurry of activity erupted inside the room. When the crowd dispersed, Zhao Yuqian walked in with a darkened face, only to find that only a few ropes were swinging from the ceiling. You steal this too? Are you even human? What the hell? As each second slipped away mercilessly, the rumbling search operation once again drew to a close. The weary crowd trudged back to their starting point. The 4th floor. Gone. They stared blankly at the long corridor before them, their eyes hollow and lost. Each wide-open door seemed like a gaping dark maw, relentlessly devouring their last shred of hope. Their hearts grew cold, slowly crumbling into despair. Zhang Yuhao, where on earth are you hiding? This time there was no excuse left. They simply couldn't find him. They had employed the most meticulous method. Each person searched in turn, every single room thoroughly inspected. The entire building had been scoured hundreds of times. With such a carpet search, no oversight was possible. He's not here. Zhang Yuhao is not here. Finally, someone's mental defenses shattered entirely in utter despair. He screamed like a madman, his voice filled with terror and hopelessness. If we can't find Zhang Yuhao, we can't find supplies. Without supplies, we'll all die. We'll all die. We'll all die here. His piercing shrieks stabbed into everyone's eardrums like sharp needles, sending chills down every spine. So has Zhang Yuhao replied yet? Zhao Yuqian shifted his gaze to Huang Jingjing. From earlier, this woman had been messaging Zhang Yuhao, trying to pry out some information, though progress remained uncertain. Huang Jingjing's face was ashen as she shook her head grimly. Still no reply. No reply means he's busy destroying the supplies. Zhao Long grinned. Uncle, I think there's no point searching anymore. We've wasted half a day. By now Zhang Yuhao has had enough time to dump all the food. A sick, manic look crossed his face as he whispered. Why not just butcher this tender-skinned woman for a meal? Huang Jingjing recoiled several steps at his frenzied expression. No, no. But Zhao Yuqian ignored everyone, his eyes fixed on the crimson rain outside the building, his gaze deep, as if searching through the downpour. After a moment he spoke, slowly analyzing. There's a flaw in your reasoning. If Zhang Yuhao were really hiding in those rooms we just searched, then he might indeed fight to the bitter end. After all, those places can't hide anyone, and losing the supplies would make smashing everything reasonable. But since we haven't found him, it suggests another possibility. The supplies might still be safe. You mean? Zhao Long squinted, his face thoughtful as he struggled to follow Zhao Yuqian's logic. Meanwhile, Huang Jingjing's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Exactly. If Zhang Yuhao is hiding so well, he wouldn't fear threats from inside the building. So he has no reason to fight us to the death. Huang Jingjing exclaimed excitedly. That means he's messing with us again. His breakdown was an act. But as the words left her mouth, her expression fell, replaced by a worried frown. But if we can't find Zhang Yuhao, what does it matter whether the supplies exist? No, I think I already know where Zhang Yuhao is. Zhao Yuqian suddenly smirked, a confident smile of total control spreading across his face. He looked at Huang Jingjing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Huang Jingjing, do you think being the boss is easy? Without learning to think with your head, you'll always be just a small fry. You. Ignoring her angry glare, Zhao Yuqian began his analysis. First, it's a confirmed fact that Zhang Yuhao's office is here. Logically, he wouldn't store supplies too far away. Commuting daily would be too troublesome. So the supply stash must also be in this building. As he analyzed, Zhao Yuqian paced slowly, drawing everyone's attention. Killing Pu Duo, splashing red water. Though we're not sure if Zhang Yuhao did it himself based on Pu Duo's evidence. Zhang Yuhao isn't working with a team. He's alone. So judging by the timeline, Zhang Yuhao can't have gotten far. And from the video you provided, it's clear that Zhang Yuhao and the supplies are together right now. Therefore, I believe Zhang Yuhao is in this building. The supplies are here too. At this point, Zhao Yuqian raised his voice as if stating a fact. Makes sense. Seeing the gradually convinced looks, Zhao Yuqian grew even more smug. He raised a finger solemnly. So we've confirmed Zhang Yuhao is in the building. And since rooms from the 8th floor down are empty, there's only one truth left. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Yuqian's eyes. Zhang Yuhao, I found you. He pointed swiftly toward the stairwell, declaring decisively, Zhang Yuhao. He's right beneath us. The crowd jolted as if struck by lightning. Their gazes followed his finger as if the dark stairwell concealed the secret they had been desperately seeking. Since we didn't find Zhang Yuhao from the 4th to 8th floors, he must be hiding on the 3rd. Zhao Yuqian shouted, passionately raising his arm. Listen to my reasoning. The 1st and 2nd floors are completely flooded. Survival is impossible. But the 3rd floor is only half flooded. With proper waterproofing, Zhang Yuhao could create a safe, hidden area there. So he must be on the 3rd floor. The supplies are right under our feet. That's it. Zhao Yuqian's words were like a shot of adrenaline, jolting everyone awake. Their eyes blazed with renewed fervor. Their fiery gazes turned downward, burning with desire for the supplies. What are we waiting for? Charge! Someone in the crowd shouted, igniting the group's enthusiasm instantly. Go, go, go! The crowd surged into the stairwell like a tide, footsteps and shouts mingling. Soon they reached the 3rd floor. Splash! Splash! When they saw the surging red water in the hallway, everyone fell silent involuntarily. The flame of passion they had just kindled was drenched in an instant. The surface of the crimson water was far from calm. Bubbles of varying sizes rose from the depths, popping with a gurgling sound and splashing tiny scarlet droplets. The group halted at the edge of the red water, hesitant to advance. It feels like the water level has risen again. Damn, will the 4th floor be flooded eventually? Gazing at the unfathomably deep water before them, a sense of retreat crept into everyone's heart. Yet those behind were oblivious to the situation ahead, their minds consumed by the thought of supplies within reach. Driven by an unbearable itch of eagerness, they shoved forward relentlessly. Move! Why aren't you moving up front? Stop dawdling. If you want, go, let me through. Make way, make way. I want to see what's down there too. Why are you all blocking the way? The people at the back shouted, incessantly attempting to squeeze through the gaps to the front. This shoving through the front line into panic. Damn it! Stop pushing. Stop pushing. Back off. Back off. There's no more room ahead. Holy shit. Any more pushing and we'll fall in. With a loud splash, an unfortunate soul was forcibly shoved into the water. Ah! Help! It's so hot! A miserable, agonizing scream echoed through the corridor, filled with endless pain and terror. Finally, everyone calmed down, their eager expressions instantly replaced by horror as they instinctively recoiled. Save me! Save me! The poor wretch in the red water desperately reached out, his hands flailing wildly in the air, trying to grasp at anyone. However, everyone present recoiled in terror, avoiding his red water-stained hands, as if he were a plague. Gurgle. Within a few short seconds, the unfortunate man, overwhelmed by the searing pain from the corrosive water, gradually lost consciousness. Before the fiercely corrosive rain virus, his body already ravaged by the apocalypse had no resistance whatsoever. As his body slowly sank to the bottom, only a gradually spreading ring of ripples remained on the surface. Death. Someone's dead. Ah! Retreat. Fall back now. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the crowd fled like a flock of startled birds scrambling back up to the 4th floor. Now no one wanted to lead the way. If they were accidentally pushed in, their life would be over. Zhao Youqian, hearing the commotion from ahead, furrowed his brow. After a moment's thought, he found a long pole and handed it to a subordinate. Go down and measure the water depth. Boss, it's about 1.5 meters deep. The subordinate carefully returned with the pole, and everyone's eyes followed the waterline on it, realizing the water had already reached above the chests of most people. What are we going to do? Zhao Youqian had assumed the water on the 3rd floor would only reach thigh level, easily solved with a pair of waders. He hadn't expected the red water to have risen to such an extent. How about using a grappling hook to pull a foam boat over? Huang Jingjing's eyes lit up as she suggested. Since there's no rain in the corridor, we can just find a few agile people to step onto the boat and break down the door. Xiaolong was the first to object. No way. What if the boat capsizes? How will you know if you don't try? You try it then, or send your men. I'm not going. Xiaolong snorted, turned, and walked away, leaving no room for Huang Jingjing to argue. Ridiculous. Find a few agile people. It was clearly a dig at Xiaolong's group. Break down a door on a rocking boat. How was that any different from walking a tightrope over a cliff? Falling in meant death either way. It was easy for the woman to suggest, but who would bear the risk? You? Huang Jingjing turned back in anger, only to find her own people looking embarrassed. Clearly no one supported her suggestion. No one was willing to take a risk that was practically suicidal. Haven't you learned your lesson? Breaking down doors won't work. Zhao Youqian stepped forward with a sly smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Even if you manage to break the outer wooden door, can you be sure there isn't a second alloy door inside? Huang Jingjing was momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. Admittedly, Zhao Youqian's analysis was sound. If Zhang Yuhao had fortified even the office area, wouldn't the more important warehouse have extra defenses? Yet it was unsurprising that Huang Jingjing hadn't thought it through. She rarely considered others' feelings. In her mind, finding Zhang Yuhao as quickly as possible was paramount. The fate of others was simply not within her scope of consideration. Though she knew she was in the wrong, Huang Jingjing wasn't about to lose face. So what's your brilliant idea then? Hey, I do have a better plan. The cunning glint in Zhao Youqian's eyes grew more pronounced, as if harboring a masterstroke. I suggest we go through the windows. Through the windows. The group exchanged glances, then fell into thought. Yes, through the windows. Zhao Youqian spoke confidently. The current water level just reaches the 3rd floor windows. A perfect opportunity. We just need a team to take a foam boat sail from the stairwell to the outside of the building, and using the water's buoyancy easily reach each room's windowsill. Then it's simple. Just look through the windows to check the situation inside. Remember, signs of habitation will be obvious at a glance. If you're unsure, just smash the glass and row the boat inside to investigate. The crowd suddenly understood and began murmuring among themselves. However, doubts soon resurfaced. Easy to say, but Zhang Yuhao has weapons. Even if we find his hiding spot, what then? How do we attack? Exactly. With only a few boats, we can't send many people. The windows are an easier route, but they also limit our numerical advantage. Right? We can't just think about finding him. We need to figure out how to take him down. In my view, we still have to break down the door. Makes sense. According to the list, he has crossbows. If we can't rush him all at once, isn't that just lining up to be killed? After the failed operation, everyone had become much more cautious, unwilling to waste any more effort. You're thinking too far ahead. We haven't even located Zhang Yuhao, and you're already planning the finale. Zhao Youqian squinted, his tone dripping with disdain. Relax. You think I haven't thought of that? He lifted his chin with a hint of pride. I'm the owner of this building. I have the complete construction blueprints. At this, everyone was stunned, turning their gaze to him. As long as you can find Zhang Yuhao's location, I can find a spot on the 4th floor without load-bearing beams and drill a hole straight down to his hideout. Then we'll break in from the ceiling. Ah, what a brilliant idea. Someone in the crowd, unable to contain their excitement, shouted out, their face brimming with surprise and delight. Digging a hole through the floor. What a fantastic notion. This ingenious plan would not only evade the crimson rain but also lead straight to Zhang Yuhao's lair. The landlord is incredible. Amazing. A masterstroke. A masterstroke. The others snapped back to reality, showering him with flattery, before erupting into thunderous applause, crackling like firecrackers. The lively atmosphere echoed through the corridor, as if sweeping away the earlier gloom. But who will scout the path? A voice suddenly emerged from a corner. The crowd's high spirits were instantly doused, plunging the atmosphere back into dead silence. Clearly, venturing outside was no pleasant task. Not only would they face the raging blood-red downpour, but they also risked a sneak attack from Zhang Yuhao at any moment. A single misstep could cost them their lives. Everyone fell silent, their eyes darting around nervously. Digging was a safe plan, but the one leading the way still had to confront the danger hidden. Thus they all reverted to their school days, shrinking their necks terrified of catching the teacher's attention. I don't care who goes, but it has to be from your group. Zhao Yuqian cast a sidelong glance at Huang Jingjing, speaking bluntly. Your bunch of weaklings and cripples are useless for breaking walls. You already slacked off last time, now it's time to contribute. The others bristled with anger at his words, yet found themselves at a loss for a retort. After all, they would still rely on Zhao Yuqian's crew to break the floor tiles. No one wanted to sour the relationship at this critical moment. Let us discuss it. Huang Jingjing's face was a mask of fury, but inwardly she was secretly gloating. After all, a grueling task like going outside would never fall to a frail woman like me. This is the perfect chance to seize the moment and whip everyone into line. Huang Jingjing was not one to forgive easily. When the crowd had applauded Zhao Yuqian moments ago, no one noticed her standing in the corner, her expression dark and stormy. These fickle sycophants need constant discipline. She gathered her people, but instead of immediately discussing the expedition, she lingered. Zhao Yuqian has gone too far. Our group is nothing but skin and bones, yet he, the landlord, has been secretly gorging himself. Now he's forcing this task on us. Isn't that nothing short of murder for profit? Huang Jingjing seized every chance to manipulate her followers, using this moment to amplify the threat of Zhao Yuqian. She knew well that her team was a pack of selfish, ungrateful wolves. Only by creating a common enemy and blaming their miserable plight on him could she easily stir up discord among them. True to her expectations, everyone nodded in fervent agreement. Exactly, the capable should do more. Right. I'm so weak with hunger I can barely lift my arm. How could I possibly row? That damned landlord never does anything decent. Landlord? I'd call him a criminal. Once this rain stops, I'll call the cops on these bastards first thing. Seeing the crowd's agitation, Huang Jingjing nodded with satisfaction. As long as the seeds of hatred were sown, the harvest would surely come in time. All right. Huang Jingjing deliberately wore a helpless expression, sighing. There's nothing we can do. They dare kill people right in front of us. What can we ordinary folks do about it? Unless they all drop dead one day for no reason, we'll always be at their mercy. Her insinuation was subtle, for it was far too early to reveal her ambitions. Watching the pensive looks on their faces, Huang Jingjing smoothly shifted the topic. Alas, what's the use of all this talk for us, the downtrodden? The urgent matter now is to decide who will go outside. And so they returned to the main issue. But discussions about going outside inevitably led nowhere. No one was foolish enough to volunteer. After endless bickering and finger-pointing, they finally settled on drawing lots. A method that left no room for complaint. Huang Jingjing, as the leader, naturally exempted herself. Yet she still put on a show, promptly promising an extra ration of dog food to whoever drew the short straw to replenish their strength. Soon the exploration team was decided: 3 men and 1 woman, enough to man 2 boats. The unlucky ones, though seething with resentment, had no choice but to comply. Get me a raincoat. I need plastic wrap too. And an umbrella, rain boots, gloves. Since the outcome was inevitable, the 4 Soontobe explorers demanded as many supplies as possible, wrapping themselves in layers upon layers of protection. Finally, the exploration team set off. 2 foam boats wobbled unsteadily into the crimson waters, bearing the gaze of the entire building. Yet, without warning, disaster struck. As the 2 boats lurched into the curtain of rain, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted from one of them. A figure was flailing their arms wildly on the boat. It turned out that the woman's protective gear had a flaw, allowing the red rain to seep through a gap and touch her skin. The searing pain, like being scorched by fire, threw her into a panic, and the boat began to rock violently. She stumbled and tumbled directly into the water. Save me! Save me! The woman thrashed desperately in the water. Her hands flailed wildly above the surface, and suddenly she grabbed the edge of the foam boat. The vessel shuddered violently. The man on the boat turned pale with terror. Seeing that the boat was about to capsize, he gritted his teeth, raised his oar, and furiously smashed down on the hand gripping the boat. Once, twice, 3 times. The woman's hand finally let go, her eyes filled with fury and despair. Damn you, you'll die a miserable death. A familiar scene unfolded again. The one in the water struggled frantically, grasping for a shred of hope. But the man on the boat, his face twisted in terror, paddled desperately, dodging the splashes from the woman. Gurgle, gurgle. The woman finally stopped struggling, her body slowly sinking to the bottom. Eerie bubbles rose from the depths. Soon the surface was calm, once more silent and still. As if the horrific scene had been nothing but an illusion. The man, drained of all strength, sat frozen on the boat, stunned for a full 2 seconds. Then an untimely burst of ecstasy spread across his face. He eagerly turned the boat around and paddled back in sheer joy. Report. I can't go anymore. My teammate is dead. Ha ha ha, my teammate is dead. How terrifying. My teammate is dead. I'm so heartbroken, so devastated. Ha ha ha. The man tried to put on a look of grief, but ultimately couldn't suppress a burst of laughter. Zhao Yuqian stared expressionlessly at the boat being rowed back, his gaze as cold as ice. He didn't even spare the man a second glance, instead fixing his eyes directly on Huang Jingjing and said coldly, "What are you gaping for? Draw another person." The man on the boat instantly froze. Those who had been secretly rejoicing that they hadn't been chosen also had their expressions turn exceedingly grim. Huang Jingjing was taken aback for a moment, then forced a bitter expression onto her face. Yet the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upward ever so slightly. Yes, just like that. Go ahead and be arrogant. She thought to herself with secret glee. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Did you think your reputation as the landlord would be intimidating enough? Once you stir up public anger, no one can save you. Can't a person even get some sleep? After disconnecting from Huang Jingjing, Zhang Yuhao had played games for a long time and planned to take a comfortable afternoon nap. But instead the entire building felt as if struck by an earthquake, with constant rumbling noises and chaotic footsteps of people running up and down everywhere, as if 1,000 troops were charging through the building. It's the apocalypse already, and he had no idea why these people were bothering to exercise. Just when he thought those fools had finally stopped running, a cacophony of wailing and shouting started up again from downstairs, incessant and noisy. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Zhang Yuhao gave up on sleeping silently, taking out a steaming bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall from his space. This bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall came from the hands of the head chef at the Royal Mary restaurant. As soon as it was placed on the table, its rich mellow aroma instantly filled the entire shelter. The freshness of abalone, the smoothness of sea cucumber, and the sweetness of dried scallop intertwined each note, perfectly complementing the other, tantalizing every olfactory nerve. Unfortunately, the person facing this exquisite culinary masterpiece was the uncouth Zhang Yuhao. He knew nothing of the complex and tedious craftsmanship behind this dish, nor did he understand the precious and refined intricacies of this perfect fusion of the ocean's generous gifts and the earth's delicacies. All he knew was that he was hungry. Time to chow down. He picked up his spoon, scooped up the thick, smooth broth, and brought it to his lips. In an instant, the savory flavor exploded in his mouth, delivering an ultimate indulgence to his taste buds. Delicious! Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Such good food needs some entertainment to go with it. Then he deftly put on his headphones, opened the large screen, and began to feast heartily while leisurely watching a movie. The warm air blew steadily, and Zhang Yuhao, eating the piping hot food, soon felt a wave of heat wash over him. Fizz! He cracked open a can of iced drink and gulped it down noisily. Ah, that's the life. So cold. Huang Jingjing hugged her arms tightly, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, her whole body trembling violently. Mind you, in the southern city, even the coldest seasons used to maintain temperatures around 10 degrees Celsius. The locals had never experienced such low temperatures before. On ordinary days, no one had prepared much in the way of warm clothing, and now, facing this sudden extreme cold, they felt utterly helpless. While climbing the stairs earlier, the exercise had kept them from feeling the cold. Now that they had stopped, the chill surged in like a tide, seeming to freeze their bodies inch by inch. Whoosh! The temperature in the corridor was much lower than indoors. With every gust of wind, everyone shivered like sieves. I don't know why, but I suddenly have an infuriating feeling. Zhao Yuqian frowned, looking up at the rooftop, feeling as if there was something dirty up there. Tell your people to hurry up. Zhao Yuqian turned to Huang Jingjing, his tone full of urgency. Huang Jingjing shook her head helplessly and said with a wry face, "It's freezing cold and raining so hard we can't go any faster." Those who had gone out were equipped with waterproof phones, maintaining a video connection with those inside the building, allowing everyone to see the status of the two boats in real time. At that moment, the two boats struggled forward in the torrential rain like two leaves battling in a stormy sea. Finally, they slowly reached the outer side of the building and began checking along the windows one by one. Since most of the window glass was covered by red water, visibility was extremely low. The personnel on the boats had to smash all the glass, then carefully extend their phones inside to observe the rooms through the cameras. Simultaneously, the people inside the building also stared intently at their phone screens, observing in rapt synchronization. Afraid of missing any detail. However, aside from rooms soaked and in disarray from the red water, the screens showed no valuable information at all. No problem, there are plenty of rooms left. But as the task progressed step by step, the excited expressions on everyone's faces gradually dimmed. An atmosphere of tension and panic enveloped them all. Zhao Yuqian no longer had his previous composed and strategic demeanor. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and he became increasingly anxious. How can it not be here? It doesn't make sense. Zhao Yuqian paced back and forth rapidly in the corridor, the sound of his shoes scuffing against the floor gratingly loud in the silent, cold atmosphere. The supplies must be in this building. He can't be commuting through the red rain every day, can he? Every time he heard the sharp sound of breaking glass, he would spring forward as if shot from a catapult, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the phone screen, as if trying to see through every inch of the room. Unfortunately, each time the spark of hope in his eyes would quickly fade. He would turn back in disappointment and frustration, resuming his agitated pacing. Zhang Yuhao, you have to show up. Zhao Yuqian muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of pleading mixed with a trace of anger. This operation was not just about finding supplies. It was also about his reputation. The louder the applause for his analysis, the harder the fall if he failed. If Zhang Yuhao really wasn't downstairs, then his reasoning would become a complete joke. The boats moved forward with difficulty under the overwhelming red rain, their pace as slow as a snail's crawl. But each floor had only so many apartments. One by one they were explored. As time slowly passed, the moment of completion finally arrived. Clearly no miracle occurred. Once the direction was wrong, no amount of effort would be in vain. Something that simply didn't exist. Searching every corner was nothing but futility. How could this be? No, This meant that all the efforts everyone had put in had once again gone down the drain, amounting to nothing. Thus the flames of rage were ignited. Landlord, aren't you good at deducing? Where is Zhang Yuhao? Yeah, we all followed you out in the corridor, our asses frozen numb, and we didn't find a single thing. Right? You made us draw lots to go out exploring, and now look. One person died for nothing and we got nothing. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. I was already starving and could barely lift my head, then you dragged me up and down the stairs twice, and now I've been out in the cold wind for an hour and my stuff got stolen. Aya, my wife, you died so horribly. Do you know your sacrifice was a joke? This boat trip was completely meaningless. Landlord Zhao, you have to give us an explanation. Yeah, give us an explanation. At this moment old grudges and new grievances erupted together. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot like a pack of furious beasts, venting all their anger, fear, and other complex emotions onto Zhao Yuqian. How are you rebelling? Zhao Yuqian was a man accustomed to arrogance and tyranny in his daily life. Why would he care about the grievances of these tenants? Facing the collective accusations of the crowd, he showed not a hint of fear but instead roared back ferociously, "Shut up. What are you yelling for? The idea was mine, but didn't you all tacitly agree? If you had objections from the start, you could have raised them on the spot. Even if you didn't want to speak up, you still had the right to refuse. Did you raise any? Did you refuse? Huh? And you? Why are you crying over your dead wife? Oh, now you feel sorry for your wife. But when we drew lots, why didn't you take her place? When your wife fell into the water, why did you shrink back instead of reaching out to save her? Oh, now that the operation has failed, you've all learned to be Monday morning quarterbacks, acting like Zhuge Liangs, aren't you? And you dare to blame me? Why not blame that incompetent bitch of a leader of yours? You remember this. It was her, Huang Jingjing, who scared the snake. She made you all run up and down for nothing, and it was she who organized the drawing of lots, determined the list of those who went out. Having wasted so much effort for nothing, Zhao Yuqian had been harboring a bellyful of anger, and now he finally found an outlet, erupting like a volcano and venting it all out in one go. His roar was like thunder, shocking everyone into silence, each person as quiet as a cicada in winter. I'm telling you, we've searched the entire building, but we can't find Zhang Yuhao. That proves he's already left this building. Understand? Zhao Yuqian waved his arms, looking almost insane. With so many supplies, how could he possibly take them all away? Ha 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 ha, now I'm sure of it. That guy wasn't joking. He really was destroying the supplies. All the supplies are destroyed. He's run away too. Ha ha ha, it's all gone. Zhao Yuqian laughed hysterically, his mad appearance sending chills down everyone's spine. Then he abruptly stopped laughing, his eyes turning instantly dark and venomous like a snake, flicking its tongue, and pointed sinisterly at Huang Jingjing. All of this, every bit of it, is your fault, Huang Jingjing. And you and your bunch of useless, incompetent underlings. If you had guarded the corridor properly during the first operation, and not let him escape, none of this would have happened. If it weren't for you, Huang Jingjing, acting on your own, you wouldn't have angered Zhang Yuhao, and he wouldn't have thrown away all the supplies and then fled. You are the biggest failure of Building 7. If this building can't hold on, you bear the primary responsibility. Hearing this, everyone's eyes changed, and they involuntarily looked towards Huang Jingjing. Huang Jingjing hadn't expected the flames of war to reach her. She had expended considerable effort meticulously guiding things behind the scenes for so long, finally managing to ignite the crowd's resentment towards Zhao Yuqian, and was fully confident of victory. But she hadn't anticipated that her opponent would be so eloquent, deftly shifting the blame back onto her with just a few words. Suffice it to say, anyone who becomes a leader is no simple character. Sigh, what a mess. Huang Jingjing watched helplessly as she was thrust into the storm's eye. However, as one of the key initiators of the entire incident, no matter how much resentment and grievance she felt inside, she absolutely could not show any inclination to shirk responsibility. She had no choice but to steel herself and admit fault first. This was the unwritten basic rule within any team. Once a problem arises at the strategic and decision-making level, the leader, as the primary person in charge, is inevitably to blame. Zhao Yuqian and Huang Jingjing both had to step forward and bear the brunt of everyone's anger. I apologize to everyone. Concerned for everyone's interests, I acted somewhat impulsively. I'm truly sorry. Huang Jingjing stepped onto the platform and immediately bowed deeply. Furthermore, I failed to fully exercise my leadership role as the person in charge during this operation. I blindly followed the command the whole time and failed to think independently. I am truly sorry. After speaking, Huang Jingjing bowed deeply again towards her own group, bending so low that her attitude appeared exceptionally sincere. However, if one pondered it a bit, they would realize this speech was far from simple. First, Huang Jingjing stated that her original intention was concern for everyone, which seemed like an apology, but was actually a reminder to her own people that everyone present was implicated in this incident. Then, in her subsequent remarks, she deftly and subtly shifted the blame back onto Zhao Yuqian without leaving a trace. Her sincere demeanor formed a stark contrast to the frantic raging Zhao Yuqian. Upon hearing this, the crowd pondered it and thought, hey, she does have a point. Although we caused the trouble from start to finish, we were all following Zhao Yuqian's orders. Didn't we run up and down the building on empty stomachs and row boats out all according to your instructions? And you Zhao Yuqian have the nerve to yell at us. Consequently, numerous murderous glares were directed at the opposite side. Zhao Yuqian's underlings naturally refused to back down and glared back fiercely. Both sides were at daggers drawn, once again forming a tense standoff. The air itself seemed thick with gunpowder. All right, we're all from the same building, we see each other every day. Let's not harm our harmony. Let me say a few words. Huang Jingjing knew the principle of quitting while ahead. Since she had achieved her goal of belittling the other, she thought it best to seize the opportunity to play the good guy in front of everyone. Having said that, without waiting for a response, she began to speak on her own. Landlord Zhao just analyzed that Zhang Yuhao has destroyed all the supplies and run away, but I don't think that's the truth. It's too early to talk about giving up. With just a simple statement, Huang Jingjing successfully captured everyone's interest. The previously restless crowd quieted down, turning their gazes towards her. Even Zhao Long, who had been about to curse, "Who the hell are you to speak?" now shut his mouth, a hint of curiosity appearing on his face, as he waited to hear what Huang Jingjing had to say. First, I ask everyone present to set aside your positions, and ask yourselves this: if you were Zhang Yuhao right now, would you easily destroy the supplies? The crowd looked at each other, then involuntarily shook their heads. Of course not. In this apocalyptic environment, supplies are the guarantee of life. Who, in their right mind, would easily resort to a scorched earth tactic that yields no benefit? Unless truly pushed to a dead end with no way out, who would be foolish enough to destroy their only bargaining chip right from the start? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Huang Jingjing gained confidence. She raised her voice and continued, I believe you all have your answers. Now think back. From Zhang Yuhao's destruction video, the only things confirmed to be destroyed were just 2 bags of rice. From beginning to end, the claim that all supplies were destroyed was just Zhang Yuhao's one-sided statement. In fact, there is no evidence to suggest that Zhang Yuhao actually did so. Huang Jingjing's eyes sparkled with shrewdness, as if she had grasped the crux of the matter. Therefore, let's boldly draw the conclusion: Zhang Yuhao is bluffing. The small amount of supplies he destroyed in the video is a mere drop in the bucket compared to his online shopping list. Everyone, I believe Zhang Yuhao is deceiving us. Huang Jingjing grew increasingly agitated, and suddenly her mind became crystal clear. She felt she was the one who truly grasped the truth, and this sense of intellectual superiority over Zhao Yuqian immersed her in immense enjoyment. Just think about it. If such a massive amount of supplies were actually stored in this building, it would be impossible to hide them. Even if they were destroyed, there would be traces left behind. So Landlord Zhao's assumption has been wrong from the start. Although Zhang Yuhao's office is here, the supplies might not necessarily be here. Don't forget, Zhang Yuhao bought diving suits and biochemical protective gear. He is fully capable of traversing the Red Rain unscathed. And judging by his reckless behavior, this man must have known about the catastrophe in advance. He must have planned a safe house outside long ago. If Zhang Yuhao were present and heard Huang Jingjing's analysis, he would undoubtedly give her a thumbs up on the spot. Admittedly, Huang Jingjing's reasoning was clear and logically coherent, coming infinitely close to the truth. Unfortunately, like Zhao Yuqian, her starting point was flawed, and naturally the conclusion went astray. Are you saying Zhang Yuhao isn't even in this building? His room is just an office, and his main purpose is to set up surveillance. Someone in the crowd pondered Huang Jingjing's line of thought for a long time, but still looked utterly confused. The more they thought, the more absurd it seemed. Although the conditions might make this explanation plausible, Zhang Yuhao's motive remained an unsolvable mystery, leaving everyone baffled. What exactly is he after? Just to monitor us, he set up an entire network base station. It really doesn't make sense. If he had inside information, he could just lie low and live his life. Why go through so much trouble to torment us? This time, before Huang Jingjing could speak, others in the room began explaining in a flurry of voices. You don't understand. Some people have struggled all their lives and just love to show off. I bet after getting the inside scoop, this guy wanted to see us suffer while he enjoyed himself. Exactly, I think so too. And one more thing. He's afraid of causing trouble, so he created a fake account to mess with us. Clearly, he wants to show off and stay low-key at the same time. Damn it. After hearing the analysis, someone couldn't help but curse, their face filled with anger and contempt. That's just sick. Taking pleasure in others' suffering. He doesn't deserve to be called human. In an instant, the crowd erupted in furious curses. What a bastard. I've been groveling in the group for so long, calling him father and grandpa, and it turns out he was just messing with me. Damn it. I'm going to kill him. I'm so mad. I have an uncle who works at the Census Bureau. They'll have him look into Zhang Yuhao's identity. I seriously suspect this guy is working for foreign hostile forces. He's the source of this disaster. Yes. Investigate him. This guy is the worst of the worst, utterly heartless. Exactly. Turning a blind eye to those who are suffering. Not only does he refuse to help, but he also mocks them. He's a complete scumbag. No. I'm so furious. Death. I want him dead. Oh. After all this commotion, the crowd's anger finally found its target, and a torrent of vulgar curses echoed through the entire floor. Voices rose one after another condemning Zhang Yuhao in a relentless wave, as if they were venting all their pent-up fury. Little did they know, as they cursed others, they were also cursing themselves. They vehemently denounced Zhang Yuhao for turning a blind eye to the suffering, claiming he didn't deserve to be called human. But did they remember that, in the early days of the apocalypse, when Zhang Yuhao claimed his life was in danger, they too had chosen to look away? They furiously cursed Zhang Yuhao for taking pleasure in others' misery, calling him utterly heartless. But when Zhang Yuhao's purchased property collapsed and he fell into despair, what did these people do? Did they offer any words of comfort? No, nothing at all. In the early days of the apocalypse, they harassed this struggling patient without any scruples just to extract information. When salvaging supplies, they ignored his plea for help after his room was infected and coldly forced him onto the expedition list, caring nothing for his life. Finally, when his property collapsed, they mocked his bankruptcy with glee, their faces full of cold indifference and schadenfreude. It could be said that if not for Zhang Yuhao's system and his rebirth, he would have been devoured by these selfish and petty individuals long ago. As you sow, so shall you reap. All of this is merely the self-inflicted consequence of these ungrateful ingrates. Received 99 resentment from Zhang Bin. Received 99 resentment from Wang Kai. Zhang Yuhao, who was relaxing in his shelter, suddenly froze. He sat up with a puzzled expression, opened the system interface, and looked at the notification area. After seeing the endless stream of messages, he paused, then instinctively closed the interface. Then he rubbed his eyes and opened the system interface again. Received 99 resentment from Wang Di. Received 99 resentment from Zhang Lin. Message after message, densely packed, nearly filled the entire interface. Not only that, but the interface was refreshing at a dizzying speed. Familiar and unfamiliar names flickered across the screen like a revolving lantern. More importantly, behind every name was the alarming 99. What's going on? Zhang Yuhao was completely baffled. He was lying safely at home doing nothing at all. Yet the resentment value had suddenly erupted like a volcano, reaching an unprecedented peak. What's happening? What on earth is happening? I'm such an honest person. How could I deserve this treatment? No, someone must be causing trouble and shifting the blame onto me. Watching the resentment value surge like wild grass, Zhang Yuhao felt a twinge of guilt. Look how angry these people are. As if I've committed some heinous crime. Zhang Yuhao firmly denied any involvement. He was just a simple, well-rounded youth. He wasn't going to take the blame. No. It's too fast, too fast. Seeing no sign of the resentment value slowing down, Zhang Yuhao was overwhelmed by this sudden fortune. Just 2 days ago, he had unlocked the stone house. At this rate, he would level up again in no time. The lone wolf path is simply amazing. Downstairs, the assembled crowd had yet to disperse. They found a room and convened a meeting, discussing with fervor and great enthusiasm. In the end, after a heated exchange of views from both sides, a consensus was reached. Mobilize the entire building's strength to hunt down Zhang Yuhao. No matter where he hides, they would drag him out. Then execute him in the name of justice. As for the supplies, after a successful crusade, they would be divided equally among every person in the building. Thus, the Crusade Alliance was formed. Unfortunately, the newly formed organization immediately fell into confusion. The ideas were beautiful, the goals were grand. The reality was that they didn't even know where the enemy was. With too few clues to go on, they couldn't glean more intelligence, and the whole organization was as scattered as a pile of sand. Thus, they unanimously decided to start with intelligence work, advancing steadily and methodically step by step, until they found Zhang Yuhao. The entire building sprang into action. They divided the work, with those who had skills contributing their expertise, those with connections leveraging their networks, launching a detailed investigation and analysis of Zhang Yuhao. Old Wang's chat records and all of Zhang Yuhao's information were gathered and meticulously scrutinized page by page. Driven by the promise of immense benefits, all residents temporarily set aside their grudges and past conflicts, launching a fierce assault on their common target. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Before long, a wealth of valuable intelligence was unearthed. Although Zhang Yuhao's supply point isn't here, it can't be too far away. Someone was the first to voice an opinion. Right, first of all, if it's too far, it's inconvenient for him to return. Secondly, he can't leech off the signal base station's network. Therefore, Zhang Yuhao must be hiding in the surrounding buildings. Your analysis is correct. I found evidence right here to support your claims. The person intently browsing the chat records exclaimed excitedly, quickly showing the phone to the group. I put Zhang Yuhao's video of destroying the rice into editing software, slowed it down 100 times, and checked it frame by frame. I captured many useful images. First look here. Through these inadvertently revealed background scenes, you can see that Zhang Yuhao's current location is in a windowless sealed space. That place has unpainted walls all around are black stone slabs. There's no such decoration around here. Zhao Youqian, who had the most say on apartment layouts, quickly stepped forward to scrutinize the images. After some contemplation, he finally concluded, "This is definitely not our building. Our Building 7 is a resettlement property. The developer signed a contract before construction guaranteeing that the units would be ready for move-in upon delivery. Therefore, every unit in this building has floor tiles and whitewashed walls. The rough, unfinished style of Zhang Yuhao's place reminds me more of some garage or warehouse. Aren't garages and warehouses on the basement level? They've been flooded for a while." Soon someone raised a question. "Then I'm not so sure. Maybe it's in the commercial apartment building next door. Anyway, I can confirm this isn't the style of a resettlement unit." While Zhao Yuqian's group hadn't reached a conclusion, others gradually made new progress. I called a friend who used to work at the Tiansai Jijia sales office. They confirmed that Zhang Yuhao definitely did not purchase an apartment in this development. So was the bankruptcy also fake? Damn. Then is that guy's 3 million still on him? Of course it's not on him. He must have used that money to buy supplies, then pretended to go bankrupt to fool us. Holy crap. How insidious. Utterly devoid of humanity. It all makes sense now, everything adds up. I was wondering where his astronomical shopping list came from. It was all premeditated. Everyone chimed in their indignation towards Zhang Yuhao, growing with each word. "Everyone, my uncle just called me back." The person in charge of Zhang Yuhao's background check raised his hand high. Records show that Zhang Yuhao is now a defaulter. He went on a borrowing spree right before the disaster struck, and now his credit is completely ruined. At these words, everyone fell silent, their eyes flickering incessantly. As they continued to dig up information about Zhang Yuhao, they increasingly felt that the value of this fat sheep was skyrocketing. Zhang Yuhao must be taken alive. Huang Jingjing spoke, gravely stepping forward, first a fierce determination in her eyes. "It's not just about the supplies. The intelligence this man holds is also crucial." "Exactly." Zhao Youqian stood up to echo her. "We must unite this time, pool everyone's strength. No matter where he's hiding, even to the ends of the earth, we will catch him." "Yes." The crowd roared in unison, the sound vibrating through the corridors, their fervor reaching a fever pitch. This time there was no dissenting voice. Driven by the lure of immense profit and intense jealousy, the will of all seemed to be twisted into a single rope by an invisible force. They formed an alliance group face-to-face, ensuring no outsiders were included. Crusade Alliance. Go, go, go. The residents of Building 7 displayed an unprecedented unity. At that moment, they had only one common goal in their hearts: to crusade against Zhang Yuhao. "Listen up, everyone. I don't care who you are or which faction you belong to. At least for now, we're all comrades in the same trench." Zhao Youqian suddenly jumped onto a table, raised a megaphone, and roared hoarsely. "I want you to use every means to find Zhang Yuhao. Put all your effort into it. The moment you have any news, any clue, any intelligence, you must share it immediately in the alliance group. Let's pool our wisdom and exchange information. There's no way we can't smoke out that little bastard." Zhao Yuqian's impassioned words from his high perch seemed to possess a magic, instantly drawing wild cheers from the crowd. "Ooh, ooh. Hoo, 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 hoo. Now what are you waiting for? Everyone go do what you do best. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get moving." At Zhao Yuqian's command, the crowd scattered like a tidal wave, quickly throwing themselves into the intense investigation work. At this critical moment concerning their own fate, everyone seemed injected with immense motivation, pouring 200% of their earnest attention into the search for Zhang Yuhao. What a pity. If these people showed such vigor when carrying out my orders, no great deed would be impossible. Huang Jingjing thought to herself, then added a supplementary reminder in the Grand Alliance group. Zhang Yuhao's information is for internal circulation only within this group. Absolutely do not leak it. There's not enough to go around. I hope you understand the current situation. If I find anyone gossiping outside on behalf of the tenant team, I guarantee severe punishment. That's right. Rarely Zhao Youqian also surfaced to support Huang Jingjing. On behalf of the Building 7 property team, I also state, whoever dares to leak the news, I'll make sure you regret being born into this world. Driven by this immense profit, the two groups, originally fraught with irreconcilable conflicts, had miraculously entered a honeymoon period. Everyone sprang into action with such fervor that they would dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to uncover Zhang Yuhao's hiding place. What help can I offer in finding people? Watching the bustling crowd, Huang Jingjing fell into deep thought. Beep beep. Sigh. Huang Jingjing is messaging again. She just won't give up. Zhang Yuhao, engrossed in studying electrical knowledge with several books in hand, was annoyed by the incessant ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, the woman's messages were flooding in again. Huang Jingjing, Zhang Yuhao, don't ignore me. Let's talk seriously. Huang Jingjing, just reply to me, okay? Huang Jingjing, actually I've always admired you. Huang Jingjing, I admit I was overly worried before. Now I understand why you were confident enough not to need our help. Zhang Yuhao looked at the messages on his phone, combined the noisy commotion from the building earlier, and recalled the vast amount of resentment points the system had rewarded him. With a little thought, he roughly guessed the cause and effect. Hey, it seemed these people were already desperate. The entire building must have been turned upside down. Zhang Yuhao closed his book and picked up his phone. While studying for so long had made his head dizzy. Might as well amuse this bitch. He immediately typed a taunt. What's wrong? Weren't you going to come find me? Weren't you going to make me regret it? Huang Jingjing felt a lump in her chest upon seeing the reply. So angry, she nearly ground her teeth to dust. But at the same time she breathed a secret sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to reply, there was still hope. Huang Jingjing, please understand I thought you were living in this building, and was truly worried Zhao Yuqian might harm you. I was just eager to save your life. Who knew you were so formidable? Zhang Yuhao. Oh, so you wanted to save me. Zhang Yuhao, do you think I'm blind? The moment we finished chatting you forwarded my video to the big group and shouted for Zhao Yuqian to find me. Zhang Yuhao, is that how you save me? Are you trying to fool ghosts? Seeing Zhang Yuhao's reply, Huang Jingjing felt her composure crack. No, how did you know? Zhang Yuhao. Zhang Yuhao, did lard clog your brain? You didn't hide your messages. I'm in the big group with both my main and alt accounts, and you've been openly targeting me all along. Zhang Yuhao. After all this you still come pretending to be innocent. Zhang Yuhao. I've seen stupid people but never one as stupid as you. Huang Jingjing. For a moment the atmosphere was so awkward it felt like the air had solidified. Huang Jingjing's hand holding the phone trembled, slightly, her face alternating between red and white, truly suffocating. She had been so flustered that she forgot Zhang Yuhao was also in the Building 7 owners group. Trying to play the Good Samaritan now was an utter embarrassment. Yet this woman possessed an extraordinary inner strength. Even when exposed so mercilessly, she could still brazenly continue to argue shamelessly. Huang Jingjing, I was just worried you might do something foolish. If those supplies were destroyed you wouldn't survive either. Zhang Yuhao, my ass. Zhang Yuhao, do you think I'm easy to deal with? Believe me, I'll punch you to death, bleep. Zhang Yuhao, if you're really that bored go clean out the sewer at the bottom of the building. Zhang Yuhao, after all this you still try to cozy up to me. Where do you get the nerve? Is your bleep? Oh, wholesale or something? Huff, huff. Huang Jingjing's chest heaved violently from Zhang Yuhao's blunt and sharp insults, so much so that one might think someone was working a bellows. Her eyes instantly filled with intense hatred, as if she wanted to devour Zhang Yuhao alive. Zhang Yuhao, you'd better not let me easily find out your location. When that happens you'll know the taste of being sliced piece by piece. I'll kill you, After fantasizing for a long time about how to cruelly retaliate against Zhang Yuhao, Huang Jingjing gradually calmed down from that vengeful emotion. Having repeatedly hit a wall with Zhang Yuhao, she finally began to face reality. She gradually realized that Zhang Yuhao was no longer the timid, easily manipulated nobody he was before the disaster. Now, in this apocalyptic environment, Zhang Yuhao's status was almost transcendent, like someone from the clouds. Extremely untouchable. This guy is well-equipped and rich in supplies. In these harsh times of calamity, he's practically a godlike tycoon. Huang Jingjing for once set aside her usual arrogant attitude and tried to examine Zhang Yuhao from an objective perspective. Upon doing so, a completely different feeling suddenly surged within her. Hey, not bad at all. She suddenly discovered that this guy was quite exceptional. His methods and mentality were top-notch, and he was overflowing with supplies. For a formidable figure like this, constant threats and coercion might be meaningless. Instead, I should change my mindset. After all, I'm the one who truly needs something from him. This shift in perspective instantly gave Huang Jingjing a brand new idea. Why must I stick with these poor folks in the building? Given the situation, I can lower myself and join Zhang Yuhao to live a life of comfort. Huang Jingjing began to scheme, growing more tempted the more she thought about it. She felt this idea was a bright path tailor-made for her. Although giving up my current position as leader is a bit regrettable when you think about it, once the disaster passes, won't all these so-called titles become empty fame? For now, enjoying real happiness is what matters most. When everything is over, I can just kick Zhang Yuhao away. With that thought, Huang Jingjing seemed to transform into a different person, hastily sitting up straight. She cleared her throat and deliberately sent a voice message in a coquettish tone so saccharine it could drip. Huang Jingjing, big brother, don't be mad at me. Zhang Yuhao was leisurely snacking when he heard the notification and casually opened the voice message. Big brother, don't be mad at me. The cloying voice nearly made him choke. Damn, is she hitting me with a magical attack? Zhang Yuhao felt goosebumps uncontrollably rise all over his body, his stomach churning. I wonder what crazy stunt this woman is pulling now. Zhang Yuhao intended to ignore her, but her voice messages kept coming one after another. Huang Jingjing, big brother, why aren't you talking to me? Huang Jingjing, what are you doing? Huang Jingjing, come chat with me. Zhang Yuhao shook his head helplessly. Though he found the woman inexplicable, he still replied. Zhang Yuhao, eating chips. What do you want? Huang Jingjing, big brother, then what if? Huang Jingjing, if I were living with you right now, what would you do? After saying this, Huang Jingjing sent a cute emoji sticker feigning a shy and inviting expression. Little trick, you can't resist me. Just obediently fall under my spell. After a while, Huang Jingjing finally got a reply. Zhang Yuhao, huh? Live with me. Zhang Yuhao, what qualifies you to live with me? Zhang Yuhao, no mirror at home. There's always urine in your bladder, right? Huang Jingjing, why should I live with you? Faced with Zhang Yuhao's blunt remark, a moment of silence fell between them. Huang Jingjing gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly at his lack of tact, yet she had no choice but to steel herself and continue her seduction. Huang Jingjing, oh, I'm just hypothetically asking, just answer me. Zhang Yuhao, alright. Zhang Yuhao, I'm eating chips right now. If we live together, I guess I'd invite you to share some chips. Huang Jingjing. Another stretch of silence. Huang Jingjing wanted to curse, but his reply seemed oddly reasonable. She gradually felt her plan veering off course, the atmosphere taking a bizarre turn. So she decided to steer the conversation from another angle. Huang Jingjing, oh, but what if we were alone in the bedroom? Zhang Yuhao, then we'd eat chips in the bedroom. Hiss. Huang Jingjing couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, her temper flaring. Huang Jingjing, how annoying. I mean, we're alone in the bedroom. Note, there are no chips in the bedroom. It's just the two of us. What do you want to do? This time she almost spelled out her thoughts word by word, practically hinting directly at Zhang Yuhao. Zhang Yuhao, no chips in the bedroom. Zhang Yuhao, then I'd probably go to the living room to get some chips. Huang Jingjing. Huang Jingjing. After repeatedly broaching topics with high hopes only to hit a wall, Huang Jingjing was left utterly speechless. The fury within her erupted like a volcano, impossible to contain any longer. Huang Jingjing, chips, chips, chips. Huang Jingjing, you're the one who looks like a chip. Huang Jingjing, go ahead and live with your damn chips for the rest of your life. Received resentment value 99 from Huang Jingjing. Received resentment value 99 from Huang Jingjing. How bizarre. Zhang Yuhao scratched his head, utterly perplexed. He had only spoken his mind honestly. Why did she get so defensive? In this day and age, did speaking the truth really offend people so easily? Watching Huang Jingjing storm off in frustration, Zhang Yuhao chuckled lightly, showing no intention of stopping her. He quietly set out a table full of delicious dishes, then switched on the projector, and casually selected a movie to play, creating a cozy atmosphere. Click. After taking a photo, Zhang Yuhao directly posted it on his Moments. Of course, it was visible only to Huang Jingjing. Caption. Dining alone brings freedom, yet with such fine fare before me, I yearn for someone to share it. To encounter a kindred spirit amidst the hearth's glow and together savor the feast of life. After posting, Zhang Yuhao put away his phone with an air of nonchalance, waiting for the trap to spring. In the apocalypse, who still bothered with romance? As long as the bait was laid well, even a straight hook would catch someone. Ding dong. Huang Jingjing had long set Zhang Yuhao as a special contact, so the moment he posted on Moments, she received the notification instantly. Her heart stirred, and she couldn't resist tapping to open his Moments. This caption. Is Zhang Yuhao feeling lonely? Before she could dwell on it, the image seized her gaze completely. She had no resistance at all, instantly falling for the bait, her eyes locked on the lure. Holy crap! Red wine, roast chicken, and steak! Huang Jingjing's eyes widened, and an exclamation of awe escaped her lips. She kept zooming in on the photo, her gaze shimmering with greed, her throat bobbing uncontrollably as she swallowed, afraid to miss a single detail. This room is really nice. Though it doesn't look big with a heater there, it must be toasty warm. And that giant projector screen is amazing. The clarity is just like a movie theater. I can't imagine how awesome it would be to lie in bed and watch a film. And these dishes are incredible. They look like they just came out of the pan. Are pre-made meals this good now? Oh my god, Zhang Yuhao is still filthy rich. Just as Zhang Yuhao had predicted, the bait was obvious, yet Huang Jingjing couldn't resist and took the hook. Sure enough, having just cursed him out not long ago, she now came scampering back, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never happened. Huang Jingjing, Yuhao gay, I was just kidding. Hearing that voice message, Zhang Yuhao's scalp tingled, and his fists clenched involuntarily. That syrupy, coquettish tone only worked on someone in love. To Zhang Yuhao, it was like an assault on his ears. Zhang Yuhao, seriously, what the hell do you want? Zhang Yuhao, first you send a bunch of weird messages, then you curse me and run off, and now you're back with that fake voice. What's your deal? Huang Jingjing's face darkened, and her anger flared up instantly. Damn, now you're acting high and mighty. That post you made all meet a kindred spirit amidst the hearth's glow. I won't even call you out on it. Now that I'm giving you a chance, you're playing the saint. Fine, you think you're so great. Despite her intense irritation, Huang Jingjing forced herself to keep her voice sweet. Oh, stop it, you know what I want, it's just as a girl I'm too shy to say it. Zhang Yuhao, if you're not going to say it, I'm logging off. What? The more you play hard to get, the worse it gets. Veins bulged on Huang Jingjing's forehead as she clutched her nearly bursting chest, struggling mightily to calm herself down. Endure. I must endure. At this point Huang Jingjing's voice was starting to crack, so she switched to typing to avoid blurting out a curse. Huang Jingjing. Oh, actually I find living alone boring. I want to move in with you. Zhang Yuhao. Oh, so you want to be my simp? Zhang Yuhao's blunt reply left Huang Jingjing momentarily stunned. She never expected such a response. The tables have turned, the tables have turned. You were the simp and now you're putting on airs. Huang Jingjing was so furious she felt like she was going mad. She bit her nails frantically trying to vent her anger. It took her a long while to pull herself together. Huang Jingjing. Oh, you're so crude. I just want to date you. Zhang Yuhao heh. Zhang Yuhao couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply whipped out a screenshot and sent it over. Curious Huang Jingjing opened it. What met her eyes was Zhang Yuhao's friend request interface densely packed with applications from various female avatars. She glanced at the notes attached to these requests, and was instantly stunned by the content. The seductive messages were endless, their wording shockingly explicit. The words betrayed not a shred of shame, only a naked craving for supplies. As Huang Jingjing read terms like, itchy, wanna eat, and help me, she was dumbfounded. Seriously, are these women crazy? Stop competing, damn it. Huang Jingjing was absolutely fuming at those blatant remarks. She felt as if she had finally mustered the courage to take a job paying a mere 2,000 a month, only to have a bunch of fools pop up beside her shouting, boss. I can do it for 500. Stop undercutting, damn it. You animals are ruining the market. Actually, Huang Jingjing herself had little moral shame. She could easily utter those so-called spring confessions too. Unfortunately, she had already established a gentle and shy persona in front of Zhang Yuhao. If she suddenly switched her attitude now, her intentions would be far too obvious. It would surely disgust Zhang Yuhao. For a moment Huang Jingjing was caught in a dilemma. If she tried the usual seduction, it couldn't match the intensity of those direct approaches, and she feared Zhang Yuhao would be lured away by others. But if she completely lowered herself and expressed her goals as bluntly as they did, she worried Zhang Yuhao would despise her, seeing her as a vulgar person without principles, only after resources. What to do? Such a tough choice. Luckily, before Huang Jingjing could agonize too long, Zhang Yuhao sent a message first. Zhang Yuhao, see. I spend all day rejecting people. Too many simps. Huang Jingjing, am not a simp. I just want to pursue you, a normal relationship. Zhang Yuhao, hey, you've got guts. After seeing me reject so many, you still dare to make a move. Talking up to this point, Huang Jingjing already felt hopeless, but she couldn't bear to give up just yet. She forced herself to ramble on, making small talk to keep the conversation alive. Huang Jingjing, rejecting so many people, wow, that's impressive. How many have you turned down? The moment she sent the message, she regretted it. Damn it, what nonsense am I spouting? Even if I'm just trying to prolong the chat, I shouldn't be sucking up like this. Surprisingly though, he actually replied. Zhang Yuhao 9. Huang Jingjing, huh? Huang Jingjing was taken aback, then a flicker of confusion crossed her face. Huang Jingjing, that's not really that many, is it? Somehow Huang Jingjing suddenly felt elated, a strange sense of pride welling up within her, as if she had finally found a sliver of confidence. Huang Jingjing, well, actually I've rejected quite a few too, over a dozen or so. She replied with a hint of smugness, feeling she had finally scored a point against Zhang Yuhao, a moment of vindication. Zhang Yuhao, oh, over a dozen, not bad. Zhang Yuhao, and yesterday? This sudden question startled Huang Jingjing so much she nearly dropped her phone. Is this even human speech? Damn, you meant 9 in one day. Zhang Yuhao kept rambling. Actually, all totaled I've rejected 176 times. Holy cow, 176 times. Huang Jingjing's eyes widened as she silently fumed. Sure, that number was impressive, but did he have to remember it so precisely? She suppressed her shock and blurted out, why reject them all? Not a single one caught your eye. Unexpectedly, the conversation fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yuhao, sigh. Zhang Yuhao, because none of them were you. Zhang Yuhao, why don't you give it a try? Huh? Ew. Huang Jingjing trembled, feeling as if she had been struck by a freezing spell, frozen solid on the spot. A bolt of happiness seemed to strike her mind. She stared at the phone screen in disbelief, her heart churning like a stormy sea. This sudden ecstasy made her fingers tremble uncontrollably. She typed shakily to confirm, Huang Jingjing, bro. Really? You're not joking? Zhang Yuhao, Seeing this brief reply, Huang Jingjing's heart leaped into her throat. Ha ha ha, happiness had finally arrived. Huang Jingjing, I like you, please be with me. At this moment Huang Jingjing finally threw caution to the wind, using every ounce of her courage to send out the confession. Zhang Yuhao, nice, that makes 177 times. Zhang Yuhao has gone offline, what? Huang Jingjing was thunderstruck, frozen in place, clutching her phone. Her mind went blank, as if someone had pressed her shutdown button. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Buzz, the person you follow has a new message. Huang Jingjing numbly clicked on the group chat, only to find Zhang Yuhao posting in the main group. Zhang Yuhao, hey everyone, bored with the day? Let me show you a clown. Zhang Yuhao chat history. Huang Jingjing trembled as she opened it. That bastard had once again shared their entire conversation without restraint. Damn. Fucking hell, pulling this stunt again. She never imagined she would fall into the same trap twice. God damn it. That bastard Zhang Yuhao had posted their chat log in the group to humiliate her again. Zhang Yuhao. Huang Jingjing's eyes blazed with fury as she let out a desperate roar, her mentality completely shattered in that moment. All her pretenses, schemes, and fantasies of a better life evaporated into nothing with the exposure of those few lines of chat history. I'm going to Zoxo you, then OXXO, and finally Zoxo. Huang Jingjing, like a wild beast, spewed a torrent of vile words, venting her endless anger and hatred. Aya! Her piercing scream echoed through the silent room, making everyone cringe. Boss, calm down, calm down. Everyone knows what's going on. Yeah, no need to get mad over someone like him. Don't fall for his trap. He wants to see you like this. Stay rational. Seeing Huang Jingjing spitting blood in her rage, the surrounding members quickly tried to console her. Huang Jingjing had volunteered for the task of extracting information. Initially, everyone thought it would be a breeze, and some even felt a bit resentful, believing she had gotten an easy job. Now they realized how terribly wrong they were. Who said this task was simple? This task was utterly insane. Rational? How can I be rational? Huang Jingjing's eyes turned bloodshot as she shoved aside the people around her and roared hoarsely, Zhang Yuhao. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. On the other side, resentment points poured into Zhang Yuhao's account like snowflakes. Huang Jingjing truly was a major oil producer. Her output alone nearly matched the GDP index of the entire building. That was exactly why Zhang Yuhao was willing to waste time on her. The more petty someone was, the more they needed to be provoked. System prompt system has been upgraded to level 11. Your personal space has doubled, the shelter area has doubled, and the shelter has been upgraded. Current shelter, Steel Fortress. System upgrade again. Thanks to the recent unity among the people in the building, the resentment value had surged dramatically. Zhang Yuhao's system level had finally been elevated once more. With a series of clanking sounds, the originally somewhat cramped stone room seemed to be awakened by a mysterious and powerful force, suddenly expanding outward wildly. Zhang Yuhao sat on the bed watching the shelter evolve on its own, as if infused with the colossal power of a steel beast. The walls beside him stretched like agile mechanical arms, the ceiling unfurled like a steel canopy, and the floor spread like a tidal wave of metal. Every inch of space underwent a radical transformation amidst the crisp and forceful clanking sounds. In the blink of an eye, the cold and hard steel completely replaced the original stone. The entire area of the shelter had more than doubled in size. The steel fortress was in place. The brand new steel bulwark stood quietly in the gloom, its surface shimmering with a metallic luster, silently proclaiming its toughness and strength. Zhang Yuhao remained stunned on the bed, shocked by the drastic changes around him. Inside the room, the bed and furniture that were originally against the wall now stood abandoned in the center of this vast steel chamber left behind as the shelter expanded. The surroundings were empty, making the space feel exceptionally spacious. Coming to his senses, Zhang Yuhao showed no joy from the upgrade. Instead, he sighed sorrowfully. Sigh, I'll have to redecorate again. A few hours later. Finally, it's all sorted out. Zhang Yuhao straightened up and looked at the refreshed shelter, nodding in satisfaction. Thanks to the significant expansion in area, he could now finally divide the various functional zones. Leveraging the convenient transport capability of his portable space, Zhang Yuhao made major adjustments throughout the space. Now the interior of the shelter was neatly organized. First was the supplies storage area located near the entrance of the shelter, a decision Zhang Yuhao had made after careful consideration. The entrance was a critical passage for entry and exit. By placing the supplies storage area here, he could arm himself at the first sign of an emergency. In this area, Zhang Yuhao set up multi-tiered shelves arranging tools, equipment, and weapons that needed pre-installation, ready to respond to potential crises at any moment. Next was the living area. Zhang Yuhao planned it in a corner separated from the rest of the space by cabinets, creating a tranquil little haven. This space was his leisure zone, where he placed a comfortable bed, sofa tables, and chairs along with various entertainment facilities. In addition to furniture, the air purifier and climate control vents were deliberately positioned here to maximize comfort. Then came the kitchen and bathroom area. Due to the inconvenience of open flames, Zhang Yuhao only equipped it with a chopping board, induction cooktop, microwave, and other simple practical kitchen appliances to meet basic cooking needs. Besides cookware, he placed a dining table and chairs here, cleverly partitioning off a small bathing space that shared a drainage point with the kitchen, making efficient use of space while addressing basic living needs. There was also the medical aid area. Here, practicality was the priority. In this area, Zhang Yuhao placed a life treatment pod, isolation curtains, disinfection equipment, and other medical devices. First aid posters were posted on the walls, and medical books were stored here for easy reference and learning. Finally, there was the energy and power area. For safety reasons, Zhang Yuhao placed the generator batteries, wiring modules, and the main power switch here. A fuel storage area was also set up with fireproof and explosion-proof measures taken in advance. Thus, the once empty shelter became full again. During the rearrangement, Zhang Yuhao also took the opportunity to carefully inspect the entire house. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. All the original magical functions had been preserved. Although the material had changed to steel, it remained a completely enclosed space with a mysterious sewer leading to an unknown destination and outside air ventilating in from some hidden corner. But compared to the previous stone house, Zhang Yuhao made new discoveries during this exploration. First was the wall material. Although entirely composed of thick steel plates, these plates had properties different from real-world steel. They were surprisingly soundproof. The overwhelming sound of rain from outside did not penetrate at all. To test the soundproofing, Zhang Yuhao knocked on the wall from inside, and the echoing sound was exceptionally low, as if swallowed by some mysterious force. The sound dampening effect was remarkably good. Besides that, Zhang Yuhao had another pleasant surprise. Embedded in the front of the shelter was a transparent steel plate through which he could directly observe the outside world. But how could steel be transparent? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Yuhao specifically stepped outside the shelter to examine the transparent plate from the exterior. The result was surprising. The transparent plate was actually one-way. From the outside, this area looked like an ordinary steel plate, neither transparent nor reflective, indistinguishable from the rest of the material, perfectly concealing the interior. Not bad. Getting more advanced. Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but imagine that as the shelter continued to upgrade, there might come a day when it would automatically connect to water, electricity, and gas networks. Anything was possible. After handling all matters, Zhang Yuhao enjoyed a relaxing hot bath, letting the steam dissipate all his fatigue. Then he lay comfortably on the bed and casually picked up his phone. Huang Jingjing, after being humiliated, had stopped replying like a wounded snake, hiding away to lick her wounds in secret. His friend request list was still densely packed with various messages, either seductive or threatening, attempting to force him to comply. Looking at the group chats, both his main account and alt had been ruthlessly kicked out, presumably an act of spite from Huang Jingjing and her group. Zhang Yuhao merely smiled indifferently. The blonde guy's account was still lurking in various groups, so whenever Zhang Yuhao wanted to stir up trouble, he could quietly add himself back. If that wasn't enough, he could also approve a couple of friend requests. Based on his understanding of human nature, the apocalypse was never short of those with weak willpower. By offering slight temptations to these fence-sitters, he could turn them into his traitors and infiltrate the enemy camp. His specialty was being a persistent nuisance. Now that both sides had burned bridges, Zhang Yuhao acted however he pleased. The key was to taunt them in real name. Thus, in the days that followed, Zhang Yuhao lived a carefree life, thoroughly enjoying his vacation. Every day he indulged in leisurely sleep, then feasted on various delicacies. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he watched movies, played games, and immersed himself in various forms of leisure and entertainment. After tiring himself out from play, Zhang Yuhao would also take time to work out, maintaining a good physique, while not forgetting to read various books to cultivate his emotions. In his spare time, he could also occasionally make an appearance in the group chat, showcasing his joyful daily life, while simultaneously reaping a wave of resentment points. His days were fulfilling and happy. How wonderful it is to just live a beautiful and joyful life like this forever, Zhang Yuhao thought. In this way, Zhang Yuhao successfully outlived most people, and the few who remained barely clung to life were taken away one by one by him using a crossbow. Thus his revenge was completed. In the days that followed, he lived alone in the shelter, happily spending his life. The end of this book, cough cough. Of course, the above is merely the fantasy of a survivor. Driven by hatred, some always think about slaughtering as a quick solution. But in fact, when everyone is dead, will one truly be happy? Once humanity loses its goals and sources of happiness, life will become dull and tedious. This is also why many people who are already financially free engage in extreme sports, seeking to experience the meaning of existence between life and death. A life without risk is indeed comfortable, but in a long life, the monotony of repetitive daily routines can also become a form of torture. Fortunately, reality always presents unexpected events to add color to the script of life. In this perilous apocalyptic world, the carefree and mundane days of Zhang Yuhao clearly cannot last long. An exciting life was about to arrive. Just like the brief calm before a storm, it seemed peaceful, yet hidden currents surged beneath. Another day dawned. The light from the outside world gently spilled onto Zhang Yuhao's face through a one-way transparent steel panel. Strangely, ever since he had this unique window, the atmosphere in the entire shelter had a hint of warmth from the sunlight. Even though the outside world was always filled with a heart-stopping, blood-red apocalyptic scene, just seeing the light streaming through the window inexplicably made him feel much more at ease. Perhaps humans were meant to live under natural light. The desire for sunlight seems to be encoded in human genes. Ah, that was a wonderful sleep. Zhang Yuhao awoke leisurely from his sweet dreams, stretching comfortably, and then as usual instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside. What's going on? No messages. The strange phenomenon made his sleepy eyes widen instantly. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that his phone had lost its internet connection. The signal icon that should have been full at that moment had turned into a heart-wrenching red cross. To confirm whether it was a problem with his phone, Zhang Yuhao hurriedly got up and rummaged through his portable space for several brand new devices. However, after turning them on one by one, the result was the same. All devices also had no internet. So Zhang Yuhao took out the phones of Huang Mao and Pu Duo, but there was still no signal. At this point he had exhausted all means he could think of and was completely at a loss. What is going on? Zhang Yuhao felt as if he had suddenly fallen into an information island cut off from all contact with the outside world by an invisible hand. That feeling of being isolated and helpless quickly overwhelmed him like a tide. What have they done? Surely there hasn't been a riot in the building. Has the signal base station been destroyed? Zhang Yuhao's mind raced trying to find the reason behind it all. While he was unclear about other situations, he could be certain about one thing: the current situation was definitely man-made. After all, it was still the early stages of the apocalypse. The disaster hadn't spread globally yet. How could the internet just suddenly go down without reason? Unfortunately, Zhang Yuhao had very little expertise in networking. Faced with such a complex situation, he couldn't determine the true cause, let alone find any effective solution. This sudden change made Zhang Yuhao's mindset gradually become anxious. The feeling of being in the dark was not pleasant. This state of disconnection from the outside world made him feel like everything was out of control. Now, no matter what he did, he felt as though a heavy stone was hanging in his heart, making it impossible for him to settle down. Indeed, Zhang Yuhao's shelter was equipped with various forms of entertainment. Even without the internet, those gaming devices, books, and various leisure items were enough for him to play with for a lifetime. However, with the loss of internet connection, Zhang Yuhao experienced a severe sense of disconnection. What he had lost was not just a simple contact with the outside world. More importantly, that profound sense of security that had always accompanied him vanished along with the disappearance of the internet signal. Trouble is not frightening, or what is frightening is the unknown. Should I go take a look? For a moment, an impulse surged in Zhang Yuhao's heart, wishing to immediately gather his weapons and rush down from the top floor to see what was happening in the building. Fortunately, reason firmly grasped his impulsive thoughts. Acting rashly would only play into the enemy's hands. Perhaps they had already set a trap, just waiting for him to foolishly walk into it. This is not a child's game. Since I could be killed once, I could also be killed a second time. Zhang Yuhao quickly calmed down. This time, I don't have any resurrection items. In this perilous apocalyptic world, every decision was a matter of life and death. No matter what, he would not leave the shelter. In both lives, Zhang Yuhao vowed to fully embrace the survivor's path. Surviving is the most important thing. A day quickly passed. Throughout that entire day, Zhang Yuhao had no thoughts of engaging in any entertainment activities. He retrieved more weapons from his portable space and neatly arranged them within reach for defense, ready to respond to any potential dangers. Even though he wasn't sure what dangers might arise, he still kept a close watch outside the window. However, the rooftop remained peaceful. Aside from the sound of rain, there was no other noise. It was eerily quiet. This silence not only failed to make Zhang Yuhao feel at ease, but instead intensified his sense of oppression. The storm is brewing, and behind the scenes it seems a crisis is rapidly brewing. Another day passed. Zhang Yuhao remained in a state of no signal, as if isolated from the world. As for the situation inside the building, he still knew nothing. This lack of information felt like a heavy black cloth covering his eyes, leaving him both anxious and helpless. At night, darkness surged like a tide, swallowing the entire world. Despite having been on guard all day, Zhang Yuhao still did not rest. He had decided to adjust his internal clock. These late-night hours often brought unexpected situations, and he needed to stay alert. Zhang Yuhao set up a thermal imaging night vision device at the window, aiming it outside, while simultaneously activating the mobile detection alarm. As long as any living creature moved outside the window, the alarm would sound immediately. However, throughout it all, the rooftop did not experience any incidents. Time flowed slowly in the silence, each second seeming to stretch out. This calm atmosphere, like a deeper silence before the storm, heightened Zhang Yuhao's tension. The only thing he could do was keep a close eye on the system's message interface. The system showed that although resentment points were being acquired intermittently, they had not stopped completely. Everyone had contributed some more or less. This means that the owners of Building 7 are at least still alive. Zhang Yuhao's expression became serious as he pondered any possible situations. What are they planning? Another half-day passed. The rooftop remained calm and still, without the slightest ripple. The entire world seemed to have fallen into an eerie stillness. Zhang Yuhao grew increasingly restless under this tranquil torment. This state of constant waiting without knowing what he was waiting for, or when the outcome would come, was maddeningly wearing down his patience. As time passed, the doubts in his heart not only failed to diminish but proliferated like wild vines. What the hell is going on downstairs? Is it just a signal tower malfunction, or is there something else behind it? Is waiting any longer the right choice? If they're preparing something, am I just sitting here waiting for death? Countless questions tormented him day and night. Zhang Yuhao realized he could no longer observe aimlessly without a clue. One can be a thief for 1,000 days but not guard against one for 1,000. If he remained on guard like this, others would strike before he drove himself mad. He had to take some initiative, but completely cut off from the outside world, and knowing nothing of the situation downstairs, Zhang Yuhao felt like he was groping in the dark, utterly clueless about where to start. This sense of powerlessness stirred a wave of irritation within him. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuhao slowly lay down in the life treatment pod, letting the machine ease his nerves. He'll wait one more day. If tomorrow remains the same. At this thought, a strange look flickered in Zhang Yuhao's eyes. Then he suddenly smiled. Then he'll just bail out. Indeed, Zhang Yuhao had begun preparing to retreat. This move was tantamount to flipping the table. Game over for everyone. Zhang Yuhao was utterly tired of this situation. He wasn't a fool to wait for these people to finish their preparations. Whatever brilliant plans you have, your ultimate target is me, right? Zhang Yuhao sneered inwardly. Once I run, none of you can scheme against me. Since the apocalypse descended, these few short months had been filled with endless troubles and twists. With more people, all kinds of riffraff had surfaced. These vexing matters were enough to make Zhang Yuhao want to withdraw. Reality wasn't a movie. There was no need to court death and fight these people to the bitter end for the sake of dramatic twists. Zhang Yuhao could simply walk away. The sky and sea were vast, free for birds to fly and fish to leap. With his existing supplies, he could live comfortably anywhere. In other words, from the very beginning, the initiative in this struggle had always been in Zhang Yuhao's hands. As long as he said no, no one could force this game to start. Of course, if possible, Zhang Yuhao didn't want to leave Building 7 so hastily. At the moment, this building was like a ripe field of crops ready for harvest. Everyone in the building could contribute a substantial amount of resentment points, making it an excellent farming zone. But compared to his own safety, these immediate gains were utterly insignificant. I still don't know if this phenomenon is targeting me. If I can't find anything today, I'll retreat tomorrow. Zhang Yuhao had made up his mind. His apocalypse vacation life could not be wasted on this bunch of scumbags. It was a pity that once he left, the next time he returned would likely be the next stage of the apocalypse. By then, there probably wouldn't be many survivors left in the entire building. Meanwhile, inside Building 7, in a room, all the residents had gathered for their daily meeting. The clamor was so loud it seemed ready to lift the roof off. Yet surprisingly, the atmosphere carried a hint of peculiarity. In Zhang Yuhao's imagination, this gathering would feature villains sitting in a circle, wearing sinister smiles, and rubbing their hands in anticipation of attacking him. But the reality was that everyone in the room was downcast, battered, and sighing, utterly devoid of their previous arrogant, determined air. The room was now filled with a stifling atmosphere of anxiety and helplessness. Hey, cheer up. It's not like we've gained nothing. At least our probing was successful. Since the network went down, Zhang Yuhao has been out of contact. Clearly his hiding spot isn't far. It's within the base station's coverage. Everyone knows that, but the question is, how do we actually find him? Exactly. We can't keep running around without a target. We can't keep searching aimlessly like this. Since yesterday, we've sent out over a dozen teams. We've turned every uninhabited building upside down and found nothing. And we've lost quite a few of our own people on the way. You guys are lucky. Empty buildings have no danger. The real thrill was going to those buildings with people in charge. Exactly. Almost everyone turns away outsiders, especially when we're there to search their homes. If they're polite, they'll just ask you to leave. If they're ruthless, they'll capsize your boat. Not to mention the members we lost crossing the Red Rain. All in all, we've wasted over a dozen people. What? So many dead? Damn, you don't realize until you count. The cost is way too high. Anyway, we can't keep searching blindly like this. Everyone chimed in, pouring out their worries. The past few days of busy work had left everyone physically and mentally exhausted. Since forming the anti-Zhang Yuhao alliance, all residents of Building 7 had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to tracking him down, working day and night. Unfortunately, the results were meager. After yet another humiliating social death, Huang Jingjing seemed to have become a different person, her temper turning exceptionally volatile. Driven by hatred, she abandoned her former ways, striving to be the first in everything, even personally leading several expeditions. But each search ended in failure. Not only that, but her face now bore several scars left by the Red Rain. Her face was utterly ruined. I heard they're planning to pick people for an expedition again. Are they insane? It's pointless. Weren't you pretty eager before? That was just to earn a meal. I almost died yesterday. I'm not going this time no matter what. Even if you starve. I'd rather starve. Alas, even you bold Zhang won't go. Looks like we can't gather a team for this expedition. Inside the meeting room, everyone chattered, voicing their opinions. As time passed, the group's fervor had faded and most were gradually leaning toward giving up. Though those who risked their lives on expeditions could enjoy a bowl of rice before departure, everyone knew in their hearts that this life-risking business was no long-term solution. Sooner or later something would go wrong. Gradually, fewer and fewer people were willing to go out on search missions. Fortunately, when one door closes, another opens. In the base, the team responsible for researching the signal station achieved a major breakthrough. After a full day of study, they successfully converted the public network broadcast into an encrypted channel and could manually manage the data flow of every internet-connected device. In other words, any device wanting to connect to the signal station's network now had to be backed up at the terminal. This meant that Zhao Yuqian had successfully taken control of the entire building's network lifeline. From now on, if he wanted to cut someone off, all he needed was a flick of his finger to blacklist their device. Though many harbored discontent over this, with external threats looming, these internal conflicts had to be suppressed for now. For the moment, catching Zhang Yuhao was the top priority. Unfortunately, their progress in finding Zhang Yuhao was like being trapped in a quagmire, yielding no substantial results. We can't afford to delay any longer. At the critical moment, Huang Jingjing stepped forward. Her scar-covered face was full of hatred and her eyes gleamed with a fierce light. We need to take a risky move. Win by an unexpected stroke. Another day passed. Morning light spilled into the shelter as Zhang Yuhao got up and began packing his belongings, making final preparations to leave. He didn't plan to take the shelter with him, but decided to leave it in place and set up some monitoring devices inside. This way, if the network were restored later, he could remotely monitor the situation in the building. As for the potential damage to the shelter, Zhang Yuhao wasn't worried at all. After all, once he upgraded, the system would give him a brand new shelter. And as for the steel fortress left on the rooftop, if those people were foolish enough to try prying it open, that would be quite amusing. Imagine this: after exhausting their strength and with finally managing to pry open that sturdy iron shell, they would discover in despair that inside was nothing but a pile of scrap metal. No food at all. That group would probably die of rage on the spot. They would never guess that from start to finish the supplies they sought were nothing but a joke. Unless Zhang Yuhao gave his consent, these supplies would never manifest in reality. Alright, it's time to say goodbye to you, bunch of beasts. With the help of his portable space, moving became effortless. Zhang Yuhao quickly packed all the common furniture and items from the shelter. Once he reached another place, he only needed to find an empty rooftop, release the RV and settle in without a trace, free from any worries. Then he could shake nearby people, join some group chats, and see if he could rebuild his base and develop a new area for experience. Moreover, after leaving the signal dead zone, Huang Mao and Pu Duo's phones could connect to the external network, allowing them to probe the true situation inside Building 7. Once he ensured things had calmed down, Zhang Yuhao could even choose to move back. In short, stability was the priority. Well then, goodbye. However, fate was full of dramatic coincidences. Just as Zhang Yuhao was about to retreat, the phone in his bag suddenly erupted with notification sounds. The network was restored. Zhang Yuhao paused for a moment, then quickly took out his phone to browse the messages. Due to the prolonged disconnection, the phone was flooded with messages. Zhang Yuhao quickly skimmed through some important apps but found no useful clues. These people have suffered so many losses. Now they probably only discuss important matters in internal group chats. Before he could analyze further, a video call request from Huang Jingjing suddenly popped up on his screen. Click. Without a second thought, Zhang Yuhao rejected it. He had no trust in Huang Jingjing whatsoever. Jumping straight to a video call. Who knew what scheme she was cooking up? Ring. The other party clearly wasn't giving up easily. Soon another video call request came in. Click. Zhang Yuhao rejected it again, resolute. After a moment, Huang Jingjing sent a text message. Huang Jingjing, answer my video call. I have something important to discuss with you. It concerns you personally. You'll regret it if you don't answer. With that, another video call request popped up. Click. Zhang Yuhao remained unmoved, rejecting her connection attempt once more. Come on, if she had messaged earlier, he might have been more receptive. But now that his mental preparations for leaving were complete and everything was packed, who cared about her? However, Huang Jingjing quickly sent another message. Huang Jingjing, answer the call. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Don't you want to know what's happened in the building these past few days? Zhang Yuhao stared at the message, expressionless. To be honest, he had been curious a couple of days ago. But now, Zhang Yuhao, I have no interest in your petty affairs. Zhang Yuhao, do whatever you want. You can even jump off the building together. Huang Jingjing. This time the other side was silent for a long time. When she messaged again, her tone had changed dramatically. Huang Jingjing, boss, please just answer the video call. At least let me say a few words, okay? Huang Jingjing, I really have something serious to discuss with you, and it's good news. Please do me a favor. I'm not here to ask for help. I genuinely have good news to inform you. Zhang Yuhao, I won't answer video calls. Send me a message if you have something to say. As for what you've been up to, I don't care and have no interest. Huang Jingjing, alright, please wait a moment. There's a lot to cover. It can't be said in a few words. After sending this, the chat fell silent for a long while. Suddenly a long string of text came through. Zhang Yuhao glanced over it and felt a bit dazed. The amount of information in this message was explosive. Huang Jingjing, let me briefly tell you what's happened these past few days. You must be curious why the network went down, right? Huang Jingjing, the reason is simple. To find you, Zhao Yuqian changed the entire building's network to a private channel. To connect to his network, you had to take your device to the signal station's main server and back it up in person. Huang Jingjing, unfortunately, after searching for you for days, Zhao Yuqian found nothing and caused the entire building heavy losses. Now he's completely lost it. He declared that residents of Building 7 would have to pay supplies regularly to use the network. Huang Jingjing, to that end, he created a separate network usage group and a spreadsheet listing everyone and their devices. Those who didn't pay had their devices blacklisted and kicked out of the channel, cutting them off from the network. Huang Jingjing, The resentment had been brewing for a long time. In a fit of rage, everyone finally united and rebelled against him. After an extremely arduous and bloody struggle, Zhao Yuqian and his men have all been apprehended. Huang Jingjing Building 7 is now liberated. From now on, this building will be governed by our benevolent faction. No more oppression or tyranny. Huang Jingjing, now I want to liaise with you as the overall person in charge of Building 7. We can engage in equal cooperation and mutual benefit. Huang Jingjing, from now on we will provide you with network access and regular maintenance. And all we ask is a small amount of supplies. Huang Jingjing, in times of disaster humanity should unite. Although you have enough to eat and drink now, I believe you will have many uses for manpower in the future. Huang Jingjing, the tenants in Building 7 come from all walks of life and can offer various services. Construction, appliance repair, farming, food processing, intelligence gathering, surveillance, protection, and so on. Huang Jingjing, I assure you cooperating with us will bring nothing but benefits. You definitely won't lose out. A conflict erupted in Building 7. The signal base station fell into Huang Jingjing's hands and Zhao Yuqian was ousted. Faced with this sudden influx of intelligence, Zhang Yuhao did not rush to reply but sank into contemplation. If that's truly the case, then cooperation might not be out of the question. Zhang Yuhao mused to himself, weighing the pros and cons repeatedly in his mind. I've always intended to support the others in the building, and if I can trade for their labor in return, that would be even better. However, Zhang Yuhao's so-called support was never about genuine charity. It was merely a means to keep them alive. He had originally planned to find an excuse to distribute some contaminated food, just enough for them to scrape by without starving to death. Since the system upgrade required a substantial amount of resentment points, the population in the building couldn't dwindle too severely for the level to develop quickly. But resources in the building were already extremely scarce, and with Zhang Yuhao having stolen 2 airdrop crates in this life, the environment had deteriorated to the brink of famine at any moment. On top of that, these people, for some inexplicable reason, were exercising day in and day out, only accelerating the depletion of supplies. If things continued this way, many wouldn't survive until the second wave of food airdrops. From a long-term perspective, this was highly detrimental to accumulating resentment points. If everyone died, who would provide the resentment points? Without resentment points, how could Zhang Yuhao unlock his luxurious shelter? Surely, he couldn't just spend his entire life cramped in the steel box. Though it was more spacious than the stone hut before, it was essentially just a larger coffin. If possible, Zhang Yuhao wanted to see if leveling up further would allow him to unlock another world like in his past life. If that were truly possible, he could reach a new world free of pollution and natural disasters, with blue skies and green fields, living a truly comfortable life, completely escaping the gloom and suffering of this apocalyptic world. But the current problem is, Zhang Yuhao stared calmly at his phone screen, where Huang Jingjing's messages were still pouring in, as if she feared he would refuse to cooperate. Why should I believe that what this woman says is true? The apocalypse wasn't a game. He couldn't just take others at their word. Moreover, having experienced 2 lifetimes of trials, Zhang Yuhao had long developed a deep wariness of Huang Jingjing, a woman with a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Every word she spoke was met with several question marks in Zhang Yuhao's mind. However, judging from the fact that Huang Jingjing restored my network, the signal base station must indeed be in her hands. This was the only certainty for now, but the veracity of the other intelligence remained unverified. I still don't trust these people. With past lessons learned, Zhang Yuhao would never entrust his trust again. Over on Huang Jingjing's side, after much earnest persuasion, she finally received a reply from Zhang Yuhao. Zhang Yuhao, you say you won. What about Zhao Yuqian and his nephew Zhao Long? Those damned bastards, what's become of them now? Are they dead or not? Huang Jingjing was momentarily taken aback by the message, and instinctively looked up at the crowd in the room. The room was packed with people, their voices a cacophony in the air. Soon Huang Jingjing replied. Huang Jingjing. They're both still alive, just tied up. We're the kind-hearted faction. We wouldn't break the law. You can rest assured. Zhang Yuhao read the message and chuckled. So now she was lullabying, as if they hadn't been involved in breaking into homes and smashing walls, right? This is tricky now, there's no flaw. Zhang Yuhao frowned, his gaze shifting to the system interface. Received 10 resentment points from Zhao Yuqian, received 18 resentment points from Zhao Long. It turned out that Zhang Yuhao's inquiry was actually a test. He deliberately expressed his hatred for the Zhao uncle and nephew to see if the other party would lie to appease him. In fact, Zhang Yuhao had already confirmed their survival through the resentment point system. If Huang Jingjing had gone along with Zhang Yuhao's words and claimed they were dead, he would have packed up and left without a second thought, severing all ties with this group. But instead, Huang Jingjing gave an answer consistent with reality. Of course, it's also possible she's trying to soothe me by deliberately showing a friendly side. Zhang Yuhao grew more puzzled. Could it be that there's really no trick this time? No, I need to verify further. Zhang Yuhao pulled up the system interface's history, recording each person's resentment point contributions chronologically in a notebook for comparison and organization. The task was substantial and Zhang Yuhao couldn't finish it anytime soon. Meanwhile, Huang Jingjing kept sending messages inquiring about the situation. Endlessly noisy. Zhang Yuhao, stop it or I'll block you. Huang Jingjing. Zhang Yuhao, I'm busy with something important. He'll talk to you later. Huang Jingjing, could you please tell me what you're busy with? How long will it take? Zhang Yuhao, I'm busy punching your mother. Zhang Yuhao, I told you to stop but you keep nagging. Shut up. Huang Jingjing. Having dealt with her, Zhang Yuhao continued his statistics in the notebook. On the first day of the network outage, the resentment point contributors were. He muttered to himself, carefully recording each name and the corresponding resentment points. And the second day, as he delved deeper into the statistics comparing the data over this period, Zhang Yuhao quickly reached a conclusion. Within just a few days, dozens of people in the building had died. Many had only contributed resentment points on the first day of the outage, and their names never appeared in the system again. Under normal circumstances, even in a state of cannibalism, it would be impossible for so many to die in such a short time. This situation aligned with Huang Jingjing's mention of a bloody struggle. This is troubling. No matter how I look at it, I can't find any logical flaws in Huang Jingjing's intelligence. With no other recourse, Zhang Yuhao had to throw the critical question back to the other side to see how Huang Jingjing would respond. Zhang Yuhao, still there? How can you prove what you're saying is true? Almost instantly, Huang Jingjing's reply came. Huang Jingjing, I'm here. Have you finally come around? Huang Jingjing, that's exactly why I want to video call you. To prove myself. Huang Jingjing, I'll show you the situation here, including Zhao Yuqian's current state. As a sign of cooperation, you'll need to show us your supplies too. Then we'll finalize the cooperation terms over the video. Huang Jingjing, what do you think? Is that acceptable? Ding ling ling. As the video call request flashed on the screen once more, Zhang Yuhao hesitated for a moment instead of hanging up directly. After weighing the options in his mind, he finally pressed the accept button. He had no choice. The other party's argument was seamless, and he urgently needed to grasp their true situation. A live video feed was undoubtedly the best way to reveal the actual state of affairs. Of course, before connecting the video, Zhang Yuhao turned on the screen recording function and summoned a pile of ordinary supplies in the corner of the room to display during the call. The video connected after a brief 2-second lag, then the screen flickered, and a glaringly yellow, oversized face appeared abruptly on the display. Holy crap! What the hell is that in broad daylight, scaring me half to death? Zhang Yuhao was startled by the sudden scarred face, froze for a moment, then exclaimed in shock, damn! Isn't that Miss Huang Jingjing? How did you get disfigured? Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Damn it, why is it the front camera? Huang Jingjing muttered in annoyance, then quickly switched the camera view to point elsewhere. Zhang Yuhao, no time for small talk. To show sincerity, let me first show you our situation here. The screen shook, revealing dozens of grimy men cowering in the corner of a room. Their hands were tied behind their backs, their mouths gagged with rags, and their faces etched with helplessness and fear. Meanwhile, several other people in the room stood armed, surrounding the captives. See these guys squatting on the ground? They're all from Zhao Yuqian's gang. We've subdued them all. I can assure you there will be no more oppression or violence in this building from now on. Really? Zhang Yuhao gazed at the scene on the screen, which seemed quite convincing, and found it amusing. But why are they all so filthy? Which one is Zhao Youqian and which is Zhao Long? Zhang Yuhao squinted, trying to pick out the two familiar figures from the crowd. Huang Jingjing pointed at the two in front. One fat, one burly. There, those are the two. Go on, give each of them a kick. Huang Jingjing fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and said as calmly as possible. I just said there will be no more abuse of violence in this building. Please show some respect. Kick or not. If not, I'm hanging up. The camera visibly trembled. After a moment, Huang Jingjing's voice, struggling to contain her rage, rang out. Fine, I'll kick. I'll even cut them a few times if you want. But now that we've shown our sincerity, it's your turn to show yours. That's more like it. Why pretend to be a saint? Zhang Yuhao nodded. He couldn't stand Huang Jingjing's hypocritical facade of righteousness. Speaking plainly and directly felt far more comfortable. Then Zhang Yuhao aimed the camera at the supplies, showing Huang Jingjing the towering piles of rice and flour. As you can see, I have plenty of stockpiles. More than I can eat alone. I'm naturally willing to share some for cooperation. After displaying the supplies, Zhang Yuhao covered the camera with his hand. Now you can fulfill your promise. Go on, start by kicking those two in the face. Huang Jingjing paused for a moment, then walked toward the bound group. For some reason, those few steps felt impossibly long. We've tracked it. We've tracked it. Suddenly, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, a massive cheer erupted from the crowd. Really? The men squatting on the ground were overjoyed, their despairing expressions vanishing instantly as they rose to their feet, easily breaking free from their bonds. At the forefront, Zhao Long flashed a vicious smile, his eyes brimming with triumph and malice. Zhang Yuhao, you cowardly rat, still thinking of kicking me, huh? He snatched the phone, thrusting his face close to the screen as he shouted, as if Zhang Yuhao were right in front of him. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Didn't expect we were all in this together, did you? All that acting to stall for time wasn't for nothing. We finally pinpointed your location. Now just wait with your neck bared for death. We're coming for you. Zhao Long, why waste words with him? Zhao Youqian, laden with fat, was slower to break free, and only now stood up panting heavily. Hurry up and cut off Zhang Yuhao's network. Prepare for the final assault. Beep beep beep. With a harsh piercing tone, the network went dead. All of Zhang Yuhao's devices were once again reduced to offline mode. The screen froze as if the entire world had plunged into silence. No matter how careful I am, I still can't guard against it. Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his heart filled with regret. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that every time he was outwitted, it was due to information warfare. In the era of big data, personal privacy is inescapable. Even more troubling, you never know what bizarre methods the other side will use to extract your information. No matter how cautious, you can still fall into their trap. Networks and information tactics have always been my blind spot. Zhang Yuhao was acutely aware of his weakness, yet facing this situation, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. How can one defend against what they don't understand or excel at? Though he had tried to learn relevant knowledge in his spare time to fill this gap, the results were far from satisfactory. Network technology is like a vast, boundless ocean, deep and complex. Trying to master it in a short time is nothing short of a fool's dream. Rather than spending years studying those obscure dense network concepts, it's better to invest more time in fitness and target practice, genuinely enhancing combat capabilities. I'm getting off track. Let's focus on the immediate plan. Facing the exposure of his location and the imminent threat, Zhang Yuhao didn't panic or flee immediately. Instead, he calmly pulled out a sofa, leaned back, and methodically analyzed the current situation. So Huang Jingjing and Zhao Youqian must have joined forces. All this time, they've just been searching for me. Those who died probably perished during external explorations. That's a pretty miserable fate. Through deduction, the logical thread of the entire incident grew clearer. Huang Jingjing is clever, mixing truth with lies to trick me. Now I need to analyze her intel dialectically. First, her claim that Zhao Youqian was frantically searching for me is likely true. She was probably in on it too. And the way they cut the network is probably real too. Looks like they've thoroughly studied the signal base stations. The only lie is that Huang Jingjing's group didn't rebel. Thinking about it, with the building almost out of food, these people aren't stupid. Internal conflict would be pointless now. Zhao Long's final arrogant rant gave Zhang Yuhao many insights, allowing him to quickly deduce the true situation. In summary, the entire building has formed an alliance. Cutting the network was to confirm if I was still within the base station's range. After that, they conducted a thorough search of the area, but despite all their efforts, found nothing. In the end, they came up with this video tracking trick. Zhang Yuhao sat on the sofa, pulled out a tea table from his portable space, leaned back, and unhurriedly produced a cup of clear tea. He took a gentle sip and set it back down. At this point, he was no longer flustered. I thought you had some real skills, but that's all you've got. The moment Zhang Yuhao recalled how he had stayed awake day and night vigilantly watching the monitors to guard against unknown dangers, his expression became extraordinarily vivid. He. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yuhao first let out a bitter laugh, then couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, what the hell, this is just too embarrassing. The laughter echoed through the room, as if releasing all the tension and pressure he had accumulated during this time. As it turned out, the enemy's strength was entirely a product of Zhang Yuhao's imagination. To be honest, during the period when the internet was cut off, he had been on tenterhooks all day, his nerves perpetually taut. In the dead of night, terrifying thoughts would constantly surge into his mind, always feeling that the other party would pull off some earth-shattering move. For instance, they had already thoroughly mapped out his situation, and were secretly preparing to collapse the building. Or perhaps these people were so resourceful they had obtained explosives, and the demolition team was planning to break through the wall directly. Or maybe they had discovered the ventilation and sewage outlets of his shelter, and were plotting to poison him, causing him to fall victim without even realizing it. In short, Zhang Yuhao had carefully considered every worst-case scenario he could imagine. And this is what it came to. Zhang Yuhao shook his head with a wry smile. In the end, he was only scaring himself. Compared to his imagination, the real strength of these people was utterly pathetic. They had stirred up chaos, lost over a dozen men, yet couldn't even get within arm's reach of his doorstep. Not even his exact location had been pinpointed until just now. In other words, up to this moment, these people still knew absolutely nothing about the specifics of his shelter. So what can you possibly do? Zhang Yuhao gazed at the torrential red rain outside the window, gently touched the immensely thick metal walls of his shelter, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly looked forward to seeing the expressions on their faces when they finally arrived. It's foreseeable. A wave of resentment points is about to roll in. Time flew by. Inside the building, noise rose and fell, filled with all sorts of chaotic discussions and arguments. But on the rooftop it remained desolate, with only the incessant red rain falling, producing a monotonous sound. A whole day and night passed. Zhang Yuhao had grown so bored, he was starting to doze off, yet the rooftop remained calm. Not even a shadow of an attack nor a single person was in sight. Seriously, what the hell are these people up to? As it turned out, Zhang Yuhao had once again overestimated his opponents. Although Zhao Yuqian's men had successfully located him, they had only confirmed his general position on a map without any idea of his altitude. Thus everyone subconsciously overlooked the rooftop where the red rain had accumulated, and instead began exploring the interior of the building once again. After turning the building upside down yet another time, the group collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, their expressions as sour as if they had eaten something foul. Damn it, did you get the location wrong? Zhao Long suddenly lashed out, grabbing the subordinate responsible for the positioning by the collar, his face twisted in fury, eyes blazing as if they could spit fire. Having recently formed an alliance, they dared not recklessly break down doors to hunt, so Zhao Long's group had been surviving on their stockpile of dried meat. As time wore on, the food dwindled, forcing them to reduce their portions at every meal, leaving Zhao Long perpetually hungry, a green glint flickering in his eyes whenever he looked at someone. Brother Long, don't be hasty. The subordinate trembled with fear at Zhao Long's menacing snarl. The data from the signal base station couldn't be wrong. Even if they used a virtual positioning relay, at least the relay equipment would have to be left at that spot. It's impossible that there's no trace at all. I don't understand. Zhao Long kicked the subordinate to the ground and roared fiercely. Explain it to me in plain language I can understand. If you can't make it clear, I'll kill you. There's no problem with the positioning so far. We just haven't found him yet. The person we're looking for must be near this spot. The subordinate lay on the ground, explaining timidly. But maybe he's above, maybe below. Anyway, it should be someplace we haven't searched yet. A place we haven't searched. Zhao Youqian, standing nearby, stroked his chin thoughtfully. We've already searched the 3rd floor, which is half flooded. It can't be on the rooftop, can it? Or maybe on the 1st or 2nd floor. Suddenly Zhao Youqian felt as if he had grasped a crucial clue, his mind racing with excitement. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. I've got it! Zhao Youqian suddenly shouted, his expression filled with joy, as if a sudden clarity had dawned upon him. I've found the truth! He recalled the video Zhang Yuhao had provided, clearly showing the man hiding in a place with very little natural light, the room pitch black except for the illumination from lamps. The rooftop has the best light, so he's definitely not there. Given his supply stockpile, he could easily live in an enclosed underwater space with oxygen supply. That explains the light-tight space. Those black walls must be his waterproof coating. It all fits. Everything makes sense now. That's right. Zhang Yuhao must be hiding underwater, either on the 2nd floor or the 1st. Zhao Youqian slapped his thigh in excitement, declaring with conviction. Everyone, grab your gear. Prepare to dive. If Zhang Yuhao had been present at this moment and heard Zhao Yuqian's brilliant deduction, he would have surely clapped his hands in admiration. Zhao Yuqian's twisted logic was truly one of a kind. He outright dismissed the correct answer from the very start. Once the direction was wrong, the outcome was sealed. What followed next can be briefly summarized. In short, based on this erroneous judgment, everyone wasted yet another entire day. Not only that, but they also sacrificed a set of protective clothing. Among the tenants in the building was a sewer cleaner who owned a full-body protective suit designed for underwater work. To successfully capture Zhang Yuhao, he reluctantly contributed the suit. In truth, he could have used it to search for supplies outside or even relocate entirely. Perhaps he might have stockpiled more life-sustaining resources in this apocalyptic world. Yet the thought of Zhang Yuhao living comfortably with abundant supplies while he himself struggled so bitterly. Driven by intense jealousy, this sewer cleaner ultimately decided to dedicate the suit to this robbery operation. And so this precious protective suit was swept into a chaotic and aimless search farce, losing its last chance to shine where it truly could have made a difference. Several hours later, the crowd gathered around the playback device, their eyes fixed on the screen, their faces gradually turning grim. There was only one protective suit, so only one person could dive to explore. Considering the possibility of a fierce confrontation with Zhang Yuhao, after much deliberation they made a heavy investment and dispatched the building's strongest fighter, Zhao Long. Moreover, to ensure Zhao Long had enough stamina to handle various situations underwater, they pooled their resources to let this gluttonous giant enjoy a hearty meal. It was truly a desperate gamble. Zhao Long, bearing the hopes of the entire building, donned the work suit and dove into the water amid everyone's eager anticipation. Once underwater, Zhao Long was indeed ferocious. Even in the viscous red liquid, he wielded his hammer with vigor, smashing through doors with a few strikes. Watching through the waterproof camera in the suit, the crowd was stirred with excitement. Unfortunately, as time passed, that fervor gradually cooled. Door after door shattered under Zhao Long's blows, yet the camera only revealed dark, turbid red water. There was no trace of any living person. Seeing Zhao Long had already reached the 1st floor, Zhao Youqian could no longer sit still. Didn't you say the location was spot on? He stood up, grabbed the subordinate by the collar, and sprayed saliva all over his face in his excitement. You damn well dare to fool me? Spare me, boss. I wouldn't dare, even with 100 guts. The subordinate looked utterly wronged, on the verge of tears. He was also puzzled. The tracker had never moved, so why was there no clue? Don't fight among yourselves. If it's not downstairs, could it be on the rooftop? Huang Jingjing proposed her idea. How about we check the rooftop? The rooftop is drenched in red rain with no place to hide. How could he be there? Zhao Youqian refused to believe Zhang Yuhao was on the rooftop, convinced the tracker was seriously flawed. Before the catastrophe, I went to the rooftop every morning to exercise. I can confirm it's completely open with no illegal structures. But you haven't been there since the Red Rain, right? Huang Jingjing refused to let go of any chance to find Zhang Yuhao. She insisted on going to the rooftop. Zhao Yuqian's expression turned awkward, hesitating. Of course he had been there, but he couldn't exactly say he'd been tossing bones up there recently. There's really no need. I feel going to the rooftop is a pure waste of time. Zhao Yuqian tried once more to dissuade everyone, genuinely dreading the idea of them going up there. After the catastrophe, they had been to the rooftop many times to dispose of corpses and had never noticed anything unusual. Now this crowd was charging up to explore the rooftop. If they didn't find Zhang Yuhao, but instead uncovered the remains that the Red Rain hadn't fully corroded, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Unfortunately, faced with Huang Jingjing's relentless pressure, Zhao Yuqian couldn't find a reason to stop her. If he acted too evasive, it would only arouse suspicion about his motives. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Zhao Long crawled out of the water pit. Great work, great work. Zhao Yuqian finally found an excuse to change the subject, rushing over with a fawning smile. Zhao Long, are you hurt? Zhao Long had no interest in entertaining Zhao Yuqian. Seething with rage, he quickly stripped off the protective gear and charged into the crowd, swinging his fists. You fooled me, huh? Where is he? Bang! Young people sure sleep soundly. The unlucky subordinate took a punch to the head and collapsed instantly unconscious. He wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Stop fighting. Since he's not downstairs, maybe he's upstairs. Huang Jingjing quickly stepped in with others to block Zhao Long. No one has been to the rooftop since the catastrophe. Ask the landlord if you don't believe me. Yeah, wash this protective suit, sterilize it with steam, and save it for next time. Zhao Yuqian was focused solely on changing the subject, pretending not to hear Huang Jingjing as he assigned tasks to his subordinates. Little did he know the protective suit's internal fiber structure had been compromised by the corrosive Red Rain. Within the next 3 days, the suit's surface would gradually become brittle, riddled with holes, and utterly unusable. Uncle, is what they said true? Zhao Yuqian never expected Zhao Long to come directly to him. He stared at Zhao Long in shock, eyes wide. You're asking me, have you forgotten whether you've been to the rooftop yourself? I haven't been to the rooftop anyway. Zhao Yuqian's eyes darted nervously as he pondered how to subtly hint to Zhao Long. But Zhao Long suddenly turned and strode away, shouting loudly. What are we waiting for? Let's go. To the rooftop. I think your reasoning makes sense. That guy might have set up a tent up there. Idiot. Zhao Yuqian's vision went dark, feeling the profound cruelty of life. What the hell are these people up to? Zhang Yuhao had been eagerly waiting for their assault after learning they were coming, but nothing happened. They go through all that trouble and can't even find the way. At this point, not only was Zhao Yuqian full of doubt, but even Zhang Yuhao began to wonder if their tracker was malfunctioning. Finally, after a long and agonizing wait, the long-anticipated sound came from the rooftop door. Creak. The long-sealed door swung open again. Stop opening it. Damn. Water's flooding in. What's going on? The rooftop's bound to be flooded. Get a barrier to block it. Ugh. The rooftop stinks. What is this smell? It's worse than a fermenting cesspit. Oh God. This odor is too intense. Hell. I've been congested for days, and we've cleared my sinuses. Quiet down. The water's blocked, just endure the smell. After a brief commotion, the door area gradually fell silent. See, I told you there's no hiding place on the rooftop. Come on, let's search elsewhere. Zhao Yuqian's voice rang out, tinged with impatience. Hold on. We haven't checked the direction of the tracker yet. Huang Jingjing's tone was stubborn. She seemed unwilling to give up easily. How do we check? The tracker's behind us. The door doesn't face that way. To see, we'd have to go outside. Then let's go outside. Huang Jingjing was resolute. We're already here. We have to confirm it. Fine. Then please, Miss Huang, go check it yourself. I'm not getting rained on. I'm heading downstairs. With that, footsteps gradually faded away. Then a dense patter of footsteps followed. It seemed most people had left. The entrance grew quiet once more. Zhang Yuhao sat inside his shelter wearing headphones, his face twisted in bewilderment. He had secretly planted a bug at the door, allowing him to hear every word of their conversation. What the hell? This is so lame. Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but complain. The plot's development was absurd. He had been fully prepared for a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, the enemy was still struggling at the starting line, unable to even figure out the right direction. At the rooftop entrance, only a handful of people remained. Outside the door, the fierce wind whipped the crimson rain into a frenzy. The nauseating stench permeating the air, coupled with the torrential downpour just steps away, had extinguished the hopes of the vast majority. Boss, do we still need to go see? A subordinate looked at Huang Jingjing, asking cautiously, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Go. Why wouldn't I go? Huang Jingjing gritted her teeth, speaking with finality. At this critical moment, her stubborn streak flared up. Perhaps having lost too many times already, she had now completely cast aside the fear of death. She would not allow herself to let any chance of turning things around slip away. Get that protective suit from earlier. I refuse to believe this. Even if the location is wrong, I have to confirm it myself today. Half an hour later, a somewhat bloated figure stumbled out of the rooftop entrance. The male-sized protective suit draped over Huang Jingjing's slender frame looked utterly comical. Huang Jingjing labored to lift the baggy suit, her steps swaying, as she walked into the boundless crimson rain. From this spot, I should be able to see the situation in the direction of the signal. After taking a few dozen steps, Huang Jingjing looked back. Through the pouring rain, she could vaguely make out a massive shadow. But because the crimson rain was so dense, severely obstructing her vision, Huang Jingjing wasn't sure if that shadow was a distant building. She could only grit her teeth and continue trudging forward, stumbling towards the shadow. As she drew closer, the outline of the shadow gradually became clearer. Something's wrong. This dark silhouette looks like it's right here on this rooftop. Huang Jingjing's heart suddenly began to race uncontrollably, an indescribable excitement surging within her. She realized that the truth they had been desperately seeking throughout the entire building might be about to be uncovered by her own hands. The crimson rain poured down in sheets, sticky droplets, incessantly pelting the protective suit. Huang Jingjing walked with difficulty, constantly wiping the grime from her visor, straining to see ahead. The outline was becoming increasingly distinct. It's a house. That dark shadow is actually a house. It's right on the rooftop. Beneath the visor, Huang Jingjing's face was ecstatic, her greedy lips uncontrollably stretching into a manic grin. Her pace involuntarily quickened. Soon a dark, solid structure came into view. That's it. Huang Jingjing trembled uncontrollably, with excitement, her voice turning shrill from the overwhelming thrill. Zhang Yuhao must be hiding in there. You damn bastard, I finally got you. She screamed, almost deliriously, feeling an exhilarating rush through her entire body. After being disoriented for so long, it was finally like parting the clouds to see the sun. At last she reached the structure. Huang Jingjing, as if intoxicated by some strange fungus, greedily caressed the pitch-black alloy exterior, a sickly infatuated smile on her face. A miracle, this is an absolute miracle. How did Zhang Yuhao manage this? To fool everyone and quietly build such a magnificent structure on the rooftop. Huang Jingjing marveled as she explored the shelter inch by inch, afraid of missing any detail. This is quite a nice iron box, completely without any flaws. Too bad this fool only thought about safety, and never considered leaving a window to see outside. He didn't even know I was right at his door, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Huang Jingjing couldn't help but burst into triumphant manic laughter. Inside the shelter, Zhang Yuhao stood silently by the window, his face dark with annoyance. He watched in silence as the figure clung to the window, acting like a madwoman. Has she lost her mind? What in the world is this guy up to? Watching that twisting, writhing figure through the glass, Zhang Yuhao was utterly speechless. Though the protective suit made it impossible to recognize who it was, their actions were anything but normal for a human being. Damn it, did the building send some lunatic over? Click, click. He pulled out his phone and snapped a series of photos of the other's foolish obsession, planning to turn them into memes for future group chats. Outside the shelter, the exploration continued. Zhang Yuhao, you're dead. Huang Jingjing's eyes gleamed with greedy excitement, her gaze brimming with the thrill of discovery. Once I've scoped out this place, I'll head back and bring the whole crew to wipe out your hideout. At the thought of the mountains of supplies piled up inside that iron house, Huang Jingjing trembled with exhilaration. Mine, it'll all be mine soon. Huang Jingjing couldn't suppress her avaricious grin, her mind painting vivid scenes of indulging in all kinds of delicacies. As for Zhang Yuhao, he would be tortured, stripped naked, and tied up outside, left to the mercy of the biting cold. He. At the thought, Huang Jingjing let out a lewd, foolish chuckle. But where's the door to this building? I can't see it. After feeling around, Huang Jingjing finally noticed something odd on one wall. The entire structure is seamless except for this square gap here. This must be where the door is. Unable to contain herself, Huang Jingjing pressed against the door, searching inch by inch for the opening mechanism. Where's the lock? The keyhole? The handle? Her voice was thick with confusion. Why is there nothing? Whoosh! Just then the door swung open without warning. Huang Jingjing, still leaning against it, froze instantly. She felt as if all the blood in her veins had stopped flowing, because a gleaming crossbow bolt was aimed right at her forehead. The arrowhead radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Come in and have a chat. Zhang Yuhao held the crossbow, a friendly smile on his face. In truth, the moment Huang Jingjing set foot on the rooftop, Zhang Yuhao had been jolted awake by the piercing alarm. Others might have their vision obscured by the torrential red rain, but Zhang Yuhao had no such trouble. The surveillance equipment he used wasn't ordinary off-the-shelf gear. It was a state-of-the-art infrared thermal imaging detector. This detector could measure temperature directly via infrared, triggering an alarm the moment any object with biological heat appeared within its range. In other words, Huang Jingjing's every stealthy move had been under Zhang Yuhao's close watch all along. She had deliberately slowed her pace, thinking she was sneaking in unnoticed, while on the other side he was nearly nodding off from the wait. After patiently waiting for a long time, he finally saw Huang Jingjing fumble her way to the front door. Just as she was fixated on finding the opening mechanism, Zhang Yuhao decisively pressed the button and flung the door open. He had already confirmed through the surveillance that she had come alone. Now whether to kill or maim, it was entirely up to him to decide. Huang Jingjing stumbled stiffly through the doorway, her eyes locked on the bolt, aimed at her forehead, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks. The earlier thrill of exploration had vanished without a trace. At this moment her heart was filled with nothing but deep regret, so intense it felt like her intestines had turned green. It's over. I was such an idiot. Why didn't I just confirm the location and leave? Why did I come snooping around? Now it looks like I might be done for today. Hey, don't zone out, this crossbow doesn't have eyes. The icy reprimand snapped Huang Jingjing out of her stupor, and Zhang Yuhao pointed the arrowhead at her protective suit. You can take off that turtle shell of yours. Move slowly or my finger might just slip. Hearing the blatant threat, Huang Jingjing felt her body tremble uncontrollably, her throat so dry and tight that she couldn't utter a single word. She could only mechanically, shakily follow Zhang Yuhao's instructions. As the mask slowly came off, a scarred, slightly grotesque face was revealed. What the? Huang Jingjing. Zhang Yuhao's mouth twitched in shock. He never expected that this guy, who usually lived for pleasure and always tried to shield everyone else, would personally take on the role of the vanguard. Have you been ostracized? Huang Jingjing was still too terrified to speak, merely shaking her head stiffly. Well then, it looks like I've caught a big fish. Zhang Yuhao grinned as he tossed out a pair of handcuffs. Cuff your right hand to the iron door and don't try anything funny. Gazing at the handcuffs on the ground, Huang Jingjing was so terrified she nearly lost control of her bladder. Her joints felt frozen stiff as she bent down awkwardly to pick up the cuffs, her hands trembling uncontrollably, barely managing to shackle herself with quivering movements. She appeared as comical as someone afflicted by a stroke. Ironically, in recent days, Huang Jingjing had been consumed by rage, burning with jealousy toward the man before her. She had even dreamed of finding him and torturing him to death by every means possible. Now standing solidly before him, she despairingly realized she lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. What are you dawdling for? Finish cuffing yourself and keep stripping. Zhang Yuhao, seeing Huang Jingjing standing there like a wooden statue lost in thought, urged her impatiently. He had to ensure she carried no hidden weapons before proceeding with his next plan. Until then, Zhang Yuhao would never lower the crossbow aimed at her head. Ha! Keep stripping. Unexpectedly, Huang Jingjing misinterpreted his intent. Her mind, twisted in its own way, suddenly conjured the most absurd and outrageous thoughts. So eager for me to undress. Could it be? At the mere thought of that possibility, Huang Jingjing's heart fluttered and a wave of lascivious excitement swept over her. Now who in the entire building was the wealthiest? Undoubtedly Zhang Yuhao. Without exaggeration, if he merely crooked his finger, countless people would willingly become his slaves or servants. With that thought, Huang Jingjing's mind began to wander uncontrollably, a tangle of lewd fantasies weaving through her consciousness. This guy has been living here alone for so long. Could he be burning with loneliness? Given the situation, it's highly possible. Otherwise, why would he go through all this trouble with me? Why not just kill me outright? There's a chance. A real opportunity. Though her mind raced with fantasies, the crossbow aimed at her forehead kept her from daring any reckless moves. Facing a tangible threat to her life, Huang Jingjing dared not gamble her own existence on those absurd notions. So she could only continue tremblingly and obediently removing her protective suit. Thud. The heavy protective suit finally fell away, revealing her figure beneath. Zhang Yuhao focused his gaze and saw that the woman was still wrapped in a bulky down jacket. Not only that, but she had multiple scarves around her neck and layers of sweaters hidden under her coat, bundled up in countless wraps. From a distance, she looked like a glutinous rice dumpling. Seeing Huang Jingjing so tightly encased, Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but frown. Accustomed to the warmth of his heated room, he had momentarily forgotten the freezing temperatures outside. Huang Jingjing's bulky clothing offered numerous hiding places, so the risk could not yet be ruled out. Keep stripping. Zhang Yuhao barked coldly. He would not allow himself to be careless about anything that could lead to failure. Hearing this, Huang Jingjing's heart grew even more elated. She became increasingly convinced that her guess was correct. Zhang Yuhao, after all, is still a creature driven by his lower half. Huang Jingjing had fully entered a fantasy realm, her eyes filled with visions of a beautiful future. She felt that, with the right moves, she might take over this place brimming with supplies and completely turn the tables to become the master. This sweet illusion, like a hallucinogen, rapidly eroded Huang Jingjing's reason, making her momentarily forget the danger before her. Gradually the woman seemed to regain a shred of confidence, her formerly timid demeanor subtly shifting. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Don't waste my time. Seeing Huang Jingjing's movements grow slower, Zhang Yuhao's vigilance heightened, and he couldn't help urging her repeatedly. At the same time, he slowly retreated behind cover, focusing intently on aiming at Huang Jingjing, ever watchful for any sudden moves from her. All right, don't be so impatient. Huang Jingjing cooed, and though her right hand was firmly cuffed to the iron door, her mind galloped like a wild horse set loose. If Zhang Yuhao really wanted to kill me, why go to all this trouble? Huang Jingjing mused to herself while slowly undressing. The more she analyzed, the more reasonable her deduction seemed, further convincing her that Zhang Yuhao had improper intentions toward her. So why not turn the tables on him? All I have to do is lure him into my trap, cut ties with everyone in the building, and hide here enjoying a life of ease. In an instant, countless scenarios flooded Huang Jingjing's mind. She could already see herself successfully subduing Zhang Yuhao, then swaggering out to tell everyone there was nothing on the rooftop. Next, she would cleverly use the excuse of exploring outside, fake an accident, and escape by pretending to die. Finally, she could secretly hide in Zhang Yuhao's supply-rich base without anyone knowing. At that point, her life of pleasure would officially begin. In Huang Jingjing's fantasy, she had already moved in empty-handed, and was enjoying a carefree life every day. Inside the shelter, she would spend her days drinking and reveling, while Zhang Yuhao, like an obedient lapdog, served her with the finest food and drink, letting her revel in the feeling of being pampered. At the thought of such a wonderful future, Huang Jingjing could no longer contain her inner joy, and her face instantly bloomed into a radiant smile. Under the powerful impact of this beautiful fantasy, the oppression and fear Zhang Yuhao had instilled in her earlier dissipated like smoke into thin air. Ha ha ha! Overwhelmed with delight, Huang Jingjing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Slap! A brick suddenly appeared in Zhang Yuhao's hand, and he hurled it directly at Huang Jingjing's face, hitting her so hard that blood gushed out. Aya! Sorry, I didn't want to resort to this, Zhang Yuhao said with a look of disgust. But your laughter was just too nauseating. After being struck in the face with a brick, Huang Jingjing's already disfigured visage became even more grotesque and terrifying, with blood trickling down her forehead, forming winding trails of crimson on her face. Yet facing the ceaseless flow of blood from her forehead, she wiped it away with utter indifference, her countenance betraying not a hint of anger. Hee. Huang Jingjing suddenly turned to Zhang Yuhao with a smile, her gaze, as if it could pierce through his very being, brimming with a sense of absolute control. I finally understand, so that's how it is. Zhang Yuhao. I don't know what you think you understand, but the expression on your face right now is utterly insufferable. I suggest you snap out of it. Oh, you. Huang Jingjing let out a coquettish laugh, then began to slowly disrobe. Yes, I've got it. Huang Jingjing screamed in wild exhilaration within her mind. Zhang Yuhao must be one of those macho men who can't bear to lose face. He likes to be pursued. Men of this type, having never been in a relationship, tend to be rather immature. Like an elementary schooler experiencing his first crush who never dares to show kindness to the girl he secretly admires, but only resorts to endless pranks trying to assert his presence through mischievous antics. Constrained by their pride, they fear others discovering their true feelings, yet they are filled with a desperate longing to connect with the object of their affection. Thus, they can only pull on her pigtails or speak ill of her, trying to provoke her just to capture her attention. At this thought, a wave of exhilaration washed over Huang Jingjing. No wonder he always loves to oppose me. No wonder none of those other women could win him over. So I've had the upper hand from the very beginning. Ha ha ha. With this realization, Huang Jingjing's movements suddenly became gentle. As if instantly switching to a state of self-intoxication, she seemed to be on a romantic stage, slowly twisting her body in slow motion, peeling off her clothes one by one. Every gesture was of utmost elegance. Every sway was laden with what she believed to be irresistible allure, as if to captivate Zhang Yuhao's gaze entirely. In that moment, she unleashed every trick in her book, striving to display all the techniques she had accumulated over the years. Her eyes and brows continuously cast flirtatious glances at Zhang Yuhao, her face brimming with seductive charm, and her dazed eyes were steeped in profound affection, as if a deeply emotional drama was unfolding between them. Zhang Yuhao's mouth fell open in sheer disbelief. His face darkened as he stared at this ugly scar-covered woman, her head slick with blood, her eyes twitching uncontrollably as if in a spasm. Not only that, but she also shook her greasy, filthy hair, writhing like a maggot. As she twisted awkwardly, she peeled off her grimy, worn-out clothes one after another. Finally, Huang Jingjing revealed her skeletal, emaciated frame, her loose and withered skin covered in moldy grime and festering chilblains. At the same time, waves of nauseating stench radiated from Huang Jingjing in all directions. The odor of vile concoction of rotting flesh, sewage, and all manner of garbage was utterly revolting. Ugh, can you hurry it up? Faced with such a disgusting scene, Zhang Yuhao could barely contain himself. In 2 lifetimes, he had never been so utterly speechless. What to do? I really want to kill her. This creature as if crawled out of a cesspool. And she's still wiggling. Zhang Yuhao's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and veins bulged on his forehead. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some use for Huang Jingjing, he would have been itching to pull the trigger and pierce her with 1,000 arrows. All right, Yuhao Gij. With the last piece of clothing falling to the ground, Huang Jingjing feigned shyness, covering her body with her hands, her head slightly lowered as she assumed a bashful pose. Yet her gaze secretly darted upward, fixated on Zhang Yuhao's reaction, brimming with anticipation for his response. Seeing that Huang Jingjing indeed carried no weapons, Zhang Yuhao let out a sigh of relief and stepped out from behind the cover. Huang Jingjing, since you're one of the leaders in this building, there's something I need you to relay. Though he had emerged from cover, Zhang Yuhao did not lower his crossbow, the bolt always aimed at her. What I have to say is simple. You saw the signal base station on the rooftop. I installed it. Now the entire building shares this network. You managed to block me, I admit you have some skill. But unfortunately, I also have a means to bring us all down together. With that, Zhang Yuhao raised a finger stating sternly, you have 1 hour. If after 1 hour, the building's network hasn't been switched to the public channel, I will destroy the signal receiver on the rooftop. Not only that, from now on, if you dare to cut off the internet, I'll smash the external device immediately. In short, if I can't use the internet, no one else will. This is a threat, not a negotiation. I won't accept any conditions or bargaining. Do you understand? Huang Jingjing stared blankly at Zhang Yuhao, her mind slow to process. Am I hearing things? What the hell is he babbling about? Is this what I came here to hear? Damn it, I've stripped down, and this is what he says. Huang Jingjing's face twitched with anger as she forced a smile. Zhang Yuhao, I suggest you don't rush. If I deliver this message, won't everyone know you're on the rooftop? So what if they do? Zhang Yuhao shrugged nonchalantly. Anyone who's not afraid to die can come find me in the red rain. Well, we don't have to take such risks. Huang Jingjing had already slipped into the role of the lady of the house, coaxing Zhang Yuhao with gentle persuasion. How about this? I'll move in secretly, and from now on you can use my devices to get online. Well, live quietly together here, how about that? As she spoke, Huang Jingjing casually raised her hand, revealing some key areas, her eyes gazing at Zhang Yuhao with a sultry look. What the hell? As Huang Jingjing stretched, the already nauseating stench in the room grew even stronger, rushing toward Zhang Yuhao like a tangible force. Zhang Yuhao felt his scalp tingle, and his stomach churn violently, unable to bear it any longer. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Zhang Yuhao suddenly grabbed a whip from a nearby weapon rack, raising it high. I intended to communicate normally, but you're the one asking for death. Crack! A fiery welt appeared on Huang Jingjing's abdomen. The whip struck with full force, sending grime from her skin flying. After a 2-second pause, Huang Jingjing finally realized what had happened. Her eyes widened, and then she let out a piercing scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Wish! Inside the shelter, the whip cut through the air with sharp cracks. To prevent infection, Zhang Yuhao considerately brought out a basin of iodophore, occasionally dipping the whip into it. A whip dipped in iodophore, disinfecting with every lash. Snap, snap. 2 more lashes sent Huang Jingjing jumping wildly on the spot. Can't you speak properly? Can you speak properly or not? Huang Jingjing's eyes bulged wide as she roared incessantly at Zhang Yuhao. Seeing her stubbornness, refusing to admit fault, Zhang Yuhao angrily continued swinging the whip. Still not giving in. Can we communicate or not? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Snap, snap, snap. Huang Jingjing was in too much pain to speak. She wanted to flee, but her right hand was cuffed to the door. All she could do was cower in a corner, back turned, frantically clutching her head. Snap, snap. Seeing her only dodge, refusing to reply with any respect, Zhang Yuhao's fury grew. He struck her back twice more with the whip. Speak. Can we communicate normally or not? Zhang Yuhao's roar echoed in the room, mingling with the patter of red rain outside, adding a chilling intensity to the air. Hiss! Huang Jingjing gasped in pain, cursing her luck inwardly. Damn! In truth, she had surrendered after the very first lash. But you just wouldn't give me a moment to breathe. She had wanted to beg for mercy long ago, but the relentless lashes made her piss fly, let alone speak. She had no chance to plead. Fine, have it your way. Zhang Yuhao laughed in anger, rolling up his sleeves. I'll whip you until you spin like a top. Stop, stop. I was wrong. Wrong? As the next lash was about to fall, Huang Jingjing finally endured the searing pain and screamed hoarsely at the top of her lungs. Zhang Yuhao had no taste for cruelty. Seeing her yield, he asked coldly, Did you remember what I said just now? Yais. Huang Jingjing stammered, her voice choked with tears. Repeat it. You told me to tell Building 7 if the network isn't restored in an hour, you'll destroy the signal tower, so everyone loses internet. Good. Zhang Yuhao nodded in satisfaction. Since you understand, put on your clothes and get lost. Okay. Huang Jingjing felt as if pardoned, hastily lowering her head to frantically gather the pile of clothes on the floor. But just 2 seconds later, as if struck by lightning, she jerked her head up in astonishment. Wait, you're just kicking me out like this? Huang Jingjing's eyes widened in disbelief. He had gone to all this trouble just to have her deliver a message. Damn. Her mind churned with a tangled mess of emotions. She slowly reached out, feeling the warm, pleasant breeze inside her face, full of reluctance. Only now did she realize that the environment she was in was pure paradise. Even standing by the door, she could deeply appreciate the shelter's bliss. Standing naked inside, she felt no chill at all. It was a stark contrast to the biting cold world outside. Huff, huff. Huang Jingjing greedily took deep breaths of fresh air. The clean, odorless scent filled her lungs, as if her entire respiratory system had been elevated. She sniffed carefully, catching a faint aroma of freshly cooked food. And it was no ordinary meal. It was the unmistakable scent of steaming, freshly prepared dishes, still carrying the wok's heat. Unaware of Zhang Yuhao's special space for preserving food, she naturally assumed he had just cooked and set the table. How wonderful. I'd work for 10 years for free just to have a bite of that hot meal. When dividing the functional zones, Zhang Yuhao had deliberately isolated the entrance. Standing at the door, one couldn't see the interior beyond. Yet Huang Jingjing stared intently at the nearby cabinet, her gaze burning with longing, as if her eyes could pierce through the obstacles to see what lay within. Behind that cabinet must be a heavenly paradise. Imagining the steaming meals and warm, cozy bed, jealousy made her eyes red. No. Her heart screamed in resistance. She couldn't accept it, she simply couldn't. No matter what, she refused to return to her dirty, stinking, cold, and damp little hovel. No, I have to think of a way to stay here. Huang Jingjing deliberately slowed her movements, her mind racing. Stop dawdling. Finish up and get out. Zhang Yuhao watched her lingering reluctantly at the door, his impatience barely contained. With no one on the rooftop for now, it was the perfect time to send her off. If she disappeared too long up there, her subordinates might come looking. Though the starving refugees in the building had little strength left and under the harsh red rain could cause no trouble, Zhang Yuhao wouldn't open the door while someone was on the rooftop. It was a matter of principle. Can't you move any faster? Huang Jingjing clearly hadn't given up. She dressed excruciatingly slowly, as if hoping Zhang Yuhao would change his mind or just wanting to stay in this warm place a little longer. Even a second. Zhang Yuhao glanced at the thermal imaging monitor, which clearly showed the rooftop empty. If he didn't take advantage of this temporary safety to send her away, he'd have to endure her nauseating stench for another agonizing moment. Enough, stop dressing. Just bundle your clothes and stuff them into the protective suit. Huang Jingjing never expected her dawdling would backfire so badly. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What are you looking at? Want another beating? Huang Jingjing shrank her neck and quickly shook her head. If you don't want a beating, pack up and get the hell out. Now unable to find any excuse to delay, Huang Jingjing reluctantly pulled up her protective suit, speaking with lingering hope. Hey, can we discuss? No. Zhang Yuhao raised the whip, abruptly startling her into silence. This woman never had anything good to say, so he simply refused to let her speak. Getting her out of here was the top priority. His network had to be restored as soon as possible. He wanted the clowns in this building to learn that no one could use such petty tricks to threaten him. After intimidating Huang Jingjing, the shelter finally fell into a brief silence. For a moment, only the rustling sound of dressing remained at the doorway. Zhang Yuhao had no desire for idle chatter. He merely aimed his crossbow at her, vigilant of her every move. Yet despite the arrow pointed at her head, Huang Jingjing was never one to stay still. Even after repeated rejections, her desire to stay here grew ever stronger, like wild weeds sprouting madly in the depths of her heart. I've got it now. This Zhang Yuhao guy is probably just impotent. Even now, this woman still failed to realize how severely her appearance and image had deteriorated. Instead, she habitually sought fault in others. Ever since this red rain fell, every man in this building has become a spent force. My beauty hasn't worked its magic once. As she dressed, she covertly observed Zhang Yuhao's reaction. I thought this guy had gotten wind of it early and dodged the virus assault, but it turns out he's just as weak-kneed. It seems seduction won't cut it. So do I need to offer something else to show my sincerity? Huang Jingjing's mind raced, and finally she made a firm decision. Mustering her courage, she spoke up. Brother Yuhao, I could actually work for you. Zhang Yuhao looked at her with utter confusion, uncertain what game this woman was playing now. Well, you see, we were colleagues before and we know each other inside out. I always ranked among the top in sales at the company, even winning top sales several times. So I've got solid business skills. By now, Huang Jingjing was desperate, pitching herself at a frantic pace. How about I work for you for free? Just let me stay and he'll handle any chores, tasks, or needs. Just say the word. I'd even clean up after you, and I won't ask for a single cent in wages. Just feed me, that's all. Give me a chance, let me be your dog, okay? If not for her fear of the whip in Zhang Yuhao's hand, she would have thrown herself at his feet to lick them as a token of loyalty. You can bend and stretch. I have to say I admire that. Zhang Yuhao kept the crossbow steady, his gaze cool and detached. Your offer is tempting, but I decline. To be honest, taking in a dog could be amusing. Free labor was not to be wasted. Unfortunately, this dog Huang Jingjing, she bites. Why? Why? Huang Jingjing seemed crushed, suddenly screaming recklessly. Why won't you let me stay? Why won't you use me? I don't ask for much. The reason I won't let you in is something you'll never understand in this lifetime. Zhang Yuhao looked at her with amusement. Besides, who says I'm not using you? Huh? Huang Jingjing froze, a glimmer of hope surging in her despairing heart, a spark of light rekindling in her eyes. You're willing to use me? That's right. Do you remember what your old job was? Sales. And what did your daily work involve? Going out to close deals, using my eloquence to win clients, negotiate, and secure business. Faced with Zhang Yuhao's questions, Huang Jingjing spoke confidently. She believed that in her work she had every right to be proud. Exactly. You know it well, Zhang Yuhao said with a grin. As a salesperson, of course you have to go out and hustle. Didn't I just assign you the negotiation task? Huh? Huang Jingjing's vision darkened, a sense of dread washing over her as she felt mocked. She quickly said, but I should be able to return to the office after finishing the deal. Did you often go back to the office before? Zhang Yuhao asked calmly, turning the question back on her. Huang Jingjing was at a loss for words. As a woman with a wild streak, she rarely ever reported to the office, spending her days instead in bars picking up men and closing deals. Enough with the chatter. You should go out and hustle now. Once the job's done, head home to sleep. Isn't that your usual routine? Zhang Yuhao's smile grew warmer, yet to Huang Jingjing it was nothing but a bitter mockery. Don't say I'm not using you. I'm making the most of your talents. But Huang Jingjing tried to argue further, but Zhang Yuhao cut her off without mercy. No more buts. My patience is wearing thin. Keep this up and it'll be mealtime. Mealtime? Huang Jingjing was momentarily confused. That's right. When mealtime comes I have to treat you to a meal, don't I? Hearing this, Huang Jingjing was overjoyed. Such a good deal. Exactly. Zhang Yuhao's smile remained unchanged. A meal of your favorite. Slaps to the face. Huang Jingjing. After being toyed with repeatedly, Huang Jingjing finally realized she was being led around like a dog. Begging further would only bring more humiliation, yet she dared not retort. She could only lower her head, ceasing communication, and silently enduring this disgrace. Of course, her movements remained deliberately slow. Zhang Yuhao, however, was not one to indulge anyone. He tossed the handcuff key over and issued an ultimatum. I'll give you 30 seconds. Once the handcuffs are off, leave the key on the platform beside you, and get out immediately. If you're still inside after 30 seconds, I'll lash you with the whip. If the protective suit gets torn, you'll be on your own. With that, Zhang Yuhao immediately lowered his gaze to his watch and began counting down the seconds. Wait, don't rush. I'm leaving now. Seeing that he was serious, Huang Jingjing's fear amplified instantly. She dared not delay any longer and hurriedly scrambled to pack up. Time's running out. Zhang Yuhao's icy reminder sounded like a death knell. Wait, I'm going as fast as I can. Huang Jingjing's hands trembled violently beyond her control, due to extreme tension, failing repeatedly to insert the key into the handcuffs. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead from sheer anxiety. 10. 9. Wait please. I beg you. Her voice was nearly pleading as she struggled to remove the handcuffs, but the protective suit's helmet and gloves still lay on the ground unworn. 8. 7. Don't rush, bro, I beg you. 6. 5. Huang Jingjing was on the verge of tears, her movements growing increasingly frantic. 4. 3. 2. I'm done. Stop counting, stop counting. In her panic, Huang Jingjing had no time to check if the seals at the joints of the protective suit were properly closed. She simply threw on the gear haphazardly and scrambled toward the door, pushing it open and stumbling out. Boom! The heavy door slammed shut behind her, the thunderous sound startling her so much that her entire body jolted. Phew! I've survived. Leaving the shelter, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The next second, a torrential downpour of apocalyptic red rain cascaded from the sky, heavy droplets pelting Huang Jingjing relentlessly, instantly dragging her back to the harsh reality. The biting wind howled like a knife. Huang Jingjing's body, still warm from the shelter, was now pierced by an icy chill, as if all her body heat had been swept away by the frigid current. She surveyed her surroundings, the dim and blood-red world, before her feeling oppressive, as if it might suffocate her. Lifting her foot, she found herself standing in dark red water that reached her calves, plunging her mood to the depths. The nauseating foul stench in the air left her frozen in place for a full 2 seconds. Then a blazing hatred suddenly erupted in her eyes. Damn Zhang Yuhao, it'll make you pay. She could have endured the darkness if she had never seen the light. After briefly experiencing the warmth and comfort of the shelter, the cozy air, the fresh scent, the beautiful environment, they became an indelible obsession in her heart. Huang Jingjing could never go back to how things were. Why? A worthless loser who wasn't even worthy of being my simp gets to enjoy such a blissful life. Burning jealousy twisted Huang Jingjing's face like a raging inferno. She glared venomously at the dark, imposing shelter amidst the red rain, as if trying to pierce it with her gaze. The thought of revenge grew ever more resolute. I must take this place. Everything here will be mine. Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received 99 resentment points from Huang Jingjing. Received. Inside the shelter, Zhang Yuhao's gaze was fixed on the system interface, closely monitoring the contribution of resentment points. It wasn't on a whim that he had brought Huang Jingjing in. Besides needing her to threaten the building's residents into restoring the network, there was also a crucial experiment waiting to be completed. Indeed, a state of fear is not conducive to generating resentment. Ever since the resentment system was activated, he had been pondering capturing a few prisoners to control, turning them into perpetual power banks that would endlessly supply him with experience. Unfortunately, the results of his latest experiment left him somewhat disappointed. Huang Jingjing, now a captive, was so consumed by terror that she could not muster any resentment. Yet upon reflection, this seemed perfectly logical. If prisoners could continuously churn out resentment while in captivity, wouldn't the entire prison system become a farce? Imagine if every criminal after enduring their sentence emerged solely to exact revenge. How could society possibly function? Fortunately for humans, torment often leaves an indelible shadow deep within their hearts. In reality, even a few days in a detention center is enough to make most people docile upon release, never daring to cross that threshold again. Of course, human nature is complex. Some forget their pain. Once enough time passes, old wounds healing without a trace. In summary, based on Zhang Yuhao's meticulous research, Huang Jingjing's resentment output within the shelter was negligible, barely reaching single digits. It was only after her release that her resentment surged steadily, eventually stabilizing at a consistent 99. It seems people only feel safe enough to scheme against others when they are secure. Zhang Yuhao fell into thoughtful contemplation. This discovery granted him a deeper understanding of human nature. Indeed, it mirrors the common trait of petty individuals. Bold and aggressive online, yet timid and submissive in reality. Having concluded his experiment, Zhang Yuhao turned his attention to the state of the network. He was in no mood for jest. If the internet did not recover within an hour, he would not hesitate to destroy the network base station. Zhang Yuhao refused to let the crowd downstairs hold his network hostage. Enduring the agony of a severed connection was intolerable. He would rather abandon everything and leave. I hope you're not digging your own graves. Half an hour later, his silent phone suddenly erupted with a frenzy of notification alerts. The network is back. Zhang Yuhao gazed at the rekindled signal icon on his phone screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, betraying no surprise. He had long been certain that his adversaries lacked the courage to force a mutually destructive outcome. After all, in this invisible game of strategy, the stakes held by each side were far from equal. At present, Zhang Yuhao was already without internet, leaving him with nothing to lose. If he were to strike at the network base station, he would bear no psychological burden whatsoever. After all, the worst outcome would merely be maintaining the status quo. Thus, in this gambit, Zhang Yuhao could at most break even, but the people in the building might suffer a catastrophic loss. Unlike him, the others were not reincarnators. They were utterly in the dark about future developments, relying solely on news bulletins for guidance. In this apocalyptic world, the importance of information was self-evident. The building's residents had little entertainment to begin with, and their greatest daily solace lay in clinging to the news on their phones. They watched the outside world with bated breath, terrified of missing any crucial updates about rescue efforts. Hence, they dared not gamble. If even the network were lost, most people might suffer a complete mental breakdown. This way, I trust they won't dare to play any more tricks online. With the network restored, Zhang Yuhao methodically began sifting through various messages, searching for any overlooked vital information. The first things to catch his eye on the screen were a dense array of debt collection texts and missed call notifications. He ignored them all. Next, he opened his social media app, where a torrent of private messages flooded in, filled with pleas, threats, and temptations. He gave them only a cursory glance, choosing to disregard them as well. Finding nothing of importance, Zhang Yuhao deftly navigated to the official forum to check the latest updates on the global disaster. The forum page loaded slowly, posts surging in like a tidal wave. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have pressed the panic button. No news could capture the public's attention more than the apocalyptic calamities. The once celebrity gossip-dominated headlines and trending topics had now been overtaken by reports on disaster zones and expert analyses. The catastrophe in Port City was not an isolated incident. Globally, dozens of cities were already shrouded in the gloom of crimson rain, with the devastation in each afflicted area bearing a horrifying resemblance. Although no new red rain zones had emerged, the floods spawned by the crimson rain had begun to gradually impact neighboring cities. Under the relentless downpour, rampant floodwaters spread everywhere. The eerie red currents flowed primarily along river basins, contaminating everything in their path. Wherever they went, aquatic life perished and vegetation withered. The red rain disaster had already plunged multiple regions across the globe into a dire water shortage crisis. The red rain virus poses relatively limited harm to humans. Its most severe victims should be fish. On this planet, the total area of the oceans far exceeds that of the continents. Since the regions where the red rain falls are entirely random, not only are the landmasses severely affected, but the depths of the oceans have also not been spared. The apocalyptic calamity raged wildly across those vast uninhabited areas, and the red rain virus inflicted horrifying devastation upon marine ecosystems. Along the coastlines of many countries, rotting dead fish had piled up like small mountains, emitting a nauseating stench, presenting an unmistakable scene of doom. Online, even the regions yet to be contaminated by the red rain were shrouded in mass panic. The wealthy poured immense sums of money into building safe havens at any cost, while ordinary citizens descended into madness, collectively hoarding food and supplies. As if only this could slightly alleviate the fear in their hearts. Faced with such chaos, governments were compelled to impose control measures strictly forbidding merchants and residents from panic buying supplies, maliciously inflating prices, or hoarding excessively. Unfortunately, these measures had little effect. In this era of the internet, every tragic scene within the affected zones was constantly broadcast to the public through live streams by the victims themselves. Witnessing those hellish, gruesome images, everyone was filled with dread. In a disaster, no one can be relied upon. Only self-rescue matters. Thus, the entire planet descended into chaos. Overall, the current situation is not much different from my past life. Zhang Yuhao quickly scrolled through the forums. He knew the course of future events. What he was experiencing now was merely the initial stage of the apocalypse. The main event had not even begun. Wait. Just as Zhang Yuhao was about to close the page, his eyes caught sight of an unexpected number of private messages in his personal profile. I didn't even use my real name on the forum. How could anyone be looking for me? With this doubt, Zhang Yuhao curiously opened the messages. However, the content of the messages startled him. It's actually from the authorities. To be honest, if the authorities had sought him out, Zhang Yuhao would not have been surprised at all. After all, this was the information age. The reckless actions he had taken before the apocalypse. If the authorities were determined to investigate with their power, he would have no place to hide. But what puzzled Zhang Yuhao was why the authorities chose to contact him through the forum. He was using a guest account that had not been registered with his real identity. Under normal circumstances, even if the authorities wanted to find him, wouldn't they use more conventional messaging tools or simply call him directly? Filled with confusion, Zhang Yuhao slowly opened the official account bearing the platform's verification. Port City Naval Base Hiss. This department sounds familiar. Zhang Yuhao stared at the account ID, and something stirred in his mind, bringing forth a flood of related memories. In my past life, this place seemed to be the city's largest survivor base. After the global collapse, it eventually joined the Divine Organization. 80% of its members were soldiers from the base, and the remaining 20% were rescued survivors. Zhang Yuhao did not have a particularly deep impression of these people. He only vaguely remembered that they were relatively simple and honest in character. When they first arrived at the camp, they contributed a large amount of happiness points out of gratitude. Unfortunately, later on, the higher-ups at the camp, upon hearing that such a large force had joined, strongly demanded that they be sent to the other world, deployed to the front lines for pioneering. After that, Zhang Yuhao hardly had any contact with them. Honestly, at first Zhang Yuhao had indeed wanted to keep these grateful soldiers by his side, as their loyalty and simplicity were trustworthy. However, these young lads could not resist the sweet talk of the organization's high-ranking members. Upon hearing that there was a war on the front lines and that their homeland needed defending, they collectively volunteered for the mission. On the day of their farewell, Zhang Yuhao still vaguely remembered that dark-skinned burly simpleton holding a cup of farewell wine, his face flushed red, gulping it down heroically while shouting excitedly, "Obeying orders, protecting the country, serving the people. That is a soldier's duty." That impassioned voice still seemed to echo in his ears. Afterward, this unit, filled with fervor, resolutely marched to the front lines. From then on, Zhang Yuhao never saw them again. Even after the other world was completely conquered by humanity, this unit remained stationed in the harsh regions, refusing to withdraw, fulfilling their professional mission. If in my past life I had forcibly kept these men and formed a personal guard, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuhao could not help but let out a deep sigh. Words are useless. Even if he had the intention in this life, his circumstances would not allow him to support others. His system path had been determined to be a solo mode, and he would no longer consider developing any organization. Everything would be centered on his own interests. But why are these people looking for me? With this question in mind, Zhang Yuhao opened the chat window. "Hello, friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Port City Naval Base. May I ask you a few questions? Hello, are you there? Are you safe? If you're in danger, you can contact me. If you're not far from the naval base, we can provide rescue. If you see this message, please leave your phone number. I'm very busy here and can't be online all the time. I hope you just haven't seen the messages. Good luck." These messages had been appearing periodically since the early days of the apocalypse, revealing the sender's persistence and concern. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuhao only saw them today. It seems they don't know my situation. But why are they so interested in a tourist account? Though he didn't know the exact reason, Zhang Yuhao understood that the other party must need something from him, or they wouldn't have kept sending messages so persistently. Nothing happens without a reason. Even if they were kind-hearted, they wouldn't care so much about a complete stranger. I'd better reply and ask what's going on. Facing an armed force, Zhang Yuhao decided to show some respect and get a better understanding of the situation first. After all, one should never strike a smiling face. These people had at least been polite. Besides, they had never betrayed him in his past life. They had fought bravely on the front lines. A simple conversation wouldn't hurt. Of course, Zhang Yuhao had his own bottom line. If their request would harm his interests, he would refuse without hesitation. In this harsh and brutal world, everything is merely an exchange of interests. No one is born to sacrifice for another, and no one owes anyone anything. Sorry, I didn't see the messages before. I'm safe and don't need help. Is there something you need? Zhang Yuhao quickly typed these words and sent them. After a moment's thought, he continued typing. If you're not online, you can add my account XXXX. Out of caution, he didn't leave his own social media account, but instead provided the blonde's chat account. He had been doxed so many times that he had to be extremely careful. Even though the soldiers were unlikely to betray him, Zhang Yuhao would never use his own account to communicate with outsiders again. Shortly after Zhang Yuhao replied, the other party quickly sent a friend request. Hello, are you the netizen who left a comment on the Port City forum? I am Zhang Heping, the leader of the Port City Naval Base. Hello, are you the netizen who left a comment on the Port City forum? I am Zhang Heping, the leader of the Port City Naval Base. Zhang Yuhao accepted Zhang Heping's friend request. The other party's profile picture was a luxurious warship gleaming brilliantly under the morning sun. Hello, how should I address you? Zhang Heping spoke first, his tone carrying the crisp politeness unique to a soldier. My name is Peng Gao. Zhang Yuhao thought for a moment and gave his boss name. Mr. Peng, right? Yes, but you don't have to be so formal. You can call me Peng the Beast if you like. The other party was clearly taken aback, not expecting someone to joke so light-heartedly during the apocalypse. They paused for a long moment. Mr. Peng is joking. I have a few questions. May I ask? Hey, don't be so formal. We're all brothers here. Zhang Yuhao was trying to build rapport, but the other party was clearly an honest man and didn't know how to respond for a long time. Then, Brother Peng, it'll be straightforward. I have a few questions to ask. Of course, if you have any difficulties, just say the word. We'll help if we can. Go ahead and ask. All right, I won't be polite then. Actually, well, let me start from the beginning. It's simple. When I was posting a rescue request on the forum, I happened to see your comment. Which comment? It had been so long that Zhang Yuhao had almost forgotten those trivial matters. Your first comment on the account, the one saying the red rain wasn't acid rain, but a virus, not a corrosive. Zhang Heping reminded him. Oh right, I remember that post had no traction. Zhang Yuhao recalled. He hadn't expected much when he posted that comment. He was just bored and casually spreading some knowledge to earn some good karma. Yes, because there was no evidence, no one believed it. But I felt your tone was very serious, not like a joke. Your wording was certain without any speculation, as if you were stating a fact. So I sent you a private message back then. Sorry, I don't check the forum often. That's all right. Later, our comrades who got caught in the rain did develop the fever you mentioned. I discussed it with the military doctor, and he felt your view fit the symptoms very well. To find out the truth, we gave some infected comrades immunity-boosting shots, while others took fever reducers. We ran a controlled experiment with the two groups. It turned out the virus does target the immune system. The comrades who took fever reducers recovered faster, but their physical condition was far worse than those who got the shots. Some even had recurring fevers after they subsided. So Brother Peng, your theory was completely correct. If we hadn't seen your comment, our unit might have delayed treatment for many people. Thank you so much. Zhang Heping's words were sincere, overflowing with gratitude. I see. Well, I'm glad it helped you all. There's no need to flatter me so much. Upon understanding the cause of the matter, Zhang Yuhao even felt a twinge of guilt. To be honest, his initial motive for posting was mostly driven by his disdain for those so-called experts spouting nonsense. Driven by a hatred of stupidity, he had shared some knowledge on the forum, intending to use it later to refute those trolls. Unexpectedly, a completely unnoticed post had inadvertently saved the lives of many soldiers. No, please don't be modest. We truly want to thank you. Zhang Heping's attitude remained sincere. Then he suddenly sent a sighing emoji. It's a pity that the resistance injection is only available in regular hospitals. Even if we spread this information, it won't save ordinary civilians. Zhang Heping, it's best to use the resistance injection in combination with fever reducers. High fever is part of the BOTUS process of fighting the virus, but it can also be fatal. Once the temperature reaches 39°C, oral antipyretics are needed to prevent sepsis and septic shock. Zhang Yuhao informed him of the final research conclusions from the authorities in his past life. He had long memorized these doomsday survival tips. Okay, I'll keep your advice in mind. Zhang Heping quickly replied. By the way, Brother Peng, there's something else I need to tell you. I'm a bit embarrassed to say it. At this point, Zhang Heping seemed somewhat awkward. Earlier, because I couldn't reach you, but considering that lives were at stake in this disaster, I reported all the content from your forum posts to my superiors without your permission, including your later suggestions on modifying supply crates. Seeing this, Zhang Yuhao's expression changed instantly. He asked urgently, and the source of the information, who did you attribute it to? Since I couldn't contact you, and didn't know your wishes, I said it was from an anonymous netizen. Zhang Heping explained with slight embarrassment, then added, of course this can be remedied. If you want, I can write another report now, crediting the information to you, Peng Gao. Hey, don't. Zhang Yuhao quickly stopped him. Don't expose me. I'm actually socially anxious and hate being in the spotlight. From now on, you can report any information I give you freely, but only under your own name. Or you can have one of your men take the credit. Huh? Zhang Heping was clearly baffled. This is the basis of our cooperation. I can share any research results with you for free, and you can report them, but on the condition that you must keep my existence hidden. Zhang Yuhao's tone turned serious. If you can't even do this, then there's no need for us to cooperate in the future. Don't try to contact me again either, because I just want to be an anonymous recluse. He further emphasized the gravity of the matter. That's my only request. Can you do it? Zhang Yuhao's demand plunged Zhang Heping into deep thought. He couldn't understand why anyone would refuse honor and merit. This unusual behavior led him to some unpleasant suspicions. So Zhang Heping tentatively replied, "Actually, in a disaster like this, your contributions could be considered as atonement for crimes. The nation needs talented people in times of crisis. This could be a good opportunity for you to come forward. We might even organize a rescue team to get you out of there first." Stop. Zhang Yuhao was torn between laughter and exasperation as he quickly interrupted Zhang Heping. The other man must have mistaken him for a fugitive. Although he was a deadbeat, he had nothing to do with being a criminal. First of all, I have a clean record and don't need any chance to clear my name. Secondly, I don't need fame. Fame and fortune hold no appeal for me because I firmly believe this disaster is far from over. This isn't a natural disaster. It's an apocalypse. Finally, I might as well tell you I'm not an expert or scholar. My information comes from divination with no evidence to support it. But I suggest you trust me because so far I haven't been wrong. To avoid any potential future troubles, Zhang Yuhao decided to make up a wild story and shut down any further questions. But upon hearing this, Zhang Heping's world was thrown into chaos. This information came from divination. Holy shit. If this Peng Gao wasn't lying, then he was currently communicating with a fortune teller. Realizing this, Zhang Heping felt utterly unsettled. Holy crap. He had actually reported the results of a divination to the fleet headquarters. Even worse, the headquarters might be reporting it up the chain. It might even have reached the central government of the Dragon Kingdom by now. The more Zhang Heping thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. You needn't worry so much. No one here is a fool. Intelligence can be verified. Truth or falsehood is revealed with a single test. Even if there are deviations, it eliminates one wrong option. Zhang Yuhao, noticing the prolonged silence on the other end, pondered for a moment and quickly discerned the hesitation within. He spoke up to soothe the other party. "What you say is reasonable," Zhang Heping replied with a wry smile. "But I dare not take this credit. It's too hot to handle. One misstep and it could become a massive burden. In the future, when I report the situation, I'll add a note: this intelligence is anonymously provided by an unknown netizen. Its authenticity unverifiable and caution is advised." "You wouldn't mind that, would you?" "Not at all. That's fine," Zhang Yuhao replied without hesitation. "In fact, do it exactly that way. Send me an email address later. From now on, I'll anonymously provide intelligence through email. Let's play the part thoroughly." Zhang Heping looked at the message, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This isn't exactly a bad thing, is it? Is such caution really necessary? Yet upon reflection, if this intelligence truly came from divination, being prudent was indeed justified. To avoid bringing trouble upon himself, he paused before replying. "But Brother Pong, do you really not need rescue? Our base has a shelter inside. It's quite safe." "No need. I foresaw this disaster long ago through divination. There's no need to worry about my safety or supplies." Zhang Yuhao declined the rescue once more, then his expression turned serious as he began to offer genuine guidance. "Next, I'll send intelligence to your email. Every piece of information there must be carefully memorized." With that, Zhang Yuhao picked up Puto's computer, logged into his email, and began typing. "First, regarding your own camp, you must start building survival facilities immediately. The sooner the better. Such as power generation equipment, water purification systems, air purifiers, and planting areas. Never pin your hopes on the disaster ending naturally, and don't rely on outside rescue. This catastrophe will ultimately sweep the globe. It's the end of the world. Additionally, reinforcing and constructing defensive fortifications is crucial. Seal the supply warehouses, pay attention to ground hardening, and isolation facilities with disinfection zones. Communication safeguards. Zhang Yuhao spoke eloquently, detailing the essential equipment and precautions from the system camp of his past life. Next, race the intelligence worth reporting upward. First, focus on urgently repairing large shelters, gathering resources, and digging flood drainage channels. The thunderstorm should end soon. When it does, the materials from supply crates will also need waterproofing. Suggest storing contents properly. For protective gear research, instruct researchers to abandon all polyester and polymer materials and prioritize steel and paint coatings. If you doubt this, check the car surfaces in the disaster zone. They remain undamaged. Under these special circumstances, forget about load-bearing issues. Lightweight materials can't withstand the corrosion. Also, abandon lunar landing and space shelter plans. The sun will become increasingly active, generating regular radiation storms. Leaving Earth will only hasten death. Zhang Heping stared at the dense text on the screen, the detailed intelligence, dazzling him, leaving his mind momentarily dazed. Could such precise content truly be derived from divination? Zhang Heping was filled with suspicion, and the more he thought, the more unlikely it seemed. Perhaps the person on the other side of the screen is indeed an expert scholar who has transcended base interests. With this thought, Zhang Heping couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. At the same time, he felt the weight on his shoulders grow as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and immense pressure. If everything this gentleman says is true, then humanity's doom is indeed upon us. At this thought, Zheng Heping was gripped by terror. He lamented the tragic realization that facing this apocalypse, he could do nothing but guard his own small patch of land. That's enough for now, it should keep you busy. After packaging the current priorities in one go, Zhang Yuhao felt somewhat fatigued. Yet inexplicably his heart felt immensely relieved, as if a heavy burden had been partially lifted. Lastly, a friendly reminder: make sure to prepare plenty of cold weather supplies. Why? Zhang Heping's mind was sluggish from the overwhelming influx of information in such a short time. Because Zhang Yuhao smiled mysteriously. The extreme cold is coming. After ending the conversation with Zhang Heping, a sense of tranquility settled in Zhang Yuhao's heart. Though his neighbors were all scoundrels, the Dragon Kingdom should not perish. He was no antisocial personality, so he naturally didn't wish for all of humanity to die out. But this time everyone must rely on themselves. If the information he provided could garner sufficient attention from the higher-ups, the Dragon Kingdom might navigate the apocalypse with fewer detours. With the Doomsday yet to fully engulf the globe, if they seized the opportunity to leverage the Dragon Kingdom's world-renowned, terrifying construction speed, there might indeed be a chance to build a massive base capable of housing hundreds of millions. Then the Dragon Kingdom could emerge from this global catastrophe as the nation with the least losses. With that, the factory's research and production lines should be preserved intact. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhang Yuhao's eyes. He knew this represented a tremendous opportunity for him. By then Zhang Yuhao could reap immense benefits. After all, in the later stages of the apocalypse, many special disasters would require specific protective gear to handle. Take his past life experience: his camp housed over 10 million people and boasted a complete research, processing, and manufacturing system. Leveraging this powerful advantage, the camp successfully produced countless doomsday tools and an inexhaustible supply of various weapons and ammunition, playing a vital role in the harsh apocalyptic environment. After his rebirth, Zhang Yuhao had left the collective in this life. While living alone meant no worries beyond feeding himself, bringing ease and comfort, it was indeed a shortfall in terms of productivity. Currently my supplies are ample, but they're all everyday items. Once the apocalypse reaches its later stages, I might struggle to keep up. It's like trying to buy an umbrella that can withstand the corrosive red rain before it falls. Impossible no matter how far you search. Only when the red rain appears and society feels an urgent need for such items will capital and the higher-ups take notice, investing funds to initiate related research. Then, with a little push from factories, mass production of umbrellas, boats, and protective gear effective against the red rain virus can be quickly achieved. In his past life, he had personally overseen these troublesome matters, barely having a moment's rest. This life is much better. He can just slack off. Let the higher-ups worry about the tedious affairs of research and production. As long as the Dragon Kingdom preserves its production lines, whenever he needs doomsday equipment, he can simply find a reliable intermediary to trade. It saves a lot of trouble. Beyond that, basic infrastructure is equally crucial. If the nation falls, satellites, networks, and power supply will quickly become relics of the past, plunging the entire city into a dead, silent ruin. This would be extremely detrimental to Zhang Yuhao's leveling up. Currently, he can sit at home and harvest a vast amount of resentment points without stepping out, all thanks to the nation's internet and power supply. Moreover, if the Dragon Kingdom can weather the early stages of this disaster, it means a continuous stream of airdrops and supplies in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Yuhao had no desire to waste even a single grain of food on those ungrateful wretches in the building. With the Dragon Kingdom as a safety net, everything would be much easier. He could simply focus on enjoying his vacation. As for how difficult the world might become without his system's assistance, that was beyond Zhang Yuhao's concern. I've done my part and then some. In his past life, Zhang Yuhao had burned himself out for all of humanity. In this life, he felt he could at most offer intellectual support. As for the specifics of how to act, that was up to them. In the days that followed, Zhang Yuhao continued his carefree life. He maintained a regular schedule, methodically tending to his shelter, as if the apocalyptic world outside had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, the people downstairs, for some reason, had yet to take any substantial action. I overestimated this rabble. Zhang Yuhao shook his head. From the surveillance feed, figures frequently flickered past the main entrance. Clearly they were watching, covertly unwilling to give up on the idea of sinking their teeth into the prize. But so far they couldn't even break through the blockade of the red rain. Though the building's interior appeared calm and serene on the surface, Zhang Yuhao would not let his guard down. He knew well that beneath the tranquil veneer of this post-apocalyptic backdrop, turbulent undercurrents often lurked. In his spare moments, he kept a close watch on the system interface, meticulously analyzing the data. The recent resentment values haven't shown any significant increase. This subtle discovery plunged Zhang Yuhao into deep thought. It indicated that most people in the building remained relatively stable emotionally without succumbing to despair over their current situation. It seems this group must be plotting something, and they have full confidence in that plan. With such a massive temptation laid before them, the people downstairs would not easily give up. They were merely waiting for the right moment. Though he understood the intentions of those downstairs, Zhang Yuhao did not panic. Instead, his demeanor grew increasingly relaxed. Now he had an additional escape route at his disposal, granting him complete freedom to advance or retreat and securing absolute initiative. During previous communications, he had already reached an understanding with Zhang Heping, who had given him his word whenever Zhang Yuhao wished a military speedboat would be ready to evacuate him to the naval base. Thus, even in the worst-case scenario, the sanctuary being breached, Zhang Yuhao could still pretend to be a regular military unit, which would be enough to make his enemies hesitate. At this stage, as long as Zhang Yuhao made a video call to Zhang Heping, the deterrent effect would be no less formidable than a nuclear bomb. After all, this was still the early days of the apocalypse. Though outrageous acts had become commonplace, these evil deeds dared only to hide in the shadows. Faced with a fully armed regular military unit, no one would dare commit murder on a live broadcast. After all, the Red Rain was currently limited to small areas. The global environment remained peaceful. The essence of these people's killings was to survive the calamity and live a good life afterward, not to await legal retribution. Therefore, even in the worst-case scenario, Zhang Yuhao was not particularly afraid. He now had the backing of the regular military. A single video call would surely calm the opposition. Next, at worst, he would have to abandon some supplies, believing no one would be foolish enough to act rashly and destroy everything. This was one reason Zhang Yuhao deliberately cultivated ties with Zhang Heping. Suppress one group, win over another. This was a universally applicable principle. For instance, within this very building, Zhang Yuhao had already planted his informants. As soon as the network was restored, Zhang Yuhao selected a few tenants of the lowest status from the many residents and contacted them via private messages. The negotiation was simple, merely promising a few bags of rice, as empty checks was enough to easily buy them all off. The weakness of the mob was laid bare in that moment. The entire organization was like a heap of loose sand, utterly devoid of discipline, and never lacking selfish individuals who only cared for immediate gains. As for these bought-off traitors, their task was straightforward. Just to tip him off. Though I haven't planted informants among the ruling class, this is sufficient. Zhang Yuhao was well aware that these low-level individuals had no place in the building's high-level internal meetings. But that was fine. If the other side planned any major move, they would inevitably have to gather the entire building's residents. If they didn't mobilize the collective strength of the building, the mere dozen or so fighters among the high-level were not worth his concern. Thus a day passed quietly. The entire building was eerily silent, as if it had returned to peacetime. Yet beneath the surface, undercurrents surged. In the dead of night, while Zhang Yuhao was sound asleep, he was suddenly jolted awake by a tremendous roar. The piercing, grating noise savagely scraped against his eardrums, startling him upright in bed. What the hell? What's going on? The noise continued unabated, filling the sanctuary with a cacophony of sound. These people have lost their minds. Zhang Yuhao quickly got out of bed, first glancing at the infrared surveillance monitor, which showed the rooftop empty. Right, if someone were there, the alarm would have gone off. He listened carefully, tracing the source of the sound, and realized it was coming from downstairs. The source was so close as if right beneath his feet. The intense vibrations caused the floor to tremble slightly. What are these wretched kids up to? Tearing down the house? Zhang Yuhao glanced at his phone. None of his informants had sent messages indicating that only a few people were involved in this operation downstairs. This noise sounds familiar, like a hammer drill. Having used the tool himself recently to break through the garage wall, he quickly guessed the intentions of those downstairs. Planning to drill a hole in the 8th floor ceiling to connect the sanctuary with the building. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Yuhao's mouth. Can't break through the Red Rain, so you're thinking of digging a dog hole, huh? Minutes earlier, it was a dark and windy night, a peaceful time meant for restful sleep. Yet in a certain room on the top floor, dozens of burly men sat in a dense crowd, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Is everyone here? A somewhat rough voice sounded, and a stout figure raised a hand to switch on a small night light. In the dim yellow glow, Zhao Yuqian's fleshy face gradually came into view. Tonight we will triumph. Boss, everyone's here. Zhao Yuqian lifted his night lantern, slowly scanning the room, his gaze passing over each face before he nodded in satisfaction. Then raising his voice, he declared, "Since everyone's assembled, let's pack up and prepare to move out. Today it's just us insiders, so we'll speak plainly. We're sneaking around in the dead of night to shake off that madwoman Huang Jingjing. Every previous operation has proven time and again that that lunatic only hinders us. And those renters, they're all useless good-for-nothings who spoil everything. So we're leaving them out." Zhao Yuqian swung his hand fiercely, a ferocious glint in his eyes. "This operation is a race against time. We must move fast. Before the others catch on, well, take down Zhang Yuhao and claim all the supplies for ourselves. Boss, there's one thing I still don't get." One of the burly men rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. "Why do we have to do this at night? In the dead silence, wouldn't the noise draw more attention? Acting at night is a decision I made after weighing many factors." Zhao Yuqian wore a smug look as he began to explain unhurriedly. "First, the temperature drops sharply at night. Most people are fast asleep. Even if they're woken up facing the bitter cold, they won't want to leave their warm beds. If we acted during the day, everyone would already be dressed, and stepping outside would be as simple as pushing open a door. The moment a sound rings out, the whole building would come running to gawk. When that happens, the situation would be impossible to control. The same logic applies to Zhang Yuhao. Zhao Yuqian paused then continued. If we strike during the day, Zhang Yuhao would already be fully dressed and could just push the door open to flee. Even if we break through the ceiling as fast as possible, it'll take at least half an hour. That's plenty of time for him to destroy the supplies and escape. So midnight is the optimal time to act. Zhao Yuqian counted on his fingers item by item. From the moment he startled awake to putting on clothes, then protective gear, and finally packing the supplies he wants to take. All of this consumes a huge amount of time. That way, even if Zhang Yuhao wants to burn bridges, he won't be able to destroy that many supplies. After Zhao Yuqian finished his explanation, everyone wore expressions of sudden realization. So that's it. To think you've considered everything so thoroughly. Truly worthy of Boss Zhao. Impressive, impressive. I hadn't thought it through. Indeed, putting myself in his shoes, if I were woken up in my blanket at this hour, there's no way I'd step outside. Right? It's pitch black out there, freezing cold. Forget going out. I'd be too lazy to even get up. Hey, even if you had the willpower to get up, by the time you shiver your way into your clothes, the commotion outside would have already stopped. Would you still risk going out then? Of course not. The man who replied leered at the others. After all, there's a killer prowling this building. Everyone present understood the implication and burst into raucous laughter. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get to work and proceed according to plan. Let's not let the night drag on and breed more trouble. Zhao Yuqian clapped his hands, cutting off the laughter, his expression turning stern. With a chorus of affirmations, they immediately rose and sprang into action. Several burly men quickly set up ladders and swarmed up with various tools in hand. In an instant, all sorts of renovation equipment began to whir and drone. The piercing noise echoed through the entire building. Back in the days of forced demolitions, these guys were seasoned experts. Cutting a hole in the ceiling should be a piece of cake for them. Zhao Yuqian watched the men work with practiced ease, a smug sense of satisfaction swelling within him. After observing the progress for a while, he turned to Zhao Long and instructed with solemn gravity, "Stick to the original plan. The door is your responsibility." Zhao Long said nothing, merely nodded, silently pulled open the door, and strode out with heavy steps. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut behind him. Zhao Long crouched in the corridor, fumbling as he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep, trembling drag. A biting wind swept through the bone-piercing chill, seeming to cut straight through his thick coat and into his marrow. Despite his solid, muscular frame, he could scarcely withstand the ever-intensifying cold. Damn, why does it feel like it's getting colder every day? Inside Building 7, countless residents immersed in sweet dreams were brutally yanked from their slumber by the sudden jarring noise. Are they insane doing this in the dead of night? What the hell is that racket? Damn it! I finally dreamed of a lavish feast with a beauty feeding me, and just as I was about to enjoy it, that beauty suddenly started buzzing in my ear. I thought I'd run into a ghost, only to wake up and find it was the noise outside. That's the sound of a rotary hammer. In the middle of the night, the people in this building have finally lost their minds. Seriously, which idiot decides to start renovations in the dead of night? Nearly the entire building was roused from sleep. Bleary-eyed people grabbed their phones, just about to ask what on earth was happening. But then they saw that Zhao Long had already left a cold, curt message in the group chat. Too cold to sleep, reinforcing my room. Those woken up, just bear with it. Seeing that it was a message from that madman, everyone instantly fell silent. No one dared to cross Zhao Long. Once provoked, that man was capable of killing in broad daylight. Yet the more astute among the tenants keenly sensed something amiss. Huang Jingjing in particular felt her entire room vibrating. The noise was deafening. This scale is off. It doesn't sound like the work of just one or two people. She quickly everyone in her small group chat. Can you all tell where the noise is coming from? No idea, but my ears are about to go deaf. It sounds like it's from upstairs. Sounds like it's from upstairs to me too. Same. 1110086. Watching the messages in the group, the ominous feeling in Huang Jingjing's heart only grew stronger. For those who hear the sound coming from above, what floor do you live on? 5th floor. 5th floor too. 6th floor. 7th floor. Huang Jingjing, what about the 8th floor? Anyone on the 8th floor? Yeah, but the whole house is shaking, the noise is too loud to tell. I'm in 801, the sound is coming from the middle of the building. It's our floor. Seeing the replies in the group, Huang Jingjing felt a growing sense of dread. Huang Jingjing, everyone on the 8th floor too. I can feel my room shaking, the commotion is way too much. So I suspect this group is up to something. Otherwise, who would make such a huge racket in the middle of the night? Is there any renovation worker in the group who can tell how many people are working? Many of the tenants worked in renovation and quickly responded in the group. Can't tell exactly, but at least 4 people. I'd say there are 6. That many. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Also, listen carefully. This is the sound of hammering and smashing. If they were adding insulation, why would they be knocking down walls? Exactly, I haven't heard any screw drilling at all. Something's definitely off. Now everyone sensed the strangeness of the situation. Huang Jingjing quickly rallied the tenants from the closer 7th and 8th floors in the group, and they wrapped themselves in blankets, rushing out of their rooms in a panic. Once in the corridor, they saw Zhao Long crouching by the door smoking. From the room behind him, the roar of various power tools was deafening, as if trying to tear the silent night apart. Zhao Long, can't this wait until tomorrow? Everyone needs to rest now. Although Huang Jingjing had gathered dozens of people facing the wild beast that was Zhao Long, they could only speak to him with cautious, placating tones, their voices trembling involuntarily. Zhao Long smoked expressionlessly. Hearing their voices, he only cast a quick glance behind him and said impatiently, "Don't bother me. It won't take much longer." Several tens of minutes had passed since the operation began, and the work was already half done. Zhao Long knew in his heart that no matter what, he had to hold this door. Huang Jingjing's eyes flickered for a moment, then she forced a smile onto her face and said, "Well then, could you let us in, so we can see if we can help? Do I know you that well?" Zhao Long flicked away his cigarette, but suddenly fixing an icy glare on Huang Jingjing. "Are you asking for trouble? Get lost. You." Huang Jingjing's face turned pale, as Zhao Long's merciless rebuke struck her lips trembling slightly. For a moment she stood frozen in place at a loss for words. "All of you get lost. Don't bother me. Do I have to resort to force?" Zhao Long continued to drive the crowd away, impatiently, his fierce gaze sweeping across each face, attempting to intimidate them into retreat. However, none of those who had come were foolish. Though they instinctively stepped back a few paces, no one was willing to leave just yet. The crowd's doubts and vigilance only intensified instead of dissipating. This matter was far from simple. Huang Jingjing, hiding behind the crowd, had a flickering look in her eyes. Taking advantage of the cover, she frantically mentioned everyone in her phone's group chat, urging her team to grab their gear and assemble on the 8th floor as quickly as possible. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, it was better to be cautious. Thus the two factions confronted each other in the corridor. Blocked by Zhao Long, the crowd couldn't see what was happening inside the room and refused to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Long was equally agitated, unable to disperse the crowd. The standoff persisted. The air seemed to solidify, suffocating and oppressive. As time ticked by, sounds occasionally came from the stairwell. People kept arriving armed with crude weapons like kitchen knives and hoes, joining the confrontation. With the growing numbers, the scales of victory gradually tipped toward Huang Jingjing's group. Zhao Long, watching the thickening crowd in the corridor, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. At this moment he dared not act rashly. Both sides stared each other down, the tension reaching its peak. Everyone was waiting for a tipping point that would shatter the tense atmosphere. By now the situation had descended into chaos, and no one could predict how this farce would end. Boom! In the oppressive silence where no one dared to breathe, a dull, thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. It came from inside the room. "Oh, yeah, oi." The room instantly burst into excited cheers from the men, as if they had completed some crucial step. Yet just a second later the cheers were abruptly cut off, as if strangled by an invisible hand, and replaced by terrified screams. "Aya!" The door was violently flung open by an immense force, and a group of people rushed out in sheer panic like startled birds. Bang! Zhao Long, standing closest to the door, was nearly sent flying by the sudden impact of the door panel. "Hey, what are you?" Zhao Long, furious, was about to ask what had happened inside, when his gaze inadvertently swept across the room, and his pupils instantly contracted. Holy crap! As if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, Zhao Long turned and fled. The crowd in the corridor stood bewildered, completely clueless about what was going on. But the next second they understood. Swoosh! A massive torrent of blood-red liquid suddenly gushed out from the doorway like a bursting dam. Boom! The surging current, like a ferocious beast, slammed violently into the corridor wall, splashing up waves over 2 meters high. Then, as if imbued with life, the red liquid swiftly split into 2 raging streams, racing along the corridor to the left and right at breakneck speed. Run! The crowd, as if awakened from a dream, was terrified and scattered like startled birds and beasts. Some people in a panic opened the nearby door and rushed into the room, while others desperately fled down the stairs. The once confrontational crowd vanished in an instant. However, the flow of water surging from the room seemed endless, and the violent red water quickly filled the corridor on the 8th floor. Then the red water began to cascade down the stairwell like a waterfall. Those who chose to descend were doomed to misfortune. The red water poured down from the heavens, catching up to the crowd with lightning speed. Help! Help! Many were caught off guard and were directly knocked to the ground by the surging water, instantly submerged in the red water, their bodies infected by the terrifying red rain virus. In an instant, the entire building echoed with the cries of despair, rising and falling like a hell on earth. What on earth is happening upstairs? Some residents from the 4th and 5th floors, just now dressed and stepping out of their rooms, saw a massive torrent rushing towards them like a ferocious beast. The events of this night would be etched in the hearts of everyone living in this building forever. Oh! On the 8th floor in Huang Jingjing's room, a group of people was in a frantic mess, as restless as ants on a hot pan. They were desperately stuffing towels and dirt into the gaps of the door, trembling with fear as they listened to the sound of rushing water outside. At this moment, Zhao Yuqian was also hiding in this room, his face pale with anger resembling the color of the hat that old Wang loved to give. What's going on? How could this happen? His eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless resentment. How could this happen? Just a moment ago, after a lot of hard work, the long-cut ceiling finally loosened and a large piece came crashing down. Everyone thought they had succeeded and cheers escaped their lips in an instant. However, before the cheers could fully escape, their smiles were collectively frozen by fear. Crash! A massive water column like a fierce beast erupted from the hole in the ceiling with overwhelming force. In an instant, the room turned into a raging ocean. The blood-red waves ruthlessly swept everything within the room. Such a fierce assault at such close range left the people present no time to react. No one could evade this sudden disaster. None of those who fled escaped unscathed. Zhao Yuqian, as the commander of this operation, did not directly participate in the construction and happened to be closest to the door. Upon realizing the situation was dire, he instinctively kicked the door open and desperately fled outside. Even so, his legs were still stained red. As for the subordinates running behind him, their fate was naturally even worse. Since this group of people was too close to the scene, they were drenched by the terrifying red rain the moment the water column erupted. Among them, 2 unfortunate souls had their ladder knocked over by the surging water, and they fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Gu! Help! The 2 struggled desperately in the red water, but ultimately collapsed weakly, forever submerged in this deadly red water, never to rise again. This operation could be described as a catastrophic loss. Just recalling this made Zhao Yuqian's heart swell with anger and regret. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Oh! Half an hour later. Crash! Torrential rain poured down, and murky red liquid surged in from the broken rooftop like a bloody baptism from hell. The hallway, the floor, and the walls were all caked with viscous blood-colored sludge. The paint on the building's interior had been completely corroded and stripped away, revealing mottled brown surfaces. The stairwell was in even greater disarray. The once level steps had been eroded by the crimson torrent, now covered in streaks of bloody sticky filth, as if one had stepped into a muddy slaughterhouse. Stagnant foul water gathered in every low-lying area of the building. On the murky red surface floated a mess of debris. Splintered planks, rotting foam boxes, and the slippers people had lost in their frantic escape. They bobbed gently with the water's motion, as if bearing witness to the brutality of the incident. After the torrent subsided, an eerie silence fell over the entire Building 7. A deathly stillness permeated the structure. It was as if time itself had frozen here, with not a single trace of life to be seen. All that remained was this devastated ruin, a testament to the harrowing man-made catastrophe that had just unfolded. Such a massive and obvious commotion naturally drew the attention of the other buildings. They too had been jolted from their slumber. After observing Building 7 with telescopes and flashlights, they were all stunned into silence. What the hell happened to that building? Did the roof cave in? Looks like everyone's dead. In reality, what they observed was merely the building's exterior. In truth, the actual death toll from this accident was only 6. However, due to the baptism of the red rain virus, almost everyone inside had fallen into a feverish coma, creating the deathly silence that made it seem as if no one had survived. If one were to step inside the building, they would see the residents lying unconscious in their rooms, scattered about in disarray. When the red water raged, they had desperately sealed the gaps in their doors. Only after the sound of the torrent outside had faded did they finally relax their taut nerves and sink into a deep sleep from sheer exhaustion. I can't. I have to sleep too. Looking at the unconscious people in the room, Zhao Yuqian touched his burning forehead, feeling his consciousness begin to blur. A disgrace. An utter disgrace. His heart felt as if it were being twisted by a knife. Ruined. The building was ruined. Although Building 7 had already been reduced to a shambles in previous actions, the most severe damage had mostly been to the doors and furniture. These items were all second-hand goods Zhao Yuqian had scavenged from bargain apps, hardly worth anything. The truly valuable main structure of the building had remained largely intact. Once the disaster passed, with a bit of repair work, Zhao Yuqian would still be the carefree landlord who owned an entire building. But now, it was all for nothing. Everything was ruined. This building, his pride, his life's work, his greatest support. All destroyed. What was even harder for him to accept was that the very culprit behind all this was himself. He had brought it all upon himself. At this thought, Zhao Yuqian's eyes turned bloodshot, and he glared fiercely at the ceiling, his gaze filled with rage. That coward who only knew how to hide. How had he managed this? We verified it through every means possible. The spot where the ceiling was breached was absolutely correct. That hole should have led straight into that illegal structure. I don't understand. I won't accept this. Overwhelmed by rage and desperation, Zhao Yuqian could no longer resist the fierce onslaught of the red rain virus. His head lolled to the side as he fell into a deep coma. Meanwhile, on the roof of Building 7, the red rain raged and the cold wind howled. After the roof was breached, the accumulated red water of many days surged down, drenching the entire building. Now the roof was finally exposed again. Zhang Yuhao, clad in a thick raincoat, stood on the rooftop, his gaze calmly fixed on the large hole beneath his feet. The remaining red water on the roof was still trickling into the hole. However, after the violent discharge of a moment ago, the accumulated water had nearly drained away. Now only a few thin streams of water flowed. Not bad at all. Zhang Yuhao looked at the drainage system. The others had pooled their resources to build for him and nodded with satisfaction. From now on, I won't have to put up with the red water that was up to my calves on the roof. Not only that, but with the removal of the stagnant fermented old red water, the nauseating smell that had permeated the rooftop had also dissipated considerably. At least it wasn't so irritating to the eyes anymore. Zhang Yuhao had remained calm throughout the entire incident. After sensing their intentions, he had simply walked out of his shelter, retrieved it, and placed it in a different spot. And that was that. And so Zhao Yuqian and his crew, in their eagerness, had carved a waterfall into the building, giving everyone a thorough dousing. Sai, couldn't you just stay put? It's really something how you manage to come up with new ways to court death every single day. And so a night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, weak sunlight struggled through the leaden gloomy sky, casting sparse, scattered rays of light. Building 7 was now completely encased in bloody mud inside and out, like a giant blood-red cocoon, its original form indiscernible. Zhao Yuqian lay in his dream with a peaceful expression, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. In this cruel apocalypse, only in sleep could people briefly find a moment of peace. Suddenly Zhao Yuqian's expression shifted. He frowned and muttered, "I need to pee. I need to." He instinctively tried to move, but found his hands completely unresponsive. Huh? What's going on? No matter how hard he struggled, Zhao Yuqian found himself unable to move an inch. It was as if he was being restrained. Still half asleep, he reluctantly opened his eyes. "You slept well, you fat pig." Before him was a pair of women's cotton shoes. Zhao Yuqian slowly looked up, only to see Huang Jingjing staring at him in fury. Behind this woman stood a throng of people. Zhao Yuqian's heart sank as he took in the scene. There wasn't a single one of his own people in the room. They were all tenants. Damn it! Zhao Yuqian's heart plummeted. He tried to struggle to his feet, only to realize his entire body was tightly bound with ropes. "Don't waste your strength. Since you've come here today looking for death, how could I possibly refuse you?" Huang Jingjing brandished a kitchen knife, slowly closing in. Fine. So this is how you do your renovations. And adding insulation. Looks like you were too hot, and decided to punch a hole for ventilation, huh? She suddenly crouched down in front of Zhao Yuqian and pressed the knife against his neck. "Talk? What the hell were you planning?" Zhao Yuqian felt the cold blade against his neck, the chill piercing through his skin straight into his marrow. Heh. Yet for some reason he found himself wanting to laugh. "If you're going to kill me, then just do it." Zhao Yuqian suddenly roared. "I don't want to live anymore anyway. It's all gone. Everything is lost." At this moment his heart was truly dead. Since the calamity began, misfortune had dogged his every step. It was utterly infuriating. In this building, he who once commanded wind and rain with omnipotence now felt as if he had violated divine law, suffering endlessly. Especially that Zhang Yuhao. Damn it, the entire building's residents had been scheming against that brat for ages, targeting him relentlessly. And what was the result? The other party remained as carefree as ever, while his own side hadn't even had a single hot meal, and had even lost the very building they relied on for survival. So death be it. I don't want to live anymore. Oh, quite tough are we. Seeing Zhao Yuqian, who was as defiant as a dead pig, unafraid of scalding water, Huang Jingjing twisted into a sinister smile. "Fine, I'll start by cutting off those 2 round things of yours to nourish myself." Zhao Yuqian's expression instantly froze. Suddenly he didn't want to die anymore. Cold sweat beaded densely on his forehead. "You." Zhao Yuqian opened his mouth, trying to say something, but his throat felt choked. After a long pause, he finally squeezed out a few words. "Huang Jingjing, you. If you're going to kill me, just do it, but don't torture." Huang Jingjing let out a cold laugh, slowly sliding the knife across his face. "Thinking death is that easy? Wouldn't that be letting you off easy? They'll turn you into a human stump, stick you in a vase, and whip you every day for a whole month." Hearing this, Zhao Yuqian gasped sharply. He looked at Huang Jingjing, whose eyes were filled with madness and excitement, and realized she didn't seem to be joking. What the hell got into this woman? She's completely lost it. She looks like someone who's been whipped into a spinning top, and now she wants to pass that pain on to me. Compared to prolonged torture, Zhao Yuqian would rather die quickly and be reborn. With that thought, he completely caved. "Stop. Let's talk this out." Since he was going to die anyway, keeping the secret was useless. He might as well see if he could trade it for his life. Huang Jingjing were still allies. "Don't make this too ugly. You want to know what's going on, right? I can tell you. Just spare my life afterward. No more nonsense. Spit it out. What exactly are you people planning?" Zhao Yuqian sighed, his eyes darting around only to meet the angry and wary gazes of the surrounding crowd. He knew deep down that if they were determined to kill him, nothing he said would save him. For now he had no choice but to confess, honestly hoping they would grant him a quick death. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth and said, We wanted to break through the ceiling, get into Zhang Yuhao's shelter, and steal his supplies. Damn it, you didn't call us. You're utterly rotten. Sneaking off in the middle of the night without us. Trying to hog all the spoils for such a big operation. Hearing this, the room erupted in outrage. Facing the accusations, Zhao Yuqian lost his temper too. Hell, who asked you lot to always mess things up? I did it to guarantee a sure win. What? Still talking back? The crowd, who had long harbored grievances, didn't indulge him. They rushed over and surrounded Zhao Yuqian, kicking him from all sides. Aren't you clever? So smart, aren't you? Searched the third floor, then the second, then the first. And all the while the other guy was chilling on the rooftop. You're just too brilliant. When Boss Huang told you to search the top floor, you were the first to run. Later, when we found the shelter's location, you shamelessly ditched us to explore on your own. So who's the one who always messes things up? Thump, thump, thump. The group kicked him with all their hatred, leaving Zhao Yuqian battered and bruised. Hold on. Huang Jingjing stopped them, then crouched down, pressing the tip of her knife slowly into his thigh. A sharp pain shot through him, twisting his face in agony. Does it hurt? Serves you right? Huang Jingjing's eyes blazed with fury, her expression savage. Zhao Yuqian, because of your reckless actions, the entire building is destroyed. I really didn't know this would happen. How could that red liquid suddenly gush out of the hole? It should have been right above his room. As the blade sank into his thigh, Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth in agony. He spilled everything, recounting the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. After listening, Huang Jingjing's hatred only deepened. Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. Now that you've turned the house into this mess, how can anyone live here? I can't take it anymore. It'll bleed you dry first. With that, she raised the cleaver high. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed from the corridor. Boom! The door was kicked open with force. Everyone stop right there. Zhao Long rushed in with a group of men, an iron rod in his hand, his eyes sweeping over the crowd with a fierce glare. Zhao Long, you dare show up? Huang Jingjing turned, glaring at him, swinging the cleaver in the air. Look at what this building has become. This is your doing. How do you plan to fix it? Zhao Long sneered. Huang Jingjing, don't push it. This isn't our fault. Who knows what that Zhang guy pulled off? Not your fault. If you hadn't acted on your own, would the building be like this? Now half the residents are infected by the red rain. How do you settle this? Huang Jingjing stood her ground, stepping forward to confront Zhao Long. Humph, the whole building's property rights are ours. If we feel like it, we could tear it down, and it's none of your business. Now release him immediately. Otherwise, it'll show you what real ruthlessness means. Zhao Long brandished the iron rod, threatening. Let him go. He nearly got us all killed. Why should we let him go? Exactly. How do we settle this account? The house may be yours, but our bodies are ours. If we're harmed, you have to take responsibility. The crowd grew restless, shouting in a cacophony. Get lost. Zhao Long shot a vicious glare at the speakers. Shut up if you don't want to die. Even if Zhao Yuqian is to blame, it's our business to handle. Not you lowlifes. The crowd was cowed by Zhao Long's ferocity, and for a moment no one dared to speak. The scene fell into a stalemate. Huang Jingjing gritted her teeth. Zhao Long, this can't end like this today. You owe everyone an explanation. Zhao Long snorted. Explanation? Once we deal with Zhang Yuhao and get the supplies, you'll all get your share. Now release him. Huang Jingjing quickly weighed the pros and cons, knowing internal conflict was pointless now. She shot Zhao Long a fierce glare, then said to the group, let him go. Though reluctant, the group untied Zhao Yuqian. He stood up, awkwardly clutching his bleeding thigh, and glared venomously at Huang Jingjing, but said nothing more. Zhao Long stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Yuqian, and muttered, let's go. With that, the group supported Zhao Yuqian and left under the crowd's complex gaze. Boss, we just let him go. As they disappeared, the group looked at Huang Jingjing with resentment. She rolled her eyes, shielding herself behind them. What else could we do? Damn it, would you have fought them? When Zhao Long showed up, you men pushed me, a woman, to the front. If it came to blows, could I really count on you? With that, Huang Jingjing turned and left, ignoring the flushed faces of the group. She's lost it. That woman's gone crazy. Ever since she came down from the rooftop, she's been off like something snapped. A ticking time bomb. Forget it, why argue with the boss? Yeah, let it go, let it go. The corridor was a mess. Bloodstains marked the walls, the floor was muddy, and the stairs were piled high with debris from nowhere, a stench filling the air. Zhao Yuqian was helped along by a few underlings, his steps as unsteady as walking on cotton. He had narrowly escaped death, and gratitude swelled in his heart as he looked at those around him. But glancing back at the ravaged corridor, a deep sorrow washed over him. It seems I'm really getting old. Zhao Yuqian smiled bitterly, watching Zhao Long's broad back striding ahead. Maybe it's time to hand the team over to the younger generation. Once I'm back in my room, I'll officially step down. One blow after another had drained Zhao Yuqian's will to fight. Finally back in the room, The underlings took their leave one by one, leaving only Zhao Yuqian and his nephew Zhao Long. Zhao Long, I owe you this time. Let me tell you something. Zhao Yuqian was about to speak from the heart to his nephew, but before he could finish, Zhao Long suddenly attacked without warning. With a loud bang, he kicked Zhao Yuqian flying. Crash. Zhao Yuqian's bulky body tumbled, crushing a table. Dazed and dizzy, his eyes wide with shock and fury. You what? Zhao Long stepped forward, grabbing him by the hair. It's time for you to step down, old man. Zhao Yuqian looked up at him, his face pale and flushed, so enraged he spat blood. Rebellion. Rebellion. He had planned to step down, but not like this. Like a whipped dog. Zhao Long, you little bastard, how dare you treat me like this? Zhao Yuqian trembled with fury, cursing loudly. I'm your elder, you ungrateful beast. But Zhao Long sneered dismissively. Oh, old man, with your track record of messing everything up, you still want to be the boss. Do you expect the brothers to starve with you? He stomped on Zhao Yuqian's chest, making his eyes bulge. If it weren't for the money in your bank account, I wouldn't have bothered saving you. You. Zhao Yuqian shook violently, gasping, filled with humiliation. Fine, Zhao Long. Zhao Yuqian closed his eyes, tears streaming down. I raised you like my own son, and this is how you repay me. Spare me the drama, old man. Zhao Long leaned down, slapping his face mockingly. Would a real son be treated so cruelly? Every fight you sent me to the front. Every time there was a risky job, you stayed in the shadows and made me do it. When you said to search the building, I went without question. Then you had me dive, risking my life, breaking door after door underwater. And in the end, when Zhang Yuhao was on the roof, I told you to rally everyone in charge, but you insisted on digging through the wall at midnight. Zhao Long's voice grew more agitated, rising in volume. Look what happened. Digging. He punctuated each word with a slap. I'll show you digging. The relentless slaps left Zhao Yuqian's face swollen like a pig's head. Only when his hand grew tired did Zhao Long stand up slowly. Actually, I don't mind fighting and killing. I kind of enjoy the thrill of charging. Then his tone shifted sharply. But I hate your commands. Zhao Yuqian, you've been hiding in the shadows too long, always looking for shortcuts, never facing things head-on. If those lousy schemes of yours actually worked, fine. But they're all garbage. Shit. A pile of crap. And worse, you're unfair with the spoils. His eyes reddened as he grabbed Zhao Yuqian's collar. That was a whole crate of airdrop supplies. You only gave me a bag of rice. You've been eating well enough to get fat. Hearing this, Zhao Yuqian was furious enough to vomit blood. He roared, no longer caring about the consequences. I didn't take the supplies. That blonde bastard set me up. Bang. Zhao Long kicked him in the face, cutting him off. Cough. Spit. Zhao Yuqian spat out a few bloody teeth, his eyes now filled with terror as he looked at Zhao Long. I don't care about your problems. You can't produce the supplies now, can you? Seeing him speechless, Zhao Long slowly pulled out his phone. Now transfer all your savings to me. Don't worry, after all this time with you, I'm only after your money, not your life. But you can't show your face anymore. When I go out, you'll stay tied up at home. Zhao Yuqian looked at the glaring payment QR code and closed his eyes in pain. Money was his life. If he'd known rescue would lead to this, he'd rather have died at Huang Jingjing's hands. 10 minutes later, Zhao Long put away his phone with a satisfied grin. You old fox, you've hidden quite a fortune. Ha, don't worry, I keep my word. I won't kill you. Zhao Yuqian was bound like a mummy, lying motionless on the bed, his eyes filled with despair. Zhao Long leaned down and patted his face. Stay here and enjoy your retirement. When I get back, I'll reward you with some phone time. But don't try anything funny. His gaze turned dangerous. I'd rather not have to cut off your limbs. If we can keep things easy, that's better for everyone, don't you think? Zhao Yuqian remained silent, turning his head away, as tears flowed endlessly. Good boy. Zhao Long patted his head, laughed heartily, and pushed open the door to leave. Now I'm the one in charge of this building. Everyone assemble. Follow me for the final assault. After stepping out of the room, Zhao Long first gathered several middle-level members of the team and summoned them to the meeting room. Go call everyone in the building who can still work to the meeting hall. I have something to say. Zhao Long instructed the middle-level members. Is this Boss Zhao's order? Brother Long, how is Boss Zhao doing now? Yeah, he got stabbed in the thigh. I wonder how serious the injury is. The middle-level members exchanged glances, not immediately following Zhao Long's instructions. Instead, they spoke one after another, inquiring about Zhao Yuqian's recent condition. I've already helped him inside to rest. Zhao Long frowned, glancing impatiently at the crowd. To tell you the truth, my uncle got scared out of his wits this time. He's thrown in the towel and wants to retire. From now on, this building, I'm in charge. Huh? The middle-level members looked at each other in bewilderment, their expressions strange. They never expected such a turn of events. It's that serious? Then we must show our concern. How about we go visit him? No need. Zhao Long raised his hand to stop them. He doesn't want to see anyone right now. He just wants to rest in peace. I'll take over all affairs here. Seeing the hesitation still etched on their faces, Zhao Long frowned and grew impatient. What do you have a problem with me taking charge? No, it's just... They forced smiles, raising their right hands, rubbing their thumbs and index fingers together, hesitating to speak. Humph. From now on salaries will go through me. You won't be short a single cent. Hearing this, the group's expressions softened, and they had no further objections. As long as someone paid them, that was enough. Who the leader was didn't really matter. Moreover, this Zhao Long was far more generous than that miser Zhao Yuqian. Brother Long. No, from now on it's Boss Long. Hello, boss. Boss, please take care of us from now on. The middle-level members instantly changed their tune, flattering Zhao Long with sycophantic smiles. Cut the crap. Zhao Long wasn't buying it. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough idle talk. Get the hell out and get to work. You got it. This time no one raised any objections. The crowd dispersed in a flurry, quickly setting to work. Before long, everyone in the building who could still move gathered in the hall. The hall buzzed with noise. People whispered among themselves, their gazes fixed on Zhao Long. As he stood on a makeshift platform, their expressions a mix of fear, anticipation, and doubt. They had all heard the news on their way here. That damn landlord had actually been driven into a corner. Now it was this lunatic Zhao Long taking the stage. Alas, the world had truly gone mad. Letting this unpredictable, overbearing tiger cub sit in the top seat. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Everyone. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Zhao Long cleared his throat and shouted into a megaphone. You all should know the ins and outs of last night's incident by now. Now! Zhao Yuqian has resigned to take responsibility. He's paying for his mistakes. Hearing this, a stir rippled through the crowd. Hearing it was one thing, having it confirmed was another. For years Zhao Yuqian had loomed like a great mountain before everyone, riding roughshod over them, and all the tenants lived in his shadow. And now he had fallen from power just like that. For a moment, a wave of mixed emotions swept through the crowd. Quiet! Zhao Long roared hoarsely into the megaphone. From now on, I'll be taking over the property management of this building. But that's not important. What I really want to say is, the real culprit behind this mess is that bastard holed up on the rooftop. He's the root of all this evil. As your new manager, I'm only here to do 3 things. First, find Zhang Yuhao. Second, divvy up his supplies. Third, take him down. This brief speech ignited a frenzy of cheers from the crowd. They had long been envious of Zhang Yuhao, and Zhao Long's straightforward words struck a chord deep within them. Huang Jingjing mingled in the cheering crowd, staring at Zhao Long with confusion. What's this guy trying to do by mindlessly stirring up the whole building? Usurp my authority? Or does he actually want to get something done? For some reason, a foreboding sense of dread crept into her heart. In short, we can't just stand around anymore. Zhang Yuhao's shelter is right there. All we have to do is go overtake it. Then grab all the supplies. That way we can all survive together. Zhao Long waved his arms, inciting the crowd to roar in unison. But what about the red rain on the rooftop? Huang Jingjing wasn't about to let him boost his influence unchecked. She folded her arms and sneered, dousing the crowd with cold water. Hesitation and cowardice won't get you anywhere. A confident smirk curled at the corner of Zhao Long's mouth. I've already got that figured out. The red rain may be fierce, but we can prepare some wooden planks. Then we'll build a rainproof passage to Zhang Yuhao's hiding spot. That'll block the red rain. The entire hall fell silent. Is it really that simple? Zhao Long retorted. What else did you expect? Will this work? Don't end up losing our lives before we even get the supplies. Yeah, that's a good point. The plan was so crude and straightforward that many wore worried expressions. The thought of working in the red rain, facing the natural disaster heat, made many waver. Humph. Anyone who doesn't want to go can leave now. Zhao Long's piercing gaze swept across the crowd. But when we come back with the supplies, don't expect any share. I'm giving you 1 minute to leave. The atmosphere turned suffocating. People looked at each other, silent for a long moment. The quiet was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. A minute passed quickly. In the end, hardly anyone left. Almost everyone gritted their teeth and stayed determined to follow Zhao Long and go all out. By now, the building's grain reserves were nearly exhausted, and the tenants were barely surviving on meager stocks of jerky. Every day, the group organized a roll call. Any tenant who failed to check in on time would naturally receive a home visit from the team. In this building now, every person who starved to death meant a few more days of survival for the others. They had had enough of this living hell. Rather than dragging out this agonizing existence, it was better to risk everything and go all out. At worst, they die and be done with it. Good. It seems you've made up your minds. Zhao Long looked smugly at the sea of faces before him. Excellent. You've got guts. To be honest, everyone here at this meeting is pretty much the last folks in this building who can still move. As he said this, a flicker of extreme excitement, tinged with a chilling ferocity, flashed in Zhao Long's eyes. Now the first step. He paused, deliberately building suspense. Then he suddenly roared, is to kill everyone else left in the building. To use as army rations. Kill all the rest and use them as army provisions. Boom. These words struck like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone present. The crowd exploded as if a bomb had been dropped among them. What? Am I hearing things? Damn, is this for real? Huang Jingjing stood frozen, her mouth agape. This horrifying declaration even scared her madness away. Crazy, utterly crazy. Huang Jingjing stared at Zhao Long in shock, her inner turmoil like a hurricane sweeping through. She thought she had already gone mad enough, but she still couldn't compare to a natural talent like Zhao Long. Zhao Long, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're saying? Huang Jingjing couldn't help but shout. In the past, although this building had witnessed many dark deeds, everyone had tacitly maintained a "don't pierce the window" paper state. Everyone understood that their current choices were merely to survive, waiting for the calamity to end. They had never intended to go down a dark path forever. Who wouldn't want to return to a normal life? Thus such topics were never brought into the open. This was the unspoken rule that everyone knew but dared not speak. But then came Zhao Long, this reckless brute. On his first day in charge, he directly made terrorist remarks. He completely tore off the last fig leaf covering everyone's faces. Since I dared to say it, am not afraid. Zhao Long scanned the crowd with disdain and taunted loudly. What time is it, and you're still pretending to be good people? Talk is cheap, but when you went after Zhang Yuhao's supplies, didn't you have to kill too? Zhao Long completely let loose, spreading his arms and roaring with conviction. Killing one is the same as killing 100. It's all for survival. What's the difference? The crowd was utterly stunned, speechless. This madman Zhao Long had trampled humanity and law underfoot, desecrating them without restraint. Zhao Long, aren't you afraid of retribution, of being held accountable? Accountability? Ha! Zhao Long laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, doubling over. Only those who survive deserve to be held accountable. We only have the right to live if we take Zhang Yuhao's stronghold. If we fail, the whole building will be having a feast in the afterlife. So I must ensure everyone in this operation is well-fed and full of energy. Those elderly, weak, sick, and disabled who can't even walk. Filling their bellies is their final contribution. With that, Zhao Long glanced sideways at the crowd and challenged. What? Do you want to go fight on empty stomachs while those lying at home doing nothing reap the benefits? That last remark hit the mark. The ingrates in this building were notoriously unable to stand others getting an advantage. The crowd erupted in a roar. Damn, let's do it. Makes sense. I agree. Screw fear, let's go. As long as no one tells whole no how these people died. Right? Well, I'll be in on it. Safety in numbers. In an instant, almost everyone present was swept up in frenzied madness. The few still clear-headed, seeing the bloodshot eyes of those around them, breathing heavily, as if drugged, were too terrified to speak, let alone object. Heavens! Huang Jingjing covered her mouth, staring at the frenzied crowd, a deep fear surging within her as a chill ran down her spine. Mad, all mad. Ha ha ha. Ah, ha 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 ha. Zhao Long watched the impassioned crowd and let out a twisted, maniacal laugh. Like a god being worshipped, he raised his hands high, reveling in the frenzied cheers surrounding him. Brothers, since everyone agrees, let's get moving. Start with those who can't move at all. Don't leave anyone out. Zhao Long's voice echoed through the hall, carrying an undeniable ruthlessness. Hoo-hoo. The crowd, abandoning all morality as if bewitched, surged toward the rooms en masse. Huang Jingjing was pushed into a corner, watching helplessly, as her usually familiar subordinates now seemed like demons, their eyes gleaming with greed and madness. The tide has turned and no one can stop it. She sighed in sorrow and silently merged into the crowd. In this collective torrent, everyone was swept along with no room for dissent. If anyone dared to step forward and question, death. 5th floor, a certain room. Why is it so noisy upstairs? An elderly woman, emaciated from hunger, lay exhausted on her bed, listening to the cheers and shouts from above, curiosity filling her heart. A group had just come to invite her to a meeting, but she was too weak to walk. Could it be? They finally succeeded. At this thought, her eyes widened with excitement. Has that little beast Zhang Yuhao finally been taken down? Could my good days be about to start? Overjoyed, she managed to sit up. Rumble. Soon sounds came from the stairwell like 1,000 troops marching. Ha ha ha, looks like they really succeeded. I can survive. Though she was barely alive from hunger, the thought of Zhang Yuhao possibly being executed made her laugh with joy. Bang, bang, bang. Anyone home? Open up. The door suddenly pounded. Are they here to share the spoils? The elderly woman tried to respond, but her body was too weak, her throat too dry to make a sound. Boom. Fortunately, the people outside were very considerate. Ooh, without waiting for her reply, they kicked the door open. Ma'am, we're here to bring you warmth. The elderly woman's eyes widened as she stared at the group barging into the room. These people were all ferocious with bloodshot eyes. They didn't look like they came to bring warmth at all. The room echoed with the elderly woman's desperate screams, followed by chaotic sounds of scrambling. Similar scenes played out throughout the building. Anyone home? Open up. Who is it? FBI. Open the door. Boom. Oh. Buddy, open up, checking the water meter. Huh? Someone's here. Charge. Boom. Hello, delivery. Nanny. Someone's here. Boom. What are you doing? Ouch. Get him. Oh. The entire building had descended into its darkest hour. Screams and wails echoed incessantly from within, as if this place had transformed into a living hell. Zhao Long stood in the center of the hall, listening to the commotion emanating from each room, his heart brimming with exhilaration. A look of rapture spread across his face. Yes, this is how it should be. This world was already ruined long ago. Only a king like me can rise up and save everything. Suddenly a man stumbled into the hall. A kitchen knife was lodged in his shoulder and crimson blood streamed down his arm, a gruesome sight. Stop right there. Close behind him, several pursuers charged into the hall. Upon seeing Zhao Long's imposing figure, they halted involuntarily. Long, brother Long. The pursuers looked at Zhao Long and cautiously sought his orders. This guy left during the meeting just now. Kill him or not? Upon hearing this, the man shuddered in terror, fell to his knees, and began kowtowing frantically. Boss, I was wrong. Give me a chance. I want to follow you. Take me in, brother Long. I'll go through fire and water for you. Please just give me a chance. Had he known that leaving meant being purged, he wouldn't have dared make that choice even with 100 times the courage. Stand down. Leave this one to me. Zhao Long dismissed the others, then crouched down with keen interest, fixing a burning gaze on the man. Having regrets? Yes. Yes. Regretful. Extremely regretful. The man dared not meet Zhao Long's eyes and could only kowtow incessantly. Then I'll give you that chance. Thank you, brother Long. Thank you, brother Long. The man, as if granted a pardon, kowtowed even more fervently. Suddenly Zhao Long grabbed the knife embedded in the man's shoulder and swiftly slashed it across his neck. Instantly a gush of warm crimson liquid spurted out like a fountain. A pool of scarlet flowed across the floor, and the hall was quickly filled with a thick metallic stench. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Long threw his head back, unleashing a mad, piercing laugh. You idiot. I was lying. You son of a... The man's eyes rolled back as his curse was cut short, and he died in resentment. Perfect timing. I was getting hungry. Zhao Long gazed at the field ration at his feet and roared with laughter. Lucky me, I can eat it while it's still hot. Time flowed on. The turmoil within the building gradually subsided. This brutally savage purge had directly reduced the building's population by more than half. Finally, when the people gathered once more in the meeting hall, everyone looked like demons crawling out of hell. Their eyes savage, their bodies drenched in blood, their bellies bulging. Excellent. Each and every one of you has done well. Zhao Long sat casually beside the half-eaten remains. He had been feasting on his gaze, sweeping over the crowd with nothing but admiration. Are you full? Zhao Long suddenly bellowed. We're full. Have you had enough to drink? We've had our fill. Then what are you waiting for? Move out. Zhao Long's command was like a bugle call for an assault. With a cheer, the crowd, like a pack of unleashed wolves, mobilized as one. They gathered every wooden plank they could find in the building, while others frantically dug out any usable tools for renovation. For a time, the hall was filled with a cacophony of noise. Once everything was ready, Zhao Long led his formidable team directly toward the rooftop. No tricks, just a heated confrontation. Inside the shelter, Zhang Yuhao stared at his phone with a grim expression. Steel Fort's soundproofing was excellent. He hadn't heard a thing from downstairs. However, being a cautious man by nature, he still sensed something was amiss through his keen intuition. The resentment value interface. The output has suddenly dropped significantly. Something must have happened inside the building. Fortunately, this incident was a collective action, and the eyes Zhang Yuhao had planted in the building finally proved useful. Holy crap! After reading the intelligence sent by his spies, Zhang Yuhao couldn't help but curse. Zhao Long takes over and purges the whole building. This madman is way too outrageous. Zhao Long's insane actions infuriated Zhang Yuhao. It wasn't that he feared being targeted. His defenses were now impenetrable. He could handle whatever came his way and was in an invincible position. But that bastard Zhao Long had actually laid hands on his experience farm. The reason Zhang Yuhao had stayed in this building all along was to rapidly level up his system. Like running a Myanmar scam compound, he had started from scratch and painstakingly raised his piglets. After all that effort, just as these piglets were finally generating a steady yield, some reckless fool had to pop up and slash the building's population by more than half. Damn it! Not even Jesus can save you now, I swear it. Zhang Yuhao cursed as he pulled out all his stored crossbows and loaded them one by one. This time he wasn't just going to fight a defensive battle. He was determined to completely eradicate this unstable element from the building. At the rooftop entrance, As they arrived before the door and beheld the crimson rain still raging on the top floor, a wave of trepidation surged through everyone's hearts and their feet involuntarily retreated. Don't be afraid. Listen to my orders. Put on the protective suits first, then, well, set up the planks. Xiaolong bellowed at the top of his lungs, taking the lead by donning a makeshift, protective suit, cobbled together from plastic sheeting. The others followed suit, donned their protection, and then gingerly began placing the planks in sequence, starting to craft a shelter by hand. Are we really just slapping this together? Without a concrete plan, this flimsy shelter feels like it'll collapse at the first gust of wind. Some among them with construction experience stared at the crude hand-built shelter in utter disbelief. Cut the crap. Get it done. Xiaolong whirled around and glared at them, frightening the few into immediate silence. Whoosh! Suddenly a fierce gale swept through and several newly placed planks began to teeter precariously. Quick, hold the planks down! Xiaolong yelled. Everyone scrambled over in a flurry, barely managing to stabilize the shelter. No good, we need to nail them down. At the critical moment, a few decorators stepped forward. With practiced skill, they drove expansion bolts into the joints of the planks. Instantly, the shelter became much more stable. Hey, that's the stuff. Nail every single spot. Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he started shouting again. Watching Xiaolong's frantic expressions, the few craftsmen exchanged helpless glances before stepping forward to reinforce the shelter. But this slowed the progress considerably as a large number of screws had to be driven in. Too slow. Can't you speed it up? Xiaolong was like a braying donkey with big ears, his mouth never ceasing. Hurry it up. Put some muscle into it. At this rate, we'll be here till next year. He repeated his urgings with extreme impatience, already itching to charge over and start a fight. Boss, this is as fast as we can go. The others toiled, bitterly replying with helplessness as they worked. In their hearts, they were cursing him out. Xiaolong only wanted results with no regard for the process whatsoever. He had led them up here on nothing but a surge of hot blood, without giving a single thought to the difficulties they would face or the solutions needed. It was only after boarding this sinking ship that everyone realized the reckless Xiaolong had planned nothing at all. He was simply making it up as he went along. With a group this disorganized and undisciplined, was building a rain-proof passage in a downpour ever going to be an easy task? Now the entire building was paying for his recklessness. Arg! You bunch of weaklings, you're too slow. Just as everyone was laboring away, Xiaolong, having reached the peak of his impatience, suddenly snatched the hammer. The way you're going, well, be at it till the cows come home. Watch me. Xiaolong raised the hammer and brought it down on the nail with all his might. Long no. Boom! In a spectacular display of brute force, Xiaolong's hammer blow directly shattered the pillar behind the nail. Crash! The planks above everyone's heads came tumbling down. Amidst the screams, everyone stampeded back into the building. Zhang Yuhao stared blankly for a moment, then withdrew his gaze from the surveillance equipment. He looked up at the ceiling, his face full of bewilderment. I just can't figure it out. How did this group end up picking a damn fool as their leader? Inside the building, chaos reigned. Xiaolong, knowing he had caused the disaster, no longer dared to shout. He stood there, his face cycling through shades of red and white. For a moment, the atmosphere was so awkward it felt as if the air itself had solidified. Hey boss, leave this rough work to us. You're our ace, go and conserve your strength. Several middle-level men quick on the uptake stepped forward to ease the tension. Xiaolong, grateful for the face-saving exit, casually urged everyone to work hard before slinking away from the rooftop. Damn, the meddler is finally gone. Everyone felt a wave of relief at his departure. Forget it, this job can't be done by just gritting our teeth. Let's have a meeting first. A few craftsmen with a background in decoration took the lead. The others nodded in agreement and everyone sat down on the spot for a brief meeting. Through collective brainstorming, a plan quickly emerged. First, bring up 2 ladders. Then place the largest plank inside the building across the tops of the ladders to serve as a temporary canopy. Then we work under this temporary canopy. As the task progresses, we just move the canopy along with the construction team. Also, for stability, efficiency, and material conservation, we don't need to build this canopy too high. Just over a meter is fine. It's only a passageway anyway. As long as we can pass through by stooping, that's enough. This way, nobody has to work with their arms raised, conserving energy. Finally, since the rooftop is plagued by strong winds, those without construction experience will be responsible for blocking the wind-driven rain. Ensure the safety of those building. Any objections to the above? None. Everyone responded in unison and quickly set to work. This time, without Xiaolong's hindrance, the project proceeded with remarkable smoothness. The rain shelter extended swiftly. Several hours slipped away unnoticed. The canopy, like a winding dragon, grew continuously under the collective effort. At the forefront of the construction team, the majestic structure atop the building was faintly visible. This sight undoubtedly stirred the hearts of all present. For countless days and nights they had pursued this silhouette. Now at last it was within reach. Victory seemed but a stone's throw away. Unfortunately, too much time had been wasted during the day. When the road was only half built, the sky darkened and their vision grew increasingly blurred. Forget it, we'll stop here for today. Indeed, I'm so cold I can barely hold the hammer. Let's head back quickly. It'll be even colder after sunset with temperatures dropping below freezing at night. Tomorrow we'll push harder and finish it in one go. In truth, it wasn't just the cold and poor visibility that drove them to stop. Working in the heavy rain, no matter how well they shielded themselves, they couldn't avoid some contact with the red rain. They still needed a night of deep sleep. Thus, after a grueling day, the weary group shivered their way back into the building. The rooftop fell silent, once more empty save for the half-finished construction. They're leaving just like that. Zhang Yuhao stared at the empty building through the surveillance feed, a peculiar look in his eyes. He felt somewhat disrespected. So I'm just supposed to stay here and wait for you to come and kill me? Zhang Yuhao shook his head, donned his raincoat, and opened the door. After Zhao Yuqian was ousted, are there only idiots left in the building? He stood at the entrance, put on his night vision goggles, raised the crossbow, held his breath, and took aim. Whoosh! The bolt shot out like lightning, piercing the nearest support pillar with deadly accuracy. Crack! A fissure appeared in the pillar, leaving it teetering precariously. Hey, with wood of this quality, you think you can storm in? Zhang Yuhao smirked, took aim again, and fired several more bolts. Each one struck the same support pillar with unerring precision. The pitiful pillar, riddled with holes, finally snapped and fell. Rumble! Half of the canopy above the pillar collapsed. Zhang Yuhao then aimed at another support pillar. After a few shots, that pillar too gave way. Rumble! The rain shelter, already half collapsed, lost all its support and came crashing down. The long dragon-like passage, which they had labored over for hours, was instantly reduced by a fifth. You really went out of your way for me. First building a drainage system, now a shooting range. I'm almost embarrassed. Though his words were polite, Zhang Yuhao's hands showed no mercy as he readied his crossbow, aimed at the pillars further back, and launched another fierce assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the torrential rain, bolts streaked across the night sky, and the canopy collapsed one section after another. When the remaining pillars were beyond the crossbow's effective range and several shots were blown off course by the wind, Zhang Yuhao finally put away his weapon. After all this ruckus, the surveillance equipment showed no one coming out to investigate. That means those fools inside have all fallen into their stupor. Zhang Yuhao arranged his weapons in the inventory, preparing for battle. Then, layering on a fully covered raincoat, he resolutely stepped onto the rooftop and pulled out an alloy bat. Perfect, I haven't exercised today. Time for a warm-up. With that, Zhang Yuhao, as if possessed by a demolition crew, swung the bat and smashed into the protective canopy. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yuhao didn't even spare the broken pillars on the ground, smashing them all. The sound of splintering would echoed in the rain as the long, slender shelter gradually disintegrated under his frenzied assault. The few structures still barely standing collapsed under the heavy blows of the bat. In no time, the once sizable protective canopy was reduced to a mess of debris. It was now utterly beyond repair. Having had his fun, Zhang Yuhao stopped breathing heavily, gazing at his masterpiece with a satisfied expression. Time to head back for a shower and some sleep. Zhang Yuhao patted the rain off his clothes, turned, and strolled leisurely back to his shelter. I wonder what those fools will look like when they see this tomorrow. Hope they don't start crying. Having completed their mission, the people in the building dragged their weary bodies back inside. The moment they stepped into the corridor, they were almost stunned, speechless by the sight before them. Rows upon rows of fresh meat hung densely from the ceiling of the hallway, a truly spectacular scene. You're back. Zhao Long, drenched in blood, crouched amidst a pile of carcasses. He dropped the tool he was using to cut the meat and revealed a chilling smile. With that turtle-paced speed of yours, I knew you wouldn't finish today. Take as much meat from the hallway as you need, but don't waste any. A collective cheer erupted and everyone rushed toward the fresh meat. Hey, when you take the meat, don't knock off the hooks. If you can't finish it, you can hang it back up to air dry and preserve it. Zhao Long shouted. And if you want to grill it, make your own fire. No cooking in public areas. Yes, sir. The building was filled with joy. It had to be said, although Zhao Long wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, he was truly generous to his men and never shirked his duties. Just as everyone was eating and drinking their fill, Zhao Long dropped another bombshell. Everyone, you can gather in room 807 tonight to sleep. From now on, room 807 will be our common lounge. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then erupted into cheers even wilder than before. Hoo-hoo. Awesome. Long live. Room 807 was Zhang Yuhao's former base. This room contained a valuable fresh air system that could easily raise the indoor temperature to over 20 degrees Celsius. This room had always been monopolized by Zhao Yuqian, reserved exclusively for his own team and never open to others. Now the entire building could finally enjoy this luxurious amenity. Long live Brother Long. Call him boss, not brother. Boss is a legend. Hoo-hoo. Everyone cheered and surged into room 807. Tonight, they no longer had to shiver in the cold. Zhao Long grinned but turned and walked downstairs. Boss, aren't you sleeping here? Several subordinates noticed this and quickly asked. You guys sleep. I want to stay here. My uncle still needs me to take care of him, and he doesn't want to see anyone right now. Zhao Long waved his hand and slowly descended the stairs. The subordinates exchanged glances, sighing with emotion. Zhao Long is really good to his uncle. No kidding. I really envy their family bond. I wish I had a nephew like that. OID just lie around at home all day. Zhao Yuqian is truly fortunate. In Zhao Yuqian's room. Creak. Zhao Long pushed open the bedroom door and a thick foul stench hit him. Damn it. Old man, you shit the bed. He turned on the bedroom light. Zhao Yuqian lay on the bed, his face streaked with tears, his pants filled with excrement. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Bound tightly, he couldn't even take off his pants, and all his waste had soiled his own body. I was only gone for 1 day. Couldn't you have held it in? Zhao Long angrily smashed the bowl filled with bloody water on the ground, and threw a few pieces of dried meat onto the floor with a slap. I was going to bring you some food, but now it seems you don't deserve it. Zhao Yuqian stared blankly at Zhao Long's outburst, his eyes filled with numbness. If he could kill himself at this moment, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. What a wretched fate. Gazing at Zhao Yuqian lying in his own filth, Zhao Long completely lost any desire to approach. You can just stink in your bedroom alone. I'm going upstairs to rest. With that, Zhao Long turned and left. Just as he pulled open the bedroom door, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Zhao Yuqian. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. Without your misguided interference, our progress has been remarkably smooth. You always criticized me, saying this was wrong and that was wrong. Today I'll tell you this. All along it was you who were wrong. Tomorrow I'll bring Zhang Yuhao's head before you, and make you realize that your self-righteous intelligence has always been nothing but a joke. Bang! With that, the door slammed shut. Zhao Long finished his words and left, giving the other no chance to respond. Inside the room, Zhao Yuqian lay silently in the darkness, tears of despair streaming silently. Room 807. Boss, why are you back? Zhao Yuqian said I stink and kicked me out. Ha! His temper is a bit strange now, huh? You bet. Ha, lucky he has such a caring nephew like you to humor him. By the way, is the awning progress on track? I promised that old man. Old buddy that we'd take down Zhang Yuhao by tomorrow. Don't worry, boss. Well, definitely finish the remaining road by tomorrow. That's a relief. I bet landlord Zhao will be overjoyed when he hears this. Whether he's happy or not, I don't know, but he sure has been shitting a lot. The next morning at dawn, everyone woke up refreshed. Having eaten their fill and slept a full night in a warm environment, it had been far too long since they had felt so comfortable. What was once an ordinary experience had become the most luxurious indulgence in this apocalyptic world. After gathering for breakfast, they packed their gear and headed for the rooftop. The group was in high spirits, chatting and laughing along the way. So you're saying your progress is quite good? Boss, you don't know, we got into a rhythm with the work and it's getting faster and faster. Up ahead we can even see the tin-roofed house. Really? That means we're almost there. Boss, how could I lie to you? You'll see for yourself soon. At this pace, we'll be done by noon. That's fantastic. The construction workers have done a great job this time. 1,000 reward for each. Hoo-hoo. Amidst the laughter, the group arrived at the rooftop door. Creak. Zhao Long grinned wickedly as he pulled the door open. Let me see the fruits of your hard work, brothers. Boom. A clap of thunder rang out just then, and Zhao Long stood frozen as if turned to stone. What the hell? Isn't it magnificent? A subordinate stepped forward, proudly pointing outside. Look. What the hell? He too was instantly petrified. Sensing something wrong, the others rushed forward, only to be collectively stunned and dumbfounded. Damn it, what the hell? What happened here? Zhao Long stared at the pile of filthy debris on the rooftop, his rage boiling over. Is this your quality of work? Were you working with your asses? It couldn't even hold up for 1 night, and you still have the nerve to brag in front of me. With nowhere to vent his fury, Zhao Long lashed out at everyone with a torrent of curses. This can't be. One of the construction workers, his face full of disbelief, grabbed a plank to shield his head and rushed outside. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. He bent down to inspect the wreckage and quickly uncovered the truth. Boss, someone sabotaged it. The worker picked up several broken pieces of wood. Look, these all have signs of being smashed. Holy crap. Zhao Long looked at the shattered boards and almost exploded with rage. These were materials he had painstakingly gathered from the building. To get intact planks, he had personally led the team to dismantle every unused door, wardrobe, and bedboard in the building piece by piece. Who the hell did this? Damn it, who did this? Was it you? Was it you? Or you? Zhao Long's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone mad, casting suspicious glances at everyone in the building. Everyone. Knowing you weren't too bright, there was no need to act so naturally foolish. This question was utterly ridiculous. Who else could it be? Even a fool wouldn't think it was one of their own. Boss, no need to think, it must be Zhang Yuhao. A subordinate couldn't bear it any longer and quickly whispered a reminder. Holy crap. Zhao Long was so enraged, he started pounding the walls like a madman. Are you all idiots? All that lumber wasted. When you realized this task couldn't be finished in half a day, you should have stopped immediately and waited until today to act. Or you could have taken shifts to guard it through the night. And you just left everything on the rooftop without a care. A bunch of morons. Hearing Zhao Long's furious tirade, everyone felt both angry and speechless. You, the biggest fool of them all, have the nerve to scold us. If you were so capable, why didn't you say something yesterday? Don't be a Monday morning quarterback now. Boss, you don't understand, this isn't the brothers' fault. The intelligence was wrong. Just as the argument was escalating, a mid-level member of Zhao Long's team stepped forward, casting a malicious glance behind him. According to the intelligence, Zhang Yuhao's base has no windows on any side. It's a complete iron coffin, making it impossible to observe the rooftop situation. Therefore, when we finished work yesterday, we specifically considered this issue. Timing-wise, everyone could have pushed forward a bit more in the evening, but precisely because we were too close and the noise might alert the enemy, we packed up a little early. Unexpectedly, they still discovered the situation on the rooftop. So the intelligence was flawed. That building must have observation points. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long flew into a towering rage. Which bastard provided the false intelligence? Everyone exchanged glances, then collectively stepped back, pushing Huang Jingjing to the forefront. Huang Jingjing, Zhao Long gave her an icy stare and pronounced judgment. Kill her. Everyone was utterly shocked. Huang Jingjing's eyes bulged like brass bells, her face a mask of disbelief. She never imagined Zhao Long would sentence her to death so flippantly. Zhao Long, have you lost your mind? I'm not your subordinate, I'm also one of the leaders. So what if you're a leader? If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. Zhao Yuqian has already resigned in disgrace. What's a little death for you? After a brief exchange, Huang Jingjing was almost amused into laughter. What did he mean by a little death? When others make mistakes, they resign, but I have to atone with my life. Is that it? I know there's bad blood between us, but does the targeting have to be this blatant? The others also realized that continuing this quarrel would only make things harder to resolve, so they quickly stepped in to mediate. Boss, calm down. Killing her now won't solve anything. Let's first figure out what to do next. Exactly, there's no proof yet that Leader Huang's intelligence was false. We need to verify it at that iron box first. That's right, the most important thing is to deal with the matter at hand. With everyone chattering, they finally managed to restrain Zhao Long's desire for personal revenge. Zhao Long glared viciously at Huang Jingjing, then turned his head to look outside the door. So what do we do now? I don't know. The outside is completely ruined, can't be reused. But if we gather new planks, it'll take a huge effort. It's not just the effort. Where are we going to find planks in the building now? Most of the salvageable ones have already been stripped. Listening to everyone's complaints, Zhao Long felt his head spinning. He didn't care about the conditions. He only wanted results. If you can't find any, search other floors thoroughly. Maybe there are leftovers. As for the broken planks, fix what you can. We're not building a palace, so stop being so picky. Make do with what's usable. Hearing Zhao Long's impractical suggestions, everyone looked disheartened. Boss, it's not that simple. Gathering materials again will waste half a day, and then we won't be able to start work today. Otherwise, it'll be like yesterday. Repairing until evening only to have it half done and then sabotaged again. Moreover, we've lost so many planks. Even if we gather all the remaining wood in the building, it probably won't be enough to finish the passage. It'll likely be a wasted effort. Then what are we supposed to do? Hearing that his plan wouldn't work, Zhao Long immediately flew into a helpless rage, looking as if he might explode at any moment. If you're not afraid to die, I have an idea. At the critical moment, Huang Jingjing suddenly stepped forward. She gazed at the rain-swept rooftop. What you did earlier was stupid, but it accidentally drained the accumulated water. Now we only need to focus on protecting against the rain from above. With that, Huang Jingjing turned around, her eyes blazing as she looked at Zhao Long. Now it depends on whether you have the guts to do it. The crimson rain poured down endlessly, shrouding the entire rooftop in a sinister bloody hue. Charge! In an instant, a flood of people surged out from the entrance. Those in the center wielded various renovation tools, while those on the edges worked together to hold up a steel plate serving as a makeshift rain shelter. The steel plate wasn't large, forcing everyone to huddle tightly together as they sprinted forward. Splat, splat, they dashed all the way to the shelter in one go. Quick, quick! While the wind isn't strong, get moving. The people in the center quickly spread out, revealing Zhao Long, whose muscles bulged. With a look of extreme madness, he brandished a large sledgehammer, his muscles swelling as he let out a roar and brought the hammer down with all his might against the shelter's outer shell. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed. The hammer in Zhao Long's hand vanished mysteriously. Clang! A second later, a crisp sound came from afar as the hammer reappeared there. It turned out that the hammer had been sent flying by the recoil. Holy crap! Blood instantly burst from Zhao Long's tiger's mouth, and he nearly toppled over from the shock. Everyone scrambled to steady Zhao Long, then looked closely. On the shelter's outer wall, there was only a faint white mark. What the hell? Zhao Long was utterly incredulous. He reached out with a trembling hand and wiped the mark. Hey, the mark even disappeared. It turned out the white mark was just residue from the hammer. The shelter's shell remained completely unscathed. And you're telling me this is just sheet metal? Xiaolong was so furious he nearly had a stroke. Even the door of a bank vault couldn't be tougher than this. Recalling the past, Xiaolong's hammer had accomplished countless feats. It shattered wooden doors with a single blow, and even sturdy walls could not withstand his fierce assault. Yet today this once invincible hammer could not even leave a single mark. How is this possible? Xiaolong and his group refused to believe it. They tried every tool they had brought, but those crude renovation instruments were utterly incapable of harming the shelter. They circled the house and in the end had no choice but to retreat. Thus the group once again ran back carrying steel plates. So how did it go? Seeing the returning group, the crowd eagerly welcomed them. Since the shelter was located behind the main entrance, one had to go out and turn a corner to see it. Therefore the people inside the building had no idea what had happened. Humph? Xiaolong did not respond. He let out a cold snort and went straight downstairs. What? What's going on? The crowd watched Xiaolong, who was throwing another childish tantrum, and could only look helplessly at the others. The rest wore grim expressions as they recounted the whole story. Upon hearing it, everyone present was instantly plunged into despair. Ha! Then, is there no way? It's over. A sense of utter doom washed over the crowd. In the past 2 days, although they had stocked up on plenty of provisions, they had been indulging in unrestricted meals to capture Zhang Yuhao, and the food was being consumed at an alarming rate. If they couldn't take down Zhang Yuhao soon, the entire building would be plunged back into famine. Didn't you say there might be an observation point? Doesn't that house have any windows? Bullshit. We circled it. The whole thing is encased in alloy. Not even a crack, let alone an observation point. A profound silence fell over the scene. For a moment no one had any ideas. Buzz. Just at this desperate moment a sudden commotion came from the group chat. Everyone picked up their phones. Zhang Yuhao? Can you guys even do it, you weaklings? Zhang Yuhao, rooftop ad space for rent. Zhang Yuhao. Riddle me this, what has arms and legs but can't walk? Answer your mom, beep. Everyone. The triple taunt sent a tremor of rage through the crowd. I'm going to fucking kill him. From downstairs came Xiaolong's furious roar, clearly having seen the taunts in the group chat. Zhang Yuhao, you just wait. I swear I'll break through that turtle shell of yours. Received 99 resentment points from Xiaolong, received 86 resentment points from Li Chun, received 68 resentment points from Hualin. Inside the shelter, Zhang Yuhao watched the influx of resentment points, feeling a slight lift in his spirits. Though the numbers are a bit low, overall the upgrade efficiency isn't bad. But there's still something to note. Zhang Yuhao looked at the resentment panel, where many contributors were no longer providing over 99 points. The relentless setbacks have left these people without hope. They're starting to give up on life. This was not good news. Humans are emotional creatures, and since the apocalypse began, the atmosphere in the building had been one of constant oppression. Earlier, to achieve various goals, whether it was the Zhao uncle and nephew or Huang Jingjing, they had repeatedly rallied the people in the building, guiding them into states of fervor time and again. Yet reality had only repaid them with one cold blow after another. Thus, under prolonged torment, most people had finally grown numb. This was the very concern that had been troubling Zhang Yuhao. In the early days, he had deliberately left them a sliver of hope precisely to stave off this day. When humans can no longer see hope, they begin to give up. The people in the building were gradually showing this tendency, becoming indifferent. Living is fine. Dying is okay too. Whatever, who cares? Once people fall into the state of Walking Dead despair, harvesting resentment points from them becomes incredibly difficult. I need to think of a way to keep these people from sinking any further. Inside the building, an atmosphere of utter despair prevailed. The more fragile individuals had already hung ropes from the ceiling, ready to end it all when the food ran out again. They never wanted to experience that hunger again. Surprisingly, Xiaolong had also hung a rope from the ceiling. Old man, I'm asking you one last time. Are you going to talk or not? Zhao Yuqian stared blankly out the window, silent. Hey, playing dead, huh? Xiaolong slammed his fist against the wall, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Zhao Yuqian. Don't think I don't know. You used to be in the demolition business and a lot of your brothers followed you back then. You might not be doing it now, but you must have passed on the equipment. Where are those tools? Who's handling them now? Are you going to talk or not? If you don't, I'll kill you. Zhao Yuqian managed a hoarse voice. Go ahead. Kill me then. How you want to die? I won't let you have it so easy. Xiaolong pointed at the rope hanging above. See this? This is your last chance. If you don't come clean, I'll tie your feet and hang you upside down from it. Zhao Yuqian's pupils contracted sharply. His pants were already soaked in filth, and if he were hung upside down, it would all flow right onto his head. Xiaolong, you son of a bitch. Damn you to hell. Oh, still got energy to curse, huh? Xiaolong let out a sinister laugh, grabbed the rope, and began binding his feet. Let's see how you handle an hour of this. No. A few minutes later, Zhao Long left the room with a satisfied expression, having successfully obtained what he wanted. Hai Jinfu runs the largest construction company in Port City. When old Deng retired from this industry, his tools and team were mostly taken over by this guy. He must have what I need. Zhao Long directly dialed the phone, muttering, "Hope this bastard hasn't kicked the bucket yet." The phone rang, and fortunately it was quickly answered. "Hello, who's this?" The voice on the other end was slightly hoarse and sounded exhausted. Zhao Long cut straight to the chase. "Boss Hai, I was referred by Zhao Yuqian. I've got a big business deal to discuss with you." "Huh?" On the other end, Boss Hai looked out at the pouring rain outside the window, utterly bewildered. Zhao Long, undeterred, continued on his own. "I need to borrow a tool that can break through alloy walls. As long as you can deliver it, money is no object. Name your price." "Damn it, are you insane? Go see a doctor for your brain." Hai Jinfu cursed loudly, then hung up the phone directly. Zhao Long stared blankly at his phone, his mind momentarily unable to process the situation. What the hell? He cursed me. How dare he curse me? Zhao Long instantly flew into a rage, kicking the table over in fury. "Damn it! You run a company and refuse to do business. You're the one who needs to see a damn doctor." In the midst of his anger, for some reason Zhao Long suddenly recalled what Zhao Yuqian had once said to him. "Zhao Long, don't get involved in these matters. When it's time for a fight, we'll call you. You're not suited for negotiations or communication." "Bullshit. It's not my problem. It's your brains that are messed up." Zhao Long desperately slapped his own head, as if trying to purge these memories from his mind. He had just instinctively wanted to ask Zhao Yuqian for advice, but realizing it now, he felt a flush of embarrassment. He couldn't bring himself to ask. To hell with it. Even if I'm really not suited for negotiations, there are others in the building who are. With that thought, Zhao Long strode out the door. "Is this how you communicate?" Huang Jingjing sat on the sofa in the meeting room, staring at Zhao Long with a peculiar expression. "Bro, would you be willing to go out in this weather? No matter how much someone wants money, they can't risk their life." Zhao Long's face turned pale and red, leaving him speechless. "However, the direction you considered wasn't wrong." Huang Jingjing's eyes narrowed like a fox's, revealing a cunning gleam. "Watch how I handle him." With that, she entered the phone number into a chat app and sent a friend request with a message. "Are you Mr. Hai Jinfu? Do you need food?" First, it's best not to communicate over the phone. We need to gauge the other party's situation, and phone calls are too efficient, which can lead to problems with responses. As Huang Jingjing explained, the other party accepted the friend request almost instantly. "Hai Jinfu. Who are you? Do you have food? Are you selling or what?" "See. He's very eager, which makes this deal easy." Huang Jingjing smiled confidently and directly sent a few photos. These photos were screenshots of Zhang Yuhao showing off in the group chat. "Hai Jinfu, this. Such an astonishing stockpile of supplies. You're so wealthy. Name your price. Anything." "Huang Jingjing, before we formally negotiate, I need to confirm a few things with you." "Hai Jinfu, alright, go ahead. I have money. Lots of it. Just give me food and anything is negotiable." "Huang Jingjing, where are you currently staying?" "Hai Jinfu, in the Triumph office building on Zhongshan Road. Not too far, still worth discussing." Huang Jingjing nodded and continued messaging. "I don't lack money. I lack tools. Do you have anything that can break through alloy walls?" "Hai Jinfu, yes. I'm trapped in my company with all the tools I need." Huang Jingjing, good. Then I'll speak plainly. "Huang Jingjing, there's a grain warehouse in our building, so food isn't an issue, but an idiot lost the key, and the warehouse is locked behind an alloy door. Ordinary tools can't open it. If you help, you'll have plenty of food." "Hai Jinfu, simple. I have a hydraulic demolition cutter specifically designed for alloy materials. It's very powerful." "Hai Jinfu, oh, and I also have several special impact drills with high-strength alloy steel bits. They should work on ordinary alloy walls too." Huang Jingjing, then we have a deal. But you must deliver the tools here. After you get the food, you can leave or stay as you wish." "Hai Jinfu, great. Send me your location. As long as it's not too far, I'll risk my life to get there." "Done." Huang Jingjing triumphantly closed her phone, staring at the dumbfounded Zhao Long. Damn, she actually pulled it off. He had come with full sincerity, offering a fortune only to be called crazy. This woman, with a few smooth words, got the job done without spending a dime. Thinking this, Zhao Long felt deeply annoyed and grew even more wary of Huang Jingjing. Isn't this just deception? What if he asks for proof? If he wants to see the alloy wall, I'll video call him and show the shelter. And if he wants to see inside the warehouse? Are you? Forget it. Huang Jingjing sighed in exasperation, looking at Zhao Long as if he were an idiot. "I already said the warehouse is locked. He's not stupid. Why would he ask that?" Zhao Long, trying to save face, stubbornly refused to back down. There must be other loopholes he just didn't think of. Even if you trick him into coming, you won't have anything to show him when you meet. Damn it. Huang Jingjing couldn't hold back anymore. Do you want him to come, or do you want to give him an explanation? After the conversation ended, everyone in the building gathered in the hallway on the 4th floor, waiting for Hai Jinfu's arrival. All their hopes now rested on this man. Over an hour later, finally sounds came from afar. Soon a figure was seen speeding toward them on a large foam raft. This foam raft was made of several foam boards pieced together with a small propeller installed at the back. This Hai Jinfu is quite a talent. Inside Building 7, a few electricians could immediately tell that the propeller on the raft was handmade. Without even a casing, he managed to make a propeller out of just a few gears and a motor. This guy is amazing. Yeah, judging by the crude state of the propeller, he probably just salvaged parts from fans and saws. What a madman. Huang Jingjing overheard their conversation and grew curious. Is he really that skilled? Can't even you do it? It's very difficult, one of the electricians remarked. Even if I could make it, I wouldn't dare risk my life to test it. Is that so? Huang Jingjing fell into thought. She had originally planned to use this guy, trick him into delivering the tools first, but now she realized he might be a valuable asset to recruit. I could take him in. Soon the raft docked at the edge of Building 7. Hai Jinfu, with a large wooden board over his head, for protection, saw the crowd inside and greeted them excitedly. Mission accomplished. I made it here alive. Up close, Huang Jingjing could see the burns from the acid rain all over his body. Despite this, the gaunt man still wore a broad smile. No one knew how many dangers he had faced along the way, but at least he had made it through. Huang Jingjing quickly put on a warm smile and stepped forward. You've worked hard. Let me help you. So you're the bastard who called me crazy, huh? A figure flashed by as Zhao Long leaped forward and kicked Hai Jinfu square in the chest. Now you'll see how real I am. Hai Jinfu was sent flying backward, splashing into the water. Hai Jinfu was dead. After being kicked into the red waters by Zhao Long, he barely struggled twice, not even uttering a sound before sinking to the bottom. Perhaps along this arduous journey, Hai Jinfu's willpower had long been worn down to its limit. Thus this practical talent, who could have shone in the apocalypse, met a dramatic death at the very moment he was about to reach the shore. Alas! The group let out a collective sigh, but since the man was already dead, they could not be bothered to dwell on it. Rather, these ingrates had little sympathy to begin with. In this apocalyptic environment, a death was as unremarkable as a bubble popping on the water's surface. Still, looking at Zhao Long's relieved expression, everyone inwardly felt like cursing. But for the moment, it wasn't worth offending that fool over a dead man. Zhao Long was oblivious to their thoughts. His eyes were fixed on the wrapped hydraulic bolt cutters and large impact drill on the boat, gleaming with excitement, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. What are you all staring at? Zhao Long turned and shouted hoarsely, Come over here. Help lend a hand and haul these tools up. And don't forget to take off that propeller too. Don't waste it, Huang Jingjing quickly added. The group hurried forward. Soon Hai Jinfu's legacy was divided among them. Gazing at the various heavy tools at their feet, a renewed blaze of fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. Zhang Yuhao, you're dead this time. Several minutes later, the group gathered on the rooftop once more. Charge! The group set off again, shielding themselves with iron plates. Unlike the previous cumbersome formation, this time only 7 people were deployed. 6 took turns holding the steel plate overhead, while Zhao Long in the center was tasked with breaking the wall. The others inside the building watched the 7 figures huddled tightly together, gradually fading into the red rain, and collectively swallowed hard. They too held steel plates in their hands. As soon as the forward breach team reported success, they would swarm in. They would raise Zhang Yuhao's shelter to the ground. Success or failure hinged on this single move. On the other side, the 7-member breach team finally reached the shelter again. Zhao Long took a deep breath, pressed the large impact drill against the shelter's shell, and decisively flipped the mechanical switch. Whir! Screech, screech! The high-strength alloy drill bit spun at lightning speed, grinding violently against the shelter's shell, instantly sending sparks flying wildly. Before long, a small hole was forcibly gouged into the once impenetrable shell. It's working! The group was overjoyed and redoubled their efforts. They didn't ask for much. Just to damage the wall's shell. If need be, they would grind an iron rod into a needle. Buzz, buzz. The alloy drill bit slowly burrowed into the outer wall. After working continuously for several dozen minutes, staring unblinkingly at the sparks, the group felt their eyes were about to go blind. They had no protective visors, yet they couldn't bear to look away. They gritted their teeth, letting tears well up in their eyes, enduring the sting to persist. Whir, crack, crack, beep, beep, beep. Suddenly an alarm sounded, and the impact drill flashed a harsh red light. Damn, the drill bit broke. The group pulled out the impact drill, and found the bit covered in cracks, completely shattered. Holy shit, how thick is this wall? Zhao Long touched the scorching cracked drill bit and couldn't help cursing. Fortunately, Hai Jinfu had been thorough and prepared several spare bits. Come on, let's swap in a new one and keep going. As the group busied themselves changing the bit, Zhao Long leaned in to inspect the small hole they had drilled, checking the progress. What the hell? Just one look at the result and Zhao Long felt his vision go dark. What kind of building is this? Are you kidding me? The drill bit had already bored in as deep as a palm. Yet the wall still wasn't breached. Just how thick is this alloy wall? It must weigh dozens of tons. How the hell did they get it up to the rooftop? Before Xiaolong could ponder further, the impact drill was already replaced. He grabbed the machine and resumed his struggle. He'll see this through today. Let's find out who's tougher. Time ticked away second by second. Hum. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Finally, after the wall-breaking team had yet another drill bit fail, the outer shell of the shelter was breached. Though the opening was only the size of a fingernail, it was nonetheless a breakthrough. Hooray! Persistence pays off. Staring at the nearly half-meter-deep tunnel, Xiaolong felt on the verge of tears at that moment. No one knew how exhausted he truly was. The impact drill had shaken his hands so violently they felt as if they might develop Parkinson's. Yet this was no time for rest. With the outer wall penetrated, he could finally use the hydraulic spreader. This battle had to be concluded in one decisive push. Veins bulging on his arms, Xiaolong viciously wedged the hydraulic spreader against the shelter's alloy wall. Arg! With a furious roar, the spreader emitted a loud humming, where its immense pressure grinding against the alloy and sending a dazzling shower of sparks flying. Crack! A massive fissure was sheared into the shelter's shell. We're getting through. Keep it up. Everyone erupted with excitement. Though the crimson rain relentlessly hammered the iron plates they held overhead, it could not dampen the fervor and anticipation gleaming in their eyes. Break open. Gritting his teeth, Xiaolong shifted his angle and continued to exert force, sparks scattering everywhere. Crash! A fragment of alloy clattered to the ground. Hooray! The crowd cheered, their spirits soaring higher. Things are going a bit too smoothly. Inside the building, Huang Jingjing stared intently at her phone screen, her brow furrowed in deep concern. And the enemy's reaction is far too calm. In truth, only 4 people were needed to hold the steel plates. The reason 6 were sent was to allow for rotating shifts, to have extra hands for shielding against sideways blowing rain, and most importantly to maintain constant communication. Thus those inside the building could also monitor the progress at the front. The eerie tranquility on the rooftop, however, stirred Huang Jingjing's vigilance. I can't explain it, but I have a foreboding sense of dread. Despite the smooth progress, a shadow of unease lingered in Huang Jingjing's heart. With all this noise, there's no way the person inside doesn't know what's happening. He has a crossbow. He could simply open the door and shoot to disrupt our work. So what is Zhang Yuhao up to? Doesn't he want to protect his own outer wall? Huang Jingjing glanced at her phone again. The group chat was dead silent, and her private messages to Zhang Yuhao had gone unanswered like stones dropped into the ocean. He neither begs for mercy nor communicates nor resists. What exactly was he plotting? Outside the shelter, Xiaolong, free from such worries, was gleefully cutting through the shelter's outer shell. Adrenaline surging, he was far too exhilarated to feel the fatigue in his hands. Almost there. Almost. The hydraulic spreader had already torn a half-meter-wide hole in the wall. Unfortunately, the interior of the shelter was dim, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. After such a prolonged period of high-intensity labor, Xiaolong's entire body ached. But he was by nature an impatient man. Seizing a moment's rest, he actually decided to stick his head into the hole for a look. "I'll just take a peek." "Hey, no, Brother Long." The others, horrified, quickly reached out to pull him back. "What the hell?" Xiaolong shook them off in annoyance. "A bunch of cowards. Get lost." A strange rage flared within him. He had tolerated Zhao Yuqian's constant interference before, but now he was the one in charge. Did he have to be bossed around by his underlings too? Didn't a boss deserve some face? A bunch of weaklings. What could happen from a single glance? Anyone who dares to order me around again, I'll kick them to death. Seeing the terror in their eyes, Xiaolong smirked disdainfully. Fine, I'll wear a helmet. So saying, he snatched an electric bike helmet off a subordinate's head and strapped it onto his own. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his head into the opening. Seeing Xiaolong risk his life, everyone widened their eyes, held their breaths, and stared intently as he peered inside. Xiaolong squeezed in with difficulty. The opening wasn't small, but inside it was filled with sharp edges left from cutting the alloy, which would be quite painful if touched carelessly. Finally, he managed to poke his head through. A warm current of air greeted him. Unfortunately, the lights were off, and he still couldn't see the environment inside clearly. "Hello," suddenly, a mocking voice sounded right beside his ear. Xiaolong's whole body tensed in fright. He instinctively recoiled. A buzzing sound echoed. Coming to his senses, Xiaolong was astonished to find himself back in a familiar building. The layout was all too familiar. He looked down at his hands. How the hell did those scars disappear? And why do these hands feel so small? "Hey kid, don't be upset. Be grateful that I'm willing to take you in." Zhao Yuqian's voice rang out without warning, making Xiaolong shudder. He looked up and saw Zhao Yuqian's tall, fat figure standing before him, casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. "A guy like you who brought death to your own parents should have been sent to an orphanage. It's only your uncle who doesn't mind, ha ha ha." Listening to Zhao Yuqian's grating laughter, Xiaolong looked bewildered. Wasn't that fat bastard tied up? What nonsense is he spouting now? Xiaolong turned around and was stunned to see that his reflection in the mirror was that of a child. Before Zhao Long could think further, the scenes around him began to spin, rapidly replaying moments of his growth like a slideshow before his eyes. Uncle, why is your belly so big? Humph, it's hormonal weight gain, can't lose it. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Uncle, what are you injecting into your body? Is it drugs? What does a brat know? It's hormones. If it weren't for this stuff messing me up and leaving me without an heir, I wouldn't be tortured by you every day. Zhao Long. You can't do that. A child lay on the ground covered in blood. But it costs money, don't you understand? Whoever messes with me, I'll kill them. Fine, do what you want. But in the end, Zhao Yuqian still came and paid a large sum of money. You like fighting, huh? I'll take you somewhere you can fight to your heart's content. All right? But from now on, don't act without my permission. So annoying. Zhao Long watched all this expressionlessly as the scenes jumped faster and faster. Zhao Long, you can't do this. All right, uncle. Zhao Long, go to this place. Okay, boss, you decide. Zhao Long, this isn't your forte, don't interfere. I wasn't interested anyway. Zhao Long, can't you use your brain more? Zhao Yuqian, try insulting my intelligence again. Zhao Long. Zhao Long. Zhao Long. Wait. Zhao Long. The scenes in his memory jumped faster and faster. Zhao Long's ears filled with Zhao Yuqian's scolding voice. His head felt like it was splitting and he covered his ears in pain. Zhao Yuqian, stop trying to control me. With Zhao Long's roar, the scene suddenly leaped at the speed of light. Finally, it froze on the day of the siege at 807. With a thunderous crash, he swung his hammer, smashing a large hole in the wall. Let me take a look. As Zhao Long bent down, Zhao Yuqian grabbed him. Don't stick your head in or you'll get hammered. Zhao Yuqian pulled Zhao Long back with a serious expression, but failed to stop the other lackeys. Another guy stuck his head in and looked around. The lights are off inside, it's pitch black, can't see a thing. TCH. See, nothing happened. Zhao Long rolled his eyes in annoyance and raised the sledgehammer again. Don't stick your head in or you'll get hammered. But for some reason Zhao Yuqian's earlier shout kept echoing in his ears. Bullshit. Don't stick your head in or you'll get hammered. No way. Don't stick your head in or you'll get hammered. Zhao Yuqian, you're wrong. You're wrong. Zhao Long felt his head ache more and more. Zhao Yuqian's voice was like a needle stirring inside his brain, making his head feel like it was about to explode. Boss. Long-gu. Long-gu. Chief. Chief. Wake up, Zhao Long suddenly opened his eyes, groggy. How did I fall asleep? A torrent of red rain still poured down around him, and he found himself lying in the arms of one of his subordinates. You just stuck your head in and suddenly started convulsing. We pulled you out right away. You okay, Long-gu? Zhao Long lay on his back on his subordinate's lap with a blurred steel plate above him reflecting his current appearance. Heh! Which idiot bought this helmet? Why is there a feather sticking out of the top? Everyone was stunned and looked at Zhao Long's head. That's a crossbow bolt. It's gone in. All the way in. Only the fletching is left sticking out. Everyone screamed, instantly falling into chaos. So, that's how it was. Zhao Long's pupils gradually dilated. Suddenly he remembered everything. There really was a crossbow, pressed against my head. His consciousness slowly faded. So people really do have their lives flash before their eyes. Heh, Zhao Yuqian, you were wrong after all. It wasn't one hammer blow each. It was one arrow each. Zhao Long's head lolled to the side and he lost all signs of life. Boss, chief. Damn it, wake up. From the moment Zhao Long was pulled out until his last breath, it seemed like an eternity, yet in reality only a few seconds had passed. Zhao Long is dead. In that instant where chaos and terror intertwined, everything around seemed to freeze. The crimson rain still poured down, relentlessly crackling against the steel plates, yet it could not drown out the waves of gasps rising from the crowd. The underlings gathered around Zhao Long, shouting in panic, their faces twisted with fear. One of the slightly braver underlings, trembling, reached out to pull the crossbow bolt deeply embedded in Zhao Long's head, but the moment he touched the fletching he recoiled as if shocked. What do we do? What do we do? First carry him back. Maybe there's still hope. But what about the wall? Don't we keep breaking it? Grab the tools first, let's head back to the building and assess the situation. The group hurriedly lifted. Zhao Long shouldered the equipment and rushed toward the building. Smart move. Inside the shelter, Zhang Yuhao watched the retreating figures and slowly lowered his crossbow. If they had lingered any longer, they would have tasted the sting of his bolts. Given the current situation, unless absolutely necessary, I really don't want to start another slaughter. At this point, only a few dozen people were left alive in the building. Killing more would leave no one to contribute resentment points. Thus Zhang Yuhao's goal this time was clear: to take out Zhao Long specifically. If he let that fool go once back, he would likely swing his blade at the pigs inside the building again. As the boss of the compound, Zhang Yuhao had no desire to see his own enterprise collapse. For this reason, Zhang Yuhao had allowed the wall breakers to toil outside, while he lay in wait like a hunter patiently biding his time. Finally, he struck Zhao Long down with a single shot. As for the breached outer wall, it was of little consequence. With the accumulation over this period, Zhang Yuhao's experience bar was nearly full again. Once he leveled up, the shelter would be upgraded once more, and a brand new dwelling would be his. There was no need to fret over such minor wear and tear. In fact, a hole was even better. A fully sealed shelter might seem safe, but it also cut him off from interaction with the outside world, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Thanks for digging me a firing port. Just the right size, not too big, not too small. Long ago, Zhang Yuhao had yearned for a hole connecting to the outside. Though the shelter had a transparent panel, it only allowed observation and could not react to the outside world. Faced with attacks from the building, rather than hunkering down, Zhang Yuhao preferred to strike back, actively taking control of the rhythm into his own hands. Unfortunately, the shelter was a fully enclosed model. To launch an offensive, he would have to open its door. The risks of opening the door needed no elaboration, so this option was entirely off the table. Zhang Yuhao never placed himself in danger. Thus, the newly appeared hole proved immensely useful. From now on, this opening would serve as the shelter's external firing point. With Zhang Yuhao's cooperation earlier, digging a hole in the wall had been simple for the building's occupants. But if they tried to enlarge the hole, that would be a different story. From this moment on, he would no longer hold back. Inside the building, a deathly silence reigned. When the wall breakers fled back into the building, Zhao Long had already stopped breathing, his body growing cold and stiff. This hyper-aggressive brat had only just ascended to the top spot a little over a day ago before getting himself killed. They laid him on the ground, and for a moment the entire corridor was steeped in an oppressive, despairing atmosphere. Don't misunderstand. They weren't grieving for Zhao Long out of conscience. They were simply lost about the future. Despite Zhao Long's dim wits, he was fearless when it came to action. That reckless drive was something few could match. Now that Zhao Long was gone, who would be bold enough to lead the charge? What now? Zhao Long's dead. What do we do next? Zhang Yuhao is too ruthless. He even pierced through the helmet. I knew it would come to this without Zhao Yuqian to rein him in. Huang Jingjing stood nearby, staring blankly at Zhao Long's corpse, her face turning pale. As expected, there was no way the enemy would just sit back and watch them dismantle the shelter. Sigh, we fell into his trap. Huang Jingjing was filled with regret. With the loss of Zhao Long, the building's main combatant, organizing an effective offense in the future would be a daunting task. Seeing the demoralized crowd, Huang Jingjing knew she had to take a risky gamble. Otherwise, everyone would be doomed to turn things around unless... A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Huang Jingjing's eyes. We need to bring Zhao Yuqian back. She stood up, looked at the dejected residents around her, and shouted, Everyone, don't panic. Zhao Long is dead, but we can't just give up. Wait, what are you all huddled around doing? Huang Jingjing pushed aside a group of people crouched on the ground, looked at Zhao Long's corpse, and felt a wave of dizziness. Damn it. Zhao Long's only just died, and you're already butchering him. The people looked up, confusion in their eyes. But if we don't process it now, the meat will stiffen and the blood will clot. Huang Jingjing staggered, her mind reeling, almost losing her balance. Suddenly she understood something. In this apocalyptic world, death meant becoming nothing more than food. No matter how high your status was in life, it was all the same. Before this starving crowd, whether you were a fearsome leader or an ordinary civilian, once you breathed your last, you were just a slab of meat to be carved up. No one could hope to leave their body intact. So what's the point of the status I've been chasing all along? Upon witnessing the tragic demise of Zhao Long, a fellow leader, Huang Jingjing's heart was filled with bitterness, and she was momentarily lost in thought. But when she saw the others in the building, preparing to wield their blades again, she snapped back to reality and quickly stopped them. Don't touch Zhao Long's corpse. It's useful. 10 minutes later, the crowd, dressed in mourning and weeping, arrived at Zhao Yuqian's doorstep. Wowu, landlord Zhao Long is dead. Wowu, please accept my condolences. That despicable Zhang Yuhao, he killed your beloved nephew. We did our best but couldn't save him. Wow, Aya. Heaven is jealous of talent. A crowd gathered outside Zhao Yuqian's house, crying and shouting, all of them masterful actors, as if mourning their own mothers. The sobs and yells intertwined, creating a cacophony like a professional funeral wailing troupe. These bastards are too professional, crying as if it's real. Humph. If I hadn't stopped them earlier, Zhao Long would have been chopped into pieces by now. Huang Jingjing and her trusted confidants hid in the distance, watching in sheer astonishment. They couldn't participate in such matters and could only watch from afar. But after the crowd had wailed and howled for a full 10 minutes, the door remained tightly shut, showing no sign of opening. No matter how they screamed, there was not a sound from inside the room. What's going on? Could something have happened? In the apocalypse, falling ill and losing consciousness was a common occurrence. Many people lay down to sleep and never woke up again. The group exchanged glances, and after a silent consensus, one of the bolder ones shouted, Landlord Zhao, if you don't wish to see us, just say so. But if you don't respond, well, worry for your safety and break down the door. After the shout, silence fell around them, broken only by the heavy breaths echoing in the air. Gritting their teeth and steeling their resolve, they charged straight at the door. Boom! The door burst open and the crowd surged inside. No one's here. The living room was clearly empty, and their hearts tightened as they hurried toward the bedroom. Creak. As the bedroom door slowly pushed open, a nauseating stench of feces hit them, nearly making them faint. There, tied up like a pretzel, Zhao Yuqian writhed excitedly, letting out muffled whimpers, as if desperately trying to say something. Holy shit. The group stood frozen in shock at the sudden sight. After a moment, someone finally reacted, pinching their nose and cautiously approaching Zhao Yuqian. One of the underlings bravely stepped forward, first tearing off the tape over Zhao Yuqian's mouth, then pulling out the cloth stuffed inside. Wah! Zhao Yuqian burst into loud sobs. Why did you take so long to come? Munch munch. The group stared with strange expressions as Zhao Yuqian wolfed down dried meat and blood water. Zhao Yuqian was now emaciated from hunger, his fat gone, leaving only loose skin hanging on his body. Helping a hormonal disorder patient who could gain weight just from drinking water lose it. Zhao Long's actions were truly unmatched. Landlord Zhao, eat slowly. No one's fighting you for it. Huang Jingjing had also entered the room, and seeing him devour food like a starving ghost, she feared he might choke himself. Watching the once arrogant landlord reduced to such a pitiful state, everyone couldn't help but sigh. That beast Zhao Long deceived everyone. I knew it. Zhao Yuqian wouldn't retire so easily. I thought Prince seizing power was just a plot in ancient palaces, but reality has taught us a lesson. That Zhao Long, I praised him for being filial, but he turned out so rebellious. Truly a mockery of filial piety. Doing such things invites divine retribution. Look, filial is dead now. Zhao Yuqian buried his head in eating, deaf to the world, not absorbing a single word of the onlookers' chatter. Thud. It wasn't until Zhao Long's corpse was thrown before him that Zhao Yuqian trembled in fear and slowly came to his senses. Landlord Zhao, this is your family matter, and we'd rather not interfere. How you handle this wretch is entirely up to you. Of course, whether you want a grand burial or to chop him to pieces, if you need our help, just ask. Zhao Yuqian, with blood and grime on his mouth, looked up and saw Zhao Long's lifeless face. His fingers froze midair and the dried meat fell to the ground. He stiffly reached out, tentatively poking Zhao Long, and feeling the rigid body, he asked hoarsely, Dead. Dead. Yes, he led the attack on the rooftop shelter, insisting on forcing his way in. We couldn't stop him, and then an arrow struck his head. After learning of Zhao Long's heinous deeds, the crowd lost any desire to claim credit, and honestly recounted the events. They had originally staged a dramatic rescue of the corpse, but seeing Zhao Yuqian's state, they figured refraining from desecrating the body would already show his magnanimity. What happened these past few days? Zhao Yuqian's voice was so hoarse it even frightened himself. The underlings exchanged glances, afraid to speak. Huang Jingjing stepped forward and emotionlessly recounted the events of the past 2 days. Zhao Long said you didn't want to see anyone, then took charge himself, called a building-wide assembly, and carried out a bloodbath. Zhao Yuqian listened tremblingly, his face growing paler. Are you saying everyone in the entire building is here? Huang Jingjing nodded. All the others are dead. Yes. Zhao Yuqian's eyes widened as if unable to believe what he saw. Then tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, and he collapsed into a wailing breakdown. Zhao Long showed no mercy to friend or foe. He had bloodied the entire building, anyone without combat ability. Men, women, children, even his own relatives. None were spared. Thus all of Zhao Yuqian's relatives were killed. Now his team consisted only of a group of burly men bound by money. He was left alone in this world. You little beast. You fool. Zhao Yuqian suddenly knelt beside Zhao Long, caressing his cold face, muttering to himself, his face full of regret. It's all my fault. I failed to teach you well. I deserve to die. Zhao Yuqian suddenly began slapping himself wildly. Landlord Zhao. No, don't. It's not worth it. Boss Zhao, accept my condolences. This isn't your fault. Boss Zhao, stop. Don't do this. The crowd was startled and moved to stop him, but as they approached, the overwhelming stench of feces made them all